Huo Wan abandoned the canary she had nurtured for 3 years and forcibly seized her prospective brother-in-law, the young master of the Li family. It is well known that the young Master Li, though innocent and timid, possesses a face as beautiful as a peach blossom, often described as a captivating charm. He and the third Miss Hua have been childhood sweethearts, a pair envied by all, until he became the new bird in her cage. Chapter 001. The canary nurtured for 3 years is willing to let her touch him? There are no submissive benefactors like her, in a premier sanatorium in M country, within a VIP room. As night fell, the faint sound of breathing in the room trembled like a flickering spark, quietly spreading across a long dry wilderness. Didn't you invite me here? Go on, undress. Bathed in the dreamy moonlight, a woman languidly reclined on the sofa, a slender cigarette held delicately between her fingers. She surveyed the youth before her, whose ears flushed crimson, and a spark of playful heat flickered in her dark green cat-like eyes. Earlier that day, he had played the piano in the flower room, exuding a noble and sacred aura, yet here he stood disheveled in her room at night. Under her lingering gaze, a hint of discomfort finally broke through the boy's previously icy expression. After a prolonged silence, Huo Wan raised an eyebrow, her patience wearing thin. She extinguished the half-burnt cigarette and gracefully approached him. Is it still difficult for you to be alone with me? As she spoke, her soft arm draped lightly over his shoulder, tugging gently at his collar, revealing a glimpse of his well-defined chest. Her delicate lips brushed against his warm ear, tantalizingly close yet distant. Huo Wan chuckled softly, reveling in the way his breath quickened at her proximity. Lulin turned to regard the woman's alluring profile, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just as the string of reason within him threatened to snap, the intoxicating scent vanished abruptly. This sum of money could secure a comfortable life for an ordinary person for years. Yet, in this internationally renowned sanatorium, it merely covered a few months of hospitalization. As the check drifted down to rest beneath the dim light of the bedside lamp, her cool voice echoed in the room. It is widely known that the second daughter of the prestigious Huo family in Huadu, Z country, Huo Wan, has kept a clandestine canary for the past 3 years. She has provided lavish support wealth and resources, yet his true identity remains shrouded in mystery. Even as Huo Wan changed her fiancé twice, this canary continued to bask in her favor. When announcing her impending engagement, Huo Wan wore a faint smile, her tone suggesting that such an event was merely routine. It is no wonder she appeared unfazed after all. This was the third marriage arranged for her by the Huo family. Her previous 2 betrothals had been dissolved for various reasons. Yet, this time the Huo family seemed sincere. However, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. After a prolonged silence, the youth's features remained unchanged. Eventually, he curled his lips slightly, his gentle voice tinged with subtle mockery. Who is the second Mrs. Fiancé this time? I am unsure. Though she did not know the identity of her new betrothed, it was evident that the Huo family's choice would not be inconsequential. She could not bear the thought of her canary being crushed by their patriarch. The thought of the countless sums poured into him over the past 3 years brought her pain. Thus, she needed to act swiftly to relocate him for my safety. A sardonic smile graced the boy's lips, his warm tea-colored eyes gradually glazing over with a layer of frost. What if I say I refuse to leave? Was it truly for his safety? Or was it to avoid suspicion? Or perhaps for her next fiancé? Huo Wan seemed to anticipate his attitude and reaction. Calm and composed, she gazed down at his strikingly handsome face for a moment before lifting her hand to grasp his chin. With no hint of tenderness, her thumb and forefinger pressed against his delicate skin, leaving faint pink imprints. You have no choice in the matter. As she released him, Huo Wan stated, Didn't you always wish to be rid of me? This time, if you comply, I will grant you your freedom. Clearly, Lulin did not trust Huo Wan. He found it hard to believe she would so easily relinquish him, granting him freedom for over 3 years. His countless hopes and desires had been systematically crushed by her. Under the guise of protection, she had imposed confinement, tightening her control until he had long since abandoned any hope of escape. Beneath his white shirt, his slender fingers tightened slightly as he regarded Huo Wan, his gaze shifting and flickering. Second miss, are you certain? Absolutely. He would not naively believe that she could not do without him. She turned to leave. A tall figure suddenly appeared before her. Unmoved, she smiled and raised her gaze. What? Are you willing to let me touch you? She had supported him lavishly for 3 years yet had scarcely held his hand. There are no benefactors as restrained as her. Chapter 002. Stay still. The youth remained unfazed, his demeanor as cool and exquisite as jade, yet his fingertips subtly curled. The second young lady was known for her resolute nature. One could only hope she would not waver this time. At her words, Huo Wan seemed amused, her alluring brows and eyes becoming even more frosty and animated, veiled with a glimmering layer of mockery. She cast him no further glance, nor uttered another word. Turning to leave. In the corridor, the click of a lighter punctuated the air. Huo Wan did not pause in her stride, igniting another cigarette. Just then, a faint sound of gears turning echoed from the end of the hallway. The elevator, which had remained still until now, stirred to life. As it arrived at the floor, Huo Wan halted, exhaling a thin plume of smoke. With the elevator doors slowly parting, she languidly raised her gaze, directing her attention toward the entrance. A somewhat slender youth emerged from the elevator. His eyes were shrouded in a black gauze, indicative of a recent eye surgery, still in the process of recovery. Despite the obscuring fabric, his exquisitely refined features were strikingly beautiful and aloof, exuding an extraordinary aura. One could not help but wonder what extraordinary visage lay hidden beneath that veil of black. Merely being admitted to this sanatorium implied a status far beyond mere wealth. The exorbitant costs were beyond the means of an ordinary household. Therefore, regarding this mysteriously enigmatic youth, Huo Wan opted to ignore him. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements, especially given her current circumstances, which necessitated a low profile. However, just as she was about to brush past the youth, she unexpectedly reached out with decisive swiftness. Grasping his arm with care, the youth halted, his eyes hidden beneath the black gauze flickering slightly, the loose fabric slipping down. Fortunately, he raised his hand in time, preventing the dim light from glaring into his eyes. A mere half-step in front of him lay a conspicuous gemstone brooch, quietly resting upon the soft carpet. Had Huo Wan not acted promptly, he would have had a 90% chance of stumbling over it. She bent down and retrieved the brooch. Noting its brilliance, it was no imitation and held considerable value, a fortunate find indeed. Yet, rather than pocketing it, she carelessly tossed it into a nearby corner. But then, from the shadows, the cold muzzle of a gun aimed at her profile from several meters away. Years of living in peril had endowed Huo Wan with a keen sense of danger, and she immediately sensed something amiss. She arched an eyebrow, first locking eyes with a towering man in black at the corridor's corner, then turning her gaze toward the youth standing in the darkness, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, good intentions rarely yield good outcomes. She regretted involving herself in this matter. Now, she had provoked someone best left alone. Yet, when it came to a direct confrontation, she had never been at a disadvantage. In those fleeting seconds, the youth retied the black gauze over his eyes, peering at Huo Wan through the ethereal veil. He smiled, his expression appearing remarkably gentle, his thin lips moving. A distorted electronic sound emanated from the voice modulator adorning his neck. "I am fine." She did not see my face. Despite receiving the command, the bodyguard at the corner hesitated, his gun still trained on Huo Wan's face. "Are you certain?" The youth smiled at Huo Wan, seemingly oblivious, the sharp curve of his thin lips forming a delicate arc. His gentle tone was distorted into a chilling, mechanical electronic voice. "It's all right. Let her go." The warmth lingering in Huo Wan's eyes cooled to an extreme, her desire to retaliate reaching a peak. Yet here she was in a foreign land, with too many seeking her life, and repeatedly ordered to maintain a low profile, leaving her with no choice but to temporarily choose peace. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her wrist was gripped by an undeniable force. She turned her face, casting a questioning glance. "Wasn't I told to leave? How much longer will this continue?" She struggled against the youth's grasp, unhesitatingly raising her hand to counter, but he seemed undeterred, pulling her closer, nearly ensnaring her within his embrace. Beneath his magnetic, tender voice lay a subtle yet lethal threat. "Be good. Do not move." Through a thin veil of black fabric, his ethereal gaze lingered for a few seconds on her exposed, pale shoulder. Due to the difference in height, should his gaze travel further down from her gleaming shoulder, a mere fleeting glance would reveal the curvaceous silhouette concealed beneath her off-shoulder neckline. Before Huo Wan's patience could wear thin, the grip on her wrist loosened, and he released her hand. Yet, almost immediately, a jacket imbued with a minty fragrance was draped over her shoulders. Huo Wan wished to refuse, but the striking youth, even with his eyes covered, offered her a smile. "It's late. Be careful on your way." Though Huo Wan had departed, the bodyguard still trailed closely behind the youth, cautiously inquiring, "Young master, is it truly fine? Did she not see your face? Should I take care of it?" The youth did not pause in his stride. "If you wish to court death, then entertain that foolish thought." Upon hearing this, the man muttered under his breath, "She appears to be merely a young girl." Then it dawned on him. Do you know her? Know her? More than that. He still recalled every inch of her body, her labored breaths echoing in his ears. And those green eyes veiled beneath tear-streaked lashes. Though their encounter 3 years ago was merely an accident, it was undeniable, an exceedingly wild night. Chapter 003. The beautiful and exquisite youth, akin to a doll, knocked on her door in the middle of the night. On the other side, in the elevator, Huo Wan pressed the button for the first floor, instinctively slipping her hand into her pocket. In an instant, a cold metallic object pressed against her fingers. Without hesitation, she drew out the ring. Beneath the bright lights, one could not help but notice the silver ring, intricately engraved with ancient totemic designs, which was set with a blood diamond of remarkably high purity. Tonight truly seemed to be favored by fortune. First, there was the gemstone brooch on the carpet. And now this blood diamond ring, likely worth far more than the check she had issued to Lu Lin. Time is indeed money, especially for someone as perpetually busy as she. Moreover, if this ring held such significance, he would surely seek her out. A day later, in the capital of country, Huadu, on a gloomy, rain-soaked morning, a Bentley glided into a classical Chinese manner. The bodyguard in the front seat stepped out, bending slightly to open the rear door, then unfurling a black umbrella. Every movement was executed with utmost caution, lest he offend the esteemed passenger in the back seat. How could this be? Am I seeing things? This is absurd. Wasn't it said that the second young lady had been shot abroad and succumbed to her injuries? In the courtyard, uniformed attendants whispered amongst themselves, casting furtive glances at the woman clad in black, gracefully descending the steps, escorted by the towering bodyguard. Shock, scrutiny, suspicion, and astonishment mingled in their gazes, creating an atmosphere of profound discomfort. Yet, the composed and capable woman in black remained unperturbed, her pace neither hastened nor slowed, embodying an effortless air of languid grace. Suddenly, her sharp stiletto heel paused, and the murmurs ceased abruptly, plunging the courtyard into an oppressive silence. Huo Wan seemed to curl her lips slightly, and beneath her black hat, her green, icy eyes swept over the attendants, who, startled by her gaze, hastily lowered their heads to avoid her scrutiny. With the commotion quelled, the sound of her heels resumed, striking a clear note against the stillness. Huo Wan, the second daughter of one of Huadu's most prestigious families, was the only acknowledged illegitimate child of the Huo family. Unsubstantiated rumors suggested that last year, the old patriarch had bypassed his legitimate son and entrusted the family's most lucrative, albeit unsavory, enterprises to his granddaughter, Huo Wan. This decision had incited the envy of other heirs, leading to numerous assassination attempts within a mere year, yet she had miraculously survived each one. As if shielded by divine intervention, the eyes of the crowd trailed after her elegant silhouette until she vanished through the doorway, at which point the piercing chatter erupted once more. Phew, that was terrifying. Did you see the look the second young lady just gave? At the foot of the steps stood a stern man clad in a black traditional Tang suit, arms crossed behind his back. His gaze was as frigid as thin ice, betraying unmasked disdain. Second young lady, the old master requests your presence. In the antiquated, elegant study, a scalding cup of tea was hurled towards the woman in black, who knelt on the carpet. The scalding liquid streamed down her smooth forehead, dampening her long hair and soaking her attire. A few curled tea leaves clung to her hair, adding a touch of chaotic allure to her exotic mixed-race beauty. The sting from the burn did not elicit even a muffled groan from Huo Wan. Instead, her jade-like eyes darkened ominously. The elderly man with white hair, seated in the main position, regarded her with an indifferent gaze. Noticing her submissive demeanor and prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a casual tone. Yes, grandfather. Huo Wan lowered her head, as if already accustomed to such interactions. As he spoke, the old gentleman lifted another cup of tea and took a sip, continuing with a tranquil air. Then, at tonight's birthday banquet, we shall formally establish your engagement to Zhuangyu. The Zhuangyu mentioned by the elder was Li Zhuangyu, the grandson of an old friend of the Ho family, who had been fostered in their household for many years. Huo Wan felt no surprise at this sudden announcement. After all, this was not her first engagement. Nevertheless, she pondered the unfamiliar yet familiar name of Li Zhuangyu in her mind. Moments later, she recalled. A slight curve formed on her delicate lips, and her turquoise-like eyes flickered as a dense darkness began to spread within their depths. Faded memories resurfaced. 3 years ago, on a stifling and irritating night, a slender youth dressed in a thin nightgown, looking as exquisite as a doll, had knocked on her door late at night, his face flushed, seeking her assistance. Chapter 004. In her recollection, he was without clothing. The memory of that night made Huo Wan's throat dry. She lifted her face, subtly concealing the darkness in her gaze, and offered a faint smile. Since it is grandfather's wish, I shall naturally comply. Upon hearing this, the elder cast her a cryptic glance, seemingly surprised by her unusual obedience. He slowly twirled the small purple sandalwood beads in his hand and probed. In that case, Huo Wan, promptly deal with that canary you have kept outside. Otherwise, when I intervene, matters will not be so simple. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand what must be done. 10 minutes later, the study door opened from within. As Huo Wan stepped out, a clean, soft white towel was handed to her. She accepted the towel, wiping the tea stains from her forehead, and thanked the tall, handsome man beside her. "You are too kind, Second Mississippi." The man before her, clad in a black tang suit, bore a striking resemblance to the one who had just taken away Ho Jiao Jiao. However, although both possessed similarly stern and chiseled features, the latter exhibited a hint of more hostility. Han Chung and Han Rang, a pair of twin brothers. The elder brother, Han Chung, and the younger, Han Rang, were orphans adopted by the late grandfather Ho, serving as close attendants. Han Chung was the one closest to Huo Wan, while Han Rang harbored darker intentions. Your defiance of the late grandfather's orders by returning to the country has surely angered him. However, as he has always valued you, he likely will not truly make things difficult for you. Han Chung followed Huo Wan's pace, maintaining a safe distance of half a step behind her. Huo Wan paused briefly before resuming her stride, her slender fingers gathering her damp hair behind her shoulders, the corners of her lips curling into a hint of irony. The elder is concerned I might disturb the peace of the Ho family, is he not? About 3 months ago, she narrowly escaped an assassination in Country M. A true brush with death. This is the main residence. I implore you, Miss Second, to choose your words with care. However, Huo Wan remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Everyone in this house would revel in my demise, so what difference does it make whether I tread carefully or not? Just as Huo Wan was about to turn the next corner, a petite figure suddenly appeared before her. Huo Jiao, the third miss of the Huo family, the true princess of the Huo clan. The entire capital was aware of her destined romance with Li Zhuyu, yet now, Huo Wan had intruded, seizing her love.
Huo Wan.
Huo Jiao glared at her with tear-streaked eyes, indignation etched across her face. You must go and tell the old lord that you reject this marriage. In a leisurely manner. Huo Wan crossed her arms over her chest, a smirk playing on her lips. Jiao, you know full well that this is the old lord's wish. The implication was clear. No one could defy the old lord's decree. Huo Jiao clenched her fists tightly, and seeing Huo Wan's smug demeanor, tears cascaded down her cheeks.
Huo Wan.
Do you not care for Brother Zhuyu? I have no interest in him, Huo Wan replied succinctly, a barely perceptible frown crossing her brow. A man, whose beauty rivaled that of a doll, his skin luminous and fair, even more so than the delicate Lin girl. Such a captivating visage could be aptly described as a source of disaster. Had it not been for his striking appearance, she would never have allowed him into her room 3 years ago. Huo Jiao was momentarily taken aback, her tears forgotten as she murmured in confusion. Then why did you agree to the engagement with Brother Zhuyu? Huo Wan had no desire to engage further with Huo Jiao. But witnessing the young princess's tear-stained face stirred an inexplicable sense of mischief within her. Thus, Huo Wan stepped closer, looking down at Huo Jiao with a languid smile. Jiao, are you not aware that feelings can blossom over time? Her delicate hand rested gently on Huo Jiao's shoulder, each word dripping with innuendo. Though I do not fancy fragile men who are pleasing to the eye yet ineffectual by night, I could be tempted to make an exception for Li Zhuyu. Merely to see. Huo Jiao understood the implications of Huo Wan's words all too well, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger.
Huo Wan.
You are shameless. This was the most vulgar term in Huo Jiao's lexicon. Huo Wan tilted her head, palms raised in feigned innocence. Jiao, given your affection for Li Zhuyu, do not tell me you have never entertained other thoughts in regard to that face.
You.
Huo Jiao found herself rendered speechless for the first time, her face a deep crimson, her eyes brimming with tears. Huo Wan had no intention of lingering further, and as she prepared to step around the corner, she took a long stride, brushing past Huo Jiao. However, just as she took her first step, an unfamiliar presence suddenly halted her, instinctively freezing her in place. Miss Second. A voice as gentle as the spring breeze softly enveloped her ears. The crisp scent of mint wafted from above, like a dense web that ensnared her in place. At that moment, Huo Wan instinctively lifted her head, and what entered her line of sight was a visage so breathtaking it rendered the world around it pale in comparison. Beneath the resplendent glow of the chandeliers, the young man's skin was as white as freshly fallen snow, his facial features exquisitely sculpted, a masterpiece of beauty. His innocent and pure, crystalline eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power capable of disarming hearts. A disaster. Those were the first 2 words that sprang to Huo Wan's mind.
To be candid,
her impression of Li Zhuyu was rather limited, and in her memories, he often appeared without clothing. Thus, for a fleeting moment, she was taken aback, only to swiftly regain her composure.
Li Zhuyu.
In the past, she had thought that Lu Lin and Li Zhuyu shared some resemblance in temperament, but now it was evident that the former paled in comparison. 3 years had passed, yet Li Zhuyu's strikingly captivating face remained unmistakable, having shed its boyishness and truly blossomed. When had he arrived? How long had he been listening? Despite the myriad thoughts that raced through her mind in mere seconds, Huo Wan's expression remained impassive. Her indifferent gaze swept over the young man before her from head to toe. He had grown significantly taller and stronger, although he was 2 years her junior. He now stood at least 185 centimeters, appearing taller than Lu Lin. Brother Zhuyu, Hu Jiaojiao whimpered, her eyes glistening with tears as she hid behind Li Zhuyu. Tugging at his sleeve, her voice quivering as if she had been wronged. Huo Wan had no interest in witnessing the melodrama between Li Zhuyu and Hu Jiaojiao, and turned to leave. However, before she took a step, she cast a glance to her left. A chilling gaze caused the tall, dark-clad attendant in traditional attire to freeze momentarily, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Han Rang, you haven't forgotten the Elder S orders, have you? Huo Wan's tone was languid and amiable, yet the command was unmistakable. Hu Jiaojiao's confinement had been personally mandated by the old patriarch. Who knew what trouble the girl had stirred to warrant such restrictions on her outings? Immediately, Hu Jiaojiao stiffened, gripping Li Zhuyu's sleeve more tightly. As the atmosphere grew tense and fraught, Han Qing stepped forward to mediate, positioning himself between Huo Wan and Han Rang. Only then did Han Rang react, moving beside Hu Jiaojiao and awkwardly gesturing for her to comply. Third miss, this is the Elder's command. We kindly ask that you do not make it difficult for us. Huo Jiaojiao's eyes brimmed with reluctance, tears welling but helpless. In this household, none could defy the old patriarch's orders. Huo Wan smiled lightly, and before Hu Jiaojiao could finish speaking, she had already passed her by. The sound of her high heels echoed once more, leaving a sharp and merciless silhouette in her wake. My apologies, third miss, Han Qing said, offering an apologetic smile to Hu Jiaojiao before hastily nodding to Li Zhuyu, young masterly. With that, he hurried after Huo Wan. Gazing at the retreating figure of Huo Wan, Hu Jiaojiao clenched her fist tightly. Standing beside her, Li Zhuyu remained silent. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, with a gentle drizzle obscuring his expression, yet his cool, enigmatic gaze lingered on a certain direction. Chapter 005, An Unexpected Discovery of Heartbreak and Injustice in Huo Wan's bedroom. The bathroom door swung open, releasing a wisp of steam into the air. Clad in a bathrobe, Huo Wan dried her damp hair while casually sipping from an exquisite goblet. Without makeup, her face appeared soft and fair, losing some of its sharp, cold allure. The combination of Western exoticism and Eastern classicism in her features exuded a captivating charm, dangerous yet alluring. The man who had been waiting in the bedroom rose immediately upon seeing her, an expression of resignation crossing his face. Second miss, your body has yet to fully recover. You should refrain from alcohol. Huo Wan raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance, and took a generous sip under the weight of his intense gaze. A slight twitch in Han Cheng's temple betrayed his agitation, but he maintained his composure, pressing on. Moreover, your wounds must not come into contact with water. In response, Huo Wan held the goblet delicately between her fingers, shrugged, and strolled toward the sofa. Having grown accustomed to her defiance of medical advice, Han Cheng sighed. Then allow me to assist you with your bandages. Very well, Huo Wan replied with a smile as she settled into the plush sofa, reclining lazily. She draped her long, slender legs over the coffee table, her posture relaxed and inviting as she watched the tall, handsome man kneel before her. Han Cheng opened the medical kit on the floor, retrieving ointment, gauze, and cotton swabs. He gingerly applied the medicine to Huo Wan's wound, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Second miss, I kindly ask that you do not stoop to the level of our Rang. It is evident to any discerning eye that his brother, Han Rang, shows a profound lack of respect towards you. Fortunately, Huo Wan was not one to dwell on such matters, but should the day come when she chose to address it. With a playful smile, Huo Wan replied nonchalantly, it matters little. After all, he is your brother. How could I truly hold it against him? She pressed her lips against the cool goblet's rim, taking another delicate sip, her fingers idly tracing the slender stem. Why did Han Rang harbor such animosity towards her? The second miss of the Huo family? The reason was rather mundane. It simply stemmed from the fact that she had rendered his left hand useless with her own hands. The damp wound began to itch again, accompanied by a sharp, needle-like pain. The man kneeling before her was tenderly tending to her leg, where the scab had yet to form completely. The wound, now wet, had turned a vivid crimson, almost grotesquely raw. Huo Wan slowly lowered her goblet, pressing her fingers to her temples, closing her eyes. She had risked her life for the Huo family in M country. Yet those very family members basked in the glory and wealth her perilous endeavors afforded them, all while conspiring to stab her in the back, leaving her without a place to rest in death. Ah, how profoundly unfair. Han Cheng swiftly attended to the wound on Huo Wan's calf, applying a simple bandage. His gaze traveled up the smooth, fair expanse of her leg, deliberately skimming over certain areas, before settling on her alluringly beautiful face. "Miss, do you require assistance with the injury on your back?" The lighter emitted a crisp sound. At last, her languid laughter filled the air. "I do not possess a third eye on the back of my head." She was unable to see her own back. How could she apply the medication? Naturally, she needed assistance from another. Han Chung hesitated briefly before lowering his head, concealing the flicker in his eyes. "If you could turn your back to me, it would facilitate the application of the medicine." Huo Wan, unperturbed, adjusted her posture and turned away, holding a cigarette between her lips. Her slender fingers slowly peeled away the silk robe draped over her. As the delicate fabric slipped away, her fair shoulders and neck gradually came into view, followed by her exquisitely defined shoulder blades. The young woman's smooth and refined skin was enveloped in a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of the freshness following a bath. Han Chung dared not linger his gaze, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, yet when he beheld the scar on Huo Wan's back, his pupils dilated in shock. "Miss, what on earth have you endured in M country?" However, in the next moment, Huo Wan's brow furrowed sharply, her piercing gaze darting towards the door.
Indeed.
A knock echoed through the air. At Huo Wan's silent cue, Han Chung moved to open the door, while she leisurely adjusted her robe. Just as she was about to smooth out the creases in the fabric, a strange, brooding gaze penetrated from the outside. This predatory stare prompted Huo Wan to instinctively turn her head towards the entrance. However, when her eyes unexpectedly met the tall figure standing at the door, the aggressive gaze abruptly vanished. The young man, standing dumbfounded at the threshold, bore a look of surprise and grievance in his clear, innocent eyes, as if he had inadvertently stumbled upon his fiancée in the company of another man. "Young Masterly?" Han Chung experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment, but quickly regained his composure. "Li Shuiyu? What brings him to Huo Wan's door?" Huo Wan's expression remained unfazed, her demeanor as tranquil as a clear sky, as if she were oblivious to the presence at the door. Nevertheless, she inquired towards the entrance, "Is there something you need?" "My grandfather sent me." The young man's tone was gentle as a warm breeze, his watercolored eyes fixated on Huo Wan's exquisite, bewitching face, softly adding two words, "delivering medicine." Huo Wan appeared to have heard an amusing joke, letting out a light scoff from her throat as she meaningfully repeated the phrase, "Delivering medicine? Oh right. The old man did throw a cup of scalding tea at my forehead today." However, this trivial injury was insignificant compared to any of her other wounds. At the entrance, Han Chung discreetly stepped aside for Li Shuiyu, lowering his head respectfully in Huo Wan's direction. "Miss Eyre, I shall take my leave now." Huo Wan responded in a tepid manner. The quiet room now contained only Huo Wan, lounging on the sofa, and the slightly awkward young man at the door. Huo Wan pushed back her damp hair and extinguished her cigarette. Noticing the prolonged silence at the entrance, she languidly remarked without lifting her gaze, "Aren't you here to deliver the medicine? Where is it?" She lifted her eyes, scrutinizing the youthful figure standing like a statue at the door. Did the old man send him to deliver medicine? Huo Wan scoffed inwardly. The old man fancied he had orchestrated an elaborate charade, truly believing she could not see through it. Though he superficially acknowledged her as his granddaughter, deep down he despised the illegitimate blood coursing through her veins. An indulged illegitimate daughter, brazenly exposed, would inevitably become a target, diverting attention from the true heir and serving merely as a stepping stone. The accolades would never be hers. She would only inherit the sordid and unsightly. The genuine scion of the Huo family would revel in glory and fortune, while she bore the weight of risks and infamy. As the young man approached, a crisp scent of mint wafted into the air. His eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars, radiating gentle compassion, captivating one's gaze with their celestial hues. Burns require prompt care. If they worsen to the point of blistering, it would become troublesome. Earlier in the corridor, he had noticed Huo Wan's forehead was particularly red. Aside from the burn marks, it seemed she had also suffered a contusion. Huo Wan reached for the tube of ointment in the boy's hand and raised an eyebrow with a hint of irony. Burn ointment? When did the old man become so soft-hearted? He even thought to send someone with burn cream? Behind her lay countless faded marks of a cane slash. At that time, the old man had never sent her any ointment. Had it not been for Han Qing secretly delivering medicine and assisting her with bandaging, her back would bear an uncountable number of scars. Was this ointment truly sent by the old man? "I shall accept the medicine. Please convey my thanks to Tai Gong." As she spoke, Huo Wan carelessly tossed the burn ointment into the medical box at her feet. She then gestured with her eyes for Li Shuiyu to glance at the coffee table, playfully teasing, "You've chased away my personal doctor. What am I to do now? Are you here to help me change the dressing?" Han Chung had already prepared the ointment and medical bandages before leaving, all laid out on the coffee table for immediate use. The young man stood there, frozen in place, seemingly perplexed by Huo Wan's words. Unexpectedly, the tense atmosphere that had lingered was finally shattered by a low, husky voice. "You're injured?" She swirled her wineglass, a smile playing on her lips, casually responding. "The entire Huadu knows I was shot in country. Many even think I have long since passed away. Young master, did you not hear this delightful news from Huo? The boy, shrouded in shadows, pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Observing this, Huo Wan swirled her glass once more. "Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, is this what you seek?" At this moment, Li Zhuyu turned towards the tea table, bending down to pick up the medicine bottle resting atop it. Huo Wan raised an eyebrow, opting to refuse, suggesting instead that Han Cheng be summoned. The presence of a stranger, a man exuding a certain charm, accompanied by his gentle and innocent voice, permeated the air. "Second miss. Do you harbor a deep dislike for me?" He possessed a countenance of exquisite beauty, with eyes radiating a crystalline warmth, brimming with compassion and sorrow. As if on the verge of shattering, Huo Wan momentarily froze, forgetting to blink, before flashing a smile that was both more vibrant and chilling. "Are we, perchance, quite familiar?" Chapter 006. Has he been reduced to tears? His slender, well-defined fingers found themselves in a state of indecision, neither retracting nor releasing. Her voice, laced with a coolness tinged with mirth, cascaded over him like a bucket of ice water, rendering the young man momentarily rigid. At that moment, Huo Wan proactively grasped his wrist, guiding his fingers towards the vicinity of her heart. Li Zhuiyu's sudden appearance caught Huo Wan off guard, leaving her no time to adjust her clothing. The delicate, lavender-hued fabric had crumpled, insufficient to conceal the expanse of her porcelain skin, which lay exposed to the cool, thin air. Simultaneously, a melodious voice, imbued with laughter, echoed. "Before you assist me with the dressing, shouldn't you inquire about the location of my wound?" Li Zhuiyu was utterly unprepared for Huo Wan's unexpected grip, much less for her audacity in placing his hand against her chest. The overly soft sensation rendered him completely rigid, his mind momentarily blank, as an electric current surged through his fingertips. In an instant, the youthful blush crept over the pale skin of his ears, glaringly obvious. Huo Wan couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, releasing his hand, her heart lightened by the sight of his flustered embarrassment. 3 years ago, he had been just as shy and helpless. 3 years later, he remained unchanged. It seemed he had made no progress at all. Yet, it was curious to ponder, Li Zhuiyu had been childhood companions with Huo Jiao. Why, on that fateful night 3 years prior, had he sought her assistance instead of Huo Jiao? Was it simply because Huo Jiao had been too young back then? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Huo Wan's gaze gradually dimmed. Even if Li Zhuiyu and Huo Jiao shared a pure and innocent bond, from the perspective of outsiders, Li Zhuiyu had long been regarded as the favored son-in-law of the Huo family, the betrothed of Huo Jiao. Yet who could have anticipated that 3 years later, the elder patriarch would whimsically pair her with Li Zhuiyu? The elder's intentions remained elusive to Huo Wan. However, one thing was clear, the elder held Huo Jiao, his legitimate granddaughter, in the highest regard, undoubtedly reserving the best for her. Thus, it seemed that, to the elder, Li Zhuiyu might merely be a pawn that had long outlived its usefulness. As for Huo Wan's perspective on the marriage arrangement imposed upon her by the elder, she found herself devoid of any particular opinion. Setting aside the fact that she had already annulled 2 engagements, her biological father, the elder's only son, had been a notorious philanderer, leaving behind countless illegitimate offspring scattered across the land. The reason the old master chose her was twofold. First, she was a girl, which would not pose a significant obstacle to his only legitimate grandson presiding over the Huo family. Second, her temperament closely resembled that of the old master in his youth. Under such circumstances, her marriage was no longer a matter for her to decide. As for her future betrothed, she remained indifferent and unconcerned. From the very beginning, her intentions for entering the Huo family were crystal clear. She sought wealth and power. Regarding Li Zhuiyu, as long as he did not obstruct her or bring her trouble, she would not mind playing the role of a model couple with him in the future. Huo Wan's mind was preoccupied, and she paid no attention to the subtle fluctuations in the boy's gaze within those brief 30 seconds. His ears were still tinged with a noticeable red, yet his expression had turned serious, his eyes fixed on Huo Wan with a hint of turbulence, and his low voice bore a suppressed tone, as if he were restraining some emotion. Was the second miss originally planning to have Han Cheng assist you with the dressing? Yes, Huo Wan replied, her gaze fixed on the rippling liquid in her cup, acknowledging without a second thought that had indeed been her plan, to have Han Cheng help her with the bandaging. However, the wound in need of dressing was on her back, not on her chest. Realizing this, Huo Wan became aware that Li Zhuiyu might have misconstrued something. Did he misunderstand? Setting aside the distinctions of gender, she could easily tend to the wound on her chest herself without needing assistance. She intended to clarify the misunderstanding, but upon reflection, a mischievous smile spread across her lips, her enchanting eyes glimmering with intrigue. Surely, there is no one in the Huo family unaware of the unique relationship between Han Cheng and me? Hadn't Master Li, after so many years at the Huo residence, heard others mention it? As for the old master's discipline of his legitimate grandson, Huo Siming, it was even more severe. The old master preferred to employ a cane for punishment, resulting in both her and Huo Siming bearing few unblemished patches of skin on their backs. The servants in the mansion had grown accustomed to this and tacitly accepted the hidden relationship between her and Han Cheng. Huo Wan found no reason to explain, feeling there was nothing to clarify, for such attempts would only draw more attention. However, Li Zhuiyu's gaze subtly shifted, and his long fingers curled slightly, the bluish veins beneath his excessively pale skin momentarily appearing grotesquely prominent. He lowered his head in silence, almost as if to convince himself, muttering, "With so many servants in the Huo residence, it is quite normal for the second miss to have a few close attendants." In response, Huo Wan chuckled softly, extracting a slender cigarette from her case, and meaningfully uttered, "Han Cheng is not a servant." To her, he had long transcended the master-servant dynamic, regarded instead as a friend. Furthermore, although the Han brothers served as close attendants to the old master, Han Cheng was evidently favored, his standing in the Huo residence surpassing that of ordinary servants. Cultivating a good relationship with Han Cheng posed no detriment to her, especially since she had few trustworthy individuals in this household. Thus, the atmosphere within the room descended into an eerie and awkward silence. With a click, Huo Wan pressed the lighter, yet refrained from igniting the slender cigarette perched between her fingers. In truth, young master, Li need not have come to test me, for regardless of your acceptance, our betrothal is already etched in stone, unless you can sway the old man's sentiments. I cannot. It matters little. Huo Wan interrupted him in a calm voice, her smile fading, her gaze revealing a crystalline coldness. I merely wish to remind you that the one thwarting your union with Huo Jiaojiao is not I, but rather the matriarch. As for my feelings regarding this marriage and you, her almost imperceptible scrutiny traced the sharp contours of the youth, gradually ascending to linger around the faintly reddened rims of his eyes. Huo Wan was taken aback, her elegant brows subtly knitting together. Had he wept? Chapter 007. You are not my first betrothed, and perhaps you shall not be my last. Huo Wan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, an unusual sense of helplessness washing over her, as the unlit cigarette in her fingers trembled slightly. She had not uttered a harsh word, yet his eyes were already glistening. In such a scene, Huo Wan felt as though she had become a tyrant who usurped her intended brother-in-law. However, this wicked role rather suited her established persona. Thus she bore it without aversion. Yet, from where had Li Zhuiyu learned this pitiable demeanor? She regarded the youth before her, perplexed, discarding the cigarette. A wave of inexplicable annoyance stirring within her chest, her initial intention to express dissatisfaction with the marriage swallowed whole. Very well. She and Li Zhuiyu were, in a sense, kindred spirits, both constrained by the old man's oppressive will, compelled to unite. Nevertheless, this existence was finally drawing to a close. I shall take my leave. You may proceed as you wish. With that, Huo Wan languidly closed her eyes, resting her head upon the armrest of the leather sofa, her delicate fingers weaving through her damp hair, appearing rather listless, an unfamiliar fatigue evident in her half-closed expression. The room fell into silence, with no further sounds penetrating the stillness. Had it not been for the unwavering gaze from a distance, Huo Wan might have truly believed the individual had departed her chamber. Outside, the rain pattered gently, cascading upon the eaves and window frames, weaving a naturally hypnotic melody amidst the gray skies. In the midst of this serene silence, the woman's butterfly-like lashes slowly lifted, revealing a pair of dark yet resplendent green eyes. She tilted her head, directing her gaze towards the solitary, elongated figure standing on the carpet, her expression devoid of emotion. My true wound lies upon my back. Moments later, in the tranquil bedroom, the contrast between the dark bedding and the woman's fair, delicate skin was stark, the exquisite butterfly bones, the graceful arc of her back, and her slender waist undeniably striking to behold. Yet, what truly caused hearts to race and eyelids to flutter was the ghastly, oozing wound upon her back, a remnant of a piercing blade. In truth, she had indeed traversed the threshold of death, surviving against all odds. Yet, she had not been shot. Instead, she had nearly been stabbed in the back, her flesh and blood in a gruesome display, even exposing the stark whiteness of her bones. Only a handful of individuals were privy to the events of that fateful night when she faced assassination and the extent of her injuries. The murmurs from the outside world, particularly the absurd rumor of her fatal gunshot wound, were matters she chose to disregard, paying them no heed. Who? The boy's eyes, shimmering like water, narrowed to an extreme, freezing into icy stillness, his breath barely perceptible. His voice, inexplicably hoarse, inquired. Who did this?
Who dares?
Huo Wan lay with her back to Yu, sprawled on the bed, oblivious to the tumultuous emotions he was experiencing. Who knows? She replied, her eyes closed, most of her face buried in the pillow, her tone casual and indifferent. Old master? Hua Siming, Hua Jiao, or perhaps others who have long harbored animosity towards me. And what of the one who wounded the second miss? Where is he now? She added a nonchalant explanation. I had him thrown into a pit of snakes. Since then, I have not concerned myself with his fate. He may still be alive, but his existence will hardly be more bearable than death. Perhaps it was an illusion, but in the dim light, the contours of the boy's stunning profile appeared hazy and ethereal, an otherworldly beauty. His slightly hoarse voice remained gentle. Is this person someone close to the second miss? The soft, ethereal tone continued. If they are not someone close to the second miss, it seems unlikely they could have succeeded. Huo Wan chuckled, her dark eyes sparkling with intrigue as she queried. Do you possess extensive knowledge of those around me? The second miss is always cautious. She would never make such a grave mistake unless it were someone intimately associated with her. Beyond that, I can conceive of no other possibilities. Her softly lilting voice bore an unsettling calm, sending a chill of foreboding through the air. Then, her laughter shifted in tone, as if laced with ice, instilling fear. Since you have already been rebandaged, you may leave. The time is drawing near. You have lingered here long enough to report back to the old master. A smile graced her features, yet the commanding tone was unmistakable. I truly need to rest now. The boy's thin lips pressed into a line, his demeanor visibly tense. In a voice as delicate as a whisper, he replied, I misspoke. I hope the second miss will not take it to heart. Li Xiaoya, Huo Wan called lazily, her eyes still closed. The tall figure, already at the door, paused, his fingers trembling slightly. You are not my first fiancé, and perhaps you shall not be my last. Rather than trying to please me, you should seek to understand the old master's intentions, for he is the one who truly wields authority, is he not? In the afternoon, as 5 o'clock approached, the rain outside lessened, showing signs of abating. Amidst the dark bedding, Huo Wan awoke from her hazy slumber, refreshed. She reached out to grasp her phone from the bedside table, the dim light reflecting in her jade-green irises. In an instant, the silenced phone erupted with a flurry of text messages and missed calls. After a cursory glance at the names on her phone, Huo Wan tossed it aside and elegantly rose from her bed. Tonight marked the grand celebration of the elder's 80th birthday, an occasion that commanded utmost respect from all. Suddenly, a series of forceful and erratic knocks reverberated at the door. Huo Wan raised an eyebrow silently, her lithe legs carrying her at a leisurely pace towards the entrance. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she was met with a sharp slap across the face. At the critical moment, a chilling gust swept past her ears. The anticipated blow did not land. Instead, a delicate white wrist was firmly seized, the sound of a crisp crack echoing faintly. Upon recognizing the identity of the visitor, Huo Wan couldn't help but let out a derisive snort, refusing to relinquish Hua Jiao's wrist easily. Her cat-like green eyes narrowed as she questioned, Hua Jiao, what nonsense are you up to now? During her time in the main residence, Hua Jiao had frequently exhibited erratic behavior, often seeking to trouble her. Subsequently, to prevent any potential conflict, the elder had arranged for her to relocate to the more serene Hua family villa. Hua Jiao felt as though her wrist might shatter. Yet she preferred to endure the pain rather than yield before Huo Wan. With tears welling in her eyes, she glared fiercely, exclaiming, Huo Wan, stop pretending. I know it was you. Huo Wan's gaze initially rested on her furious countenance, then shifted meaningfully to her wrist. The words she spoke next visibly altered Hua Jiao's expression. I heard you intend to perform a piano piece at the elder's birthday celebration tonight, Hua Jiao. Surely, you wouldn't desire to become disabled before your performance, would you? Even amidst her fury, Hua Jiao was acutely aware of Huo Wan's capabilities. As this realization dawned on her, her eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet she maintained her facade of bravado.
Huo Wan.
First, you tried to harm my brother, and now you seek to attack me. No matter how indulgent the elder may be, he will not spare you this time. This statement piqued Huo Wan's interest, as she finally gleaned a crucial piece of information from Hua Jiao's words. Hua Siming? She released Hua Jiao's wrist, feigning ignorance as she furrowed her brow.
What has happened to him?
Observing Hua Jiao's expression, which seemed to harbor a desire for vengeance, it was evident that Hua Siming had encountered trouble. Indeed, Huo Wan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over her. At times, she genuinely wished Huo Jiao would seek medical attention for her mental faculties. With a nonchalant posture, she leaned against the doorframe, exuding an air of languid elegance, her enchanting demeanor resembling that of one observing a fool. To conspire against the legitimate heir of the Huo family on the day of the elder's 80th birthday? Huo Jiao, you truly overestimate my capabilities. Yet, Huo Jiao was convinced that Huo Siming's accident was somehow linked to Huo Wan. The driver of the offending vehicle had fled the scene, and with her brother now in the hospital, who else but Huo Wan would wish for his misfortune? It was the first time Huo Wan engaged in such a lengthy exchange with Huo Jiao, though the conversation was mostly laced with sarcasm. Her hand rested upon the doorknob, poised as if to close the door at any moment. With an air of condescension, she remarked, "It seems the one in need of a hospital is not Huo Siming, but rather you should consider a visit to a neurologist or perhaps a psychiatrist. Not everyone suffers from paranoia, but Huo Jiao certainly does." Once again, Huo Jiao trembled in anger at Huo Wan.
Huo Wan.
Just then, a low voice from behind Huo Jiao interjected. Huo Wan, having already closed the door halfway, halted her actions and glanced over her shoulder at the handsome man in a black uniform standing behind Huo Jiao. Han Cheng's expression was far from pleasant, indicating the upcoming situation would be quite troublesome. A few minutes later, within the confines of the bathroom, Huo Wan stood before the expansive mirror, changing her attire. Behind a thin glass door, Han Cheng stood respectfully at the entrance. "The old man is quite eager for me to handle this. It seems Huo Siming is likely incapacitated." As she spoke, Huo Wan leisurely zipped up the side of her dress and then deftly brushed aside her inky, long hair that had been pressed down by the gown. The eldest young master had merely been admitted to the hospital. The exact circumstances remained unclear. "Isn't it unfortunate to enter the hospital on the day of the old man's 80th birthday? Would you say it's merely bad luck for Huo Siming? Or is it a sign of ill fortune?" Huo Wan's gaze fell, her lips curled into a subtle smile as her delicate fingers absent-mindedly traced the marble countertop, selecting cosmetics. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and she could only afford to apply a light makeup. "Second miss, such remarks cannot be made outside." The gentle voice filtering through the gap in the glass door carried a hint of resignation. In response, Huo Wan chuckled softly as she twisted the lead of her eyebrow pencil, meticulously outlining her brows in the bright, expansive mirror. "If I cannot say this or that, surely you can help me decide. Should I first visit Huo Siming in the hospital, or should I 20 minutes later?" A sleek black Bentley emerged from the grand, serene classical estate. The air after the rain felt particularly refreshing. In the back seat, Huo Wan tilted her head, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery outside the window, her slender, pale fingers rhythmically tapping her thigh. The sky had yet to darken. If time were managed wisely, there should still be ample opportunity to fulfill the old man's instructions. Han Cheng drove with unwavering urgency, and they arrived in the northern part of the city in just over 20 minutes. In a luxurious, brightly lit residence in the north, they entered the first-floor living room. After sitting for a good while, with 2 pots of tea already replaced, a well-dressed, middle-aged man finally descended the staircase at a leisurely pace. "I wondered who it was. What brings second Miss Huo here?" Huo Wan, elegantly holding her porcelain cup, responded without a tremor in her hand, a smile gracing her lips as she did not lift her gaze. "I thought I might never step through this door again, Uncle Ji." Her nonchalant demeanor, more relaxed than the host, might lead an unknowing observer to believe that Huo Wan was, in fact, the one in charge of this residence. She took another sip of tea and mentioned that this was her first visit since she and the Ji family had annulled their engagement. She apologized to Uncle Ji for not having given prior notice. "It is my son who lacks the fortune. There is no need for the second miss to be concerned." Ji Rahai forced a smile, though his tone was laced with a subtle bitterness. Had it been 6 months prior, before the Ji family faced their downfall, would the threshold of the Ji residence have been so easily crossed by the illegitimate daughter, Huo Wan? The tea was delightful, and the pastries were equally pleasing. Huo Wan gently set down her porcelain cup, offering high praise, and then subtly redirected the conversation. She had intended to engage Uncle Ji in more casual discourse, but regrettably, she was pressed for time and had to be direct. However, before she could finish her sentence, a low call emerged from the corner. "Huo Wan?" The voice sounded oddly familiar. Interrupted, Huo Wan turned her alluring profile toward the source of the sound, and there stood her former fiancé, Ji Shen, the second young master of the Ji family. Once, when the Ji family still held its esteemed position in Huadu, the patriarch unilaterally arranged the engagement, pairing Huo Wan with Ji Shen. Although they had met only once, both families had accepted the match, for in their social standings, matrimonial affairs were seldom determined by personal choice. Huo Wan surveyed the once prominent youth, now a shadow of his former self, and greeted him with a smile. Second young master. If memory served correctly, Ji Xin was indeed a year her junior. Huo Wan couldn't help but smirk. The elder had treated her generously, choosing suitors nearly all younger than herself, with not a single one her age or older. Her address of second young master immediately created a chasm between them. As she had once called him by his name, Ji Shan's lips moved, as if he wished to speak, but upon gazing at Huo Wan's exquisitely adorned visage, he found himself rendered speechless. A flicker of surprise briefly illuminated his eyes at her presence, only to be swiftly extinguished. He awkwardly managed to utter, "What brings you here?" Now, he was no longer engaged to her, and the Huo family had ceased their association with the Ji family, while their business teetered on the brink of collapse. In the presence of the still resplendent and enchanting woman before him, he felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him. Upon hearing his words, Ji Ruhai steadied himself and sternly commanded Ji Xin, "Shun, you may go upstairs." Ji Xin, confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere, looked at Ji Ruhai in bewilderment. "Dad?" He remained oblivious to the undercurrents of tension in the air. Gathering his courage, he fixated on Huo Wan and stammered, "After the second miss has finished her conversation, may I have a moment with her?" Huo Wan smiled as she raised her eyes, casting a glance at Ji Ruhai's exasperated expression, and ultimately acquiesced. "Although I am pressed for time today, I must honor the request of the second young master." Upon receiving a positive affirmation from Huo Wan, the youth's eyes seemed to brighten. "Then I shall await your response," he said. Indeed, Huo Wan nodded slightly. It was only when the figure of the youth vanished completely into the stairwell that the smile gracing her lips gradually faded, replaced by an air of aloofness and disdain. Resting her chin on one hand, her legs crossed, she fixed her somber, forest green eyes upon the middle-aged man across from her. Cutting straight to the chase, "Did you orchestrate Huo Siming's accident, Uncle Ji?" "What are you talking about, Miss Hua?" "I can't hear you," Ji Ruhai stammered, silenced by merely a frigid glance from Huo Wan. "I have already stated that I am in a hurry." Her tone was tinged with a sense of regret, yet devoid of any sympathy, laced with a hint of scorn. She understood that the Huo family had withdrawn their support and annulled the engagement at a critical moment for the Ji family, leaving Uncle Ji with a pent-up frustration. Yet, with the Ji family at the brink of ruin, how could Ji Ruhai still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, recklessly pushing his family toward disaster? If you seek revenge, at least be more astute about it. Consider devising a more prudent approach. To strike on the day of the old man's 80th birthday, targeting the old man's legitimate grandson, it seems even the heavens cannot save your Ji family now. Ji Ruhai could hardly fathom that his meticulously crafted scheme would be so easily unraveled, nor could he have anticipated that Huo Wan would visit him this very afternoon. Although anxiety gripped him, he maintained a facade of ignorance, adamantly retorting, "What happened to your family has nothing to do with me." Without sufficient evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations. Huo Wan could not help but smile genuinely at this. Rising gracefully, she looked down upon the nervous, evasive middle-aged man seated on the couch. "You may deny it, but rest assured, the old man did not send me here to interrogate you." Ji Ruhai felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine under her gaze, involuntarily swallowing hard. What do you intend to do?" At that moment, Han Chung, who had been standing silently nearby, stepped forward respectfully, positioning himself behind Huo Wan. It became clear that he had been clutching something behind his back, a metal crowbar. "Huo Wan, do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Ji Ruhai leapt from the sofa, stumbling backward, desperately calling for assistance. "Where is everyone? Someone come." Yet, no response came from the first floor. Unbeknownst to him, 3 black vans had silently arrived at the entrance of the Ji residence, filled with rows of black-clad bodyguards. In the brief moments that Huo Wan had leisurely awaited Ji Ruhai's descent into the living room, she had already ordered for all personnel within the Ji residence to be cleared out. "I do not wish for this, but alas, Uncle Ji, this is the will of my family's patriarch," Huo Wan said innocently, extending her hand to receive the iron crowbar from Han Chung. Advancing step by step toward the increasingly retreating middle-aged man, ultimately cornering him against the wall. The cold crowbar slid down his protruding abdomen, ultimately resting upon his knee. As if measuring something. "Huo Wan, how dare you?" Ji Ruhai attempted a final struggle, yet his gaze was consumed by terror and fear. "I will not let you go." The silhouette reflected in Ji Ruhai's pupils grew increasingly vivid. Within the woman's dark green eyes danced what seemed to be hellish phantoms. Her smile was as enchanting as it was horrifying. Yet, every word that escaped her delicate lips was particularly melodious, stirring the heart. "I heard that Huo Siming injured his leg in this afternoon's accident, so the old man sent me here to repay in kind." The exceptionally gentle tone conveyed a suffocating pressure. Do not blame me, Uncle G. If it were not your leg that was broken, then it would have been mine tonight. After feigning an apology, Huo Wan raised the crowbar in her hand, once more offering Ji Rahai a benign smile. However, within her shadowy green eyes, a turbulent madness lurked. It is far better for you to suffer a broken leg than for me to endure one. Wouldn't you agree? Before the words even left her lips, a cold flash cut through the air, followed by a piercing scream that tore through the night.
Ah!
Han Qing stood by, coldly observing the scene. In the past, people had said that Huo Wan possessed soul-stirring green cat-like eyes, alluring and lively. Yet, from the very beginning, he had perceived her green gaze as reminiscent of a serpent's, specifically, that of a venomous snake. Chapter 010. The legitimate grandson of the Huo family, her elder brother, Huo Siming. A few minutes later, a black Bentley exited the opulent, yet desolate villa area. Inside the car, Han Qing grasped the steering wheel, his focus unwaveringly directed ahead. Dealing with such individuals would only tarnish the second Mrs. hands. It would be best if I handled this next time. Huo Wan raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. I tend to be somewhat suspicious. Certain matters can only be resolved by my own hand for peace of mind. Seemingly realizing the inappropriateness of her statement, she added with a light smile, this does not imply a lack of trust in you. You know quite well that you are unlike others to me. Had he not been accustomed to Huo Wan's frivolous demeanor from years of acquaintance, Han Qing might have been as easily led astray as those impetuous youths. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, shifting the topic. Did not the second miss just promise to meet with young Master Ji alone?
Yishen?
Huo Wan recalled something belatedly. At the time, she merely intended to prompt Ji Shin to depart swiftly, thus offering him a few perfunctory words.
Now.
Having dealt with Ji Rahai, she had naturally cast this matter aside. After a brief moment of silence, her voice, as light as a feather, flowed from the back seat. Now that I've incapacitated his father's leg, do you truly expect him to harbor the same feelings for me as before? Han Qing remained silent for a few seconds, subtly lifting his gaze to the reflection of the dark-haired girl in the rear-view mirror, his eyes inscrutable. So, you have always known how young Master Ji feels about you. And what are your feelings towards young Master Ji? Huo Wan rested her chin on her hand, lazily interrupting him. When did you become so gossipy, Han Qing? It was my mistake. Han Qing fell silent. In truth, it was of little consequence. Aside from her indifferent response, the click of a lighter being ignited resonated in the air. The rear window of the car was lowered, allowing the cool breeze, laden with the dampness of the post-rain atmosphere, to sweep in and tousle the strands of the girl's hair. Huo Wan gazed out at the scenery, her expression somewhat dazed, before bringing a slender cigarette to her lips. Whether it was Li Zhuoyu, Ji Shun, or any of the others, it was merely a business marriage. Could one truly expect me to cultivate any genuine feelings with them? The wisps of smoke blurred the sharp contours of her alluring visage, as if she were recounting another's tale, with nonchalance. The so-called fairy tale love was reserved for Hu Jiaojiao, the true princess. While my impending marriage with Huo Siming had long been orchestrated by the old man, I heard Huo Siming sustained an injury to his leg. May heaven bless him. I hope it isn't the third leg, otherwise the responsibility of carrying on the Huo family's lineage might unwittingly fall to that foolish girl, Hu Jiaojiao. If such genes were to be passed down, the Huo family would inevitably meet its demise. Central Hospital, corridor. Before stepping into the ward, the familiar scent of disinfectant assaulted the passerby's senses. Then, the rhythmic sound of high heels approached from the elevator. Upon seeing Huo Wan, the bodyguard stationed at the ward's entrance nodded in acknowledgement. Second Mississippi, Huo Wan stopped about half a meter from the ward's door, choosing instead to gracefully settle onto a bench in the hospital corridor. The bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Huo Wan's behavior, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. Han Qing seemed to have anticipated this, expressionless as he stepped forward to inquire about the situation. How is the young master now? The young master. Huo Wan cradled her phone, her gaze fixed on the game screen as she adeptly selected a matchmaking mode. Seemingly aware of the eyes cast upon her, she nonchalantly remarked without looking up, "Don't mind me. You all carry on." The bodyguards felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was well known that the relationship between the second miss and the eldest young master was fraught with tension. Yet it had reached the point where she could not even feign concern. The doctor had already examined him, and the scans were done. The young master only had minor abrasions and was not in any serious condition. Upon hearing this, before Han Qing could react, the girl, who had been focused on selecting her hero for battle, paused momentarily, then decisively exited the matchmaking session. Huo Siming is fine? Then what am I still doing here? This thought flickered through her mind, and suddenly, Huo Wan sprang to her feet, ready to leave. Second miss, Han Qing immediately caught up to her, grasping her wrist from behind. This is the old man's directive. Even if you are unwilling, you must at least put on a show. ISN, T was Siming alive?
Besides,
I have already come to the hospital. Haven Ti? Hua Ming and Hui Jiao Jiao, the two siblings, present a stark contrast. One possesses the cunning of a beehive, while the other is as solid as a piece of charcoal. Interacting with Hua Jiao Jiao is exhausting, but engaging with Hua Ming is even more so. Ideally, these two individuals should refrain from troubling her for the rest of their lives. The man appearing in the corridor possesses amber-hued eyes and an impeccably handsome visage. His fair skin accentuated by a prominent nose adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, softening the originally sharp contours of his brows and adding an air of refined elegance. Hua Ming, the eldest son of the Hua family, the eldest grandson of the patriarch. Wasn't he involved in an accident? How is he still impeccably dressed, looking quite presentable? Huo Wan scrutinized him for a few seconds before a cold smile curled at the corners of her lips. Had he not been limping slightly as he walked, she might have genuinely believed he was unharmed. Thank you for coming all this way. I am quite all right, she said. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan fixed her gaze on the man for 2 seconds, her eyes reflecting a straightforward scrutiny. This was Hua Ming's assertion, after all. He was unscathed. The light behind his glasses dimmed subtly as he called her name softly, Huo Wan. The way he uttered it caused her to pause momentarily. Yet she eventually donned a smile, albeit one that remained rather perfunctory. Do you have other matters to discuss, young master? Jiao Jiao has already informed me about your engagement with Zhuyu. As steady footsteps approached, an inexplicable pressure accompanied them. However, Huo Wan did not budge an inch. She cast a nonchalant glance at the bodyguards stationed in the corridor. Despite their attempts to appear indifferent, they were not without their keen senses. So, Hua Ming was indeed determined to discuss these matters with her here? Clearly, the man had anticipated this concern, as his voice, devoid of discernible emotion, resonated. May we speak privately? As if foreseeing her inevitable refusal, he added, before you decline. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan's mood soured further. In the VIP ward beside the window, a woman with waist-length curls cascading lazily down her back was adorned in a simple dress that accentuated her slender waist, cinched by a delicate tie. Below the minimalist hem, her legs were strikingly fair and straight, her graceful figure captivating and pleasing to the eye. With her back to the entrance, she gazed out the window, idly flicking the antique lighter in her hand, as time slipped away in silence. Upon hearing the door close behind her, Huo Wan turned around and sauntered to the bedside, settling herself with poise. Leaning back against the headboard, her slender legs, encased in red-soled high heels, crossed casually, drawing attention to her delicate ankles. Unintentionally alluring, her every gesture exuded an effortless charm, causing the gazes of men to gravitate towards her. Hua Ming, you are aware that I have little patience for delays. Especially with you. If there is something to discuss, please be direct, she stated. The man, refined in demeanor and elegant in conduct, did not remain silent for long. His deep gaze fixed upon her face. I will assist you in canceling your engagement with Zhuyu. Unexpectedly, Huo Wan broke into a slow smile, locking her gaze with his. What is it, brother? Do you believe that young Master Li is unworthy of me? Through the translucent lens, the man met her provocative gaze, his thin lips uttering a few words. You and Zhuyu are ill-suited. Huo Wan responded with a drawn-out "oh," her tone laced with a hint of mockery as she countered. Then who is suitable for young Master Li? Hui Jiao Jiao? Zhuyu is far too innocent. He is not a match for you. So he was subtly insinuating that she had a dark heart. Huo Wan immediately raised her elegantly arched brow, feigning surprise. It seems that every fiancé the old man has chosen for me possesses a certain innocence, she emphasized particularly at the end of her statement. Following this, she decisively pressed the ignition switch of the lighter, the flame leaping forth as her smile remained unwavering. Perhaps you should directly suggest to the old man that he choose a more mature candidate for me next time. I would like to thank you in advance. The man's gaze, concealed behind his glasses, darkened ominously, his voice inexplicably deepening, revealing a trace of displeasure. Huo Wan found it amusing. What was he so displeased about? With a smile, she descended from the bed, her footsteps light as she walked towards the man by the sofa. Leaning slightly forward, she addressed him, I say, Hua Siming. His sharp, profound gaze had not once strayed from her face, yet he maintained an unnaturally calm demeanor, his expression betraying no emotion behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Huo Wan could not help but scoff inwardly, one hand resting on the armrest of the sofa, while the other began to ascend the unwrinkled fabric of his shirt. Gazing upon his exquisite yet unostentatious features, Hua Siming's heart remained tranquil. However, the proximity allowed her post-bath fragrance to envelop him like delicate tendrils, continuously assaulting his senses, causing his amber-hued pupils to flicker imperceptibly. Catching the brief glimmer in his eyes, Huo Wan's smile brightened. In that moment, she seized the collar of his shirt and yanked him toward her. Surely you don't wish to remain in the old man's shadow forever? After all, he hasn't too much time left. Why don't we join forces for something grand? The golden frames of his glasses reflected a piercing light, his gaze dark and unfathomable. Do you understand what you're saying? Huo Wan was once again captivated by her own performance, observing Huo Siming's intensely serious reaction. She felt a wave of boredom wash over her and released her grip, creating distance between them. Why do you take this so seriously? She mocked, the sound of the lighter igniting accompanying her derisive tone as she lit a cigarette. To her surprise, Huo Siming stood and took the cigarette from her hand. Extinguishing it on the table, he fixed his expressionless gaze upon her face. Aren't you tired of that habit? Smoking whenever you feel agitated, haven't you changed? Huo Wan narrowed her eyes at his flawless visage, replying coolly, after all these years, it is a habit I can no longer break. Upon hearing this, the man averted his gaze, resuming his seat on the sofa, his deep, magnetic voice resonating once more. I am aware that you have faced some grievances. The old man's decision to keep you in M country was for your safety. You should be well aware that since the fall of the Ji family, the situation in Huadu has dramatically shifted. It is far less secure here than in M country.
Mr.
Hua is undoubtedly aware of the incident where Huo Wan was shot in M country, and he knows that she nearly lost her life there. Yet, at this moment, knowing that I have suffered a grievance, does my brother not intend to offer me any form of compensation? Huo Wan let out a soft sigh, her gaze flickering, her already gentle voice becoming even more delicate as she continued. If the old man pretends to be unaware, and you, dear brother, do not take a stand for me, then I shall have to take matters into my own hands. You are aware, brother, that once I act, the situation may not remain so tranquil. The man fell silent for a few seconds. What is it that you desire? Huo Wan smiled, but her words were far from courteous. Since the eldest son is busy with myriad affairs, perhaps you could delegate the management of the Huadong business area to me? This statement elicited a light scoff from the man. You certainly have grand ambitions. Huo Wan moved closer to him and languidly settled beside him, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Because I am capable of handling it, digesting it, and bearing the responsibility. And what of your marriage to Zhuyu? The magnetic voice of the man abruptly ceased, leaving the statement unfinished. Huo Siming hesitated, refraining from continuing, attempting to glean the answer he sought from Huo Wan's expression. In less than 3 seconds, a light laugh brushed past the man's ears, both near and distant. If my brother could assist in canceling it, then let it be cancelled. Huo Wan reclined lazily on the soft sofa, her hands clasped together, twisting her delicate, pale fingers. Upon hearing this, the man turned his sharp profile, his profound gaze piercing through the thin lenses, inscrutably locking onto her face. Huo Wan, do you believe I would do this solely for Jiao Jiao? Chapter 012. Carelessly trampling on a man's heart, regardless of who it is for. The frivolous smile that had graced Huo Wan's face finally vanished, and her strikingly assertive brows cooled with a sense of aggression. She openly displayed her indifference and arrogance, disdainfully scrutinizing Huo Siming. Once more, she lifted the corners of her lips in a smile. After all, it cannot possibly be for my sake. Both she and Huo Siming harbored a desire for the other to vanish entirely. This, she was particularly certain of. Huo Siming was a master of disguise, having perfected the art since childhood. From the very first day she met him, he had already been performing. To this day, Huo Wan vividly recalls the day she was brought to the Huo family's main residence at the age of 16. The gentle boy who treated her kindly during the day, offering to introduce her to the household and attending to her every need, at night revealed his true sentiments to his only sister, Huo Jiao Jiao. It's all right, she won't stay for long. She will soon be sent to another residence, never to appear before you again. Huo Wan is merely a tool for the elder to solidify the Huo family. Jiao Jiao, you are still young, so you do not understand these matters. One day, she will be expelled from the Huo family, I assure you. Huo Wan. Unlike other members of the Huo family, Huo Siming's emotions have always been inscrutable, especially in his demeanor towards her, which is particularly perplexing. This evening is unlikely to be peaceful. Given your injuries are not yet healed, you should refrain from attending. Upon hearing these words and gazing out at the dimming night, Huo Wan fiddled with an old silver lighter. I do not wish for this either, yet if I do not attend, who will play the role of the red-faced character on this grand stage tonight? Over the past few years, under the old gentleman's subtle hints, she and Huo Siming had been playing their respective roles, one as the villain and the other as the hero, contributing to the current standing of the Huo family. The man's gaze fell upon the lighter that she repeatedly clicked. His voice was unexpectedly gentle. I shall explain things to the old man. You can rest easy and recuperate. Are you genuinely so kind? Huo Wan chuckled lightly, then arched her elegant eyebrows. Is there something you require my assistance with? If you manage the situation with Ji Rahai, Consider it a favor repaid, he replied. Huo Siming had been at the hospital all afternoon. How could news of Ji Rahai's incapacitated leg reach him so swiftly? Nonetheless, Huo Wan's expression remained unfazed as she languidly responded. That was the old gentleman's instruction. It was merely a trifling matter. Do not flatter yourself. Observing her composed exterior, which belied her inner disdain, Huo Siming couldn't help but smile faintly. He produced a red leather box tied with a golden ribbon from somewhere and presented it to her. Huo Wan, well acquainted with the finer jewels, immediately recognized the expensive classic brand. She accepted the ornate box, untied the ribbon, and lifted the lid. Inside lay a simple silver bracelet, unadorned yet featuring a brilliantly colored emerald, evidently a custom piece. This translucent green resembled her own eyes. Huo Wan took out the bracelet, carelessly setting the leather box aside, and scrutinized it closely. Such weight and quality could rival that of a luxury vehicle. When did you learn to win a girl's favor? Did someone advise you? The man gazed at her profile, his deep-set eyes reflecting her striking features. As long as you like it. The old gentleman is not on the verge of death. You need not rush to curry favor with me. Huo Siming did not take back the gift box. The radiant green shimmered under the light, momentarily blinding Huo Wan. Then, to her slight astonishment, he took her hand without permission and encircled her wrist with it. Initially, Huo Wan regarded his face with indifference, then lowered her gaze to witness him fastening the exquisite bracelet onto her wrist. It fit perfectly, as if tailored specifically for her. The watery green enhanced her already fair skin. Yet, she coolly smiled. There's no tracking device hidden within, is there? The man's voice, calm and devoid of emotion, replied. Our relationship is amicable. It is advantageous for the Huo family. Huo Wan tilted her head, suspecting she had misheard. Or perhaps Huo Siming had taken a turn for the bizarre during their months apart. You wish to mend our relationship? Simply renouncing your claim to the Huo family inheritance would achieve that. No, it would be even more effective. She regarded him from her elevated position, as if scrutinizing, almost as if casting a spell, invoking his name, Huo Siming. Her delicate features were graced with a faint smile, slender fingers twisting a cool bracelet, while her crimson lips formed a mesmerizing arc. Your refusal to allow me to attend the grand feast for my esteemed grandfather must be rooted in your own intentions. Although I am not particularly keen on making a public appearance, I find myself compelled to be present this evening. I apologize for disappointing you, but it seems this exquisite bracelet shall be wasted. The bracelet, undeniably exquisite and custom-made, had required considerable time and effort, yet Huo Wan insisted on emphasizing its expense, callously trampling upon a man's sentiments. With that, she turned to face the doorway, her smile fading as she strode forth with unwavering determination, leaving behind a figure marked by chilling indifference. By the way, I do not wait for others. Should your legs fail to keep pace, feel free to take a taxi. Outside, upon seeing Huo Wan emerge from the hospital room, Han Chung immediately approached her. Despite the abundance of jewelry adorning her, he couldn't help but notice the striking bracelet on her wrist, recalling that she had not worn any adornments before entering the room. Chapter 013. Did the second miss not already have Han Chung by her side? In the underground parking lot, Huo Wan entered the car without closing the door. Huo Siming followed her, naturally taking a seat beside her. Throughout the journey, Huo Wan remained silent, and Huo Siming, too, refrained from speaking. The atmosphere suspended between tension and ease. Indeed, the elder had already arranged 3 potential marriages for her, yet had not yet considered a match for Huo Siming. Given his age, it would seem more prudent for the elder to concern himself with Huo Siming's future. Why was he so persistently focused on selecting suitors for her? The elder, now advanced in years, should be eager to embrace a great-grandchild. Huo Wan couldn't help but muse that if Huo Siming were to be preoccupied with childbearing, while the elder busied himself with doting upon grandchildren, the Huo family might very well fall into her hands, a delightful fantasy, albeit slightly delusional. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice when Han Chung drove the car into the hotel's underground parking lot. Second miss, we have arrived, he announced, and only then did she become aware of her surroundings as the rear door opened. After exiting the vehicle, Huo Wan paused at the elevator, directing her indifference towards both Han Chung and Huo Siming. Please, proceed inside. This was not a negotiation, but rather a unilateral declaration.
Ding.
Just then, the elevator arrived at the first level of the underground parking lot. Huo Siming said nothing, his gaze lingering on Huo Wan's face for a brief moment. After hearing her words, he stepped forward to enter the elevator. Han Chung, however, remained stationary, his tone laden with concern. Are you certain you can manage alone? In the past, he would not have worried. He was well aware of Huo Wan's capabilities, raised as she was in a family of renowned mercenaries. Yet now, after her grievous injuries sustained in Country M, he had witnessed the horrific wounds on her back earlier that afternoon. images of which were indelibly etched in his mind. Should an unfortunate event truly occur, even if one manages to escape, it would inevitably aggravate the wounds upon their body, exacerbating their injuries. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan slightly raised her chin and cast a fleeting glance at the high-definition camera on the wall before lightly stating, "There's no need for concern. The surveillance here surpasses that of a bank. Should an incident arise, assistance will arrive promptly. Moreover, this hotel is owned by the Jun family. The Jun family signifies a formidable presence, home to the Black Sparrow, the foremost assassin organization in the Eastern continent, a force that even the Huo family must regard with deference. Throughout Huadu, it is unlikely that anyone would possess the audacity to create disturbances on the Jun family's territory." The choice of this venue for the old man's longevity banquet was made with such considerations in mind. Although Han Chung remained uneasy, he ultimately acquiesced under the pressure of her unyielding gaze. "Miss, do exercise utmost caution while alone. Should anything arise, please contact me immediately." In the underground parking garage, shortly after Han Chung ascended in the elevator, a chilling sound of footsteps approached from behind the young lady, growing clearer as it drew near. Sensing a faint metallic scent in the air, Huo Wan turned to face a young man clad in black, scrutinizing him from head to toe as he advanced. "Apologies for the unforeseen minor issue along the way. It has been resolved. Thank you for your patience, Mississippi." The loose hood obscured the youth's face, but his voice suggested he was quite young. Huo Wan offered a slight smile. "It's quite all right, as long as you are unharmed." The young man wasted no time and presented a handbag. "Here is what the young lady requested." Huo Wan's gaze lingered on his slender fingers stained with speckled blood before she accepted the bag, casually remarking, "It seems this little issue was rather troublesome." "Indeed, but it has been resolved." "Please forgive me for the inconvenience," he replied. Huo Wan did not elaborate further. She opened the handbag, glanced inside, then closed it again, seemingly pondering before issuing her command. The ensuing silence stretched longer than she had anticipated. "Are you unwilling?" He hesitated, pondering if the young lady already had Han Chung by her side. The Chunga he referred to was, of course, Han Chung. It was a well-acknowledged truth among them that Huo Wan shared an uncommon bond with Han Chung. "So this is how you perceive it," Huo Wan sighed softly. Her dark green eyes concealed a fleeting smile, yet it was so insubstantial that a mere breeze could disperse it, revealing the gloom beneath the clouds. The youth lowered his head, seemingly reluctant to meet her gaze. "I would not presume to guess your thoughts, but Chunga is indeed more suited to be by your side. It was my failure to protect you in M country that led to your serious injuries. Have you not already avenged me?" Huo Wan interrupted him softly. To her surprise, this seemingly inconsequential remark stirred a tempest within the calm depths of the young man's black eyes. He lifted his face, and his gaze towards Huo Wan brimmed with an almost pathological reverence. "Those who dare to harm you deserve death. No, I shall ensure they suffer beyond death." Huo Wan finally revealed a smile of satisfaction. She rose onto her toes, extending her hand to caress his head, her demeanor and tone imbued with an unusual tenderness. "Then you must remain by my side, mustn't you?" Han Chung was rational and sufficiently discerning, yet the Raven was an entirely different entity, once freed from his chains. He became a wild beast. He was also the sharpest blade in her possession. Although Han Chung was close to her, he ultimately belonged to the old master. The Raven, however, was her true right-hand man. Nevertheless, the softness in Huo Wan's voice gradually shifted. "But before that, I need you to investigate Han Chung for me." "Brother Chung?" The Raven appeared momentarily perplexed, but after hesitating for half a second, he immediately acquiesced. "Rest assured, second miss, I know what to do." In the Raven's eyes, wasn't Huo Wan always trusting of Han Chung? It was precisely because Huo Wan trusted him that he felt drawn to Han Chung. Yet Huo Wan was of paramount importance. If Han Chung posed any threat, he would not hesitate to eliminate him first. "Does the second miss suspect a connection between your assassination attempt in Country M and Brother Chung?" Chapter 014. Simin, Huo Juan's bracelet look somewhat familiar. The Raven realized something and lowered his head once more. "It was my indiscretion. I beg for your punishment, Second Mississippi." During this time, Huo Wan had been fixated on the closed elevator doors, seemingly contemplating a departure. She smiled radiantly, saying, "What I mean is, you must first recover from your injuries before executing my orders." With that, she stepped into the elevator before the Raven could react. He stood there momentarily stunned, glancing at his blood-stained hands before murmuring softly, "But this isn't my blood." Upstairs, in the banquet hall, beneath the shimmering crystal chandeliers and the melodious strains of a serenade, the socialites, holding their elegant glasses, gathered in clusters, their laughter and chatter filling the air. The entire hall was enveloped in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere until the sound of a sharp high heel struck the polished floor, drawing the attention of countless guests. "Oh my, is that Huo Wan? She's alive? Wasn't he it said that second Miss Huo was shot in country M over 3 months ago?" In the center of the hall, Huo Jiao, who had been the focal point of the crowd, bit her lips slightly, yet maintained the polite smile of a refined lady. This evening, she wore a blush pink haute couture gown, the cascading layers playful yet opulent, with her hair styled in obedient black straight locks, exuding grace and tranquility. The jewelry she adorned sparkled with a dazzling brilliance under the lights, undeniably making her the center of attention. However, upon Huo Wan's entrance, all the attention that rightfully belonged to her seemed to shift entirely towards Huo Wan. It was evident that she was the true heiress of the Huo family, while Huo Wan was merely an illegitimate daughter, unworthy of the limelight. Yet, the old master held Huo Wan in high regard, treating her with more care than his own legitimate granddaughter, a disparity that was infuriating. Hua Ximing approached with a glass in hand, taking note of Huo Jiao's darkened expression, subtly reminding her, "The old master will be arriving soon, Jiao. Tonight marks the grand celebration of the patriarch's 80th birthday. Should the elder discover that Huo Jiao has been wearing a perpetual frown, it would be rather difficult to explain. Huo Jiao seems to taste the metallic tang of blood rising in her throat, yet at this moment, she can only swallow her discontent. We are undeniably the legitimate heirs of the Huo family. Brother, why do you think grandfather is so partial to Huo Wan?" Upon hearing this, Huo Ximing placed the champagne flute he held onto the tray of a passing waiter, seemingly wishing to offer her some solace. However, Huo Jiao took a half step away, increasing the distance between them. She fixed her gaze upon Huo Wan's direction. "Brother, do you not perceive that her mere presence here is an affront to us?" In response, Huo Ximing subtly obstructed Huo Jiao's line of sight, bestowing upon her a warning glance. "Mind your words and actions, especially tonight. Even if she were indeed the culprit, nothing must go awry this evening." The light refracted through the lenses obscured the man's eyes, and it was impossible to discern his emotions merely from his voice. Observing Huo Jiao nearly piercing her finger from anxiety, he reminded her in a low voice, "I advised you long ago. Have you forgotten?" Huo Jiao's complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor, uncertain whether it was anger or grievance, yet she suppressed her emotions. Deep down, she understood that she was being somewhat unreasonable, yet she sought nothing more than a word of affirmation from Huo Ximing. However, not only did she receive no comfort, but she was also warned by him, which only deepened her sense of injustice. "You all are the same, favoring Huo Wan. Grandfather is like this, and now even you, brother." Just then, a commotion nearby caught Huo Ximing's attention. The elder, escorted by Han Rang, entered the venue, while Huo Wan was at the elder's side, engaging in light-hearted banter with the young tycoons. Witnessing this harmonious scene, the veins on the back of the man's hand momentarily stood out. He appeared nonchalant, yet a fleeting shadow of gloom flickered in his amber eyes before he donned his gentle and refined demeanor once more. He lowered his gaze towards Huo Jiao and softly advised, "You will perform live shortly. Go and compose yourself, lest your emotions affect the upcoming performance. Do be obedient." With that, before Huo Jiao could respond, Huo Ximing had already brushed past her, making his way towards the focal point surrounded by the crowd. Nearby, Huo Wan was mingling with the elder and a few old friends. She had been seeking an opportunity to slip away, and upon seeing Huo Ximing's arrival, she willingly vacated a space. The elder naturally took notice of Huo Ximing, gesturing for him to stand beside him. "Ximing, your arrival is quite timely." Observing this, Huo Wan discreetly retreated to the edge, casually taking a champagne flute from a passing waiter. However, before she could take a sip, she was called back. "Huo Wan." Noticing the elder's gaze upon her, Huo Wan grasped the elegant glass, her lips curving into a smile. "Grandfather." The elder fiddled with the beads on his wrist, conveying meaning with a significant tone. "The time is nigh. You should be departing from the main residence." The elder's insinuation was unmistakably clear, and Huo Wan understood. Nodding with a smile, "I shall now proceed to fetch Master Li. The elder intends to announce her engagement to Li Zhuyu tonight. Thus, she and Li Zhuyu must present a united front, at least outwardly concealing the fact that they are compelled to comply. First and foremost, she must locate Li Zhuyu. However, before embarking on her search for him, Huo Wan discreetly cast a meaningful glance towards Huo Ximing. Earlier in the afternoon, they had reached an accord to dissolve her engagement to Li Zhuyu, yet the ultimate decision rests with the elder, and she would not willingly invite trouble upon herself. Hence, it is now incumbent upon Huo Ximing to exert his influence in hopes of altering the elder's decision. After Huo Wan departed, the elder turned, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze imbued with a complex and profound scrutiny, as he regarded Huo Ximing with an enigmatic smile. "Ximing, is my memory failing me with age? That bracelet on Huo Wan's wrist appears rather familiar." Did your mother not possess a similar pair of bracelets? The man's eyes flickered. Yet no discernible emotion could be gleaned from his strikingly handsome and aloof demeanor. His voice was clear and gentle. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Chapter 015. Huo Wan. I harbor no objections to the man you keep outside. As night descended, the city illuminated, with towering buildings amidst a bustling throng, the vibrant atmosphere filled with a cacophony of sounds. In the hotel lobby on the first floor, the golden elevator doors gracefully parted. The woman, with her fair and slender legs, stepped forth. Despite the myriad of gazes upon her, each step she took exuded poise and confidence. Just as she was about to exit the lobby, a handsome man following her, displaying utmost courtesy, removed his black suit jacket. Second miss. The wind outside is quite strong this evening. Take care not to catch a chill. Huo Wan shook her head, declining Han Cheng's offered jacket. Her brows arching lazily as she inquired nonchalantly, "Where's Master Li?" "I am to enter with him shortly. Master Li departed 10 minutes ago and should arrive shortly," replied Han Cheng. Huo Wan appeared contemplative. Why had he not come with Hu Jiaojiao this time? Han Cheng also professed ignorance regarding the matter, suggesting it might be the elder's arrangement. At that moment, a particularly sharp gaze pierced through the thin air, landing squarely on Huo Wan's face from several meters away, exuding an unfriendly and formidable presence. Huo Wan halted, her graceful silhouette pausing before the golden revolving door of the lobby. She smiled, unflinchingly meeting the icy gaze directed at her from the right. A stern man, strikingly similar to Han Cheng, approached. "Brother, the elder wishes to see you." "He has matters to discuss," Han Rang informed Han Cheng with an impassive expression, then cast a cold glance at Huo Wan. "I shall take care of the second Mississippi." In contrast to Han Cheng's amiable demeanor, Han Rang radiated an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. "No need, I am perfectly capable on my own." Huo Wan smiled as she pressed the button of the vintage lighter, not sparing a glance at Han Rang, before stepping through the gilded revolving door. She would not once again expose her back to someone intent on taking her life. Amidst the vibrant and bustling nightlife, modern skyscrapers rose endlessly into the sky. Not far from the hotel entrance, in front of a side statue, a woman dressed in a delicate haute couture gown repeatedly flicked the lighter switch with an air of ennui. Her striking mixed-race features captivated attention, yet her demeanor was excessively aloof, and the aura surrounding her was far from inviting, deterring anyone from approaching her. "Could I borrow a flame?" Huo Wan smirked slightly, tossing the lighter to a tall man of distinguished bearing beside her. The man, clad in a tailored suit, deftly caught the lighter and ignited the cigarette in his hand. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, he cast a teasing glance at the woman's alluring profile, congratulating her. "What brings such joy?" "They have agreed to meet with you." Huo Wan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, her vibrant brows and eyes shrouded in a thin veil of shadow. Really? A few months prior, a new force had quietly infiltrated Huadu. They were a group of newcomers from the imperial capital, each boasting exceptional family backgrounds. Initially, their arrival had not garnered much attention in Huadu's business circles, even dismissed as inconsequential. It was only after the esteemed Ji family fell to them, compounded by the terrifying reprisals faced by those who had offended them upon their arrival, that Huadu's elite families began to take heed. Among the prominent families in Huadu, apart from the Ji family, the Hua and Jun family shone the brightest, with nearly the entire city looking to them for guidance. Following the troubles of the Ji family, Huo Wan engaged various contacts, hoping for an opportunity to meet with the outsiders from the imperial capital to sit down and converse, ideally fostering a peaceful coexistence and mutual prosperity. Of course, if they were to decline, the Huo family would ensure they understood who truly held sway in Huadu's business realm. The Jun family remains inactive, and your elder brother has shown no signs of movement. Will your family patriarch not reproach you for taking such initiative? Upon hearing this, Huo Wan reclaimed the lighter from the man's hand and replied softly, "The patriarch and Hu Siming would rather I take the lead. After all, someone must gauge the depth of those from the imperial capital. If successful in establishing a truce, the Huo family stands to gain immensely. Should things turn sour, the consequences will rest solely upon my shoulders. As for the Jun family, their intentions are transparent. They await our move to act accordingly." Gu Heng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her for a long while. "I truly wonder if you are even of Huo blood. Why should your elder brother allow you to charge ahead while he reaps the rewards?" "It is merely my misfortune not to be Hu Jiaojiao, lacking the same blood as Hu Siming," Huo Wan replied with a self-deprecating smile, her jade-like green eyes clouding with contemplation. At that moment, the man's tall figure obscured her view, the subtle scent of cologne wafting into her nostrils. Upon closer examination, there seems to linger a fragrance of feminine powder that even the finest cologne cannot mask. "Since you have already severed your engagement with Ji Xin, why not choose me?" Gu Heng intently gazed at Huo Wan's face, attempting to decipher the answer he sought from her expression. With my presence. Even if Huo Siming were to inherit the Huo family, he would not dare to harm you, especially considering that even your family as patriarch must show us some respect. Huo Wan appeared to smile slightly, her skirt swirling, followed by a waft of delicate fragrance. Her soft, almost ethereal hand gently rested upon the man's shoulder. And she leaned in, her voice a sultry whisper near his ear. Yet, the words that escaped her lovely lips were chillingly frosty. The banquet for our patriarch's longevity has only just begun. How is it that you are already inebriated? Her slender fingers gradually descended, brushing against the man's heart, and through the thin fabric, she could distinctly feel the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. It thumped with such fervor. Unmistakably genuine. Instantly, the smile at Huo Wan's lips deepened, her gem-like eyes shimmering with myriad enchanting threads, akin to a bewitching siren. Your heart races so swiftly. Could it be that you are sincere? She then cast a glance to the side, and as expected, a striking blonde beauty caught her eye. Evidently having waited in the cold wind for quite some time, her mournful gaze fixed intently in their direction. Gu Heng froze in embarrassment, yet Huo Wan's smile remained unfazed as she playfully pushed him away, saying, "All right, young Master Gu, your companion is still waiting for you. Do not keep the lady in suspense." However, the man remained undeterred, his deep-set eyes locked onto her face. "It is merely a business marriage, after our union. We shall turn a blind eye to one another's affairs. Huo Wan, only I can overlook the man you keep outside." Second, Mississippi. A gentle voice, like a warm breeze, interrupted this abrupt declaration. Emerging from the shadows was a youth with translucent silver eyes reminiscent of glass. Though his silhouette was obscured by the light, his exquisitely crafted features were discernible. He removed his expensive suit jacket with tenderness, offering it to Huo Wan, draping it over her bare shoulders without leaving room for refusal. Chapter 016. Do not be distracted. They are all watching us, Wan Wan. Faced with this unexpected interruption, Gu Heng may have initially been taken aback. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. He met Li Zhuiyu's eyes without hesitation, as if the latter's presence was merely an insignificant interlude. His lips curving into a meaningful smirk. Young Master Li Zhuiyu, an outsider residing in the Hua household for many years. His father's identity remains a mystery, while his mother was once a noble heiress who, after an unwed pregnancy, eloped for love, only to die far from home. Unfortunately, her bliss was short-lived, as the Li family soon faced calamity, leading to their downfall. Before the elderly passed, he entrusted Li Zhuiyu to his closest friend, the patriarch of the Huo family, thereby sparing him from an orphanage. However, Li Zhuiyu was graced with a visage that seemed destined for beauty, and even should he be cast out by the Huo family, countless affluent women would undoubtedly be eager to shelter him. Moreover, it is whispered that the third miss of the Huo family shares a childhood bond with him, and the venerable patriarch of the Huo clan holds him in particularly high regard, making it a mere matter of time before he becomes the illustrious son-in-law of the Huo family. Huo Wan adjusted the mint-scented coat draped over her shoulders, casually brushing aside the strands of silk hair caught beneath it, though she uttered not a word. This silent gesture spoke volumes of the intimacy shared between her and Li Zhuiyu. Such an act undoubtedly captured Gu Heng's attention. Yet, Huo Wan afforded him no opportunity to inquire, taking a step forward, as the moment had arrived to enter. "We shall converse another time, Gu Xiao." Gu Heng remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon the retreating figures of Huo Wan and Li Zhuiyu, his obsidian eyes nearly brimming with ink. Inside the hotel, within the confines of the elevator, as the metallic doors closed, the strikingly beautiful woman leisurely removed her coat from her shoulders. Huo Wan wore a smile as she returned the coat to the youth beside her, her demeanor establishing a distinct distance between them. "Thank you." Their intimate camaraderie from the hotel entrance through the lobby and into the elevator had certainly drawn countless gazes. Li Zhuiyu accepted the coat but did not don it immediately, his gaze lingering on the woman's exquisite visage illuminated by the interplay of light and shadow. His presence exuded a purity, his eyes radiating warmth and focus. "Apologies. I encountered a slight matter, which delayed my arrival." "A slight matter?" Huo Wan noted this phrase with subtlety, responding with a gentle smile. "It's nothing. There is still time. The resolution of the matter is what counts. Today marks the 80th birthday of the patriarch, and what could possibly take precedence over tonight's banquet? Yet, now is not the moment to dwell on such things. By the way, you should put on your coat. We will be heading out soon." Huo Wan intended to convey further instructions, but as she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the youth's loosely fastened collar. She paused briefly before offering a languid smile. "It appears you are indeed in a hurry." Before Li Zhuiyu could respond, she had already risen onto her toes. her cool fingers grazing his fair neck as she gently smoothed out the crumpled collar, fastening it with care. Huo Wan maintained her gaze unwaveringly from her vantage point. She could observe the well-defined veins and prominent apple on his neck. When her icy fingertips inadvertently brushed against his alabaster skin, it felt as though a faint current coursed through the air. The youth as apple instinctively bobbed, his breath growing heavier. Huo Wan did not miss this moment. She tilted her chin slightly, eager to discern the expression that adorned his face. Yet upon lifting her gaze, she found his eyes firmly locked onto her every movement. She met his gaze with a light laugh, an inexplicable air of intimacy enveloping them. Strangely, Huo Wan remained composed, sensing nothing amiss. She lowered her head once more, continuing to adjust his collar while seamlessly resuming her earlier unfinished thought. You should already be aware that Taigong will announce our engagement news tonight. Therefore, before the banquet concludes, I hope you will refrain from excessive interaction with Hu Jiao. She does not intend to disrupt this ill-fated couple. It is merely that tonight's banquet is graced by esteemed guests from afar, at least until the festivities conclude. Li Zhuoyu and Hu Jiao must not display their connection too overtly. This matter extends beyond Hu Jiao's personal dignity. It concerns the reputation of the Huo family. Hu Jiao, absorbed in her thoughts, continued, seemingly oblivious to the heavy gazes directed at her. The next moment, she felt a slight jolt as the young man grasped her delicate wrist adorned with a precious gem bracelet. The coolness of the bracelet pressed against his palm, sending a faint sting coursing through his skin. He halted her effort to adjust his collar. His gentle voice, devoid of discernible emotion, slipped into Hu Jiao's ear. I know what to do. Second Mississippi. Hu Jiao was momentarily taken aback, the warmth of his unfamiliar gaze evoking a sense of strangeness within her. Had she inadvertently said something amiss to provoke such a sudden change in his demeanor? He had knocked on her door in the middle of the night, initially appearing pitiful due to the effects of the drug. Yet subsequently, he seemed to have transformed entirely.
Ding.
The elevator arrived at the designated floor, the banquet hall. Hu Jiao glanced back, about to inquire if he was prepared, when a long, strong arm encircled her waist from behind. Her body instinctively stiffened, a flicker of surprise passing through her ice-green irises. Had Li Zhuoyu ever been this intimate with Hu Jiao? The elevator doors slowly slid open. Do not be distracted. They are all watching us. Qian. Chapter 017. He will dissolve the engagement between Hu Jiao and Li Zhuoyu, but not at this moment. A fleeting look of surprise flashed in Hu Jiao's eyes, but she quickly acclimated to the affectionate address. It must be said, Li Zhuoyu adapted to their relationship more swiftly than she had anticipated, immersing himself in the role with remarkable ease. As for her acting skills, Hu Jiao was equally adept, smiling as she linked her arm with his, projecting an image of lovers deeply in love. The first to notice the commotion at the elevator entrance was Han Chung. His perception had always been keen, especially tonight, requiring heightened vigilance to observe every detail. As soon as the elevator doors cracked open, his gaze was already drawn toward the scene. The youthful, handsome boy and the exotic, alluring woman appeared to be from two worlds that should never intersect, yet they presented themselves in an extraordinarily intimate manner before the crowd. Did I see incorrectly? Wasn't it said that Hu Jiao was shot last month and perished in a foreign land? Is that the second Miss Hua and the young master of the Li family? How could they possibly be together? Amidst the clamor of speculation, Hu Ximing coldly absorbed the scene, his golden-framed glasses glinting with an eerie light under the brilliance, concealing his emotions behind an inscrutable expression. Hu Jiao's face immediately stiffened, her fingers nearly crushing the fruit wine glass she held. The wealthy young ladies surrounding her exchanged glances, astonished, yet cautiously stole a look at Hu Jiao's expression, not daring to utter a word. As for the elderly Hu patriarch, he too seemed taken aback for a moment, but soon narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, introducing the guests beside him. To his surprise, in just half a day, Huo Wan and Li Zhuoyu had already grown close. Whether this was a deliberate act or a genuine connection between them, it mattered not. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated, leaving him quite pleased. Nearby, under the old man's subtle signal, Huo Wan took the initiative to approach. Huo Wan, Zhuoyu. The patriarch beckoned them closer. Fixating on this pair of exceptionally striking individuals for a few moments, an elderly man with similarly white hair beside him instantly understood. Smiling as he remarked, Chingyin, could this be the double happiness you mentioned? I recall the last time I saw Wan. She was still a young girl. And now, it seems, she has reached the age for marriage discussions. The Gu family hails from the imperial capital, possessing their own ocean fleet and ferries, dominating the transportation and trade sectors, particularly in maritime commerce, having established extensive shipping routes across various regions and maintaining a wide network spanning 4 continents. The Huo patriarch and the Gu patriarch were close friends from their youth, ensuring a long-standing alliance between their families. The Gu Hung whom Huo Wan encountered outside the hotel is one of the Gu patriarch's grandchildren. I heard Wan encountered some troubles in country M last month. Why didn't she seek help from grandfather Gu? Given the relationship between me and your great-grandfather, anything could be resolved with just a word. The Gu patriarch was referring to the assassination attempt Huo Wan faced in country M the previous month. Although the Gu family has held sway in the imperial capital for many years, their business interests span 4 continents, making them influential wherever they go. With the Gu family's assistance in establishing connections, it would undoubtedly be swifter and more effective than managing it alone. However, Huo Wan smiled and shook her head, politely declining. If I were to trouble grandfather Gu over such a minor issue, it would be truly embarrassing. Upon hearing this, not only did Li Zhuyu beside her react, but even Han Cheng, standing behind the Huo patriarch, altered his gaze. Could the minor issue Huo Wan referred to possibly relate to the terrifying wound on her back? Was this truly a trivial matter? In response, the Huo patriarch fiddled with his beads, casting a puzzled glance at Huo Wan, before sighing. This girl is keeping secrets even from me, let alone you. Nevertheless, I have always trusted her abilities. I am confident in entrusting matters to her. The Gu patriarch naturally detected the pride concealed within these words and shot a glare at the Huo patriarch, though he quickly turned to Huo Wan with a smile. Expressing his reflections, alas, I must admit, I truly envy this old fellow. Not only does he have a grandson like Ximing, who is meticulous and steady, but he also has a granddaughter like Wan, who possesses remarkable courage. As for Jiao Jiao, she is even more endearing to behold. And then there are my own unworthy descendants. It is better not to mention them. Indeed, it seems that wherever one speaks of Cao Cao appears. As the words fell, the so-called unworthy individual spoken of by the venerable elder materialized. The man, previously shrouded in the shadows of trees outside the hotel, had appeared not far behind the elder. The bright illumination of the banquet hall cast its light upon his sharply defined features, revealing his strikingly handsome visage to all present. If one were to characterize Huo Ximing as cultured and ascetic, Han Cheng and Han Rang as stern and resolute, and Ji Shin as refined and elegant, then Li Zhuiyu's appearance was undeniably extravagant. As for Gu Heng, he radiated a dangerously sinister aura from head to toe. Merely standing there made it evident that approaching him would be unwise. His predatory gaze unabashedly fixed upon Huo Wan's face as he approached with deliberate strides. Yet, he did not neglect to greet the 2 elderly gentlemen with courtesy. Grandfather, old Master Hua, where have you been running off to this time? The venerable elder did not conceal his smile, yet his eyes held a deeper scrutiny, assessing Gu Heng from head to toe. In response, Gu Heng appeared remarkably composed, as if he had already prepared a suitable retort. I encountered some acquaintances from the business realm and took a moment to say hello. Upon hearing this, the elder did not press further, deeming it inappropriate to delve deeper in such a setting. After giving Gu Heng a meaningful glance, he resumed his warm smile towards Huo Wan and the imposing Li Zhuiyu, adopting a benevolent demeanor. Wan, Zhuiyu, this is Ah Heng, whom you met in your childhood. Do you remember him? Unexpectedly, Gu Heng interjected. I believe anyone who has encountered Miss Hua should find it hard to forget. His gaze and tone were unmistakably suggestive, as he regarded Huo Wan like an intriguing, untamed quarry, exuding an air of inevitability regarding his pursuit. At this remark, the venerable elder shot Gu Heng a sharp look, signaling him to silence. Under ordinary circumstances, this might have been acceptable. However, the elder clearly intended to unite Huo Wan and Li Zhuiyu. Yet this young man insisted on his own course, behaving unceremoniously before both the elder and Li Zhuiyu, which was quite inappropriate. This lad has grown accustomed to his unrefined ways. Wan, Zhuiyu, do not take his words to heart, the elder said calmly, fiddling with a string of beads. As the atmosphere thickened, he seemed to feel the moment was ripe and cleared his throat. By the way, Jizhou, you must make time for me next month. In just a couple of sentences, the surrounding guests appeared to receive an unspoken signal, all shifting their gazes towards the elder. Huo Ximing subtly tightened his grip on the goblet, already anticipating the announcement that was about to unfold. He would dissolve the engagement between Huo Wan and Li Zhuiyu. But not at this moment. Chapter 018. The young master of the Li family seems less innocent and gentle than he appears. The elder cleared his throat, turned to the gathered guests, and announced with a smile, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my humble birthday celebration. It is with great joy that I, on behalf of the Huo family, announce a delightful piece of news. At the end of next month, my beloved grandson Huo Wan will officially engage in a betrothal ceremony with the young master of the Li family, Li Zhuiyu. We will soon send out invitations. and I sincerely invite everyone to witness and bless this union." Upon hearing these words, astonishment enveloped the room. A myriad of shocked expressions was cast upon me. The once lively banquet hall fell into a profound silence, as if doused with cold water, and not a single voice offered congratulations. Among the frozen figures was Hua Jiaojiao, alongside the arrogant man Gu Heng, who moments ago had dismissed everything with disdain. As the atmosphere reached a palpable tension, Huo Wan, smiling, gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her soft voice flowing like a gentle stream. It appears everyone is rather surprised, which is understandable, considering no prior news had circulated. She affectionately linked her arm with Li Zhuiyu's, radiating warmth. "I am aware that rumors have circulated in Huadu regarding Zhuiyu and others. But following tonight, I hope such gossip will be dispelled entirely." She emphasized her final words, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook them. Were it not for her smiling visage, one might misconceive her declaration as a veiled warning. If Huo Wan's performance could be rated a 9, then Li Zhuiyu's was a resounding 12. His gaze upon her was akin to the gentle ripples of a spring day, filled with tenderness and care. Only after she concluded her speech did he divert his attention from her enchanting face to the audience assembled before them. "Huo Wan and I earnestly invite you all to witness and bless our union, and we hope you can grace us with your presence next month amidst your busy lives." His melodious voice traversed the chilly air, reaching the ears of all present with clarity. After a moment of awkward silence, it was the elder gentleman who initiated the applause, leading the way and offering his congratulations. Indeed, this is a moment of double happiness. The previously stunned guests began to react, joining in applause, their cheers resounding, showering blessings upon the couple. Miss Hua and young Master Li are a match made in heaven. Their wedding must be on the horizon. Congratulations poured forth for the elder, as it was anticipated that he would soon cradle his great-grandchild. Amidst the multitude of well-wishers, one petite figure stood out in stark contrast. Hua Jiaojiao's complexion was ashen. Her exquisitely crafted face still retained its beauty, yet her eyes brimmed with resentment. Despite having been forewarned of the elder's announcement regarding Huo Wan and Li Zhuiyu's engagement, hearing it aloud, coupled with the sympathetic gazes of the surrounding guests, caused her inner pride to shatter uncontrollably. Several wealthy young ladies, who usually shared a close rapport with Hua Jiaojiao, exchanged awkward glances, their shock evident as they cautiously observed her pale countenance, wanting to offer comfort. "Jiaojiao, are you all right?" The depth of Hua Jiaojiao's affection for Li Zhuiyu was rivaled only by her disdain for Huo Wan, a fact that had become an open secret throughout Huadu. The most dramatic turn of events unfolded when the person Hua Jiaojiao cherished most and the one she despised the most unexpectedly found themselves together. Yet at that very moment, Hua Jiaojiao was to perform, and under the gaze of Huo from a distance, she could only swallow her bitterness. Despite the comforting presence of her friends, Hua Jiaojiao forced a smile, which appeared more sorrowful than tears. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes, as if to erase the traces of distress, and offered a simple acknowledgement of her friend's concern. However, within less than half a minute, the lights in the banquet hall gradually dimmed, and a solitary beam illuminated the exquisite grand piano. This was the piano performance that Hua Jiaojiao had meticulously planned to surprise old Master Hua. But before she could unveil this joy, she found herself emotionally shattered by the unexpected turn of events. At that moment, she was uncertain of her own feelings as she approached the grand piano nestled in the eastern corner of the banquet hall. The focus of the gathering had finally shifted from Huo Wan to Hua Jiaojiao. Just as her arm was about to withdraw completely, a cool, elongated hand unexpectedly grasped her delicate wrist. She remained silent, not wanting to disturb those around her, and cast a questioning glance at the youth who held her captive. Was he still unwilling to let go, lost in his role-playing? This subtle movement caught the attention of Gu Heng, whose penetrating gaze fell on the intertwined hands of Huo Wan and another man, deepening his expression. A captivatingly beautiful young woman and a youthful boy with an alluring exterior, this young master of the Li family did not appear as innocent as he seemed.
Ah.
Huo Wan had certainly raised a wolf disguised as a sheep beside her. Chapter 019. Did he know she had a canary on the outside? Hua Jiaojiao had begun her piano studies at the tender age of 5, and over the years, she had developed muscle memory. Regardless of how tumultuous her emotions were at that moment, her years of proficiency enabled her to execute the performance flawlessly. Had Miss Hua momentarily forgotten the sheet music? Hush. You know the current situation. Having just lost her beloved, it was already remarkable that Miss Hua could perform at all. Huo Wan subtly arched an eyebrow, turning her stunning profile away while casting a cold, razor-sharp glance toward the chattering crowd in the shadows. Within half a second, the clamor of gossip vanished without a trace. As the final notes resonated, the lights in the banquet hall brightened once more. The opulent hall erupted with applause, with guests praising Ho Jiaojiao's adept skills. As if her brief lapse had merely been an illusion. Amidst the incessant accolades, Ho Jiaojiao's face fluctuated between crimson and pale. No one felt more mortified than she did at that moment. Old Master Huo, well aware of his granddaughter's temperament, slowly adjusted a bead in his hand and instructed those behind him in a low voice. Han Cheng, keep an eye on Jiao Jiao. Do not let her do anything foolish. Yes, Han Cheng replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He glanced toward Huo Wan and then immediately lowered his head, blending into the crowd in pursuit of Ho Jiaojiao's figure. Huo Wan gazed intently at the retreating figure of Huo Jiaojiao, freeing herself from the confinement of her fingers, and addressed the youth beside her, whose beauty rivaled that of blooming flowers, with an impassive tone. Perhaps you should console her as well, but do so subtly, so as not to draw attention. However, Li Zhuayu remained utterly still, showing no inclination to comfort Huo Jiaojiao. He appeared to be grappling with some restrained emotion, his demeanor more somber than her evident distress. To onlookers, he embodied the despondency of a heartbroken lover, yearning to pursue Huo Jiaojiao, yet bound by the harsh realities that forced him to sever their childhood bond. Even old Master Huo could not help but cast a discerning glance at Li Zhuayu. The old man was well aware of the long-standing affection between Huo Jiaojiao and Li Zhuayu, yet for the sake of the Huo family and their long-term aspirations, he felt compelled to intervene and dismantle this ill-fated romance. Huo Wan's seemingly well-meaning suggestion, in truth, only served to rub salt into their wounds, appearing more like a deliberate provocation than a benign gesture. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, Huo Wan's thoughts were tumultuous. She had merely intended to facilitate a gesture of goodwill, prompting Li Zhuayu to soothe Huo Jiaojiao's troubled heart, yet the atmosphere had grown palpably awkward instead. Just as Li Zhuayu seemed poised to speak, Huo Wan caught the old man's scrutinizing gaze. She subtly clenched her fingers, swiftly realizing, it was my oversight. I had assumed that Zhuayu, being close to Jiao Jiao since childhood, would naturally know how to comfort her, neglecting to consider his own feelings. Noticing her discomfort, old Master Gu interjected. Ah, Chengyin, you are indeed fortunate to have such a remarkably astute and thoughtful granddaughter in Huo Wan. He smiled warmly at her, his expression kind and benevolent, revealing the refined upbringing of a distinguished gentleman in his youth. Beneath the drooping eyelids wrought by the passage of time, his brown eyes held a depth as unfathomable as an ancient well. With us two old fellows here, you young ones must be feeling quite stifled. Why not take your leave? On this joyous occasion, allow me to reminisce with this old chap. Old Master Gu graciously offered an escape, for which Huo Wan was genuinely grateful, nodding politely. Thank you, grandfather. Old Master Gu, we shall not intrude any longer. As the younger generation, a melancholic Li Zhuayu also nodded in agreement. Grandfather, old Master Gu, we shall take our leave. Huo Wan made to depart, and naturally, Gu Heng would follow suit. Yet before he could take a step, old Master Gu's voice rang out sharply. You young man, halt. Have you wished your grandfather Huo a happy birthday this evening? Stepping away from the focal point of the banquet hall, Huo Wan made her way to the terrace in her high heels. The young man following closely behind held the glass door open, leaving the spacious, curved terrace deserted save for the two of them. In that moment, his gaze locked onto her enchanting green cat-like eyes. I must say, young master, I have no intention of meddling in your affairs with Huo Jiaojiao. Yet it seems you have not quite grasped my meaning. The woman's icy fingers grasped his collar, which she had previously smoothed for him in the elevator, now twisted into a disarray within her grasp. What a delightful visage, yet this pitiful demeanor. Who is it meant to impress? Is it for Huo Jiaojiao? Where might she be shedding tears in some stairwell now? You truly are a pair of forlorn souls. As she released his precious shirt collar, she turned to face the spacious terrace. The cool night breeze carried her delicate voice back towards him. Surely you have spent more time by the old man's side than I have. Do you not yet comprehend him? He desires not only absolute control, but also that all matters must align with his expectations. Otherwise, should you stray beyond his grasp, you must tread carefully. She appeared remarkably confident, her conviction unwavering. While I may be powerless at this moment, I assure you that our engagement shall not endure for long. Li Zhuayu remained silent for an extended period. Ultimately, he slowly lifted his face, the luminous moonlight casting a divine glow upon his features, while an enigmatic hue adorned his bright eyes. He approached with deliberate steps. Though his expression was exceedingly gentle, it bore an air of solitude. Is the second miss so certain due to the man you have kept outside? Upon hearing this, Huo Wan was momentarily speechless, her commanding aura dissipating entirely. How could even Li Zhuayu know of her secret companion? Chapter 20. Does young Master Li wish to become my lover? Her affair with Lu Lin had long been suppressed by the old man. Despite the rampant rumors circulating in previous years, there had been scarcely a trace of it over the past two. How could Li Juyu be aware that she still maintained her connection with Lu Lin? Was it because he had overheard her conversation with Gu Heng? The existence of Lu Lin was a matter Huo Wan seldom broached, a closely guarded vulnerability. The fewer individuals aware of Lu Lin's existence, the better. Given the peril that surrounded her, combined with Lu Lin's frail health, she could not expose him to danger. Thus, she had secretly cared for him for 3 years. As the youth before her closed the distance, the warmth in Huo Wan's gaze began to cool. Yet in the next moment, she smiled provocatively, extending her slender arm to seize the boy's collar, drawing him closer. "What now? Does young Master Li wish to be my lover?" She teased lightly, her cold, pale fingertips tracing the sharp contours of his jawline before finally resting upon his soft, cool lips. Her gem-like green eyes scrutinized his exquisite face. Memories of that night 3 years prior fluttering to life, first in the bathtub, and then later in bed. Her mind swirled with reminiscences, and in reality, Huo Wan spoke each word with a beguiling allure. "If you are willing, perhaps I might truly be swayed by you." While Lu Lin's looks and demeanor were indeed remarkable, it must be said that Li Juyu was evidently superior. She had devoted 3 years to nurturing Lu Lin, investing substantial sums merely to restore his health. Not to mention the other expenses involved. Regrettably, Lu Lin is but a frail being. Even if she harbored intentions, she would not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, every encounter with Lu Lin has been met with his consistently sullen demeanor. If Li Juyu were willing, but no, such willingness is implausible. Aside from that fateful night 3 years ago, her interactions with the young master of the Li family have been virtually non-existent. It is only known that he possesses a straightforward mind, a timid disposition, akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Furthermore, he shares a mutual affection with Hu Jiao, which renders any possibility moot. At that moment, Huo Wan's gaze sharpened. Within the depths of his silver eyes, a mist gathered, shrouding the air with uncertainty. Was he hesitating? Had he been for so long? This implied reluctance. Beyond that, the expression on his face bore traces of weighing pros and cons, a hesitance that seemed to evade her. Contemplating this, Huo Wan inexplicably felt a wave of vexation rise within her. She released her grip, responding coldly. "Since you are unwilling, do not harbor any interest or curiosity regarding my private life. It benefits you not." For reasons unknown, a fresh wave of irritation washed over her after uttering those words. She found herself yearning for a cigarette once more. As the final notes of her words faded, the stunning visage before her seemed to reveal a fissure of emotion. Huo Wan recognized that her tone had been excessively harsh, yet it was too late for regrets. The youth's raven-like lashes fluttered slowly, his eyes brimming with unspoken grievances. The stark melancholy reflected upon his flawless countenance, illuminated by the moonlight which rendered his features ethereal, as if he might transcend into the ether at any moment. Even someone like Huo Wan, who prided herself on her emotional detachment, found it difficult to overlook. Despite her regret for her harsh demeanor, Huo Wan maintained her distance and turned away briskly. She had never consoled any man, and tonight, she had more pressing matters to attend to. The night breeze tousled her satin-like hair, and just before her departure, she cast a sidelong glance back. The cool, bright moonlight etched her profile with a sharp elegance. As she lowered her voice to murmur, "Young master, from now on, you need only to accompany me in this charade to reassure the old master. It is for the benefit of us both, do you understand?" Under the moonlight, the youth's features appeared even more radiant and pure. He gazed at her silently, his demeanor seemingly filled with sorrow, yet his voice remained calm and gentle, like a warm breeze. "Second miss, rest assured, I shall no longer trouble you." "That is well," she replied. "I shall check on Hu Jiao. The two of them, Han Cheng and Han Reng, cannot manage her alone." The heavy glass door swung open once more, only to be closed again. Li Juyu remained rooted in place, witnessing Huo Wan's retreat. The sound of her high heels and her graceful silhouette faded from his world, as if her brief presence had been merely an illusion. Only when silence enveloped him did he slowly lift his chin. Time seemed to rewind to 3 years prior, resurrecting those hazy memories. An unforeseen and chaotic night. He had pressed those hands against the smooth wall. When all warmth had faded, they had once fallen asleep in each other's embrace. Yet by the following morning, she had vanished without a trace. Year after year passed. As if nothing had transpired that fateful night, it was merely an absurd and frenzied dream. In that moment, the light on the terrace abruptly vanished. The silver moon cloaked by the clouds, leaving only darkness between heaven and earth. Within the young man's silver eyes, obscured by tousled hair, a mist began to swirl, obscuring the clarity they once held. The gloom, long concealed behind those placid silver irises, suddenly emerged, and his thin lips curled into the faintest of arcs. Love? Humanity? Over the years, regardless of gender, age, or status, many distinguished figures from the upper echelons of society had extended olive branches to him, hoping he would grace their gatherings as a guest of honor. Yet, each of their fates culminated in tragedy. After everything concluded, he might consider allowing Huo Wan to become his lover. Chapter 021. Could Huo Wan actually assist Huo Jiao in gaining prominence? Meanwhile, in the ladies' lounge where the gentleman had paused, Huo Jiao sat with her head bowed, her crimson lips pressed tightly together, her long hair shrouding her face, obscuring her expression. A few affluent young ladies clad in elegant attire encircled her, appearing to be friends from previous encounters, their emotions seemingly more fervent than Huo Jiao's own. Jiao, that illegitimate daughter is now brazenly riding atop you. Why don't you stand up for yourself? Are you truly willing to watch her seize what rightfully belongs to you? Indeed, Jiao, just look at Huo Wan's arrogant demeanor. One might mistakenly believe she is the true heiress of the Huo family. As everyone expressed their indignation on Huo Jiao's behalf, the door to the lounge swung open, ushering in a wave of rich perfume. The girl who appeared at the threshold was dressed with an air of maturity that belied her age. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware that Miss Huo was also here. Her tone brimmed with surprise, yet her expression bore no hint of contrition. Before Huo Jiao could respond, a girl in a yellow dress swiftly confronted the newcomer. You barged in without knocking, Yuan. Is this the standard of etiquette in your family? In response, the girl at the door smiled rather than fuming, her gentle yet sharp voice concealing a hidden edge. It seems I was presumptuous in not knocking first. But if memory serves, this is a communal lounge, and this hotel belongs to the Jun family. Has it been acquired by the Huo family at some point? Just as the girl in the yellow dress was rendered speechless, another head peeked through the door. Miss Huo hasn't uttered a word yet. Yet I see the princess is in a hurry. Why are some servants so eager? You. The girl in yellow quickly grasped the implication behind the words. How dare she imply that she was a servant? Repeat that. Enough. Amidst the chaotic scene, Huo Jiao, who had been hanging her head, utterly despondent, finally spoke. Her voice was somewhat hoarse as she grasped the hand of the girl in yellow beside her. All right, let us not stoop to their level. As the words fell, Huo Jiao raised her gaze towards the doorway, her eyes rimmed with red, her delicate brows furrowed. Yuan, have you come specifically to witness my misfortune? How could that be? In all of Huadu, who would dare to mock Miss Huo? Huo Jiao cast a cold glance at her, issuing a clear dismissal. You need not linger here with your sarcastic remarks. Leave, you are not welcome. Upon hearing this, although Yuan did not exhibit any overt emotional reaction, the wealthy young ladies behind her could hardly contain themselves. They had always had a contentious relationship with Huo Jiao, and seizing this opportunity for ridicule was irresistible to them. I understand that the Huo family is vast and powerful, far beyond our humble means to approach, but surely we can agree on basic decency? How can this public lounge be treated as the exclusive domain of the third miss? I dare say she has mistaken this place for her family estate. Let us show some understanding for the third miss. After all, she has just lost her fiancé to her half-sister, the illegitimate daughter. Who wouldn't he be affected? Even her recent piano performance was marred by error. And what of the illegitimate daughter? In all of Huadu, who does not recognize the prowess of Miss Huo? I wager that when she finally assumes control, it will be a different story. These few sentences fell like the final straw upon an already burdened camel. Seemingly light, yet causing Huo Jiao's carefully restored composure to shatter once more. Leave. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Huo Jiao sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze as she pointed toward the door. Get out. All of you, just leave. The Han brothers, stationed at the entrance, due to the gentleman's sign, naturally heard the commotion from within. They had intended to step forward at the sound of the screams, but were halted at the last moment by a slender arm. Han Chung paused, his gaze following the arm upward. Second miss? Are all these people truly friends of Huo Jiao? She mused, finding it hard to believe. The few young ladies who usually associated with Huo Jiao had been thoroughly investigated by her. She was well acquainted with their familial backgrounds and temperaments. Yet the girls standing at the door were utterly unfamiliar to her. Never mind, hearing the shrill cries emanating from the lounge, Huo Wan could easily imagine the chaos within. It was imperative she addressed Huo Jiao's situation promptly. The atmosphere inside the lounge was tense, so much so that neither those inside nor outside noticed her approach. The crowd gathered at the entrance continued their incessant chatter. Third miss, you are being utterly unreasonable. Third miss, shall we summon others to arbitrate? Even if the patriarch of the Huo family were to arrive tonight, you would still be in the wrong. Suddenly, a slender, pale hand rested lightly on the shoulder of the girl at the outer edge of the group. A chill wafted through the air, accompanied by a voice imbued with a playful coolness. What are you even arguing about? Must we really summon our elder to settle matters? The girl's body stiffened abruptly. Turning to see who stood behind her, she let out a piercing scream. Wait, the second miss? Huo Wan. Others were equally startled and exclaimed in unison. The appearance of Huo Wan undeniably transformed the expressions of those both inside and outside the lounge. The once audacious girls at the entrance, who had been so self-righteous, now fell silent, nervously stealing glances at Huo Wan's countenance. Huo Wan's temper was well known among the citizens of Huadu as an illegitimate daughter. She lived more flamboyantly than even the legitimate daughters, exuding an unabashed confidence. Apart from having the formidable support of old Master Huo, her own fierceness instilled a sense of trepidation in others. Huo Wan's gaze swept lightly across the faces of those at the door, her fingers idly flicking the old silver lighter in her hand, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Pray tell, what grievance do you seek to voice? Our esteemed elder is exceedingly busy, and tonight marks his 80th birthday. I believe it would be best not to disturb him over such trifles, don't you think? A hush fell over the room. Inside, Huo Jiao fixed her gaze on Huo Wan's striking and flamboyant visage, her fists clenched in secret frustration. At that moment, the last person she wished to confront was Huo Wan, yet there she stood. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke up at the door. Their tone noticeably diminished compared to their earlier confrontational attitude. The second young lady is unaware that the third young lady instigated this first. Wasn't it you who sought trouble first? Huo Wan interjected with a smile, interrupting the maturely made-up girl, Yu Yan, who was momentarily taken aback. Completely unprepared for Huo Wan to defend Huo Jiao. Chapter 022. Huo Jiao, have I severed the tongues of your companions, or perhaps dismembered their hands? Are Huo Wan and Huo Jiao not sworn adversaries? Huo Wan regarded the girl with indifference. Despite their similar heights, her presence loomed over all present. With her words, the expressions of everyone, both inside and outside, shifted once more. After all, just moments ago, whether it was Huo Jiao's companions or the group led by Yu Yan who had come looking for trouble, they had all referred to Huo Wan as the illegitimate daughter. However, Huo Wan seemed unfazed, leisurely stating, "It's merely a lounge. I can have another room prepared for you." However, her icy gaze swept across Yu Yan's somewhat pallid face. "You must apologize first, Miss Yu." Apologize? Yu Yan's expression stiffened, utterly unwilling. Setting aside her belief in her own righteousness, how could an illegitimate daughter dare to demand an apology from her? In the eyes of both their circle and the elite of Huadu, no matter how powerful Huo Wan became, she would forever bear the stigma of being an illegitimate daughter. And they held her in deep contempt. Second young lady, I truly do not understand. It was clearly Hua Sanshao who initiated this. Huo Wan was not known for her patience, and the repetition of such flimsy excuses only heightened her irritation. She bluntly exposed the truth. Miss Yu, you know very well why you brought people here. I refrained from calling you out for the sake of the Yu family. At this, Yu Yan's already rigid face turned even paler, overwhelmed by a sense of embarrassment. Huo Wan scarcely cast a glance in her direction, treating her as if she were non-existent, and continued in a calm and detached manner. You must think this through. If you do not apologize now, when you come over later to express your regret, it will be your father who will be involved. Though her words were spoken lightly, each syllable rendered the young lady before her increasingly pale. Miss Yu, consider this. Your father, at his age, must bow his head to me, a younger generation for the sake of the family. Can you, as his daughter, truly reconcile with that? This statement, undoubtedly, resonated like a heavy tolling bell in the already tense atmosphere, yet no one dared to refute Huo Wan. Should the Huo family ever face ruin, Huo Wan would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Her prominence attracted numerous enemies, her pride was unyielding, and she never concealed her true nature, leading to an equal division between those who wished to see her downfall and those who sought her demise. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Yan bit her lip tightly. Her slender fingers clenched repeatedly, her face cycling through shades of green and white, until she ultimately found herself compelled to swallow her pride and apologize to Huo Wan. I apologize. I hope the second miss will not hold my actions against me. Huo Wan glanced at her, her expression devoid of emotion. Miss Yu, the one who owes an apology is not me. The implication was clear. Yu Yan should be apologizing to Huo Jiao, not to her. Although the Yu family could not compare to the Huo family, they were by no means insignificant in Huadu, maintaining business relations with the Huo family. Otherwise, they would not have received an invitation to the elder Huo's birthday banquet. Huo Wan's actions were undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Yu family, especially as Yu Yan had never endured such humiliation, having been raised in privilege. Her countenance was now profoundly troubled, teetering on the brink of explosion and collapse, compounded by the utter disregard from the alluring woman before her, an ultimate humiliation. It was Huo Jiao who could no longer bear to watch this, her compassion stirring within her, and she sought to put an end to this silent torment. Enough. Huo Jiao said, weariness etched on her exquisitely made-up face. Let them leave, there are other lounges nearby. With the small princess of the Huo family speaking, Huo Wan naturally refrained from further comment. Yu Yan, however, failed to grasp Huo Jiao's goodwill, her eyes darkening with malice. Neither Huo Jiao nor Huo Wan were to be trifled with. After casting a deep glare at Huo Jiao, Yu Yan departed, disgraced and fuming. Huo Wan was indeed someone she could not afford to offend. Yet, she would remember this affront. Once Yu Yan and her entourage exited, the remaining wealthy young ladies began to feel uneasy. Having dealt with Yu Yan, would Huo Wan turn her attention to them next? Were they not overheard discussing Huo Wan, the illegitimate daughter, before Yu Yan's arrival? They watched as a strikingly beautiful woman approached, a chilling aura trailing her, instilling fear in their hearts. The socialites tensed, striving to maintain composure as they fixated on each of her steps. Huo Wan observed their anxious demeanor with a detached gaze and, in a voice devoid of discernible emotion, remarked, "You may leave as well." Several socialites remained still, their gazes converging on Huo Jiao. The sound of a lighter being clicked echoed in the air. Huo Wan cast her eyes downward with a subtle smile, then lifted them again, revealing a layer of crimson hue within her dark green irises, dangerous and poised. Sensing the unsettling atmosphere, Huo Jiao gently patted the back of the girl beside her, whispering, "You all should leave first. I am fine." The socialites hesitated, observing Huo Wan's menacing demeanor, as if she intended to devour Huo Jiao. If they departed now, how would Huo Jiao handle Huo Wan alone? Huo Jiao reiterated, "I truly am fine. Do not worry, we shall reconnect shortly." After exchanging uncertain glances, the socialites reluctantly took their leave, casting anxious glances back at Huo Wan. Even a fleeting moment of eye contact made them avert their gazes, hastening their exit in trepidation. Once all the onlookers had departed, an unusual tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Huo Wan languidly settled onto the sofa opposite Huo Jiao, exuding an air of elegance. Her soft voice resonated, each word cloaked in lethal intent. "Huo Jiao, do you think I should sever the tongues of your companions or perhaps dismember their hands?" Chapter 023. Should Huo Wan lose, she would forfeit one of her hands. A chill coursed through Huo Jiao, momentarily silencing her tears, replaced by a profound fear emerging from the depths of her being. To this day, she vividly recalled how Huo Wan had rendered Han Rang's left hand useless. It had been a wager. Back then, Huo Wan appeared disheveled and timid, yet her heart was more ruthless than anyone could fathom. The individual dispatched by the elder Huo family to shadow Huo Wan was not Han Cheng, but Han Rang. Previously, Han Rang had always been her personal bodyguard. Naturally, she protested and wept, unwilling to comply, while Han Rang also hesitated to approach Huo Wan. After several days of turmoil, she dragged Han Rang before the elder, pleading for him to reconsider. Huo Wan remained remarkably composed, addressing the elder in an unremarkable tone, "Grandfather, I do not require a bodyguard, nor do I believe he can protect me." The elder was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, admonishing Huo Wan for her arrogance and underestimation of danger. However, Huo Wan boldly approached Han Rang, who was a year older and significantly taller than her, and coldly stated in fluent foreign language, "If you do not wish to stay by my side, I too do not desire to be met with your poker face daily. Let us compete in 3 events: combat, mixed martial arts, and shooting. If I lose, I shall forfeit one of my hands. Conversely, should you lose, you too must sacrifice a hand as a consequence." Each word resonated with unwavering resolve, signifying her commitment to her words. At that time, Huo Jiao was merely 14, and upon hearing Huo Wan's extraordinary declaration, she was left utterly stunned. The elder was equally astonished, yet he soon erupted in laughter, promptly sealing the arrangement for this seemingly trivial contest. "Very well. With a fierce spirit, it is undeniable that I am of the Huo lineage." The elder first cast a glance at Han Rang, urging him to perform admirably, reminding him that he must not show leniency simply because Huo Wan is a younger girl. After imparting this counsel, he regarded Huo Wan with a gaze that was both appreciative and inquisitive. At that moment, Huo Jiao was still bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, Huo Wan and Han Rang were to engage in a contest, with the price of one hand at stake over 3 rounds. Could it be that Huo Wan considered her hand so insignificant? Regardless of whether it is a bodily organ or a limb, can it truly be wagered? If so, what kind of life had Huo Wan led, and in what environment had she been raised, to harbor such an extreme and terrifying mindset? Huo Jiao could not comprehend. Even now, she remained unable to grasp what rendered Huo Wan so cold-blooded and cruel. Ultimately, the outcome was evident. Han Rang was defeated. As he was carried out on a stretcher, his left hand was a bloody mess, cruelly severed at the tendons. Disheveled and battered, Huo Wan emerged next. Her appearance far from desirable, with blood staining her cheeks, lips, jaw, and arms, yet she bore a smile. That eerie and chilling smile remains a haunting nightmare in Huo Jiao's heart to this day. In tears, she rushed forward and slapped Huo Wan, demanding to know why she had done this, ruining Han Rang's life. However, Huo Wan retaliated with a slap of her own, grasping her by the neck. Having spent many years abroad, Huo Wan's command of Chinese was not yet fluent, but sufficient for comprehension. She addressed Huo Jiao, saying, "Do you wish to be the next? Surely, you are not rendered speechless by fear, Huo Jiao." The chilling and mocking tone interrupted Huo Jiao's thoughts, causing her to shudder. Observing this, Huo Wan raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. "Even if you drive Yu Yan away, my feelings toward you will remain unchanged." Wiping her tears, Huo Jiao's gaze wavered as she stared at Huo Wan, wanting to speak, but was interrupted once more by a particularly cold and indifferent voice. "You do not think I am aiding you, do you? To be bullied even at a family banquet, Huo Jiao, you truly are useless. This was not solely due to you." Huo Jiao nearly blurted out her true feelings. Fortunately, she managed to hold her tongue, otherwise. The alluring woman opposite her narrowed her beautiful green eyes, seemingly amused. Leaning against the back of the sofa with a cool retort, "The one who forcibly paired me with Li Juiyu is the elder. And the one who publicly announced the engagement is also the elder. Instead of blaming him for meddling in affairs of the heart, you turn your ire upon me? It seems you and Huo Ximing are indeed siblings, both adept at deflecting responsibility onto others when you do not achieve what you desire, rather than examining your own shortcomings. How amusing." Huo Jiao was immediately enraged. "You shall not speak of my brother in such a manner." She could endure Huo Wan's arrogance in all matters, but she could not accept Huo Wan's condescending critique of Huo Ximing. Huo Wan gazed at Huo Jiao as though she were a disheveled Persian cat, too fragile that even her anger appeared merely as an endearing display of petulance to others. Huo Wan's haughty and dismissive demeanor only served to stoke the flames of Huo Jiao's fury and anxiety. "Huo Wan, your grandfather dotes on you so immensely. Your words hold considerable weight within the Huo family. Can they not sway his thoughts? Dote on me?" Huo Wan scoffed, savoring the profundity of those words. She felt an overwhelming urge to drag Huo Jiao to a hospital, perhaps for a neurological or ophthalmological evaluation.
Huo Ximing, Huo Jiao.
And herself, Huo Jiao truly lacked any insight into whom the old man cherished among his 3 grandchildren.
How amusing.
"Huo Wan, what is that on your wrist?" A shrill scream pierced through Huo Wan's eardrum, causing her to furrow her brow. Huo Jiao sprang from the sofa, darting towards her, and seized her wrist with fervor. Her already reddened eyes appeared even more ominous as she, seemingly possessed, demanded, "Where did you get that bracelet?" Huo Jiao collided painfully with the corner of the coffee table but continued to glare at Huo Wan's wrist, fixated on the exquisite emerald bracelet. "Where did you steal it from?" Chapter 024. Perhaps he has perished in some tender embrace. Huo Wan followed Huo Jiao's gaze and glanced down at the lavish bracelet, delicately rotating it with her slender fingers, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It's merely a bracelet, Huo Jiao. Why the fuss?" Huo Jiao's anger escalated. "This belonged to my mother."
Huo Wan.
"Where did you steal it from? Madame Huo's belongings?" Huo Wan was momentarily taken aback, reconsidering the bracelet on her wrist. Madame Huo, frail and delicate, had suffered greatly after giving birth to Huo Jiao, seeking remedies from various practitioners over the years to no avail. Eventually, the Huo family consulted a master who bluntly stated that her fate clashed with the family's, predicting she would not survive beyond 35 if she remained. Thus, she hastily relocated to a small town in another city. That departure had spanned over a decade. In the present day, Madame Huo had only seen Huo Ximing and Huo Jiao a handful of times throughout the years. As for their mutual father, Huo Yin, he had severed all ties with the Huo family 7 years ago for the sake of his so-called true love, and now his whereabouts remained a mystery, possibly having perished in some gentle haven. In the face of Huo Jiao's indiscriminate accusations, Huo Wan felt no anger. Instead, her smile bloomed more vibrantly. She deliberately raised her wrist before Huo Jiao, proclaiming, "Stolen? My apologies. but this was lovingly placed on me by your dear brother. You lie. That's impossible. Huo Jiao erupted, her fury threatening to propel her once more towards Huo Wan to seize her by the throat. My brother would never do such a thing. Whether I speak the truth or not, you could simply inquire with Huo Siming, Huo Wan replied, composed and unruffled. The more tranquil she remained, the more frantic Huo Jiao appeared. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have retained a modicum of interest in teasing the naive Huo Jiao, but the timing was ill-suited. Therefore, she decided to lay her cards on the table. Huo Siming has made considerable sacrifices for you, his dear sister, to persuade me to agree to dissolve the engagement with the young Masterly. Huo Jiao was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to grasp the implications of Huo Wan's words. However, she was not foolish. After a few seconds of hesitation, she stammered uncertainly. A single bracelet could compel you to agree to dissolve the engagement with brothers Ryu? Huo Wan smiled mysteriously. Of course, it is not merely that. As for what else he has given me, you may inquire with him yourself. Huo Wan, you despicable wretch. I shall make it my mission to eliminate you. Huo Jiao screamed once more, her furious voice piercing through the door and resonating in the corridor. Unexpectedly, this outburst of impotent rage caught Huo Wan's attention. Even someone as dim-witted as Huo Jiao could discern that something was amiss with Huo Wan. The beauty of Huo Wan's green eyes darkened, exuding an ominous and sinister aura akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Huo Jiao, did you just declare your intent to kill me? She could hardly admit that her words were merely the result of momentary anger. That would be too humiliating. Yet, the intensity of Huo Wan's gaze was genuinely terrifying. The dense darkness enveloping her pupils, with a crimson hue spilling from around her eyes as if she were on the brink of violence. The atmosphere had tightened like a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. In the lingering silence, Huo Wan scrutinized Huo Jiao's pale visage for what felt like an eternity before finally letting out a soft, mocking laugh. What's the matter? Have you lost your voice? Did you not just express your desire to kill me? I was rather looking forward to this day. Huo Jiao felt a chill creeping up her spine under Huo Wan's piercing gaze. She turned her head towards the closed door of the lounge. Han Cheng and Han Rang were just outside, so surely Huo Wan would not dare to act against her. Kill? Are you out of your mind? You must be completely insane, she exclaimed. To kill? Truly mad. She despised Huo Wan and wished for her perpetual absence. But that absence did not equate to wishing death upon her, nor could she ever entertain the thought of killing Huo Wan. Not long ago, she had faced betrayal in Country M, where someone had sought her life. Regrettably, they had nearly succeeded, though she had yet to unearth the mastermind behind it all. Her suspicion list had grown substantial. While Huo Jiao seemed the least likely suspect, one could not afford to be complacent. Unbeknownst to her, Huo Wan's mind was racing with thoughts of her own. She stood frozen in place, tense and vigilant, meticulously observing Huo Wan's every move, fearful that a moment of dissatisfaction might provoke her to act. Yet Huo Wan merely lit a cigarette, her brow furrowing instinctively. Hey, smoking is prohibited here. The moment those words escaped her lips, Huo Jiao regretted them, but it was too late. To oppose Huo Wan at such a moment was tantamount to courting death. To her astonishment, the cold, aloof woman radiating an aura that demanded distance extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the trash bin. A few seconds later, she coldly uttered, "Kill me? I doubt you would dare." Huo Jiao mistakenly believed that Huo Wan looked down upon her, and in her anger, she exclaimed, "Who are you saying doesn't dare?"
Huo Wan.
I genuinely wish you would vanish completely. Unfazed, Huo Wan continued to flick the lighter, casually inquiring, "Is it solely because of Li Zhuoyu that you wish for my total disappearance? Zhuoyu does not harbor any fondness for you, nor do you for him. Spending the latter part of your life alongside someone you do not love, nor loves you, would surely bring you no joy, would it?" With a light-hearted smile, Huo Wan replied, "Have you ever considered that one day you and Huo Siming might also be arranged by the old master to pair with someone else?" To which Huo Jiao retorted, "Then I would run away. I would rather die than spend my life with someone I do not like. As for my brother, once he inherits the Huo family, I believe even the old master will have no power over him." Huo Wan found Huo Jiao's excessively naive thoughts amusing.
Prefer to die?
What a delightful sentiment, she mused. Such words could only be uttered by one who has never faced the brink of life and death, never teetered on the threshold between the underworld and the mortal realm. Every mortal must face death. Yet it is only in those fleeting moments of dying that one truly comprehends the value of life. Nevertheless, she was disinclined to engage further with Huo Jiao, instead hoping that Huo Jiao would forever retain her pure and innocent heart. Someday, Huo Jiao would mature and realize just how naive her current statements were. That day would not be far off, for suddenly the door to the lounge was forcefully burst open with a loud bang. Chapter 025. An incident with the old master. Someone is targeting the Huo family. Huo Jiao was genuinely startled, while Huo Wan instantly reached into her handbag. This was the item that Crow had delivered to her in the underground parking lot before entering the banquet hall. In addition to the items she had instructed to bring, there was also a silenced handgun. Fortunately, the intruder was none other than Han Rang, accompanied by Han Cheng. The two similar faces bore the same grave seriousness and anxiousness. Second miss, something has happened with the old master. Han Cheng spoke rapidly, yet clearly, conveying the urgency to both Huo Wan and Huo Jiao. Huo Jiao's heart skipped a beat, her pupils dilating in shock as she cried out, "What happened to the old master?" Although Huo Wan was surprised, it was fleeting, as she had already mentally prepared herself for an eventful night. She rose languidly, casting a slow glance at Huo Jiao, and commanded in a low voice, "Stay here, and do not run around." Before Huo Jiao could respond, Huo Wan had already bypassed her and coldly instructed Han Rang, "You stay with her, and keep a watchful eye." In a moment of crisis, even without Huo Wan's words, he would remain steadfast in protecting Huo Jiao. As for Han Cheng, he naturally followed Huo Wan to resolve the situation, closely trailing behind her. In the corridor, the woman moved with swift determination, her hurried steps indicative of the urgency of the situation. Even in her towering heels, her pace remained undeterred. "What about Huo Ximing?" Huo Wan inquired. "The young master has already taken the old master to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Huo Wan paused momentarily, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. How filial of him. Leaving the mess for her while he rushes to the old man's bedside to fulfill his filial duty. Huo Wan inquired again. "What exactly transpired during the 20 minutes I was absent?" Moments ago, a group from the capital had sent a congratulatory gift. The old master, upon merely glancing at it, immediately displayed signs of distress, subsequently struggling to breathe and fainting. He was promptly rushed to the hospital by the eldest young master. After hearing this, Huo Wan's brows slightly furrowed, her overall reaction remaining rather composed. However, one particular detail piqued her interest. "What kind of congratulatory gift did that group from the capital send?" "A painting," Han Cheng replied without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, Huo Wan erupted into laughter, unrestrained and carefree. "How amusing! Is our old master truly the kind of man who could be startled into a heart attack by a mere painting? What sort of artwork possesses such formidable power?" "It is a painting of 8 horses, which the sender claimed symbolizes longevity." "Oh, isn't that a rather pleasant sentiment? Longevity, what a wonderful implication." The man's gaze flickered as he continued, albeit reluctantly. However, the eyes of those horses were stained with blood. And then, Huo Wan retorted, perplexed. "Just bloodstains?" Receiving such a painting on the occasion of an 80th birthday could only be seen as slightly inauspicious. The old master, accustomed to facing storms, could be sent to the hospital over such trivial matters? Clearly, the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. There must be some hidden secrets within that painting's depiction of the horses. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her thoughts, they were approaching the banquet hall. Fixating on the 2 ornate golden doors, Huo Wan cast a significant glance at Han Cheng. Listening through the doors to the sounds inside the banquet hall, she was astonished by the unexpected tranquility. Given the circumstances, she had anticipated chaos, yet found an air of celebration instead. Han Cheng sighed. "Shall we take charge?" Huo Wan smiled enigmatically, raising her hand to push open the grand doors of the banquet hall. She entered under the gaze of countless eyes, feeling as if the once harmonious atmosphere had been shattered by her presence.
Huo Wan.
A magnetic voice from behind her halted her steps. She turned, meeting the intense gaze of a man whose features and physique exuded a potent charisma, wild and untamed. He appeared to be an exceedingly dangerous individual. Observing her scrutinizing look, Gu Heng raised an eyebrow. "Do not be so alarmed. It is my grandfather who wishes to see you." On the top floor of the hotel, in the presidential suite, Huo Wan politely nodded at the desk. "Old Master Gu." Wan, the old master shook his head, seemingly anticipating her forthcoming words, and raised a hand to interrupt her. "Sigh, there is no need for words. The bond between us, forged over half a lifetime, compels me to act in this manner. At this moment, nothing is more important than your grandfather's health." Observing Huo Wan at a loss for words, he continued, "Ximing has already rushed to the hospital. If you are truly concerned, I am here. You may rest assured and go visit that old fellow." "Thank you, Grandfather Gu, for your kindness, but given the circumstances, the Huo family must remain vigilant here to prevent any unforeseen incidents." After expressing her gratitude for the elder's goodwill, Huo Wan lowered her gaze, her eyes settling on the scroll upon the table. She reached out and gradually unfurled the artwork, the vivid depiction of 8 magnificent steeds coming to life before her eyes. However, each horse's eyes bore long, crimson streaks, marring the painting beyond recognition. Grandfather Gu, you surely understand my grandfather better than I do. It is merely a jest in the form of the 8 steeds. How could it provoke such a reaction from him? This query momentarily perplexed the elder. He was not unaware of the truth behind the matter, yet he could not speak of it. Noticing the elder's troubled expression, Huo Wan discerned the underlying truth and replied calmly, "It seems this painting conceals secrets, known only to you and my grandfather." "Sigh, what secrets could there be?" The elder shook his head with a smile. He lifted the teacup from the table and took a shallow sip, feigning indifference. "It was many years ago. Both your grandfather and I have one foot in the grave, and the details have long since faded from memory." Long since faded? How could the elder still be so affected as to suffer a heart attack? Huo Wan remained unconvinced. After setting down the teacup, the elder picked up the scroll, his gnarled hands carefully rolling it back up for safekeeping. With a weighty sigh, he said, Wan, to be honest, among this generation of the Huo family, I hold you in the highest regard, for you resemble Qingyin the most. This is also why I did not permit a hang to wed you. You are not a mere creature of the pond, and should not be confined by familial ties. Yet perhaps you do not know that in his youth, your grandfather was 100 times more flamboyant than you are now. To call him a hellion would not be an exaggeration. Huo Wan could not shake the feeling that this statement was less a compliment and more a warning. The elder's gaze, deeper than an ancient well, fixed upon her. Each word pronounced with gravitas. "I can only caution you now. You must exercise utmost caution moving forward, for there are those who have set their sights on your family." Chapter 026 rendered Huo Wan particularly oblivious to the nuances. She met the elder's gaze without flinching, unwavering and composed, as was her custom. "I understand. Thank you for your warning. However, the Huo family has always been in the eye of the storm. We have never known respite. This time, it is a vendetta from decades past, and they will not relent easily." As she spoke, the newly rolled scroll was ultimately handed to Huo Wan. Wan, seek out a fire pit and burn it thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Rest assured, I know what must be done. Huo Wan took the scroll, her eyes meeting the elder's profound gaze beneath the folds of his skin, each understanding the other completely. Before unraveling the mysteries embedded within the painting, Huo Wan would never hastily destroy the artwork, and naturally, the venerable old Gu anticipated this fact. Yet, both opted for a taciturn silence, resolutely refusing to divulge the whereabouts of the scroll to anyone else. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual requires little effort. Conversing with an old fox like old Gu, who has spent a lifetime honing his cunning, is even more straightforward. Huo Wan casually placed the scroll on the table and, with a hint of a smile, ventured a probe. "I believe Grandfather Gu must have already discerned the identities of those mysterious individuals who journeyed from the imperial capital 6 months ago. The identities of the enigmatic visitors from the imperial capital remain unknown even to their family's patriarch. However, through the events of this evening and the painting itself, old Gu must have formed his own conjectures." Sighing, the old man remarked, "Alas, my memory has always been poor. I forget matters that ought to be forgotten without retaining a single trace." With a smile, he turned to face the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Below him, the bustling traffic thrummed with life, and the cacophony outside was muted by the vast glass barrier, casting his frail silhouette in a somewhat desolate light. The Gu family, adept at navigating social circles and boasting friends across the globe, despite their immense wealth, continued to engage in business, ensuring they would not offend one family over another. Huo Wan, sensing the appropriate moment, refrained from further discourse. "I understand, and the younger generation has no intention of causing you any inconvenience. I am grateful for your guidance. But I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." At this moment, the old man turned, his gaze laden with meaning. "When the day arrives that you stand in my current position, Wan, the Gu family shall be your steadfast ally." In that instant, Huo Wan felt as if old Gu were gazing through her, perceiving another person hidden deep within his heart.
Ajal les milagres a Juan's lips.
Her emerald eyes reflecting a palpable ambition. "I shall not keep you waiting for long." A few minutes later, Huo Wan departed the presidential suite, clutching the scroll. Before Han Qing could approach to inquire about the situation, another tall figure appeared at the end of the corridor. The dim lighting of the hotel hallway cascaded over the youth's striking visage, rendering him an undeniable focal point, even in the shadows. The darkness, rather than obscuring, enveloped him in an aura of mystery, while his expression bore an unmistakable concern. Huo Wan, gripping the scroll, remained rooted in place, observing as Li Zhuoyu approached her step by step. Whether it was an illusion or not, the warmth in the youth's gaze seemed to linger on the scroll for a fleeting moment before subtly shifting to her face. Their eyes met. Anne Li Zhuyu initiated the conversation. Are you well, second miss? I've been searching for you since the incident with great-grandfather. Her gaze wandered over his flawless, pale countenance before addressing Han Chung. Or would you prefer to visit the old man in the hospital? Li Zhuyu slowly raised his eyes, his lips pressed together, a hint of crimson brushing them, as if he were somewhat troubled. Given the circumstances, I indeed ought to remain by my grandfather's side at the hospital. Yet leaving you alone here. He spoke softly, his brow furrowed with a veil of concern, in stark contrast to the seemingly unfeeling demeanor of Huo Wan. She coolly and swiftly interrupted him, stating, I am fine. There are pressing matters that require my attention. Without lifting her gaze, she issued an irrefutable command to Han Chung, ensure that young Master Li is safely transported to the hospital. Han Chung, who typically concealed his emotions, revealed little of his true thoughts, but the look in his eyes dimmed slightly as he respectfully acknowledged her directive. Yes, second Mississippi. Having conveyed her instructions, Huo Wan said no more, her eyes not lingering on them for a moment longer. Grasping the scroll, she passed by the two of them and proceeded toward the end of the corridor. In the dim light, shadows clung to her, accentuating the profound solitude of her already ethereal figure. At midnight, the guests departed. Huo Wan stood in the hotel lobby, bidding farewell to each guest who had attended the banquet that evening. The lobby, adorned with a golden pink ceiling, was illuminated by 12 crystal chandeliers, casting a shimmering glow reminiscent of scattered gold dust. Everyone basked in the opulence of this intoxicating atmosphere, as if they were immersed in a celestial reverie. What had begun as a joyous birthday banquet had taken a turn for the unexpected, and the ambience was not meant to be as tranquil as it now seemed. However, the attendees tonight were either from venerable aristocratic families or emerging business magnates, their minds and intentions far deeper and more intricate than the ordinary. They sensed a shift in the winds of Huadu following the old master's hospitalization. What did the hospitalization of the elder Huo signify? It indicated that his true health condition was far less robust than he portrayed to the outside world. At 80 years of age, the certainty of tomorrow was precarious, especially given his long-standing battle with heart disease. The Huadu elite had always looked to the trio of the Jun, Hua, and Ji families for guidance. With the Ji family in decline and the Jun family retreating from the limelight, the Hua family remained unabashedly prominent. Whether it be Hua Siming, the eldest grandson, or Huo Wan, the second daughter, neither was to be trifled with, and their relationship was fraught with enmity. Should the elder Hua truly pass away, a fierce struggle for supremacy within the Hua family would undoubtedly ensue, stirring a tempest that could reshape the entire landscape of Huadu. At this moment, with the elder Hua's health deteriorating and his hospitalization, it was undeniably a time for the onlookers to choose sides. Naturally, many opted for neutrality, not to mention those who swayed with the wind. Weighing various factors, a queue of individuals eager to engage Huo Wan in pleasantries formed, surrounding her until the last moment of departure. After more than an hour, as the lobby gradually emptied, Huo Wan bid farewell to the final wave of guests. A server approached her, presenting a black and gold room key. Huo Wan accepted the key, her gaze briefly meeting that of the server, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Upstairs, in the SVP suite, the door opened with a swipe of the key card. The room remained shrouded in darkness, with only the cold, ethereal moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a serene glow. Upon entering, a delicate fragrance, akin to gossamer threads weaving through the air, quietly enveloped the space, its elusive essence drawing one's soul towards the abyss of darkness. Huo Wan stepped into the room with an unflinching demeanor, casually shutting the heavy metal door behind her. Reclining on a leather sofa, a man held a cigarette between his fingers, exhaling clouds of smoke as he savored the rare tranquility of the night. As the sound of approaching high heels echoed, the man lazily lifted his eyelids, revealing eyes that reflected the dim hues of the shadows around him. Before he could utter a word, Huo Wan languidly took her seat, extracting a slender cigarette from the case and igniting it with a crisp flick. Noticing her action, Gu Heng chuckled lightly, extinguishing his own cigarette. Are you upset? Huo Wan's gaze remained fixed on his profile, her silence speaking volumes. Observing her lack of response, the man sighed with an air of resignation, though his sigh hinted at a playful undertone. I am merely assisting you. Huo Wan felt a smile tug at her lips, her striking features softening with a hint of mockery. You call delivering that painting which sent my grandfather into a heart attack, helping me? It has thrown the entire Huadu business district into disarray, disrupting my plans ahead. The identity of the mastermind behind the painting that agitated old Master Ho to such an extent was, by now, abundantly clear. Though the artwork originated from the capital S elite, it was none other than Gu Heng who had facilitated its arrival. This is their gesture of cooperation for you. After tonight, the Ho family will undoubtedly be under your command. As for me, I am merely a middleman. His intention in delivering the 8 Steeds painting was simply to extend a courtesy, a birthday gift of sorts. Little did he know, the painting's impact would be so profound that it triggered a heart attack in old Master Ho, a most unexpected outcome. Huo Wan flicked ash from her cigarette. Her tone inscrutable. Sincerity? I fail to see how taking liberties constitutes sincerity. With old Master now hospitalized, who stands to gain the most? I believe that need not be stated. This is a rare opportunity for you, Wan. You cannot afford to be ungrateful. She scoffed, raising her gaze defiantly. Are you not concerned that I might disclose this to old Master Gu? He would never suspect that his unruly grandson is clandestinely entangled with those from the capital, plotting something grand. To this, Gu Heng appeared unfazed. We are in the same boat now, Huo Wan, do you dare? Her eyes clouded with uncertainty, Huo Wan remained silent. Observing her reticence, the man scrutinized her face, his tone laden with significance. Furthermore, as an ally, I must caution you about that pretty boy by your side, the young master of the Li family. He is not as harmless as he seems, and his intentions towards you are far from pure. Keeping him close will inevitably lead to trouble. The phrase far from pure elicited a laugh from Huo Wan. What other intentions could he possibly have? It is merely the gaze, thoughts, and intentions of a man towards a woman. Noticing the expression on Huo Wan's face, Gu Heng's gaze darkened within half a second, as he became aware of something. The charm of his handsome visage, shrouded in shadow, began to fracture, his piercing eyes nearly scorching Huo Wan's countenance. You are aware of his ulterior motives, yet you still keep him close. Do you have feelings for him? His voice lowered, as if revealing a trace of reluctance deep within. You have kept Han Chung by your side for so many years without granting him a title, allowing him to willingly serve as your loyal guard. After the Ji family fell from grace, you discarded Ji Shun without hesitation, not to mention repeatedly dismissing my hints. And the man you harbor outside, Huo Wan. Do not tell me that Li Juoyu is unlike any other man to you. Gu Heng's collar was loosened, the dark golden copper button nearly undone, revealing the muscular contours leading down to his abdomen, yet Huo Wan's eyes saw none of this. Her smile was shallow, her forest green irises dark and boundless, as she languidly reclined on the leather sofa, watching the man rise and approach her step by step. Then she stood first, raising her hand to press against the chest that was about to descend upon her. The smile remained at her lips, her fingertips feeling the man's vigorous heartbeat. Gu Heng, do you desire me? Chapter 028. How many men have been ensnared by her? Under the influence of the aromatic incense burning in the room, every word that flowed from the woman's luscious red lips seemed imbued with enchanting power. However, each subsequent note transformed into icy blades piercing towards the man's heart. Young Master Gu should first secure the inheritance of the Gu family. Your elder brother is no easier to deal with than my own. Sure enough, the world spun in an instant. A powerful arm reached out, gripping her waist and forcefully pressing her down onto the sofa. Her chin was lifted by several cool fingers, meeting the man's dangerously predatory gaze. What followed were a series of questions that felt as though they would strike her face. I truly wish to know, Huo Wan. How many men have you manipulated? Upon hearing this, Huo Wan raised an eyebrow, deftly brushing aside the man's fingers. Her arm then rose without hesitation, delivering a swift elbow strike. Gu Heng reacted swiftly, instantly releasing his grip and stepping back to evade her attack. Huo Wan remained composed, her languid demeanor unchanged, locking eyes with the man and smiling as she reiterated her previous statement. Young master, let me be frank. If you desire me, you must first claim the position of the new head of the Gu family. Midnight. Outside the hotel, rain began to fall again. The cold wind stirring the woman's satin-like long hair, the drizzle piercing like fine needles into the black overcoat draped across her shoulders. Soon, a series of rhythmic footsteps echoed behind her. Then, a black umbrella was opened above her head. As the angle of the umbrella shifted, Huo Wan tilted her chin upwards, gazing at the towering skyscrapers that pierced the clouds. Among the most conspicuous and artistically designed structures is the office building of the Huo family, a destination gazed upon with reverence by countless residents of Huadu. She fixed her gaze upon the towering, icy edifice without so much as a blink, and turned to the man who had just approached her side, inquiring softly, "How is the old master faring?" The elderly gentleman had briefly awakened, only to soon succumb to slumber once more. Tomorrow, the doctor would conduct a more thorough examination. The unfamiliar tone of voice prompted Huo Wan to turn her head in surprise, her pupils slightly shifting before she quickly regained her composure. She had not anticipated that the person sent to escort her would be him. She had assumed it would be Han Chung. The young man, gripping the handle of the umbrella, maintained his cool and soothing voice, seeming as concerned for the old master's safety. So he arranged for both Han Chung and Han Rang to remain at the hospital tonight. I happened to be passing by and came to pick you up. Huo Wan could not help but let out a light scoff. Huo Ximing is adept at maintaining appearances. If those who delivered the painting truly intended to harm the old master tonight, they would not have sent a painting in advance, thereby alerting him. Huo Ximing is certainly aware of this, yet he has still stationed layers of bodyguards at the hospital, making a grand show of his concern for the old master's safety. Unbeknownst to Huo Wan, Li Zhuayu slightly tightened his grip on the umbrella handle. The proximity between them was too close, and the delicate fragrance wafting through the air stirred his thoughts. Nevertheless, even in this moment, he gently proposed. Would you like to go to the hospital? I can drive you. Huo Wan shook her head, gazing at the rain curtain with a weary expression. Isn't the old master already asleep? Going to the hospital at this late hour would only mean facing that detestable face of Huo Ximing. Her response was met with a deep sigh from Li Zhuayu. No, the main residence is rife with the old master's watchful eyes. It seemed there were only two options, the hospital or the Huo family estate, both of which Huo Wan inwardly rejected. The young man fell silent for a few seconds. His lips parting, I know a place that can evade Ximing and 1 TB under the scrutiny of the household staff. Huo Wan instantly grasped his meaning and could not help but look at him with renewed interest. Do you have another residence in private? Somewhere to find peace? Indeed. Anyone who remains too long in the presence of that incessantly chattering Hu Jiao Jiao would be hard-pressed not to go mad. Finally, a hint of curiosity surfaced on her previously frosty visage as she turned her head and softly said, then lead the way. The hotel's basement level. The underground parking garage. Beneath the glaring, cold white lights, amidst rows of dazzling luxury cars, the faint sound of laughter and conversation from men and women could be heard. Between two black luxury vehicles, a group of strikingly handsome and eloquent individuals caught Huo Wan's attention. If memory served her well, they had made an appearance at the old master's birthday banquet that evening, only to be swiftly ushered by Huo Ximing to the VIP reception room upstairs. Clearly, these individuals were not merely affluent, they were exceedingly wealthy and influential. However, they did appear somewhat unfamiliar. They seemed not to belong to Huadu, but rather to hail from foreign lands or perhaps the capital's elite. Among them, there was still a familiar face, the current head of the Jun family, Junji. The man's refined and handsome features exude an alluring charm that is both delicate yet not effeminate, complemented by a pair of cold, serpent-like green eyes that strikingly resemble those of Huo Wan. The Hua and Jun families have always existed in a state of mutual respect, occasionally drawing closer or drifting apart. Yet they maintain the courtesy of greeting each other upon meeting. As for the others present, although their faces seem unfamiliar, their remarkable appearances ensure that even a fleeting glance would be difficult to erase from memory. This group naturally took notice of Huo Wan and her companion, Li Zhuayu. Despite her belief that she had encountered countless striking men and women, rendering her somewhat desensitized, she could not deny that the looks and demeanor of these individuals were on par with those of Huo Ximing, Li Zhuayu, and Gu Heng. During this time, it appeared that someone among them lingered their gaze on her for a few seconds. After all, with a face like Li Zhuayu's, he was undeniably the center of attention wherever he went, so it was only natural for others to steal a few extra glances. Thus, Huo Wan thought little of it. Chapter 029. Carrying her out of the car, my apologies. 2nd Mississippi. The individual who most captivated Huo Wan's attention was the woman with dark hair and crimson eyes. A quintessential ice queen. Amidst the interwoven glances, Jun Shi was the first to break the silence. 2nd Mississippi. Huo Wan paused, a faint smile gracing her lips. Young Master Jun. My sincerest apologies for the incident that occurred tonight. I have instructed the hotel manager to review the surveillance footage. We will certainly provide an explanation to the Huo family. Given that an incident transpired involving the elder Huo at the Jun family's hotel, they naturally bore some responsibility. Yet, the man with serpent-like eyes, despite his tone brimming with apology, displayed no hint of remorse in his gaze. He regarded Huo Wan's face with a profound intensity, igniting an unspoken tension. By the way, I wonder how elder Huo is faring. Is his health satisfactory? Considering his age, I think it best that you and Ximing ensure he does not overexert himself. Huo Wan met his gaze without flinching, their eyes locking in a silent duel. Her voice imbued with a subtle flame. Thank you for your concern, but my grandfather is quite well. As for your suggestion, I shall relay it to him verbatim. At her words, Jun Shi seemed to lift the corners of his lips slightly. This woman remained as prickly as ever, both arrogant and ostentatious, never deigning to regard anyone with respect. Yet, she invariably emerged unscathed from every predicament, and thus far, no one had managed to bring her down a notch, making her a rare phenomenon in Huadu. Choosing not to prolong the encounter, he gestured for her to proceed. I presume the 2nd Miss has many matters to attend to tonight. Please go ahead. Huo Wan offered no further remarks, politely nodding with a smile, acknowledging the distinguished men and women behind him before gracefully resuming her path. Meanwhile, the youth accompanying her maintained an unwavering, clear gaze, seemingly never departing from her face. As they departed, his cool, tranquil eyes briefly met those opposite before indifferently shifting away. Soon, the sound of a luxury car's engine roared to life in the garage. As the black Maybach disappeared into the swirling dust, the distinguished man with azure eyes standing beside Junshi spoke meaningfully before Miss Huo officially takes over the Huo family. I suggest you maintain a peaceful coexistence with her. Junshi chuckled. There is no rush. The universe is yet to be decided. A storm of blood and chaos is bound to ensue between Huo Siming and Huo Wan, much like how he made his 6 siblings vanish one by one before ultimately claiming the position of family head. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Despite the Huo family's efforts to cleanse their reputation over the years, one must not forget the origins of their rise. Miss Huo possesses remarkable talent, and with the elder Huo's intention to nurture her and the assistance of influential patrons, there is little doubt she will ascend to her rightful place. Upon hearing this, Junshi turned his gaze to reassess the man beside him. Patrons? Have young Master C and Miss In chosen their side? I had assumed you both traveled from afar to support the young master of the Huo family. If the foremost family in the capital, the C family, and the leading financial magnate, the In family, have indeed allied with Huo Wan, then Huo Siming may need divine intervention to emerge victorious against her. However, the aloof yet refined man smiled and clarified, you misunderstand. The patron I refer to does not pertain to Ning Ning and me. On the road, rain pattered against the car windows, while inside the vehicle, a serene isolation enveloped them. Huo Wan sat in the passenger seat, the warm air from the vents gently caressing her face, bringing a hint of color back to her pallid complexion, which had grown pale from the chill. The individuals she encountered in the underground garage appeared quite formidable. Otherwise, Junshi would not have engaged them with such courteous banter. If those individuals sided with Huo Siming, matters could become quite complicated. Lost in her thoughts, she momentarily failed to notice the movement from the driver's seat until the warm, pure breath approached her, prompting her to realize they had arrived. Already? She asked, slightly bewildered, her gaze losing focus as she instinctively unfastened her seatbelt. Upon opening the car door, a brisk wind laced with rain swept in, tousling her skirt. The parking lot was a considerable distance from the villa's entrance. Assessing the distance and glancing at her high heels, she frowned slightly at the sight of the uneven, weed-choked, muddy ground. If Han Chung were present, he would never allow her feet to touch the muck. Alas, he was not there tonight. Resigned to the situation, she prepared to exit the vehicle normally. Unbeknownst to her, the driver's door had been opened at some point, and the figure in the driver's seat had quietly vanished. The tall youth circled around the windshield and appeared at the passenger door. Huo Wan tilted her chin upwards, witnessing the black umbrella that had sheltered her at the hotel once again tilting over her head, shielding her from the incoming chill and rain. She found herself momentarily taken aback, gazing up in confusion at the youth's divinely handsome face, now glistening with raindrops. The fine rain trickled through his hair, and his expression was gentle and serene, as if he were enveloped in a tranquil autumnal embrace. Observing her slightly astonished demeanor, Li Zhuyu seemed to curl the corners of his lips, unceremoniously thrusting the umbrella into her hands. My apologies, Second Mississippi. Almost instantaneously, the moment Huo Wan grasped the handle, the young man's long arm reached around her waist, tender yet insistent, lifting her from the passenger seat. She reacted swiftly, raising the umbrella overhead to shield them from the cascading raindrops. However, her black overcoat, a gift from Gu Heng, slipped from her shoulders, landing in the muddy grass. Chapter 030. A mere embrace, and such a profound reaction. So innocent? Yet, Li Zhuyu showed no inclination to retrieve the coat. He continued to hold her, his step steady as he made his way toward the entrance. Huo Wan quickly acclimated to this unfamiliar embrace, but couldn't help glancing back, her lively, enchanting eyes sparkling with amusement. That coat belongs to someone else, and it's quite expensive. I must return it. When I next see young Master Gu, I'll compensate him. How did he know that the coat draped over her was Gu Heng's? She raised her gaze to scrutinize the increasingly tense line of the boy's jaw, ultimately resting her head against his chest, languidly stating, Gu Heng is not a good person. You should keep your distance. Li Zhuiyu's focus remained fixed ahead. Upon hearing Huo Wan's words, he fell silent for half a second, as if casually inquiring, and what about you? Huo Wan replied with a nonchalant smile. I am not a good person either, so you should keep your distance from me as well. At this, the young man paused, casting a downward glance upon her, his warm eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. What I mean is, since the second miss warns me to stay away from Gu Heng, what about you? Unlike him, Huo Wan lazily interrupted, simultaneously folding the umbrella. Given Gu Heng's current capabilities, if he truly desired Li Zhuiyu's complete disappearance, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Huo Wan wished to say more, but at that moment, she found herself at the villa's entrance, merely a fingerprint or code away from entry. Yet, Li Zhuiyu seemed unwilling to set her down. Surely, they could not stand there indefinitely? She took the initiative to change the subject, asking, "What is the code?" 070614. Huo Wan raised her hand to input the code on the electronic screen, and with a beep, the door opened. The interior was shrouded in darkness until she was finally set down. 2 seconds after her toes touched the ground, the lights flickered on. The illumination revealed the exquisite visage of Li Zhuiyu, previously obscured by shadows, causing her gaze to momentarily falter. The pale skin at the back of the boy's ears flushed with an unusual hue, and the faintest blush graced his cheeks. Is merely a hug causing such a significant reaction?
So innocent?
It seems somewhat peculiar. Not long ago, she had a private conversation with Gu Heng in a suite, where a potent, stimulating fragrance was diffused. Given the duration of her stay in that suite, it was inevitable that she had absorbed some residue of that scent. Subsequently, when she shared a vehicle with Li Zhuiyu, their proximity likely affected him as well. As for why she remained unaffected, she had long since built an immunity to such base substances. However, for someone encountering these particular fragrances for the first time, or only occasionally, it is indeed easy to be swayed. Yet, even if she had absorbed that fragrance, after enduring the elements, the remaining dosage would be negligible, and it shouldn't have a considerable impact overall. While contemplating, her gaze wavered slightly as she observed the young man Yu. Li Zhuiyu seemed to sense something and, maintaining his composure, earnestly declared, "I am fine." Since he wished to conceal the past, she decided to feign ignorance, merely smiling softly. "It's good that you're fine. Go take a bath, you're drenched and might catch a chill." Her feigned nonchalance only rendered the young man more uneasy, and he lowered his head, replying, "All right. What about my room tonight?" As she spoke, Huo Wan turned to survey her surroundings, exuding an air of authority. The room was adorned in a subdued yet luxurious style, reminiscent of the once popular minimalist aesthetic. She did not despise this decor, but neither did she particularly favor it. Her own taste leaned towards the extravagant, with opulence being her true nature. Much like Li Zhuiyu's visage, which was splendid, beautiful, and youthful, a trophy worthy of display. She adored such embellishments, provided he was content to remain merely an ornament, without aspirations beyond that. "The room is on the second floor, follow me." The crisp scent of mint brushed past her as she walked by, momentarily lingering before she resolved to follow his lead without hesitation. Yet in such a vast villa, aside from Li Zhuiyu's bedroom, could there truly be no other guest room? Standing at the entrance of the master bedroom on the second floor, Huo Wan cast a glance inside, a smile gracing her lips, before directing a knowing look at the boy, whose ears had turned crimson. She found it hard to believe he had not considered this aspect. When he extended the invitation for her to visit his private residence, he must have anticipated such implications. If there were no spare rooms tidied up for guests, then they would inevitably share a space for the night. Yet, he still invited her over. His intentions were evident. Huo Wan was in no rush to inquire, yet it was clear that he was more eager to clarify the situation than she was. "I will stay in the study tonight. The second young lady can rest here with peace of mind." At this juncture, Li Zhuiyu was uncertain whether his mind was clouded by Huo Wan's peculiar, enchanting aroma or something else entirely. He felt unusually disoriented.
The study?
"Do you intend to sleep on the sofa? Wouldn't that be rather uncomfortable?" "It wouldn't be difficult to sleep on the sofa, after all. There was an available one right in this room. Sleeping in the bedroom is undoubtedly more comfortable than in the study." Huo Wan appeared utterly unconcerned, her face adorned with a superficial smile, reminiscent of the languorous charm she exhibited when indulging other men. She lingered contentedly by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the moonlit scenery outside, before turning gracefully to him with a gentle smile. "By the way, may I borrow some of your clothes later? I am not accustomed to wearing old garments after a shower, and I would rather not trouble Han Qing to deliver something at this late hour." "Of course," he replied, his demeanor betraying a mixture of awkwardness and embarrassment. Huo Wan finally comprehended why some men were drawn to delicate, flower-like girls, innocent, pure, and adorable. They greatly satisfied one's desire for control. However, she was an enigma. She yearned to dominate yet had no fondness for excessive frailty. Perhaps this was the reason she had never truly opened her heart to anyone. Moments later, her playful, soft smile returned. "There is only one bedroom. But what of the bathroom? Surely there cannot be just one usable? Young master, I do not mind sharing the bedroom, but as for the bathroom and the bathtub." Chapter 031. Coexisting in one room. Is that not desired? The woman's graceful silhouette was reflected in the boy's silver eyes. in the midnight stillness. Even the faintest breath could be distinctly perceived. "I will wash up in the guest room," he said. Huo Wan seemed oblivious to his embarrassment or perhaps feigned ignorance, responding with a bright smile. "All right, go ahead." 20 minutes later, in the bathroom, the wide, pristine mirror reflected the woman's alluring yet frosty visage. She bent down, scooping a handful of cold water and splashing it onto her face. Her damp, silky hair cascaded down, continuously dripping water, accentuating her enigmatic green eyes. Something was amiss. Li Zhuyu had been exceptionally attentive to her since that afternoon. Though she was uncertain of his true intentions, she decided to go with the flow, even venturing alone to his private residence to discern his motives. Despite her limited knowledge of him, she was well aware from that night 3 years ago that he was far from the innocent facade he portrayed. Before the mirror, Huo Wan lifted her hand to adjust her long hair. Clad in an oversized shirt that was ill-fitting, she hesitated for a few moments before unfastening the 2 silver buttons at her collar. The expanse of her pale skin became increasingly enticing, accentuating the curves that led to deeper valleys. Her lower half was barely concealed, revealing her slender legs in their entirety, captivating yet daunting to behold. Regrettably, marred by a few still-healing scars, her thighs and calves bore testament to past struggles. Amidst the sounds of the bathroom exhaust fan, Huo Wan seized her handbag from the countertop, unhesitatingly opening it to retrieve a silenced, silver handgun. With practiced ease, she loaded the weapon and chambered a round. After confirming that everything was in order, she slowly lifted her gaze, looking at the cold, detached face reflected in the mirror, its depths shrouded in a thick darkness. Midnight. When that tall figure, silhouetted against the dim corridor light, appeared at the door, the room fell into silence. Inside, under the cool and ethereal moonlight, a woman languidly reclined on a leather sofa, a slender cigarette delicately held between her fingers. The wisps of smoke blurred her features, while the moonlight draped her in a gossamer veil. She seemed to meld into the moonlit ambience. The loose black shirt she wore clinging to her form due to the humidity, her exquisite curves subtly revealed in the luminous glow. Her refined mixed heritage granted her an alluring beauty, and as she turned her gaze towards the door, a smile graced her eyes, radiating an enchanting charm. As the door swung open, Huo Wan immediately noticed the object in Li Zhuyu's hand, resembling a medical kit. It was only as he approached that she took in his attire and appearance. He donned a thin black silk robe, his hair half dry, droplets cascading down his smooth jawline, glistening as they traveled towards his well-defined chest. Coupled with his strikingly handsome visage, he embodied an exquisite beauty. Rumor had it that Li Zhuyu's mother was once hailed as the most beautiful woman in Huadu, and it seemed the tales held true. He had inherited her stunning looks. The young man gazed at her with clear, gentle eyes, tinged with a hint of shyness, seemingly genuinely concerned for her well-being. "The nearby pharmacies are closed. I could only find these for now. Let me help you tend to your wounds," he offered. "No need," she replied with a smile, glancing at the clock on the wall. Her slender fingers extinguished the nearly burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray. She then lifted her glass, her emerald eyes glinting with a profound suggestion as she tilted the translucent cup slightly towards him. "After all that has transpired tonight, want you join me for a drink?" At her words, Li Zhuyu gently set down the medical kit, his gaze following her gesture to the coffee table. There, 2 bottles of wine were displayed, one already uncorked, and a delicate glass held a modest pour of red wine. He frowned slightly, his tone still gentle. "Is it wise for you to consume alcohol in your current state?" Huo Wan couldn't help but chuckle, tilting her chin upwards to reveal her alabaster neck, and took a generous sip of the wine. The wine-stained lips appeared even fuller and more lustrous. She cocked her head, a teasing smile dancing on her face. "Why not? When did you become like Han Chung?" Only Han Chung would frequently monitor her health. Just this afternoon. He had reminded her to adhere to medical advice and refrain from drinking, though she had never heeded such suggestions. What began as a casual remark unexpectedly shifted the atmosphere, infusing it with an intriguing tension. Huo Wan has never been a person of great patience. As she observed the young man before her remaining stationary for quite some time, the expression on his breathtakingly beautiful face remained elusive. With a quiet sigh in her heart, she rose from the sofa. Gracefully, she glided around the corner of the coffee table and placed the remaining half-full glass of red wine into his hand. As she closed the distance between them, the delicate fragrance that enveloped her after her bath wafted into his nostrils, intertwining like fine threads and unsettling his heartstrings. Her gaze was unmistakably suggestive, the implications clear. Yet the distance between them created an illusion of ambiguity. Witnessing the divine and resplendent visage before her blush with a shy crimson hue due to her proximity filled her with an inexplicable delight. Why should she feel shy? Was he not the one who had invited her here, now sharing the same room with her? She decided to cut to the chase, her tone lingering with significance. In the dead of night, a man and a woman alone. You invite me to your home, with only one room available. Surely, you must have some intentions? The moment those words escaped her lips, his breath faltered. He tightened his grip on the wine glass, the veins on the back of his hand subtly protruding as the darkest thoughts within him clashed with his reason. Though he appeared composed, his clear gaze flickered in a moment of haze, his dark lashes trembling. This was not how it was meant to be. Chapter 032. A pair of soft arms encircled the young man's neck. With a smile, she guided him to raise the glass of wine, bringing the translucent rim to his lips. In a moment of inexplicable compulsion, he swallowed the contents of the glass in one go. Upon seeing him finish the wine, Huo Wan took the glass from his hand, her captivating green cat-like eyes sparkling with mischief. It's getting late. Let us not waste any more time, shall we? She suggested softly, her words laced with temptation, as the glass slipped from her fingers and shattered upon the soft carpet. She moved closer, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck, the intoxicating scent igniting a flush on his ears. To be honest, don't you really want this? Every movement she made was laced with suggestion, gradually stripping away his rationality. The pulse at his temple throbbed, and his glassy silver eyes were shrouded in an unspoken darkness, tinged with desire. He knew this was a trap, yet he did not invest his heart in it. However, gazing at the alluring face before him, he found himself drinking the dubious wine, led by her whims. A fleeting smirk of self-mockery appeared at the corner of his lips as he recalled that night 3 years ago, a mistake he could not afford to repeat. Huo Wan was the one woman he should never provoke. Yet, when she reappeared before him, he felt an uncontrollable urge to draw near to her.
Huo Wan momentarily paused.
And before she could react, his cold fingers forced her chin upward, and darkness enveloped her from above. Outside, the rain seemed to intensify at that very moment. Beneath the same curtain of rain, at midnight, the hospital, typically a sanctuary of tranquility, buzzed with activity following the admission of a prominent figure. Outside the VIP ward of the inpatient building, a row of bodyguards clad in black stood sentinel, as if guarding a precious treasure. Inside the office of the attending physician, under the stark white light, the man, appearing both aloof and refined, absorbed the doctor's analysis of the patient's condition. Through the thin lenses of his glasses, his gaze darkened further. Sensing the unsettling atmosphere, the overworked doctor tightly grasped his signature pen and reassured him, Mr. Huo, fortunately, the old gentleman has only suffered a mild stroke. He was promptly brought to the hospital, and with proper care and treatment, there is a significant chance of complete recovery. Nonetheless, it is imperative that you take more precautions in the future. After all, the old gentleman is advanced in age, with a history of heart issues and high blood pressure. It would be prudent to allow him to exert himself less. Upon hearing this, the gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses merely replied in a subdued tone, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Noticing his intention to leave, the doctor hastily rose to see him off. Of course, we will conduct a comprehensive examination for the old gentleman once the sun rises. As soon as the results are available, we will contact you immediately. Thank you for your hard work, the man acknowledged succinctly before stepping across the threshold without hesitation. Finally relieved of this imposing presence, the beleaguered doctor exhaled deeply, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Why did he perceive a hint of anticipation in Mr. Huo's expression upon hearing of the old gentleman's mild stroke? Was it merely an illusion? He couldn't shake the feeling that the young master of the Huo family did not seem as concerned about his grandfather's health as one would expect. Perhaps it was best to let it be. The intrigues of affluent families were intricate and not for ordinary folk to meddle in. With a soft click, the door to the attending physician's office closed, and a tall figure, cloaked in black uniform, materialized silently behind the man. Han Cheng's countenance was inscrutable, and as he approached Huo Siming, he hesitated before inquiring, Young master, regarding the old gentleman. The response came in the composed and measured tone that was characteristic of Huo Siming. The doctor has preliminarily confirmed that my grandfather has experienced a mild stroke. With adequate rest and treatment, there remains a possibility for recovery. Han Cheng wished to press further, but Huo Siming interrupted him. And what of Huo Wan? The man's gaze shifted beyond Han Cheng, searching for the expected graceful figure, but he found only emptiness. It was late. The banquet should have concluded by now. Given Huo Wan's capabilities, managing such an unexpected incident should have been well within her grasp. Yet, why had she not come to the hospital? Could there have been some unforeseen complication? Han Cheng pondered briefly before responding, perhaps? The uncertainty of those two syllables caught Huo Siming's attention. He repeated them with a weighty significance, his cold, discerning gaze locking onto Han Cheng's face as he probed softly. Are you implying that you are unaware of her whereabouts? Without a trace of hesitation, Han Cheng remained unperturbed. The thoughts of the second young lady have always eluded comprehension.
Upon hearing this,
Huo Wan curled the corner of his lips, an invisible sense of oppression crashing down upon him like a landslide. But you are unlike anyone else, are you not? To Huo Wan, Han Chung stood apart from the others within the Huo residence, a truth universally acknowledged. Han Chung, however, displayed no signs of agitation, maintaining his aloof demeanor. The eldest young master is jesting. In response, Huo Wan chose not to scrutinize the expression on his face any further. Instead, he gazed out the window, where the relentless downpour created a cacophony against the glass. How is Jiao Jiao? Is she well? After a brief silence, the calm corridor was once again graced by the man's soothing voice. Tell Jiao Jiao to retire early, it is rather late. I shall fetch her in the morning. Have you seen Zuiyu? If memory serves, he had recently been at the hospital, yet now there is not a trace of him to be found. Zuiyu had been fostered by the Huo family since the age of 5, effectively becoming the old master's half-grandson. Now that the old master had suffered a stroke, where could Zuiyu be? At that moment, Han Cheng's perennial icy facade finally displayed a hint of softness.
Ha!
Even before the old master has fully succumbed, there are those who cannot contain their true nature. Chapter 033, Shedding the Facade of Innocence, Losing Consciousness Amid Profound Torment. Indeed, after so many years of living under the old master's watchful eye, the inevitable swelling of emotions was to be expected. Yet, it was unexpected that the first to lose composure would be the one who appeared the most gentle and obedient. Thus, were Zuiyu and Huo Wan both gone? Midnight in the suburbs within a certain villa district. On a night of torrential rain, the fragile glass windows creaked ominously under the storm, as if they might shatter at any moment. A woman, confined to a corner of the sofa, reclined languidly against the armrest. Despite being held beneath the boy in a manner reminiscent of aggression, she retained an air of superiority, as if everything lay within her foresight and control. Zuiyu looked down upon the woman beneath him, a hint of helplessness showing through his gentle brow, though more so was a sense of repression and restraint. The emotions swirling within him were ineffable, akin to a fire raging in his heart. Huo Wan gazed up at the figure before her, her slender fingers gliding over his taut jawline, a soft smile playing on her lips. Has the effect of the drug taken hold so swiftly? Or is your constitution simply too frail? I had expected you to endure for at least another 10 minutes. She had anticipated that he would wait until the drug's effects manifested before revealing his true self, yet he had shed his innocent guise far too quickly. Upon hearing her words, the boy's raven-black lashes fluttered, unveiling his silver eyes shrouded in a dark haze. He lowered his head, his restrained breath brushing against her neck. Yet his voice remained pure and gentle. Is this what the second young lady desires? It seemed he might tear away the bothersome black fabric at any moment. The woman beneath him remained remarkably composed, tilting her head as her alabaster fingers rested against his chest, a playful smile dancing upon her lips. That glass of wine was willingly consumed by you. You were fully aware of the potential dangers, yet chose to proceed. Given all that has transpired today, is this not within your expectations, or have I misjudged? Her words were delivered with an air of confidence, as if she perceived no threat, perhaps overly assured that she held all the cards. Clearly, Huo Wan belonged to the latter category. Yet, in the next moment, the oppressive shadow looming before her suddenly receded. Huo Wan was not taken aback by this development. With the aid of the drug, she was certain that Li Zuiyu would ultimately breach that critical boundary. It was merely a matter of time. The boy's breaths echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, growing increasingly labored. A fire ignited within her, creeping towards the corners of her eyes, tinting them with a restrained hue of crimson. Regardless of what the second young lady contemplated internally, her intention in bringing him here tonight was devoid of any illicit motives. He continued to muster his strength, striving to maintain clarity and reason, turning his gaze toward the door to make a decision. It was quite late, he suggested rest. As his words hung in the air, before Huo Wan could respond, his tall figure had already turned to leave. Observing this, Huo Wan leisurely fastened the brass buttons of her shirt. She gently leaned against the corner of the sofa, her ivory legs crossed casually, exuding an air of nonchalance. As she watched him grasp the doorknob, she chuckled softly. In the dead of night, given your current state, do you intend to risk a disastrous drive to the hospital alone, or do you plan to resolve this yourself? Or perhaps you have a doctor friend on call. Yet the figure at the door merely paused for a moment before firmly turning the knob and stepping across the threshold without hesitation. The door clicked shut, and gazing at the empty bedroom, Huo Wan felt a slight throb at her temples. After a moment of silence, she reclined completely into the sofa, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, her seaweed-like hair cascading down the edges of the sofa, merging into the darkness. The ticking of the clock resonated sharply in the overly quiet night. After several minutes, Taking a deep breath, Huo Wan quietly opened her emerald-hued eyes, meticulously arranging her hair before sitting upright. She then rose from the sofa, casually picking up the untouched glass of wine from the coffee table, and made her way toward the door. In the hallway, Huo Wan methodically inspected 3 rooms before arriving at the last door at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar, the room dimly lit, yet the glass door of the bathroom glowed faintly. Upon entering, she heard no sound of water or any other activity from within, an eerie silence enveloping the space. Cautiously, Huo Wan approached, pressing her head against the door, tentatively calling out towards the gap, "Li Zhuyu?" At the entrance of the bathroom, she lingered for half a minute, confirming the silence within. She then raised her hand and knocked 3 times on the door before grasping the handle and forcefully pushing it open. The scene that greeted her was striking, causing her gaze, and indeed her entire being, to momentarily freeze, causing a slight tremor in the wine glass she held. Under the bright lights, in the spacious porcelain white bathtub, a young man was reclining in one corner, submerged in frigid water, his serene posture suggesting he was either asleep or perhaps had already lost consciousness. The silk robe, drenched and clinging to his body, was ajar at the front, revealing the exquisite contours of his physique shaped by the luxurious fabric. A faint flush of crimson spread across his ear, resembling a series of beguiling blossoms blooming on his pallid skin. Even with his eyes closed, his striking bone structure and facial features were undeniably captivating, reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale. Yet in this moment, Huo Wan felt that Li Zhuyu resembled an unusually enchanting bud, blooming tantalizingly before her eyes, much like that night 3 years ago. Even someone like Huo Wan, accustomed to the beauty of countless handsome men and women, found her gaze lingering on Li Zhuyu's face a tad longer. Beauty, when paired with wealth, status, or intelligence, is an unbeatable hand, yet if wielded alone, it can summon calamity. Just like Lu Lin and Li Zhuyu. However, she was not yet at the point of being tempted by mere appearances or taking advantage of the moment. With no time to ponder further, Huo Wan strode closer, half kneeling by the edge of the bathtub, reaching out to wipe the boy's forehead. As expected, it was excessively hot, indicative of a high fever, leaving him oblivious in his torment. He appeared even more pitiable now, yet she was not fond of the idea of him languishing in the bathtub. Had she truly overstepped? Regardless, she had acted too impulsively and needed to address the immediate issue at hand. Her gaze shifted to the goblet she had placed beside her. The dark red liquid glimmered under the bright bathroom lights, casting an eerie glow. She lifted the glass, using her other hand to firmly grasp Li Zhuyu's jaw. Applying pressure with her fingertips, she attempted to pry open his mouth to pour the medicine-laden wine down his throat. Unexpectedly, before she could administer the remedy, the boy's long lashes, dampened by water or perhaps tears, fluttered slightly. His raven-like eyelashes opened the next moment, revealing his gaze, clouded with moisture, tinged with a pitiful red. It was a relief he had awakened. It spared her the hassle of forcing the medicine. Huo Wan thought to herself, loosening her grip slightly. She pressed the rim of the glass against his delicate lips and softly uttered 2 words, "Open up." From her tone, one could discern little patience, and the expression on her face was unusually solemn. Yet, her assertive demeanor seemed to have the opposite effect, rendering the atmosphere even more tense. Li Zhuyu, immersed in the cold water, was perspiring from his forehead and temples, his restrained and tormented appearance evoking a profound sense of pity. Yet, he did not utter a word. Instead, he clenched his jaw and pressed his thin lips together, his gaze towards Huo Wan filled with wariness and scrutiny. His pitiful and vigilant demeanor resembled a Persian cat that had fallen into a pond, its fur damp, which only served to enhance the beauty of his glass-like eyes. It was truly a sight to behold. Consequently, Huo Wan found herself with an unusual measure of patience, softening her voice to explain, "This is the antidote." Seeing Li Zhuyu remain unresponsive, she once again brought the cup to his lips. "Drink and you will feel better." The young man continued to show no reaction, his moist, faintly blushing eyes fixed on her unblinkingly. Huo Wan realized that not only did he distrust her, but he was also rather obstinate. Given Huo Wan's nature, she had little patience for coaxing. However, with their impending engagement, a fractured relationship would serve neither party well. After weighing her options for a moment, she ultimately chose to concede, apologizing, "Tonight's troubles are my fault. I misjudged you, and for that, I sincerely apologize." But then, her voice, laced with a cool, mocking amusement, took a turn. "However, you voluntarily drank from that cup. After the incident, I neither pressured nor harmed you, and now I have brought the antidote to you. Yet." Realizing that such words would only exacerbate the tension, Huo Wan abruptly ceased, smiling lightly as she rose and set the cup down on the table. Remaining here, she surmised that Li Zhuyu would continue to resist taking the medicine. "The sooner you drink it, the sooner you can rest. Good night. Yet, just as she took a step away, her wrist was suddenly seized from behind by a large hand, damp with moisture. Though surprised for a brief moment, Huo Wan did not show it. She made no effort to break free or turn around, patiently awaiting his next move. When faced with obstinacy, one could only be more resolute. After a moment of standoff, a hoarse voice called out from behind her, "The medicine." Only then did Huo Wan turn around. And from her perspective, she beheld a strikingly vivid scene before her. Whether it was a deliberate seduction or an unintended blunder, he had undeniably succeeded in momentarily shaking her resolve. Yet, after just a glance, Huo Wan withdrew her gaze, turning her attention back to the cup of wine she had just placed on the table. "If you drink it quickly, everything will be fine." She picked up the cup once more, bringing it to his lips, tilting it slightly so that the crimson liquid flowed into his mouth. However, her wrist was suddenly grasped tightly by a large hand, pulling her down without warning. Chilly splashes of water hit her face, and half of her body was submerged in the pool, yet she fell into a warm embrace. Fortunately, her wound was on her back, spared from contact with the water. The hand gripping her waist was fervent, its warmth palpable. The boy's other hand silently pressed against the back of her head, applying sudden force.
Akish.
Infused with an air of aggression, swiftly sealed her lips. Huo Wan parted her lips slightly, her delicate brows furrowed, attempting to convey something. Yet this only afforded the boy an opportunity to delve deeper. The kiss intensified, becoming a battle of wills, neither yielding, both vying for singular dominance. In the haze of the moment, she tasted a metallic sweetness, her reason long since severed, unable to discern whose lip had been bitten. Yet, the large hand gripping her head showed no sign of relinquishing its hold, as if fearing that she might escape the moment it loosened its grasp. Teetering on the brink of breathlessness, Huo Wan reached out, pressing down hard on the boy's abdomen, moving lower still. At last, the hand at the back of her head withdrew, but the one resting at her waist had no intention of moving away. She adjusted her breathing, her crimson lips slightly parting, even her unsteady breaths laced with scattered allure. As for the boy beneath her, he appeared even more pitiful. His thin lips tinged with a light red, the broken skin glistening with a vivid crimson. Disheveled and ragged, yet undeniably, he looked even more captivating. Huo Wan looked down upon him, her black shirt, dampened by the water, clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful curves. Although submerged in cold water, she felt an increasing warmth, her mouth parched. With a light laugh, she playfully traced her slender fingers over the boy's finely shaped lips, gently smudging the scattered crimson stains. "Why are you still the same as before, enjoying yourself in the bathtub?" she murmured softly, followed by a light sigh of complaint. "But I don't like doing it here. Shall we change locations?" Chapter 35. Must we return to the bedroom? Whether it was her intentionally seductive gaze or her languid, affectionate tone that resembled a pout, both undoubtedly stoked the flames of desire. In a daze, a pair of strong arms lifted her from the bathtub. Before she could be placed on the sink, she playfully pressed against his wet chest, yet Li Zhuyu offered her no chance to refuse, lowering his dripping head, his cold, elongated fingers gripping her chin, and kissed her anew. Huo Wan couldn't help but question the efficacy of the antidote. Hadn't Li Zhuyu already swallowed the dissolved antidote? Why was there no effect whatsoever? Such a harmless, innocent face was nothing but a facade. This kiss could hardly be deemed a kiss. It felt more like a desperate attempt to seize each other's breath for survival. Forced to tilt her head back, she surrendered to the irresistible kiss, her slightly curled fingers stealthily climbing up the boy's shirt. Finally, seizing the moment, as their temperatures soared to the peak, she forcefully pushed him away. Yet, in the very next second, she grasped the collar of his already opened robe. Evidently, her abrupt rejection caught the youth off guard. His eyes, dimmed by the encroaching darkness, reflected her radiant face, seemingly bewildered by the sudden cessation of a fire she had ignited. Such a demand caused a flicker of disappointment to cloud his glass-like gaze. The distance between them at that moment was so intimate that even their breaths could be distinctly perceived. The young man studied her enchanting visage for several seconds before glancing around the surroundings, his voice, deep and husky, tinged with an undercurrent of regret, suggested that departing from the bathroom to the bedroom was a lamentable choice. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan gently pushed him away, her toes touching the ground as she descended from the washstand. She smiled with a carefree nonchalance, indifferent to his reluctance, for soon the effects of the medication would take hold, rendering further persuasion unnecessary. Yet, before she could finish her thought and had only taken a couple of steps, her body was unexpectedly lifted from behind, cradled in someone's arms. Beneath the dim glow of the nightlight, the woman's soaked black shirt fell heavily to the floor, mingling with the luxurious black and gold embroidered robe. Perhaps even Li Zhuyu himself could not discern how much of the situation was influenced by the medication and how much was due to other factors. However, at that moment, the mobile phone on the bedside table emitted a sharp ringing sound, accompanied by vibrations that grew increasingly jarring. No one answered, and eventually, the noise subsided. Yet, barely half a minute later, the piercing ringtone erupted once more. It was Huo Wan's phone. Unless there was something of utmost importance. It was rare for anyone to call her at such an hour. The incessant ringing extinguished her enthusiasm and cast a pall over the atmosphere in the room. The young man lifted his head, his hoarse voice whispering in her ear, "Should we answer the phone?" The dim light allowed Huo Wan to see the expression on Li Zhuiyu's face clearly. The antidote should have taken effect, yet he appeared even worse. Despite the shadows cloaking his striking features, the restraint in his expression was unmistakable to her. Should she answer the call or continue to ignore it? This posed a dilemma of monumental proportions. Clearly, the caller was in urgent need, and the matter at hand was of great significance. Otherwise, few dared to ring her in the dead of night in Huadu. However, if she answered, the intimacy shared with Li Zhuiyu would undoubtedly be interrupted. With a gentle sigh, Huo Wan propped herself up on one side, her silky hair cascading over her fair shoulders, concealing the varying shades of ambiguous red marks on her skin. Tilting her head, she teasingly tugged at the corner of her lips, pondering, "Do you think it could be bad news from the old man?" The old gentleman was admitted to the hospital tonight, yet she has not visited him nor inquired with Han regarding his condition, leaving her unaware of the specifics. The late-night calls, two in quick succession, naturally led her to contemplate the worst possible scenarios. Had something truly unfortunate befallen the old gentleman, perhaps even his passing? Despite harboring such suspicions, there was no trace of concern or anxiety on Huo Wan's face. Instead, it was illuminated by an unmistakable ambition. Her dark green eyes appeared even more enchanting. Clearly, the young man before her seemed to resonate with her thoughts, albeit concealing his own sentiments deep within. Huo Wan discreetly absorbed the nuances of his expression. It remained uncertain whether he was merely an adept pretender or genuinely consistent in his demeanor. She did not perceive any hint of joy on Li Zhuiyu's visage. Rather, it was steeped in profound worry. It was understandable, as Li Zhuiyu had grown up beside the old gentleman, nurtured by him, sharing a bond that others could only envy, a familial affection that was indeed rare. At last, she picked up the mobile phone from the bedside table, her gaze indifferent as she remarked, "You are overthinking. Our esteemed elder has weathered countless storms. It's merely a painting. It won to claim his life." What a tumultuous evening it was. She was curious to see what further surprises the night held. She raised her phone, aligning the screen towards herself, where the glaring notification revealed a name, Lu Lin. Chapter 36. How could there be another man by her side at this late hour? How amusing. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Her canary, nurtured for 3 years, had taken the initiative to contact her? Typically, if she did not reach out to Lu Lin, he would certainly avoid her. Aside from their bi-monthly meetings, he regarded her as a formidable threat, steering clear of any additional communication. Yet, despite this, they maintained a contractual relationship for 3 years, a most peculiar situation. The unfamiliar name on the screen evidently caught Li Zhuiyu's attention as well. Lu Lin. It seemed familiar, yet strange. He could not recall anyone by that name associated with Huo Wan, but it was clear this individual held significance for her. Otherwise, why had her expression darkened so suddenly? It was a rare depth of seriousness. Huo Wan did not linger on her indecision for long. She chose to answer the call. At that moment, she lay in bed with her new fiancé, yet she was connecting with a man she had kept at a distance for 3 years. What a curious sensation. "Huan?" The voice on the other end was as cold as she remembered. She did not respond, merely placing the phone's receiver to her ear, waiting for him to continue. "Huo Wan." He called her name again, seemingly seeking confirmation of her presence on the line. In response to Lu Lin, she let out a soft chuckle, tinged with irony. "In the late hours of the night, you called me, not merely to utter my name, I presume?" The cool, distant youth on the other end of the line tightened his grip on the phone, gazing out at the glaring, radiant sunlight. Late at night? Was it already the dead of night on that side? Unfazed, Huo Wan listened to the call, her hand reaching for the cigarette box on the bedside cabinet. Extracting a slender cigarette. "You have never shown concern for my schedule. We hardly share any common ground, and given the nature of our relationship, there is no obligation for me to report anything to you." Her carefree demeanor appeared insouciant, yet as she attempted to light the cigarette, her hands were encumbered. A sense of inexplicable annoyance surged within her, causing her voice to wane. "Perhaps you should be succinct. It is late, and I have other matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Li Zhuiyu discerned that the individual on Wan's side was a man, and a young one at that. Luling, though the affluent families in Huaduo are numerous. He had never encountered anyone by that name from the Ru family. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of familiarity with the name Ling. He had anticipated that Li Joyer would assist her in lighting the cigarette, but to his surprise, he tossed it directly into the trash. Ah, how forgetful she was. This young master from the Li family abstained from smoking and drinking. Having grown up alongside Huo Jiaojia, he had always been regarded as her childhood fiancé. The future counterpart of the Huo family's little princess, naturally avoiding such vices. Huo Wan parted her lips, seemingly poised to speak, but the melodic, cool male voice on the line interrupted. The doctor has reviewed my examination report. All indicators are within normal limits, which means I could have been discharged long ago. At this, Huo Wan exhibited no sign of guilt at being exposed. Instead, she narrowed her eyes, responding with an air of intrigue. If I am not mistaken, are you implying that you blame me for confining you to the sanatorium? Luling, a figure of delicate beauty, was inherently frail and had long suffered from ailments. His ethereal appearance likening him to a rare flower. He possessed extraordinary talent on the piano and had already garnered all the prestigious awards of the new generation at such a young age, though his health was as fragile as a willow in the breeze. Approximately half a year prior, after he fainted unexpectedly during a tour, she proposed to send him to the world's premier sanatorium for recovery. This period of recuperation extended over 6 months, consequently delaying his planned piano tour. According to the original schedule, she had indeed planned for his timely discharge to resume the unfinished tour, yet unforeseen circumstances arose. Who could have predicted the downfall of the Jiang family? The Huo family swiftly distanced themselves from the Jiang family, and she annulled her engagement with Jiang Xin. Her grandfather sought to arrange a new match for her, yet rumors concerning her annulling began to resurface. Thus, her grandfather exerted further pressure, insisting she manage Rulin appropriately, which necessitated the postponement of his discharge. Once her grandfather intervened directly, the situation would escalate beyond mere trifles. Even if she intended to sever all ties with Rulin, she had to wait until the storm had passed. For the moment, he must be concealed in a place of absolute secrecy, not to be released, nor to allow any outsider to catch even the faintest trace of his presence. Now that my health has been restored as per our prior agreement, Huo Wan, I shall be discharged from the hospital. The voice on the other end of the line had not yet faded, when suddenly a pair of arms encircled Huo Wan's waist. A warm chest pressing against her back, the heat transferring and permeating through. Huo Wan turned her face slightly, lifting her gaze to give Li Juyu a warning look.
Yet.
He feigned ignorance, seemingly unable to grasp her meaning, instead expressing an innocent concern. Was that a call from the hospital? In the stillness of midnight, even the slightest sound could be distinctly captured, let alone the volume of normal conversation. Moreover, he was right beside her, so close that his words naturally traversed through the phone's receiver to the other end. Huo Wan was acutely aware of this. She wished to distance herself from Li Juyu, but it seemed too late. This unfamiliar male voice instantly drew Lu Lin's attention. At this hour in Z country, how could there be another man beside Huo Wan? Could it be? A subtle thought flashed through his mind, and the long fingers gripping the phone tightened around it. He had not misheard, and he would not be mistaken. Indeed, another man's voice had just emerged from the other end of the line. He found it difficult to articulate his emotions. It was strange. He should have felt relieved that Huo Wan had finally moved on, setting her sights on another. Yet, his heart felt as if it were pierced by countless nails, gory and hollow, allowing the wind to seep through. Huo Wan felt a slight throbbing at her temples, her gaze darkening as she resolutely rejected. Is that a threat? This silence on the other end felt as if a century had passed, and that cold, indifferent voice began to articulate each word with chilling precision. Huo Wan, are you threatening me? Had the second miss never contemplated that such a day might come? Chapter 37. Young Master, did I force you into any of this? A breach of promise? Huo Wan found it amusing. Beneath her long lashes, her green irises remained opaque, shrouded in an enigmatic mist. What promise had she broken? She had no choice but to temporarily place him in the sanatorium for his safety. If one were to tally it up, in these 3 years, had she deprived him of food or clothing, and all those coveted resources, merely a matter of her word? Did he truly believe that his title as a rising star in the world of music was simply bestowed upon him? This world is never lacking in talent, yet those favored by the fates are exceedingly rare. Lulin had received countless shortcuts that many would envy, yet he had never learned to cherish them. The voice of the youth on the other end once again called out her name, Huo Wan. His tone remained clear, yet it was noticeably gentler than his earlier stubbornness. Sister, your birthday is approaching next week, and with your busy schedule, you must have forgotten, haven't you? In that fleeting moment, Li Juyu was unaware of what Huo Wan had heard on the phone. He could distinctly sense her body stiffening, as though she had lost dominion over herself, utterly immobilized. Yet, In less than half a second, she returned to her usual self, as if her previous anomaly had merely been a figment of his imagination. He slowly closed his eyes, lowering his posture to a near supplication. Huo Wan, however, offered no response, neither affirming nor denying, neither agreeing nor refusing. She gently set down her phone, gazing at the timer still ticking on the screen, before finally pressing the hang-up button. The call was abruptly severed, leaving Lu Lin with only the prolonged and hollow tone of disconnection echoing in the silence. Within the bedroom, as soon as the call ended, a loud thud resonated. The phone, which had just been tightly held by the woman, was callously thrown onto the bedside table. She nonchalantly grabbed a light blanket from the bed, covering herself with an air of indifference, her expression chillingly detached. Yet, when she turned to face the edge of the bed, a vibrant and carefree smile graced her features. "Apologies, but I might not be in the mood for anything else tonight. I trust you have calmed down by now, and those thoughts have dissipated?" The tone suggested genuine regret and apology for the situation. Li Zhuyu, who had witnessed Huo Wan's abrupt shift in emotion, stared at her for a moment, his eyes reflecting a peculiar darkness, whether of resignation or discontent. Noticing her intention to leave, he hesitated not a moment longer, his icy fingers gripping her wrist firmly. His voice, rendered husky and alluring in the stillness of the night, whispered, "It's quite late. Where do you intend to go?" Huo Wan glanced at him, a light laugh escaping her lips as she replied casually, "For naught. I merely wish to step into the corridor for some fresh air and a smoke." Moments later, his low, sultry voice returned, "You need not go to the corridor for a cigarette." At this, Huo Wan couldn't help but steal another glance at him. The youthful flush on his face gradually faded, his gaze clearing, yet his appearance still bore the marks of someone who had been thoroughly wronged. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Huo Wan. Her perception of beauty rendered it merely a base temptation, entirely dispensable. Since he seemed unperturbed, she found no necessity to venture outside. She languidly settled on the edge of the bed, her gaze unintentionally drawn to the unadorned contours of his toned upper body. Lighting a cigarette, she refrained from bringing it to her lips just yet. For her, the act of lighting up had become a habit. As though the sound of the lighter igniting could dissipate the vexing negative emotions swirling within her. Huo Wan maintained a flawless smile, one that seemed permanently etched upon her face, obscuring her true feelings. Yet her subsequent words, soft as a breeze, seemed to carry a probing undertone. "I had thought that once the effects of the drug wore off, you would cast me out. Who would keep a person around who had drugged them? Do not speak of staying over. In reality, one has long been apprehended and confined, perhaps even reduced to operating a sewing machine." The room had been enveloped in silence for quite some time, until a profound gaze from the depths of the night seemed poised to sear her profile. It was not until the ash from her cigarette fell delicately to the floor, severed by the heat, that she heard a cool, fleeting laugh. "Did the second young lady not claim she would not interfere between me and Jiaojiu?" Upon hearing this, Huo Wan could not help but raise an eyebrow. Li Zhuyu had merely echoed the words she had spoken to him earlier that evening on the banquet terrace. A remarkable memory indeed. She had personally vowed at the old gentleman's birthday celebration that she would not intrude upon his relationship with Hu Jiaojiu. Moreover, once they dissolved their engagement, she intended to present a grand gift to him and Hu Jiaojiu, the envy of many. Such a swift rebuke. Just hours prior, she had been distancing herself from him, and now they lay together on the same bed. Huo Wan had to concede that she was indeed in the wrong. Left momentarily speechless. "I had no intention of encroaching upon your enviable union," she stated lightly, her crimson lips parting and closing, exhaling a wisp of ethereal smoke. Her smile even more beguiling. "However, it was you who invited me into your home, you who embraced me within, you who consented to my wearing your shirt, and you who pulled me into the bathtub." As she spoke, Huo Wan tilted her exquisitely sculpted profile, one hand holding the cigarette, the other draping the blanket. Leaning closer to him, bathed in the soft, golden light, her delicate neck and shoulders were revealed to the biting cold air, marked by sporadic, vivid, ambiguous red imprints. This was merely what was visible to the naked eye, not to mention the areas concealed beneath the blanket. As she drew nearer, her intoxicating fragrance wafted into his senses, causing the young man's breath to grow heavy. Yet Huo Wan seemed blissfully unaware as she nestled against his shoulder, teasingly murmuring, "Young master, would you care to see what you have done to me? Was any of this forced upon you?" Chapter 38. Has the young master changed his mind? Though it was the same individual, the aura was markedly different. A blinding flash of white light cut through the window, followed by a thunderclap that shattered the night with a deafening roar. The rain intensified in an instant, just as she felt a wave of disinterest and contemplated leaving. A particularly frigid hand snatched the cigarette from her grasp. Although Huo Wan was somewhat taken aback, she did not intervene. merely observing as Li Zhuyu lowered his head and took the cigarette between his lips. The blue smoke blurred the gentle contours of his face, even the faint blush at the corner of his eye appearing cold and distant. Now, viewed through a veil of mist, he seemed both unfamiliar and chilling. It was undeniably the same person, yet the essence he exuded was utterly transformed. On ordinary days, Li Zhuyu resembled a delicate bloom flourishing within a greenhouse, desired by all who beheld him. Yet in this moment, he radiated an aura of icy aloofness, as if he had merged with the oppressive darkness, foreboding and frigid, leaving Huo Wan momentarily disoriented. Moreover, observing his adeptness in exhaling clouds of smoke, it is evident that he has indulged in tobacco and spirits extensively in private. Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart. In a daze, the youth's low, mellow voice, tinged with a hint of scorn, wafted through the haze. Is the second young lady intending to act as though nothing has transpired, waiting until you achieve your objectives and dissolve our engagement, yet still gracefully presenting wedding gifts for me and the third young lady, just as it was 3 years ago? After spending a night together, she could pretend as if nothing had occurred, never to reappear before him again. Not long after, she had taken a nameless young man under her wing outside, ensuring his protection so meticulously that not a single trace could be found. If he was not mistaken, the call that interrupted them moments ago was from the man she was harboring. Now he finally learned his name, Lu Lin. With a name, the pursuit of information became remarkably effortless. She lazily leaned against the headboard, her tone flat yet earnest. That depends on you. If you wish to be with Huo Jiao, why should I play the villain to intervene? Of course, if Huo Jiao is perturbed by what has transpired between us, then there is little I can do. Although they had both remained tight-lipped about that night 3 years prior, it was evident that neither she nor Li Zhuyu had ever forgotten what had occurred. Their mutual silence on the matter was, in many ways, for each other's sake. Li Zhuyu felt a metallic taste rise in his throat, his teeth gradually clenching, the contours of his jaw tightening with a sharp intensity. His emotions surged, the innocent facade he usually maintained nearly crumbling. Whether it was more anger or amusement remained uncertain. 3 years ago, he had lost himself to Huo Wan. How could she act as if nothing had happened? No wonder she vanished without a trace the following morning. Clearly, she had never held that night in any regard. Despite his efforts to suppress his feelings, a profound sense of resentment and bitterness threatened to overflow from his striking silver eyes. Was the second young lady truly unconcerned? Huo Wan seemed oblivious to the shift in his emotions, reaching out to grasp his chin, locking eyes with his turbulent, glassy silver gaze. As their gazes met, she carelessly raised the corners of her lips. What should I be concerned about, and in what capacity? Young master, have you forgotten? It was you who rejected my proposal. What? Have you changed your mind? Her proposal? To make him her lover? Very well. Unbeknownst to Huo Wan, the delicate skin on the back of the youth's hand began to reveal prominent, menacing veins. The following day, after a night of torrential rain, the downpour finally eased. By mid-morning, the sun was high, yet the sky remained shrouded in a dreary gray, the rain incessant. When Huo Wan opened her eyes, it was nearly 10:30. A strange bed, an unfamiliar ceiling, unknown bedding, and a throbbing headache from the hangover, all of it left her feeling disoriented and bewildered. Last night at the old gentleman's birthday banquet, she indulged in a considerable amount of alcohol. Although she considered her tolerance to be quite decent, the words she uttered and the actions she took were inevitably influenced to some extent by the effects of the liquor. However, this does not imply that she was completely oblivious to the events of the evening, from the moment she stepped into Li Zhuyu's car. The vivid scenes replayed in her mind with remarkable clarity. Gingerly extending her hand, she reached for her phone on the bedside table. Upon unlocking it, the screen erupted with a flurry of missed call notifications and an overwhelming number of text message alerts. She had merely vanished for one night and a morning. And did the Huo family truly falter in her absence? Moments later, Huo Wan, feeling particularly fatigued, sat up and noticed a neatly folded bathrobe placed on the bedside table. As she picked up the robe, the familiar scent of mint wafted into her nostrils, and the blush-inducing images from the previous night began to flicker through her mind. Shaking her head gently to dispel these thoughts, she redirected her gaze to the phone screen, her fingers swiftly scrolling down until they landed on a familiar number. The living room on the first floor. 20 minutes later, having completed a simple morning routine, Huo Wan descended the staircase step by step. Suddenly, her pace halted. From her elevated position, she beheld a figure on the sofa emanating a chilling aura, accompanied by a tall silhouette standing beside it, whose delicate brows furrowed ever so slightly. All she had requested was for Han Cheng to bring her a change of clothes. Why on earth had Huo Siming also come to her? Seated on the sofa was Huo Siming. Across from him sat Li Zhuyu, with Han Cheng standing beside the couch. A subtle tension enveloped the trio, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, as none dared to break the silence until they heard the sounds of movement from upstairs, causing them to shift their attention and gaze toward her in unison. One man was already enough of a nuisance for her. Now she had three to contend with. At the very moment their eyes met, the amber irises of Huo, concealed behind golden-rimmed glasses, darkened. Chapter 39. What are the marks on her neck? The woman descending the spiral staircase was clad in a loose men's silk bathrobe, her cascading curls falling casually to her waist, her steps light and graceful. Under ordinary circumstances, this attire would have been entirely appropriate in Huo Wan's own bedroom. Yet, here she was in another man's home, dressed thus. How could it fail to provoke the imagination? However, Huo and Han Cheng, perpetually wearing stoic expressions, revealed nothing of their thoughts. Huo Wan chose to disregard their scrutinizing gazes, nonchalantly completing her descent down the final step. A languid smile spread across her lips as she quipped, "What brings my brother here? Is our esteemed elder not long for this world?" As she approached the sofa, Han Cheng respectfully extended a designer gift bag along with a paper bag. Inside the designer bag lay pristine garments, still adorned with their tags, while the paper bag contained an iced Americano. Both items were sent at the behest of Huo Wan. "Thank you," she smiled at him with a nod. Casually placing the elegant dress bag on the sofa, she retrieved the iced Americano from the paper bag. She gently shook the ice cubes in the transparent cup, inserted a straw, and nonchalantly settled into the center of the sofa. On her left sat Li Zhuyu, and on her right, Huo. He gazed at her unadorned, naturally beautiful face, her deep-set eyes obscured by thin lenses. "Huo Wan, your grandfather has been in the hospital for quite some time, yet we have not seen you. You disappeared for an entire night just to linger here?" Huo Wan bit the straw, and before she could take more than a sip of her iced Americano, she met his gaze directly and sighed softly. "Isn't my brother at the hospital? Besides, I am not a doctor and cannot provide medical care. My presence would only serve to further distress him, wouldn't it? If one is ill, they should seek a physician, not me. I am of no use in that regard." Her reasoning momentarily left Huo speechless. He redirected his attention to Li Zhuyu across from him. "Zhuyu, what about you? When did you start indulging in her antics?" Before he could finish, Huo Wan let out a soft scoff. Huo, though only a few years her senior, had always carried himself with an air of superiority. Educating his younger sister, Huo Jiao, was one thing, instructing Huo Wan was quite another. Did he truly believe that being called brother conferred upon him the role of an elder? Noticing the embarrassed expression on Li Zhuyu's face, which seemed to convey a sense of grievance, Huo Wan smirked. Her melodious voice effortlessly overshadowed his. Without waiting for Huo to respond, she lamented in a somewhat mournful tone, "My brother took the old man to the hospital, leaving me to deal with the mess at the banquet. No matter how well I handle my liquor, I cannot withstand the onslaught of so many toasts." With that, she leaned back against the sofa, casually expressing her thoughts. "Besides, it quite normal for engaged couples to live together." Huo Wan. The man's tone subtly deepened, his sharp, dark eyes fixed on her unmade, fair face. "Do you remember what you promised me?" The unexpected inquiry left Huo Wan momentarily taken aback. She stared blankly at Huo refined yet somber countenance for several seconds.
"Oh,
it has come back to me," she recalled. She had indeed promised to dissolve her engagement with Li Zhuyu. However, they had not established a specific timeline for this dissolution, and it was not solely her decision. Huo had to be involved as well. Moreover, with Huo Jiao showing no urgency, why was he so insistent? Was he truly afraid that she might develop feelings for Li Zhuyu and become reluctant to let go? For the happiness of his younger sister, Huo seemed to be quite invested. Huo Wan took a few sips of her iced Americano, the bitterness spreading across her palate, and her buzzing head from the hangover began to clear considerably. Resolutely, she downed the remainder in one go. Subsequently, she seemingly tossed the now empty plastic cup into the trash bin with remarkable precision. With a hint of irony, she retorted, "Is my brother here to remind me of this?" Huo gaze inadvertently fell upon Huo Wan's empty wrist. The bracelet he had personally placed on her was conspicuously absent. Perhaps it had been discarded in some unknown corner. Sensing the man's distraction, Huo Wan propped her chin on her hand and studied him for a few seconds before gently inquiring, "What's wrong?" Lost in thought. "How is the situation at the hospital? How is Grandpa?" He parted his lips, his voice as tranquil as a gentle breeze, devoid of discernible emotion. The preliminary diagnosis report was released last night. Grandpa has suffered a mild stroke, and Jiao is currently at the hospital with him for a more comprehensive examination. For reasons unknown, Huo Wan sensed a sudden shift in Huo mood. She elongated her response with an "oh," without further comment. At that moment, Huo Siming stood with poise, looking down at her with a detached demeanor, coldly uttering, "Go upstairs and change your clothes." Huo Wan initially thought she had misheard, rendered speechless for several seconds. What had gotten into Huo Siming? Was he truly addressing her in such a commanding tone? She tilted her face upwards, regarding him with disdain, hoping he would recognize the severity of his recent attitude. Huo Siming, however, chose to disregard her gaze entirely, slipping his hand into the pocket of his expensive trousers. Turning his attention to Li Zhuyu beside him, his crisp voice retained its unyielding coolness. "Zhuyu, you should also change your clothes. I will take you and Huo Wan to the hospital shortly." Indeed, in response to Huo Siming's command, Li Zhuyu obediently replied, "All right." His demeanor was that of a docile and harmless individual, making it impossible to reconcile his current self with the man from the previous night. Huo Wan felt a pulsating tension at her temples. Whether it was rebelliousness or something else, her fingers lightly tapped against the luxurious leather of the sofa's armrest. Tilting her head and smiling up at him, she voiced her discontent word by word. "I must ask, young master, is it absolutely necessary to do this right now? Did he truly have to drag her and Li Zhuyu to the hospital at this moment?" With that, she used the armrest for leverage and stood up, unabashedly meeting the amber gaze hidden behind his lenses. They stood merely a step apart, and the proximity, coupled with their height difference, allowed Huo Siming to easily notice the red mark on the inner side of Huo Wan's neck. Was that a hickey? Chapter 040. Are you bold enough to act, yet cowardly enough to deny it, young master? His deeply probing gaze naturally caught Huo Wan's attention. Yet, she displayed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, she boldly met his gaze in a seemingly provocative manner, a faint smile gracing her lips. "What's the matter? Is there a problem, brother?" The man's gaze shifted, dark and brooding, as it lingered on her pristine, beautiful face. Ignoring her flippant demeanor, he coldly reiterated, "Prepare yourself and head to the hospital." His tone, though not elevated, was imbued with an invisible sense of pressure. Huo Wan scoffed, a derisive smile gracing her lips as she attempted to sidestep him. However, in the next moment, she felt his icy fingers tighten around her wrist. From Huo Siheng's vantage point, he not only noticed the marks adorning her neck, but also glimpsed the chaotic, varied impressions concealed beneath the folds of her black silk bathrobe. The stark contrast of her pale skin against the vivid red was laid bare before him, revealing the extent of her wild night. His eyes darkened further, a storm brewing within. He released her wrist and gradually leaned closer, delivering each oppressive word directly into her ear. "This is the old master's directive." Upon hearing this, Huo Wan glanced toward Han Cheng, seeking confirmation of Huo Siheng's statement. Years of unspoken understanding passed between them, and Han Cheng solemnly nodded, tacitly acknowledging what Huo Siheng had said. It seemed the old gentleman indeed wished to see her. Her demeanor shifted more rapidly than the turning of a page, from haughty disregard for Huo Siheng to a captivating smile that lit her features. She gently wrapped her arm around the man's, her voice soft and playful. "If you had mentioned this earlier, brother, we could have avoided all this detour. Since the old master wishes to see me, I must go, even if the sky were to fall." After years of acquaintance, Huo Siheng had grown accustomed to Huo Wan's capricious nature. His cold, unfeeling gaze swept over her face, yet he made no move to dislodge her hand. He scoffed softly. "Can you speak properly? Time is of the essence. As you know, the old master lacks patience, and I cannot keep him waiting." "I'll go change," she declared, picking up a designer gift bag from the sofa, disregarding the three men still present in the living room as she made her way toward the ivory spiral staircase. Seeing Huo Wan depart, Li Zhuyu naturally rose as well. "I'll go change upstairs too."
Wait.
For the first time, Huo Siheng called out to him. "Brother Siheng, is there something else?" He possessed an extraordinarily striking face, handsome, resplendent, yet devoid of any hint of femininity. Rarely do men describe another man as beautiful. Yet one could not deny the allure of Li Zhuyu's visage, which compelled anyone, regardless of gender, to steal a glance as he passed by. Such an extraordinary countenance bestowed upon him an unreplicable essence of youthful purity. After a moment of silence, Huo Siheng finally voiced his concern. Before you brought Huo Wan here last night, did she have any contact with anyone else?" At the old master's birthday banquet, there were no such marks on her neck. Clearly, they were acquired afterward.
Could it have been you? No.
He is too innocent to have the audacity to act against Huo Wan, and Huo Wan would never allow him to succeed. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Huo Wan might have lured him intentionally. However, Li Zhuyu, with his naive demeanor, hardly seems to fit Huo Wan's selection criteria. It appears that Li Zhuyu has discerned Huo Siming's thoughts. He offers a gentle smile, his tone and cadence possessing a charm that effortlessly disarms one's vigilance. "In truth, I only met the second miss later on. Prior to that, It seemed she had a conversation with young Master Gu Er. The coat she draped over her shoulders last night must have belonged to him. Gu Heng? That dissipated scion? Huo Siming noted the name with a composed demeanor. His impression of Gu Heng was far from favorable. The Gu family, with its illustrious lineage and extensive connections, was overseen by the seemingly benevolent yet iron-fisted patriarch. Currently, the next head of the Gu family has yet to be determined, but it is already a foregone conclusion that the eldest son, Gu Lan, would inherit the family leadership, having been groomed by the patriarch himself, bypassing his own son. As for the second son, Gu Heng, he was raised under the care of his biological parents, lacking a deep emotional bond with the patriarch and never being cultivated as a successor. Huo Siming had some acquaintanceship with the eldest son, Gu Lan, but viewed Gu Heng, known for his notorious reputation, as devoid of any worthiness for association. As for whether the man involved with Huo Wan was indeed Gu Heng, that remained to be verified. His profound contemplation caused Huo Siming to overlook the shadow lurking within the silver depths of the boy's eyes. The smile gracing his lips remained pure and gentle. Brother Siming, if there are no other matters, I shall retire upstairs to change. Coming back to his senses, Huo Siming nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, go ahead. As he watched Li Zhuoyu ascend the stairs, his figure vanishing completely from sight, Huo Siming then turned to the stern man who had been standing nearby for quite some time. Investigate who Huo Wan was with last night. On the second floor, in the stairwell, a delicate figure languidly leaned against the balustrade. Watching the young man step onto the final stair, Huo Wan extended her soft arms, gently encircling his shoulders and neck, exhaling softly. What is it, young master? Do you have the courage to act but lack the courage to admit? Chapter 041. He desires more, but that depends on whether he can bring her joy. Undoubtedly, Huo Wan had overheard the conversation from downstairs. She heard it all. With just a few words, Li Zhuoyu had directed Huo Siming's suspicions toward Gu Heng, leading him to mistakenly believe she had engaged in some wild escapades with Gu Heng last night, thereby exonerating himself completely. She had indeed underestimated him. After all, a person raised alongside the patriarch, nurtured by him, could not possibly be a mere innocent lamb. The strands of hair that fell across the boy's forehead cast shadows, deepening the enigmatic allure of his glass-like eyes. He lowered his gaze to behold the delicate visage of the woman before him, a subtle warmth radiating between them. The proximity of their breaths and the intimate distance undoubtedly tested his endurance. He allowed Huo Wan to entwine her arms around his neck, drawing him closer until they were scarcely half a centimeter apart from her alluring crimson lips. Enveloped by Huo Wan's compelling presence, the young man innocently inquired, "Does the second miss wish for my confession?" Had she not already discerned his multifaceted nature, she might have been deceived by his seemingly harmless demeanor. Huo Wan looked up at him, her cool arms resembling a boneless water snake as they encircled the young man's neck, her smile captivatingly enchanting. "You should feel fortunate. Just now, your wits were quite sharp. Otherwise, considering the extent of Huo Siming's affection and concern for his dear sister, Huo Jiaojiao, should he discover your betrayal, crawling into bed with me, do you comprehend what fate awaits you?" Yet, she caught a glimpse of the subtle curve at the corner of his lips. His warm, gentle voice caressed her ear. "Will the second miss truly divulge the nature of our past to the eldest master?" "Very well," he continued. "It appears I was not mistaken about you. Indeed, you possess a heart as dark as night. You presume I will remain silent about the relationship we once shared?" Unfortunately for her, Huo Wan was not one to bow to threats. "Young master, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. With the patriarch's health deteriorating daily, how much longer can he protect you? A year, 2 years, or perhaps 3. You ought to prepare a contingency plan for your escape." The dim flame flickering in her emerald-hued eyes was both an alluring temptation and a harbinger of peril. While Huo Jiaojiao might seem a suitable choice for you, she could only offer you a life of mundane comfort. Do you not yearn to reach for higher branches? In response, the young man chuckled softly, his demeanor tender yet distant. "If I have not misunderstood, is the second miss extending an olive branch to me?" It appeared that the undertones of her words suggested that, compared to the third miss, the second miss was indeed the loftier option. "Exactly," Huo Wan conceded with grace, her cool fingertips tracing the smooth line of his jaw. "I believe you ought to reconsider. Accept my proposal, follow me, and a life of luxury will be assured. Even when the patriarch departs this world, no one would dare lay a finger on you. Should you desire more, that will depend on your abilities and whether you can keep me pleased." He gazed down at her, his lips still adorned with a warm, innocent smile, concealing his true emotions and thoughts. "As I understand, the second miss has been maintaining a gentleman outside." Huo Wan smirked slightly, lazily interrupting him. "Oh, you mean the canary I've been keeping?" Before he could respond, she casually elaborated, "I grew tired, hence the desire for a change in taste." "Tired?" Li Zhuyu echoed those words with a knowing undertone. The smile at the corners of her lips gradually faded. Although his expression remained warm and amiable, it evoked an unsettling chill that permeated the air. 3 years. Had they truly grown weary of one another? What about him? How long could her fleeting novelty last? A month? 2 months? Or perhaps a year or two? Would she then cast him aside as she had 3 years prior? If that were to happen again, he could scarcely fathom the extent of his reaction. Huo Wan had always been proud, inherently rebellious, and responsive to gentleness rather than force. To tame her, one would need to be even more resolute. He was indeed intrigued by the prospect of a direct confrontation, knowing that such an encounter was inevitable. If he so desired, possessing her was not an impossible feat yet. Such an endeavor would inevitably clip her wings, imprisoning her within a cage, while he would be left bloodied by her fierce claws. It seemed too cumbersome. Hardly worth the trouble. Once his objectives were achieved, he would depart from this place, perhaps ensuring the Huo family's demise, and they would never cross paths again. At present, he was uncertain of the nature of his feelings for Huo Wan. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that she was the only woman who had approached him without eliciting disdain, even inciting a desire for deeper connection. Huo Wan seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling in Li Zhuyu's mind. Her lips, poised to meet his, suddenly withdrew in disinterest. Did the young master lack confidence in himself? Surely, this visage would not grow tiresome even after a decade. Her tone brimmed with playful mockery, blurring the lines between truth and jest, capable of leading one astray into irrevocable depths. After what felt like a century, a teasing sigh escaped her lips. What if I refuse? If you truly wish to decline, should you not first loosen your grasp and release me? His arm encircled her, slender, fair fingers gripping her waist with a force that bordered on painful. The surroundings fell eerily silent. Huo Wan tilted her head back, and in the conversation, Li Zhuyu had been leaning down. Now, with a mere rise on her toes, she could brush against his delicate lips. There was no exchange of glances or words. She simply lifted her face, and their heated kiss ensued. A hypocrite indeed, declaring refusal while acting in stark contradiction. Huo Wan retreated step by step until her back met the cold, unyielding wall, her focus not entirely on the kiss. They needed to remain discreet. After all, Huo Siming and Han Chun were in the living room below, yet there was no need for excessive caution, as they would not ascend without cause. However, mere seconds later, Huo Wan sensed an oddity. Had she heard footsteps from downstairs? Chapter 042. To easily push him away would mean losing him forever. Even if the thought was but a fleeting moment in her mind, Huo Wan abruptly opened her eyes wide. She reacted with remarkable swiftness, and even in uncertainty. She raised her hand and pushed the young man before her a half-meter away. She exerted little effort, as it was evident that Li Zhuyu had also perceived the commotion from downstairs and had instinctively distanced himself from her. Yet, within less than half a second, that strong, sinewy arm encircled her waist and drew her into a chilling embrace. Huo Wan was taken aback, ready to protest. But the seductive whispers emanating from above froze her momentarily in place. Was the second miss afraid? The voice, laced with playful amusement, was melodious, brushing against her ear like a feather. Her waist was ensnared by the young man, and as the steady footsteps from downstairs drew closer, her heart began to flutter with a subtle rhythm. Her chin was lifted by several long, cold fingers, and her gaze fell upon the young man's exquisite visage, which, though once pure as a lotus, now radiated an air of wicked allure. His eyes were profoundly dark, like ink spreading, an indescribable temptation that captivated her as he gazed at her face. If you easily cast me aside for fear of being discovered, then the second miss shall never possess me. Those final 4 words struck her heart like a resonant chord, sending ripples through her composure. Huo Wan thought she might have misheard, or perhaps misjudged. Upon reflection, what did she have to fear? She and Li Zhuyu were betrothed, and whatever they did was entirely legitimate. Even if Li Zhuyu had once been the golden boy and jade girl of the entire city, destined to be together with Hu Jiaojiao, had they truly formed a lasting bond? She had disrupted his relationship with Hu Jiaojiao, at most. There would be a slight moral discomfort. But when had she ever been concerned with such matters? She had never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. Instead, this sense of transgression made the situation all the more intriguing. Huo Wan raised her gaze anew, a smile blooming on her lips as she tugged at the young man's collar, drawing him closer once more. In the stairwell, having ascended only halfway, Han Chung had already noted the subtle movement at the top of the stairs. The sound was faint, not easily discernible, and its duration brief. Those unaware might have thought it merely the normal creaking of an old house. He maintained his pace, continuing to ascend the steps with an unhurried grace. However, upon reaching the final step, he discovered the two figures closely entwined on the eastern side of the corridor. Was that Huo Wan and Li Zhuyu?
Han Shen.
His expression unchanged, glanced toward the eastern corridor, his gaze skimming briefly between Huo Wan and Li Zhuyu. Although he discerned a few subtle clues hinting at secrecy, he said nothing, bending to retrieve the name-brand gift bag that had been carelessly discarded at the foot of the stairs. This bag was one he had personally handed to Huo Wan in the downstairs parlor, containing the new garments she had instructed him to deliver. It dawned on Huo Wan that she had merely been waiting for Li Zhuyu to ascend the stairs, hence tossing the bag of clothes aside. So much had transpired in just a few minutes, leaving her momentarily unable to retrieve it. The tall, aloof man approached with measured steps, presenting her with a gift bag alongside a sleek black leather handbag. Of course, Huo Wan was acutely aware that Han Cheng had discerned something amiss. After years of tacit understanding, he was undoubtedly the one who knew her best within the entire Huo family. Yet, she maintained her composure, smiling nonchalantly as she remarked, "It's quite all right. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Since we are heading to the hospital to see the old master, I shall forego makeup. It's best if I appear as haggard as possible." Although her relationship with the old master was never one characterized by deep familial affection, a modicum of concern was still requisite, ideally manifesting to outsiders how deeply she cared for the elder's health, to the point of visibly suffering. Han Cheng's arrival shattered the previous ambience, effortlessly capturing Huo Wan's attention. In fact, when they stood together, the surrounding air seemed to grow more harmonious. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I picked up some light fare on my way here. You can change your clothes and join me for breakfast before we head to the hospital," he suggested. Huo Wan did not express either approval or disapproval. Her focus lingered on the handsome features of the man before her. She stepped closer, a slight frown creasing her brow. "In the future, let others handle such matters. Your eyes are bloodshot. You must not have rested well last night. Did Huo Simon keep you on guard outside the old master's room all night? With so many bodyguards at his disposal, where were they?" Han Cheng displayed little emotional response, his demeanor unchanged as he replied, "It is my duty." The old master's sudden collapse necessitated the presence of a few trusted individuals amidst the throng at the hospital. After hearing this, Huo Wan reached a decision. As she spoke the latter part of her sentence, a flicker of emotion crossed the otherwise stoic face of the man. "Last night," Huo Wan responded casually. Her gaze fixed intently on Han Cheng's face, scrutinizing every subtle expression, a faint smile barely gracing her lips. "Is there a problem?" Realizing that Li Zhuyu was still present, Huo Wan tactfully interrupted Han Cheng, despite his sufficiently vague statements. That was not Raven's fault. No one could have anticipated such an occurrence.
Now.
"I must change my clothes. I shall see you downstairs shortly." Receiving Huo Wan's penetrating gaze, Han Cheng fell silent and nodded. "Yes, second Mississippi," Huo Wan turned gracefully, as if just acknowledging the presence of others nearby, and offered a polite smile to the youthful Li Zhuyu, who resembled a blossoming peach blossom, pure as a lotus. "Young Master Li, you should also go change your clothes. I look forward to seeing you downstairs." With that, she elegantly strode toward the main bedroom located in the center of the corridor. Han Cheng naturally followed in her wake, greeting Li Zhuyu as they passed. "Young Master Li." This greeting, seemingly courteous and respectful, bore an undercurrent of equilibrium. Li Zhuyu returned the polite smile, though the warmth in his eyes gradually faded. "Ha," he thought, having just advised her not to push him away so easily. The true identity of the young master was formidable, but the time for revelations had not yet arrived. Chapter 043. The canary raised outside has grown defiant. Its wings have strengthened. But what of the present? Is this truly the promise she made to him? Han Cheng had barely been present for 2 minutes, yet she had directed nearly all her attention towards him, her eyes betraying not a trace of his existence. Observing the figures that stepped together over the threshold of the bedroom, a dark mist began to swirl in the depths of the young man's eyes. In the master bedroom, the bathroom, Han Cheng stood at the door, and from the cold, distant voice that wafted through the crack, clear instructions were issued. "Please arrange a meeting with my grandfather's attending physician. Once today's examination report is available, ensure that it does not pass through anyone from Huo Siming's side. It must reach me immediately. I intend for Dr. Lin to review it first." Huo Wan was bent over, meticulously arranging the newly delivered dress, her slender fingers tearing off the tag and casually discarding it into the wastebasket. "Yes, second Mississippi." At the doorway, Han Cheng responded decisively, then hesitated for a moment before quietly inquiring, "Are you concerned that someone might tamper with the old master's examination report, or are you afraid it could be leaked, potentially destabilizing Huo Corporation?" Old Master Huo had held sway over the Huo family for decades, having single-handedly elevated the family to the pinnacle of prominence in Huadu. Should anything untoward happen to him, it would undoubtedly affect the Huo Corporation, impact stock prices, and stir internal power struggles within the group. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan paused, her fingers gripping the zipper at her waist, a chilling depth of shadow flickering in her eyes, the corners of her lips curving into a deeper arc. Surely you do not believe that in this household, I am the only one wishing for the old master's swift departure? Han Chung fell silent. Huo Wan's insinuation appeared glaringly clear. Was she subtly implying something about the eldest young master, Huo Ximing?
Yet,
It was well known throughout the Huo family how devoted Huo Ximing was to old Master Huo. He was the old master's own grandson, nurtured by him. How could he harbor any disloyalty? How could he jest with the old man's health? Among the current generation of potential heirs, Huo Ximing and Huo Wan were viewed through vastly different lenses. In the eyes of outsiders, Huo Ximing was the epitome of perfection, while Huo Wan was perceived as wholly undesirable. Nevertheless, her astute capabilities and unwavering character had allowed her to shoulder considerable risks and contribute significantly to the Huo family, earning her grandfather's favor and leaving no room for external criticism. Though accustomed to Huo Wan's manner of conversation, Han Chung swiftly redirected the topic. I understand what must be done. Before he finished speaking, he added, by the way, shall we take a moment at the hospital to check on your back injury as well, second miss? Huo Wan zipped up her dress, adjusting her neckline before the expansive, bright mirror. Even without makeup, her unadorned beauty revealed a hint of alluring charm through her exquisitely defined mixed features. Upon hearing Han Cheng's suggestion, a flicker of enigmatic light danced in her jade-like eyes, hidden beneath her butterfly-like, curled lashes. Very well, she replied promptly. The tone of her voice bore a semblance of laughter, yet her expression remained strikingly indifferent. She picked up the emerald bracelet from the countertop, clicked the hidden clasp, and adorned her wrist with it. The stab wound on her back was known only to a select few present at the time of the incident. Beyond that, no one else was aware. She had deliberately issued a gag order, releasing a smokescreen to lead the outside world to believe she had been shot, with many even assuming she had succumbed to her injuries. The previous afternoon, she had already begun to harbor doubts. How could Han Chung know that her wound was on her back before she even spoke? Before he laid eyes on her injury? How could he have discerned that she had been stabbed rather than shot? Uncertain whether Huo Wan had intentionally slowed her pace in silence, or if Han Chung was lost in thought, the bathroom door suddenly swung open from within, unnoticed by him. Huo Wan emerged, having merely changed her attire and tidied her hair, devoid of any cosmetic embellishments. She appeared somewhat pale and fragile, lacking the spirited demeanor of her usual self, yet exuding a rare, understated elegance. Noticing that the man's gaze lingered on her face for too long, Huo Wan lightly smirked. Are you mesmerized? With a casual flick of her long hair over her shoulder, she gracefully stepped past his tall figure toward the expansive full-length mirror in the master bedroom. Am I sufficiently haggard? This is precisely the effect I desired. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized herself from head to toe with a discerning gaze. She had specifically instructed Han Chung to procure a high-necked inner shirt, draped elegantly in a black and gold tweed Chanel jacket, paired with a matching black tweed skirt, ensuring that the skin from her neck to her chest was thoroughly concealed, leaving no trace visible. As he deliberately bypassed her slender, pale legs, Han Chung's gaze descended to her feet, belatedly realizing something. She still wore the towering high heels from the previous night, a height that surely rendered walking a challenge. Lowering his head, he acknowledged, it was my oversight. I forgot to bring you your shoes. Huo Wan, however, seemed unconcerned. It's all right, I failed to communicate clearly, so it is not your fault. She lifted her face, gazing into the mirror at the man whose naturally austere features seemed a shame not to be modeling. With a slight parting of her red lips, she spoke with intriguing intent. By the way, if Huo Ximing has instructed you to investigate whom I interacted with last night, you had appeared Huo Wan had overheard Huo Ximing's recent instructions to him after her departure. Han Chung, however, felt little surprise. His expression remained composed and respectful. He interjected, rest assured, second miss, I know what to do. On the surface, he was the old master's close aide and the family steward. The old master had repeatedly cautioned him that until the next head of the Huo family was formally established as the family steward, he was also to assist the next head of the family and was obliged to follow the directives of both candidates, Huo Ximing and Huo Wan, without showing favoritism.
Yet,
in truth, everyone understood that he leaned more towards Huo Wan's side. Huo Ming instructed him to investigate whom Huo Wan had interacted with the previous night. Undoubtedly a deliberate act intended to sow discord and create difficulties. Han Chung, though perplexed, complied with Huo Wan's request, responding, yes, second Mississippi. Huo Wan lingered before the full-length mirror, turning slowly, sensing an odd dissonance. Her gaze suddenly sharpened as realization dawned. The incongruity lay in the exquisite green gemstone bracelet adorning her wrist, a gift from Huoming. Despite its beauty, it had always irked her, indeed. What initially displeased would ultimately remain so. Her sigh, barely audible, seemed as fragile as a whisper, yet it resonated distinctly in the stillness of the room. She gracefully turned, smiling as she handed the bracelet to the man behind her.
This is for you.
Second miss this. Han Cheng's typically impassive countenance flickered with evident surprise. Accept it. I hear Madame Huo possesses an identical bracelet, selling it would fetch a handsome sum. She regarded the man's face with an attentive gaze, not missing a single fleeting expression. When Han Cheng remained silent, she pressed the bracelet into his hand, tilting her delicate, somewhat pallid face upward. Fragrant tendrils of scent enveloped him as she sweetly remarked, "If you prefer not to accept it as a gift, consider it a request to dispose of it." That ought to suffice, wouldn't it? Only then did the man's long fingers close around the cool silver bracelet, nodding slowly in acquiescence. Yes, second Mississippi. Just as Han Cheng assumed there were no further instructions from Huo Wan, her soft, melodic voice rang out once more, causing him to stiffen once again. Unbeknownst to him, Huo Wan had ignited a cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke, her alluring demeanor shadowed by a thin veil of darkness. Find a few discreet individuals to keep an eye on him, ensure that neither the grandfather nor Huoming becomes aware. This time, Han Cheng did not respond with his usual obedience to Huo Wan's commands. He furrowed his brow and stated plainly, "You must realize that under the current circumstances, it is not advisable to bring him closer." He had encountered Lu Lin on several occasions and witnessed the dynamic between Huo Wan and Lu Lin. He had always been bewildered. Huo Wan was never lacking in suitors, although she had not publicly acknowledged a boyfriend in years. Her previous two fiancés were both distinguished gentlemen of noble lineage. Why, then, had she chosen Lu Lin? In terms of appearance, Lu Lin was hardly remarkable compared to the myriad admirers surrounding Huo Wan. His talents, particularly his piano prowess, were cultivated through Huo Wan's substantial investment, paving a path for him to showcase his gifts on an international stage. Without her, he would be nothing. Yet, astonishingly, he failed to express gratitude, viewing Huo Wan as an adversary, an absurdity that defied understanding. I am certainly well aware, yet this time it was he who took matters into his own hands. After casting a fleeting glance at the man, Huo Wan turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the overcast sky outside, and let out a self-deprecating cold laugh. You know that I have always been at a loss with him, especially now that he has grown audacious and learned to issue threats. What can I do? Should I cripple him, or simply make him vanish completely? In response, Han Cheng, with a stern expression, gravely suggested, "Then let the raven intercept him, or I shall go myself." Alternatively, we could indeed make him disappear entirely. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, fine rain danced in the wind as she languidly stood, enveloped in the dim light, holding a cigarette, surrounded by swirling mist. Her cold and exquisite features tinged with an indescribable depth of meaning. Perhaps, as she said, she had grown weary. Thus, she contemplated abandoning Lu Lin entirely, leaving him to his own devices. Or perhaps there was another reason. He was intent on self-destruction. I could intervene once or twice. But could I be there to stop him every time? Half an hour later, in the city, at the Huadu Central Hospital. This establishment is the largest and most advanced private tertiary hospital in Huadu, with the Huo family also having invested in it. Naturally, given that old Master Huo was admitted, he was assigned the finest medical team available. In the VIP special care ward, after undergoing an examination, old Master Huo was wheeled into the room by a nurse, followed closely by Hu Jiao, who stepped through the threshold. Just as she was about to enter completely, she spotted the languidly reclining, enchanting woman on the sofa, her expression instantly darkening.
Huo Wan.
The fact that she had been absent all night was one thing, but to not even show up at the hospital early in the morning and only arrive just before lunch, what could she possibly have been doing? Did she not care for the old master at all? And then there was Li Zhuoyu beside her. The mere thought of Li Zhuoyu made Hu Jiao feel as if her heart were being pierced by countless needles, a visceral pain coursing through her. She had heard from Huo Ximing that Huo Wan had spent the entire night with Li Zhuoyu. Why were they together? What had they done? Hu Jiao dared not dwell on it. Seeing that the old master had been wheeled into the ward, Huo Wan promptly rose from the sofa and approached to take the wheelchair from the nurse. "Grandfather, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere in your body that still feels uncomfortable?" Hu Jiao could not bear to witness Huo Wan's feigned concern and snorted coldly. "Now you decide to inquire about grandfather's well-being? You vanished for an entire night. And, to top it off, you did not show your face this morning. If it weren't for my brother personally coming to fetch you, who knows how long we would have waited to see you." Before she could finish, Huo Siming quietly grasped her wrist from behind, signaling her to be silent. Jiao Jiao. Huo Jiao took a deep breath and shook off Huo Siming's hand. Brother, please do not defend her. I was worried all night at home. If you hadn't stopped me from coming to the hospital, I would have been the first to guard grandfather's side. But where is she, Huo Wan? Jiao. A deep voice called out to Huo Jiao. It was old Master Huo, who spoke. Huo Jiao's eyes widened in surprise, feeling both wronged and perplexed as she stared at old Master Huo. Had she spoken out of turn? The elder's most cherished individual was undoubtedly Huo Wan. He bestowed upon her all that was good. Yet, when the elder found himself in the hospital, it was Huo Wan who displayed the greatest indifference. Is this truly fair? Leaning in his wheelchair, the elder appeared frail and pale, extending his hand towards Huo Wan with a soft call. Huo Wan, come here. Naturally, Huo Wan obeyed his command, kneeling before his wheelchair. The elder seemed to reach out weakly, as if to caress her hair, but in the next moment, she received a resounding slap. Chapter 045. Huo Wan, do not indulge in fantasies unworthy of you. The slap left everyone present, apart from Huo Wan, in utter shock. The nurse had long since exited the room, while Han remained stationed at the door. Now, in the room were only the elder, Huo Wan, Li Zhuoyu, Huo Siming, Huo Jiao, and Han Cheng. Li Zhuoyu's gaze wavered slightly as he looked at Huo Wan, while Huo Siming remained expressionless. Han Cheng silently lowered his eyelids, his long fingers subtly curling. Even Huo Jiao, who had always held disdain for Huo Wan, gasped in disbelief. No one anticipated that the elder would strike Huo Wan before so many witnesses. Calm your anger, elder, Li Zhuoyu implored, kneeling beside the elder's wheelchair to offer an explanation. However, the elder paid him no heed, his gaze persistently fixed on Huo Wan. Clearly, his hand was not raised due to this incident alone. Huo Jiao stepped forward. Speaking gently, elder, please do not be too angry. Let us communicate calmly. The doctor has advised you against further agitation. Observing Li Zhuoyu's defense of Huo Wan, she felt a pang of bitterness, yet her primary concern was for the elder's health, not for Huo Wan's sake. The elder similarly ignored his most favored granddaughter and continued to regard Huo Wan. After a prolonged silence, he sneered. Huo Wan, you should be well aware of the reason for my actions. The stinging pain on her cheek did not overly trouble Huo Wan. She lowered her gaze, pondering the true cause of the elder's fury. She had engaged in countless actions behind his back, far too numerous to count. Which of her transgressions had incited such wrath? She wondered if perhaps he had discovered her recent defiance of his orders regarding significant contracts. Observing Huo Wan's distracted demeanor only fueled the elder's irritation further. It is said that Huo Wan's temperament mirrors his own from youth, a fact he did not deny, for she bore a striking resemblance to him in his younger years. Thus, he was acutely aware of the tumult within her thoughts. This girl had engaged in numerous clandestine dealings without his knowledge, and yet she still had not grasped the gravity of her situation. Truly, she was a remarkable granddaughter. The more he contemplated, the more vexed he became. Was he also so reckless in his youth? Overwhelmed by frustration, the elder struck the armrest of his wheelchair, commanding the others present, all of you leave. Huo Wan, stay. With his decree made, the remaining individuals had no choice but to comply. Huo Ming gently patted Huo Jiao's shoulder, signaling her to heed the elder Huo's instructions. He then assisted the kneeling Li Zhuoyu to his feet, saying, Zhuoyu, this matter does not pertain to you. You should leave. At that moment, Huo Wan spoke up, young master need not feel guilty. My brother is correct. This is my own issue, and should not weigh on your heart. Hearing her words, Huo Ming's amber eyes, concealed behind his glasses, dimmed slightly. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and addressed the elder. Grandfather, given your current condition, it would be unwise to act in anger. Last night's banquet was a mess that Huo Wan resolved. I implore you to allow her to explain properly in light of this matter. Upon hearing this, Han Cheng stepped forward as well. Elder Master, the second miss was indeed occupied all night, please. The elder coldly interrupted them. Are my words no longer effective? Everyone leave. With such a declaration from the elder, the gathered individuals had no choice but to exit the sick room. Once they departed, only Huo Wan and the elder remained within the confines of the room. The elder scrutinized her face, a cold smirk lingering in his gaze. It appears you have garnered quite the support, Huo Wan. I underestimated your ability to win hearts. Huo Wan replied with poise. The elder has always been clear in his rewards and punishments. I must have done something detrimental to the Huo family's interests and reputation to warrant such a reprimand. The elder took in her submissive demeanor, his weathered visage etched with the marks of time, yet his deep-set eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. Do not feign ignorance with me. Let me be direct. Where is that painting? Where have you hidden it? The painting? Huo Wan suddenly understood. He referred to the 8 steeds painting that had so incensed him that it led to a stroke. Truly, the elder was astute. Even in the hospital, he had swiftly deduced that the painting had ultimately been taken by her. In response, Huo Wan resolutely declared, "I burned it." The elder was taken aback, incredulous, and retorted, "Do you think I would believe that?" Huo Wan continued, "If you doubt my words, you may inquire with old Gu. He said that painting was a harbinger of misfortune and instructed me to destroy it, which I did." Upon hearing old Gu's name, the elder gradually regained his composure, seemingly less resistant to her assertion. He probed further, "Did Ji Zhou instruct you to do this? What else did he tell you?" Observing Huo Wan's unwavering confidence and her calm demeanor, the elder's suspicions began to waver. "Are you truly not the least bit curious? You simply burned the painting?" Upon this remark, Huo Wan raised her gaze, unabashedly revealing her ambition and intentions. "If I claimed curiosity, would you then permit me to investigate?" In that moment, she bore an uncanny resemblance to him in his youth, ambitious and unaware of the heights and depths of the world. Yet, Huo Wan possessed a quality he lacked. She was far more patient. The elder chose to divert the conversation, sighing deeply with closed eyes. "It may be for the best to burn it all. Knowing too much serves no benefit to you. This is the grudges of our generation. And it has already been 2 generations since yours." Upon hearing this, Huo Wan smiled slightly and countered, "Does the elder not think that my brother is curious about that painting?" The mention of Huo caused the old man to open his eyes wide. His gaze, surveying Huo Wan, bore a hint of menacing warning. "Even if Siming is curious, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly under my watchful eye. But you, Huo Wan, are different. You know your own standing. Merely allowing you to enter the Huo family is already my greatest leniency toward you." Chapter 046. In marrying her, can he have whatever he desires? Despite this, Huo Wan's expression remained devoid of overt emotional fluctuations, as she obediently replied, "Rest assured. I live in the present and do not dwell on distant, ethereal aspirations." "You had better do so," the old man coldly huffed before maneuvering his wheelchair toward the bedside, seemingly to retrieve something. Noticing the effort it took for him to rise, she promptly picked up the folder from the bedside table and offered it to him. However, the old man did not take the folder. Instead, he turned his wheelchair to meet her gaze directly, articulating each word with intent. "You are aware of my current physical condition. There are matters I wish to attend to, yet lack the strength. Therefore, this matter will be entrusted to you." Huo Wan was momentarily taken aback and then opened the substantial file. After merely glancing at a title, she looked up in astonishment. After all, decades of experience separated them, and at this moment, she truly could not discern what the old man was scheming. Was he offering her a slap followed by a sweet date? He had just warned her against aspiring for things she did not deserve. Yet now he was handing such a significant business over to her. Was this not a glimmer of hope? If Huo Siming were to discover this, it would be quite the predicament. With this business that controlled the lifeblood of the Huo family, would she still need to feign civility with Huo Siming? Even after the old man's passing, she could firmly establish her foothold within the Huo family and the Huo corporation. Thus, was the old man staging this farce to test her or Huo Siming? "Do not rejoice too soon. This is conditional. I want you to marry Zhao Yu as soon as possible." Perhaps feeling that this level of intimidation was insufficient, he added, "Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Before I close my eyes for good, you must reach a conclusion with Zhao Yu, otherwise all this will belong to Siming." Indeed, the smile on Huo Wan's face gradually faded. Was the old man referring to marriage or to bearing children? The former posed no issue, but the latter. Setting aside her reluctance, could pregnancy and childbirth be accomplished merely at will? Why did the old man wish for great-grandchildren without urging Huo Siming? Why spend his days seeking a marriage match for her? Just as Huo Wan was about to voice her inquiry, the old man issued her the dismissal. "I am tired and need to rest. You may leave." She had no choice but to abandon her previous intention and suggested, "Shall I call my brother in?" "No need. None of you should disturb me," the old man replied, initially waving his hand dismissively before casting a knowing glance at Huo Wan. "Aside from Jiao Jiao, do any of you truly wish for my recovery? Especially you and Siming?" The old man continued, "Fortune favors the wise. This time it is merely a mild stroke. Even the doctor has stated that with proper treatment, full recovery is highly probable." With a cold scoff, he said nothing further. At the entrance of the hospital room, as soon as they stepped out, 4 or 5 pairs of eyes converged on Huo Wan almost simultaneously. Second Mississippi Han Cheng approached Huo Wan immediately, and upon seeing her expression unchanged from usual, he inwardly sighed in relief. "I'm fine." Huo Wan raised her hand to signal him to halt, then turned to the others. "The old man has requested to rest and does not wish to see anyone for the time being. If he needs anything, he will arrange to meet you." If it weren't for the lingering marks on her cheek from the slap, No one would have imagined that the woman standing there so serenely had recently been struck forcefully by the old man in front of everyone. Huo Jiao expressed her astonishment, the first to voice her doubts. Are you serious? The old man hasn't he fainted from anger, has he? Huo Wan didn't he even glance her way. Don't blame me for not warning you. The old man is in a foul mood. You might as well knock and see if he acknowledges you as his granddaughter. Clearly, Huo Jiao did not dare to take that risk. Everyone knew the old man's temper. Only a fool would willingly walk into danger. Huo Siming noticed the folder in Huo Wan's hands, which must have been something the old man had just given her. Before he could speak, the crisp sound of her high heels echoed as she walked away. She made her way to the window in the corridor. The youth standing by the window resembled an exquisite oil painting that could not be replicated. He was calmly gazing in her direction. His glass-like eyes appeared gentle and translucent, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed veiled in a mist, concealing the true emotions within. Huo Wan stepped forward, grasping Li Zhuiyu's wrist firmly.
Come with me.
Huo Jiao gaped at the scene, and once she regained her senses, she hurried after them.
Huo Wan.
By what right do you pull brothers Zhuiyu? Huo Siming intercepted her, frowning as he coldly admonished. Jiao, this is a public place. Mind your behavior. At present, all of Huadu was aware of the engagement between Huo Wan and Li Zhuiyu, with their engagement banquet scheduled for next month. If Huo Jiao were to be seen entangled with them, the gossipmongers would have a field day fabricating stories. At the end of the hospital corridor, in the safety passage, Huo Wan released her grip on the youth's wrist and closed the door to ensure no one could overhear their conversation. As she turned around, she was met with a familiar yet strange scent of mint. Your face, the youth said, his long eyelashes fluttering as he reached out to touch her slightly swollen cheek. Huo Wan subtly turned her face away, evading his touch, and coldly remarked, Enough. It is just the two of us here now, so cease your pretense. She wasted no time and boldly articulated her intentions. Young master, I have changed my mind. Marry me. In the darkness of the safety passage, Huo Wan could distinctly sense the figure before her freeze. This was beyond mere surprise. She lifted her chin and raised her face, each word pronounced with the gravity of an oath. Whatever you desire, wealth, power, or status, I can provide. All you need to do is register our marriage. It is that simple. If you wish for more. Unexpectedly, before she could finish, the shadow enveloping her surged forward. Behind her was the cold wall, and before her, the young man's fervent chest, confining her within this small, prism-like space. The young man leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear and neck. Can I have anything I desire? Chapter 047. Reluctance? Then force may be necessary. This time, Huo Wan did not shy away from his proximity, allowing his cool fingers to caress her cheek. As long as you desire it, and as long as I can fulfill it. Her voice was earnest, her words resolute, yet her demeanor bore no trace of emotional turmoil. Rather, it conveyed a steadfast determination. In a moment of daze, she glimpsed a faint curve forming at the corners of the young man's lips.
Li Zhuiyu shuklat sufli.
Observing her from above with an air of leisurely composure, his shadowed gaze bore into her, as if attempting to penetrate her soul to discern how heartless she could truly be. The proposal of marriage she had just uttered felt as ordinary as her prior suggestion that he become her lover after they dissolved their engagement. Both seemed trivial, unworthy of mention. She harbored not an ounce of genuine affection for him. Her only fondness stemmed, perhaps, from his appearance. Such fragile and ephemeral admiration could be easily swept away by a mere gust of wind. Should he lose his looks, or if a man more aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities were to appear, she would undoubtedly discard him without hesitation. He neither accepted nor rejected her proposition. Just as she began to think she would receive no further response, his low, husky voice enveloped her breath with a lingering curiosity. I wished to know what the elder had said to the second miss that led her to alter her stance, choosing to humble herself and marry me. It had only been a little over 20 minutes since Huo Wan had been left alone with the old gentleman, and yet her attitude had undergone a complete reversal. How else could this all be explained? Huo Wan maintained her composure, devoid of her usual superficial smile. Clutching the folder tightly, you need only know that this is a surefire deal. I will not let you down, nor will I allow you to incur losses.
A deal?
The young man pondered the term, a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm weaving through his deep voice. Huo Wan sensed that her words were excessively sharp and straightforward, striking a nerve within him. Therefore, she lowered her gaze and softly explained, Perhaps my candor is unpalatable, yet the truth remains. As you are aware, I have been arranged to marry thrice under the old gentleman's directives, dissolving 2 engagements. In his eyes, is my marriage not merely a transaction with a clear price tag? Of course, the individuals he previously selected were all from reputable families, beneficial for my business endeavors. Upon hearing this, while there was little emotional fluctuation in Li Zhuiyu's expression, his gaze towards Huo Wan grew noticeably more obscure. Time seemed to stretch for an eternity as he leaned closer, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips. Are you suggesting that I am not a suitable match for you, nor capable of aiding you in your ambitions within the business realm? If I am not mistaken, that is the implication, correct? Huo Wan was momentarily taken aback. That is not my intention. Before she could finish her sentence, the oppressive shadow before her dissipated. As the young man stepped back, his gaze, now resembling that with which he regarded others, was mild and distant. It appeared gentle and approachable. Yet none had ever truly bridged the gap to his heart. Huo Wan, he uttered her name. Li Zhuiyu seldom addressed her by her full name, yet each utterance seemed imbued with an enchanting allure. This time, Huo Wan offered no reply. The answer was glaringly evident. She would unhesitatingly heed the old gentleman's instructions, forsaking him for another, just as she had abandoned the Ji family and Ji Shen. However, from his words, Huo Wan discerned a deeper meaning, akin to a drop of ink diffusing in a clear pool, creating ripples of intrigue. Her brows arched, and a playful smile graced her lips as she teasingly probed. You cannot truly have developed feelings for me, can you? The youth remained still, his countenance obscured by shadows, revealing an inscrutable emotion. After a few seconds, he tugged at the corner of his lips, eliciting a hint of a sardonic smile. Huo Wan could not fathom his thoughts and had no intention of delving into the intricacies of a man's mind. Having exhausted her gentle persuasion, it was time to adopt a firmer approach. Despite her seemingly patient entreaties, everyone knew she was the least patient among them. She casually tossed the folder to the ground and retrieved a cigarette, deftly lighting it. Accompanied by the flick of a lighter, a soft sigh escaped her lips. Young master, you truly perplex me. Even if I offer you nothing, you must still obediently accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After all, we will be in close proximity henceforth. Why make this so contentious? This was her final soft appeal. Should he remain unwilling, she would be left with no choice but to resort to force. In the grand expanse of Huadu, what Huo Wan desired had always been within her grasp. Moreover, she preferred to shatter like jade rather than remain intact like mere tiles. As white smoke wafted through the stairwell, she approached with a light step, gazing upward at the stunningly handsome visage of the youth. Tender yet ruthlessly unveiled an undeniable reality. There is no choice. Upon uttering these words, she could distinctly sense the atmosphere shift around her. The boy's traditionally gentle and serene demeanor had turned utterly frigid. Yet, in the very next moment he smiled, his voice returning to its previous gentleness. Thank you, second miss, for your reminder. I believe I know what I must do. At this moment, she found his calmness eerily unsettling, a peculiar sensation she could not quite articulate. She deliberately ignored the profound gaze directed at her from above and pressed on, stating, During this period, I shall harbor no feelings for you beyond that of an alliance. And you too must not allow your heart to sway. Upon hearing this, the boy's raven-like long lashes seemed to flutter slightly. His silver irises were deep and enigmatic, a play of light and shadow that obscured his true emotions. Indeed, she had left no stone unturned, contemplating every detail, even the arrangements following the old man's passing. Let us proceed according to the second Mrs. plan, as for what I wish to obtain from you. Chapter 048. She was truly bewitched to have heeded his words. What did he desire? What demands would he make? In truth, she had no inkling of the heart concealed beneath Li Zhuiyu as immaculate and ethereal facade. Wealth, power, status. Beyond these, she could conjure no other thoughts. I have yet to finalize my intentions. Rest assured, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity once I have. As she spoke, the cigarette in her hand was taken from her grasp. Before her stood the boy, his countenance as pristine as snow. Offering a disarming smile, perhaps we should commence with quitting smoking. Her outstretched hand halted midair. After their brief discussion, she clutched the folder and exited the secure passage. As she opened the door, the blinding light outside momentarily dazed her. At the end of the corridor, the refined gentleman stood by the window, his gaze fixed on his phone screen, fingers deftly typing, seemingly engrossed in some matter. Hearing the commotion from the secure door, Huo Siming lifted his head and glanced in her direction. He was not waiting for her, but rather for Li Zhuiyu. Judging by Huo Siming's reaction, it was indeed her he awaited. Hearing this, Huo Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Are you warning me or comforting me? Huo Siming had always been this way. If he wished to express concern or comfort, he should do so openly rather than resorting to circumlocution. She smiled lightly, her gaze connecting with his warm brown eyes through the lenses of her glasses. Fear not, it was merely a slap from the old man. Have you forgotten how he endured under his rule before? Concerning that slap, she felt no real sting, even finding a sliver of relief in it. After all, The old man's anger was merely provoked by the painting of the 8 horses, rather than any discovery of her transgressions. Given the multitude of forbidden actions she had undertaken beneath the old man's watch, the day her deeds were truly revealed would not be resolved with a mere slap. The old man was far from merely suffering a mild stroke. Veiled behind the lenses of the man's glasses, a pair of chilling eyes harbored an unfathomable darkness. With thin lips barely parting, 3 words escaped. "I haven't forgotten. Nor could I ever forget." No one dared to utter a reply, and Huo Wan contemplated her departure. The relationship between her and Ho Siming had never been one of casual banter. As she prepared to leave, the crisp sound of her high heels echoed momentarily before the man. Huo Wan smiled, lifting her gaze to enchantingly whisper, "My apologies, dear brother. But I may have to go back on my word. The business in the East China region, as well as the bracelet you gifted me, I shall return both to you." Ho Siming, fully aware of Huo Wan's insinuation, furrowed his brow slightly. "You intend to be with Zhuayu?" With a soft sigh, Huo Wan replied, Dear brother, you are unaware that the old man has just issued a dire command in the hospital, insisting that I hasten to marry the young masterly. Being as filial as I am, I could never bear to let the old man's hopes be dashed." Though she spoke with an air of sorrow, her countenance bore no trace of remorse for her impending betrayal. Without waiting for Ho Siming's reaction, her ethereal fragrance wafted past him, heading towards the elevator. Of course, she had not forgotten to instruct Han Qing to return the bracelet Ho Siming had previously gifted her. 20 minutes later, at the Ho family estate, a slender hand gently pushed open the bedroom door. Upon entering the foyer, Huo Wan casually tossed a folder onto the cabinet, then bent down to remove her high heels, carelessly kicking them into the corner. As she walked deeper into the room, she unfastened her coat and flung it onto the sofa. Subsequently, she sank into the plush embrace of the couch. The bedroom remained shrouded in darkness, the lights unlit and the curtains drawn. Outside, the gentle patter of rain provided a natural white noise, creating an ideal environment for slumber.
Yet,
as her finger pressed down on the lighter, an inexplicable phrase echoed in her mind. "Perhaps we should start with quitting smoking." Along with the tender gaze of Li Zhuayu as he observed her in the hospital's emergency exit, her fingers, gripping the silver vintage lighter, gradually relaxed, ultimately tossing it onto the coffee table. How foolish she had been to heed his words. She slowly closed her eyes. The rain intensified outside, its rhythmic patter against the windows forming a soothing lullaby. When Huo Wan opened her eyes again, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. From noon until that moment, she had enjoyed an uninterrupted, restful slumber. The rain outside had likely ceased, judging by the sound, before she could rise from the sofa. Her phone buzzed with a vibrating notification. How serendipitous. Just as she awakened, a call came through. The caller ID prominently displayed the name Gu Heng. Picking up the phone, she swiped to answer and activated the speakerphone. Before Huo Wan could speak, a deep, magnetic voice emanated from the receiver. "Tonight. Those foreign gentlemen from the capital wish to meet you." "Tonight? So sudden?" Ignoring Huo Wan's astonishment, Gu Heng continued to speak. "Do not bring any attendants. It is just you alone, and they will send someone to pick you up." Chapter 049, Caesar. This name is one she must remember. Am I to attend the meeting alone? Clearly, Huo Wan had her reservations about this. Not only was the notification abrupt, but the demand for her to attend the banquet unaccompanied raised questions about the etiquette they had been taught. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she let out a quiet scoff. "Very well then. Are you certain?" The voice on the other end conveyed a hint of hesitation. Huo Wan lay back, closing her eyes, and replied in a measured tone, "I approach this meeting with a sincere desire to forge a friendship, even if they are newcomers. They ought to know proper decorum and rules. After all, in Huadu, the Huo family still holds sway. They cannot overturn that, and I need not indulge them, must I?"
Beep.
She abruptly ended the call. The room plunged back into an oppressive silence, and Huo Wan lay quietly on the couch, as if merging with the darkness. A few minutes later, the screen of her phone lit up again. Gu Heng. It was yet another call from Gu Heng. Huo Wan opened her eyes and, with an impassive expression, pressed to answer. "You have won, Huo Wan. They have asked me to convey their apologies to you." As expected. Such an overt display of authority was merely a test of her resolve. Yielding from the outset would label her a paper tiger, a soft target. They stated that the company of others is at your discretion. You may bring as many as you wish, yet they will still send someone to collect you later tonight. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan straightened up, her long, dark hair cascading down her shoulders. Delicate fingers combed through the loose strands, and as if recalling something, she casually inquired, "How should I address that group of foreigners? Pray tell, do you refer to them as foreigners in their presence as well?" The man on the other end chuckled softly and explained leisurely, You likely have no interest in the others. They are merely lackeys who follow orders. But Caesar, this name, you must remember.
Caesar?
It inevitably conjures images of a distinguished emperor from Western history. In Z country, we hold great regard for feng shui and destiny. Can an ordinary person bear such a weighty name? Huo Wan grasped her phone, her gaze deepening. So, the individuals I am to meet tonight are inconsequential lackeys. Or, is it this Caesar? Meanwhile, in the heart of Huadu, within a luxurious study adorned with gold and jade, where the elite congregate, beneath a ceiling of golden hues, a youth clad in black lace and satin, his eyes shut, savored this rare moment of tranquility. To his left, the phone screen remained lit. The ongoing call had not been terminated, continuously counting the seconds. The head of the family has, as per your instructions, communicated with young Master Gu. Miss Huo has accepted your invitation to meet, but she insists on being allowed to bring attendants. Otherwise, the invitation will be rendered void. The phone emitted a persistent buzzing sound, carrying the anxious admonitions from across the line. You need not make an appearance yourself. It would be more prudent to have someone else represent you, perhaps the young Marquis of Bronx, who happens to be in Huadu at this moment. Beneath the delicate veil of black gauze, the youth's narrow, enchanting eyes were closed, seemingly oblivious to the clamor surrounding him. However, the angle at which he twirled his pen suggested he was indeed listening. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the table, a large creature seemed to slither by, creating a rustling sound that instilled a sense of dread. Yet, the boy appeared entirely unaware, exuding a languid indifference and an air of aristocratic aloofness. The man on the other end of the line, sensing the shift in atmosphere, fell silent, fearful of provoking his master. I spoke out of turn. I shall heed your commands. Upon hearing this, the boy ceased his pen's rotation. Shall you willingly accept punishment, or will you become Dolly's appetizer? A sleek, serpentine black and gold python appeared on his shoulder. The man on the phone turned pale. He was well aware of what Dolly's appetizer entailed. Dolly was his master's beloved pet. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that Dolly was a gigantic python. As night fell, following the address provided by Gu Hang, Huo Wan arrived at an intersection on the outskirts of the city. By the roadside, a black Bentley awaited. The youth in the driver's seat, noticing the movement of a vehicle at the end of the road, glanced into the rearview mirror and quietly inquired, "Second, miss?" In the mirror, a woman lifted her eyelids, revealing her mesmerizing green eyes. Despite having been told that she could bring as many companions as she wished, she had chosen to bring only one attendant. The youth in black at the wheel, codenamed Raven, was an S-level mercenary, one of fewer than 50 currently active in the world, and among the elite, his presence alone was sufficient. Soon, a flashing Maybach approached from behind and stopped not far from them. The door opened, and a handsome man with deep brown hair emerged from the passenger seat. He was tall and strode confidently towards Huo Wan's Bentley. She did not exit the vehicle. Instead, she leisurely lowered the window as he approached the door. Maintaining her composure, Huo Wan gazed straight ahead. The thin lace from her black hat obscuring much of her strikingly fierce mixed-race features, offering the man no extraneous glances. She languidly spoke. On a night like this, in the wilderness, is this truly the sincerity of your master? Miss Huo, you have misunderstood. This arrangement by my master is to ensure confidentiality and, indeed, the safety of both parties. I shall now escort you to the true meeting location. For the sake of both party safety? Huo Wan chuckled at the phrase. He may have been safe, but what of her? In the dead of night, summoned to a desolate wilderness, she found herself being taken to an unknown location. Who could guarantee her safety? Miss Huo's reputation was well known, her prowess widely acknowledged. The head of the family, newly arrived, naturally held the Huo family and Miss Huo in high esteem, hesitant to act recklessly. This flattery, however, did nothing to soften Miss Huo's demeanor. Instead, it only served to amplify the mocking curve of her lips. Seeing that Miss Huo remained unmoved, Evan pondered for a moment before softly posing a counter-question. Is it that Miss Huo is afraid? Chapter 050. Blindfolded and led to a night venue. The shadows lurking in the depths of Huo Zhan's eyes deepened, a subtle, inscrutable smile gracing her lips. Such a lowly provocation leads me to question the caliber of your master's associates. She then averted her gaze, flicking open her vintage silver lighter. Her playful tones slicing through the crisp night air. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. I simply detest all these convoluted tactics. If your master cannot provide me with a compelling reason to attend, then I regret to inform you that I may be unable to join you this evening. At her words, the man fell into silence, as if he had not encountered someone as formidable as Miss Huo in quite some time, finding himself both perplexed and challenged. Miss Huo, do you not wish to know the story behind the 8 horses painting? Why it caused the elder Huo to faint? Are you not curious? This piqued her interest. Huo Wan silently lit a cigarette. She smiled as she raised her gaze, only to dismiss the notion moments later. But as I just mentioned, I am disinterested in convoluted affairs. I care only for the outcome. When the day comes that my elder truly passes away due to that painting, I shall personally extend my gratitude without needing an invitation from your master. At this juncture, Evan realized that without offering something genuinely intriguing to Miss Huo, she would not easily accompany them. He sighed gently, reluctantly abandoning all previous plans to unveil a trump card. I understand. In that case, Miss Huo, do you recall your missing adoptive parents? I believe you would be quite eager to learn of their whereabouts. In an instant, the newly lit cigarette was crushed within the woman's palm. The smoldering ember seared her skin, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Her cold, sharp gaze was locked onto the man's face, the smile lingering on her lips a palpable threat. Say that again? Her adoptive parents, once renowned mercenaries, were now likely decayed beneath the earth. No one understood this better than she did, for it was she who had taken action. As for the reason behind it, of course, it was to silence them. Miss Huo, are you now interested in disembarking? Observing the subtle shifts in Huo Wan's expression, Evan felt a growing confidence. Though she remained silent, the click of the rear car door unlocking echoed in the air. The man outside the window exhibited a keen sense of awareness as he bowed slightly and opened the car door for Miss Huo. Please, Miss Huo. A chill from the post-rain breeze wafted in, lifting Huo Wan's long hair. A red-soled high heel was the first to make contact with the ground. The man extended his arm for her to lean on. She cast a cold glance at him, symbolically grasping his arm, and descended from the vehicle with an elegant fluidity, swiftly distancing herself without any hesitation. The man then retrieved a piece of black satin embroidered with gold leaf from his suit pocket. I apologize for the imposition, but to ensure the utmost confidentiality for this meeting, the head of the family requests that you keep your eyes covered at all times. Blindfolded? Huo Wan's lips twitched in a frigid smile, her patience wearing thin. Without even having met yet, they were already presenting such peculiar demands? Just how enigmatic was this Caesar? Noticing Huo Wan's lack of an outright refusal, Evan, holding the black veil, moved closer to her. Allow me to assist you in putting this on. However, he had barely closed the distance when a remarkably sharp dagger was pressed against his neck from behind. If the blade were to shift just half a millimeter inward, his fair neck would be instantly slashed open, blood gushing forth. Unbeknownst to Evan, the door of the driver's seat of the black Bentley he had just escorted Huo Wan from had been opened at some point. Nearby, his neck was held hostage by the menacing blade. Behind him stood a youth cloaked in darkness, emanating an aura of malice, with jet-black eyes that seemed to harbor a bloodthirsty rage. Evan, the youth growled. See? He wasn't mistaken. Every one of Miss Huo's subordinates is like a rabid dog unleashed. Just as the blade threatened to pierce the man's throat, Huo Wan finally signaled with her eyes for him to relent. Reluctantly, the raven released his grip, shoving Evan aside with a forceful push. Huo Wan offered him an apologetic smile, lightly explaining, I apologize. He meant no harm, merely overly concerned for my safety. Evan retorted, even with a knife at his throat, he meant no harm? What would constitute intent? Next, I will require your guidance, she continued, extending her hand, indicating for him to pass her the black satin. Evan inhaled deeply, handing the fabric to her while casting a wary glance towards the raven. He too would have to be blindfolded. Huo Wan smiled, of course. Once inside the car, she secured the black satin strip, plunging into complete darkness. All that remained was the endless void before her. Throughout the journey, she could hear the wind howling past the windows and the increasingly raucous noise surrounding them. Were they taking her to the city center? Not the outskirts? After an indeterminate amount of time, the engine ceased its roar, and the black Maybach came to a steady halt. Evan gallantly extended his hand towards Huo Wan, allowing her to grasp the sleeve of his attire as he guided her from the vehicle and into an elevator. The lift ascended steadily until it reached the designated floor. Upon stepping out, the cacophony of blaring music and the jubilant cheers of the crowd erupted around Huo Wan, while confetti and golden glitter cascaded from above. Her brows knitted tighter in confusion. Had she been led to a nightclub? Before the railing on the second floor, amidst the opulent booths veiled by layers of golden beaded curtains, a distinguished young man, his eyes concealed beneath a black veil adorned with golden embroidery, elegantly raised a goblet filled with exquisite wine to his lips, draining it in one swift motion. Chapter 051. Caesar, is it you? The attendant behind the sofa promptly approached with a bottle of wine, respectfully refilling the goblet. Yet, the languid figure reclining on the sofa gracefully rose at that moment. Observing this, the attendant immediately set down the bottle, extending his arm to shield the young man. Allow me to guide you. Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling and penetrating gaze pierced through the black veil, striking his face with a sharp intensity. The young man nonchalantly averted his gaze and, with long strides, traversed the beaded curtains, departing without a backward glance. Downstairs, Evan timely reminded, "Miss, please." He guided Huo Wan towards their destination. However, Huo Wan remained rooted to the spot, the deafening music enveloping her as she stood still, becoming one with the sound. "Haven't we arrived? Can I remove this cloth from my eyes yet?" Evan's eyes flickered as he recalled his master's instructions. Despite the satin blindfold obscuring her vision, Huo Wan could well imagine the discomfort etched on Evan's face. A cold, sardonic smile curled at her lips. So mysterious, so shrouded in secrecy. "Is your master a Medusa, capable of petrifying those who gaze upon her?" Medusa, the mythological gorgon whose very sight turned onlookers to stone. Evan felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, the mere thought of the capricious, mercurial figure upstairs overhearing Huo Wan's words was too dreadful to contemplate. Though their master was not a gorgon, he certainly kept a serpent. While it may not petrify, it possessed the capability to swallow a living being whole.
Fortunatelli, Huo Wan's damea no suftanat.
She faced forward. "Never mind, continue leading the way. I merely hope that the ensuing conversation does not disappoint me." Inside the SVIP room, a soundproof bulletproof door separated the raucous tumult outside from the tranquility within. The external chaos threatened to lift the roof off, while the interior was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be discerned. Huo Wan herself was taken aback to find herself seated at a card table, leaning against a chair adorned with gold leaf. Her delicate fingers traced over the cards laid out before her, a spark of playful intrigue igniting within her. Her vision was still shrouded in silk, as she casually picked up a thin card, laden with significance. "Can you esteemed foreigners from the capital truly possess such extraordinary talents that you can play cards blindfolded? Cards are not mahjong. How can one discern the value merely by touch? Might we not exchange these for a set of mahjong?" Evan, accustomed to Huo Wan's unfiltered remarks, glanced towards the sofa concealed behind the gilded beaded curtain, seeking the opinion of the enigmatic figure hidden therein. The mysterious youth did not respond verbally. Instead, he gently tapped the table with his fingers, signifying his acquiescence. With this permission granted, Evan turned to Huo Wan, his demeanor serious, stating, "Miss Huo, you and your companion may now remove the silk blindfolds from your eyes." Just as Huo Wan raised her hand to untie the ribbon, an inexplicable chill enveloped her ankle, causing her to pause momentarily. However, the cold sensation swiftly dissipated. At that moment, Evan noticed something, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Heavens! Ancestor! When did this creature emerge? Despite being startled to the brink of losing his composure, Evan managed to restrain his voice, turning anxiously towards the back of the curtain. The serpent, owned by his master Caesar, though a male, had been whimsically given an exceedingly feminine name, Dolly. Why on earth had Dolly been released at this juncture? Without hesitation, Huo Wan lifted her hand to untie the bow at the nape of her neck. The room was bathed in a gentle orange glow, allowing her eyes, long obscured by darkness, to quickly adjust. A faint, derisive chuckle escaped her luscious red lips. What a charade! Before her lay an elliptical card table. She occupied one end, with a strikingly attractive man and woman seated at her sides. At the opposite end sat a man of dignified posture. A chain of fragmented golden beads obscured her view of the man's face, allowing only the faintest glimpse of what appeared to be a black silk blindfold draped across his visage. Though it barely concealed his features, it shrouded too much. After her cold laughter, Huo Wan lightly tossed the cards she held onto the table, reclining against the backrest of her chair. "Let me hazard a guess. We ought to play a few rounds before we can delve into the so-called main topic, correct?" The cultured gentleman to her left engaged in conversation. "Miss Huo, you are indeed astute." A perfunctory compliment. Huo Wan smiled, glancing first at the handsome man to her left and then at the regal woman to her right. "It seems I need not introduce myself, though I am yet to learn how I should address you both." The man with golden-rimmed glasses responded with grace, "Yen Zhua Mo." The red-haired beauty mirrored his affability, "Cynthia." "Master Yen, Miss Cynthia," Huo Wan greeted them politely. Those who found themselves at this card table were undoubtedly formidable individuals. Particularly, this enchanting red-haired beauty seems to have graced the old gentleman's birthday banquet, surrounded by numerous business magnates, suggesting her identity is far from ordinary. Subsequently, Huo Wan raised her gaze towards the mysterious figure beyond the beaded curtain, her beguiling green cat-like eyes narrowing slightly. That figure behind the curtain must be Mr. Caesar, she conjectured. Upon uttering these words, Huo Wan could distinctly sense the surprise emanating from the two esteemed guests beside her regarding her reference to Caesar. Had she misspoken? A stunning croupier clad in a cheongsam approached Huo Wan, presenting a tray adorned with golden chips. "Miss Huo, please select your chips for tonight." The chips at this gaming table were uniform, each small, round token representing 100,000. Huo Wan casually pointed to a stack. That amounts to 8 million. Gambling was not Huo Wan's forte. What truly coursed through the veins of the people of Huadu was the art of mahjong and pai gao. Thus, after merely 3 rounds, her 8 million had dwindled to 5 million. However, she remained unfazed, a cigar delicately perched between her fingers, her right hand cradling an elegant wine glass, exuding an air of nonchalance. After several more rounds of dealing, despite a few minor victories, she ultimately found herself at a loss of over 200,000. As the clock on the wall approached 10, the expressions of the man and woman at her sides gradually morphed into weariness. Huo Wan recognized that the game was nearing its conclusion. Though each player at the table experienced wins and losses, it was evident that Huo Wan emerged as the evening's most significant loser. As the game concluded, her 2 esteemed companions departed first. Huo Wan, still craving more, brought the cigar to her lips. The main event of the evening had yet to commence, and her enthusiasm remained palpable. At that moment, the figure behind the beaded curtain seemed to stir. Soon after, a distorted electronic voice, altered by a voice modulator, pierced through the layers of beads. "Miss Huo, I shall bear the losses you incurred tonight in full." That familiar electronic voice, coupled with the boy's face shrouded in black gauze, rekindled memories in Huo Wan's mind that had not yet faded completely. Not long ago, on a dark night in the corridors of a rehabilitation center in Country M, after leaving Lu Lin's hospital room, she had encountered a boy with his eyes veiled in black. Huo Wan did not linger in confusion for long. The delicate curve of her lips gradually formed an upward arc. "Is it you?" Chapter 052. At most, she would marry him. Or perhaps he would take her surname. "Very well. Since Mr. Caesar is willing to settle my bill, I express my gratitude." Someone was willingly offering to cover her expenses, paying over 200,000 in one go. Why not embrace the opportunity? With a smile, Huo Wan extinguished her cigar, casually tossing it into the ashtray on the gaming table. This meaningful smile accentuated the enchanting allure of her dark green eyes. "You went to such lengths to summon me here, not merely to engage in a few rounds of cards and cover my losses, I presume? Miss Huo, you've misinterpreted my intentions." The boy behind the curtain maintained a demeanor of detached elegance, his magnetic voice distorted into an eerie scale through the voice modulator. "A ring?" For a fleeting moment, Huo Wan felt a rare confusion, only to soon recollect something. That night, he took the initiative to drape a coat over her shoulders, within which lay a weathered blood diamond ring. All for a mere ring. He orchestrated a card game that led her to lose over 2 million? In that moment, Huo Wan's spirits plummeted. It wasn't that she couldn't afford to lose. Rather, the nature of this game had soured in her mind. If it were merely for pleasure, then extravagant spending would be inconsequential. However, being lured into a trap disguised as a game and losing such a substantial amount felt like a calculated betrayal. What rationale could justify such an exchange? Bored, Huo Wan swept aside her long, wavy hair, her indifferent tone laced with a captivating playfulness. The silence behind the beaded curtain lingered until, after a considerable pause, the cold electronic voice re-emerged. Huo Wan did not rush to respond, lazily sighing. "It seems that ring holds significant value in Mr. Caesar's eyes. Thus, it is unacceptable." Yet, evidently, he was not surprised. It appeared Miss Huo was dissatisfied with this figure. Huo Wan maintained her nonchalant demeanor, propping her chin on her hand as she glanced at the antique clock on the wall. "Mr. Caesar may not be aware that I spend over 2 million annually on maintaining my visage. The damage caused by sleepless nights is irreversible. Every minute spent awake tonight, every ounce of collagen lost, is beyond the measure of money." Beside her, Evan remarked, while the raven in the corner observed, even with a smile on her face. The teasing undertone in her soft voice betrayed her waning patience. "So, does Mr. Caesar intend to avoid the main topic?" Upon her utterance, Evan swiftly received instructions from behind the curtain. "Leave. No one is to enter without my command." Huo Wan cast a suggestive glance at the raven, indicating for him to withdraw. Despite his lingering concerns, he complied with her commanding gaze and stepped back. With the room cleared, only Huo Wan and the young man behind the curtain remained. Huo Wan's expression gradually cooled, the facade of her previous smile fading as she addressed him directly. "I have heard you possess information regarding my adoptive parents' whereabouts?" Behind the curtain, the young man toyed with the golden chips, nonchalantly responding, "I had thought Miss Hu would be more intrigued by the 8 steeds painting from last night's banquet. Or perhaps more fascinated by my countenance." Huo Wan paused, her face a mask of disbelief as she looked toward the curtain, then laughed unabashedly. "Ha! Did you think the story behind that 8 steeds painting was difficult to guess? It's merely a tale of love and hatred between the older generation, filled with betrayals and the same old clichés of comebacks after many years. You cannot truly believe I would find such matters of interest, can you? However, given the conversation has reached this point, would it not be somewhat impolite not to inquire further? Even through the beaded curtain, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere opposite her, not one of overt confrontation, but rather a dangerous undercurrent surging beneath the surface. The expression on the woman's face remained aloof and haughty, her slender fingers silently drumming against the armrest of the chair. As for your visage, I must admit, I am quite intrigued. When she spoke the latter part of her sentence, her tone was imbued with a hint of malicious amusement. Yet, do you truly believe that my curiosity would compel you to step through this beaded curtain and reveal yourself, unmasking your eyes? To her astonishment, as soon as the words left Huo Wan's lips, the figure hidden behind the layers of shimmering beaded curtains gracefully rose from the chair. The youth moved with steady poise, the dim yellow light of the room casting delicate reflections off the beaded curtain, subtly outlining his breathtakingly exquisite features. The black veil over his eyes only added an air of mystery, provoking further imagination. Those who have glimpsed my true countenance, apart from the deceased, are exclusively the noble bloodlines of the empire. Miss, have you fully considered the price to satiate your curiosity? Huo Wan gazed intently at the tall figure behind the curtain for a few seconds, her smile growing more frivolous and audacious. Is it true that your future wife cannot bear to see your face? At worst, I could marry you, or perhaps you could join my family. Have you thought this through? Chapter 053. Is he mad to desire her? Huo Wan was merely mimicking his earlier tone, mannerisms, and expression, altering the content to return the jest in full. Anyone listening would discern that she was simply teasing. The youth's footsteps halted abruptly behind the curtain, his dark gaze piercing through the veil, fixated on the woman's alluring face. He parted his lips, his voice tinged with an imperceptible chill. As far as I am aware, Miss Huo already has a fiancé, does she not? Upon hearing this, Huo Wan blinked and began to count on her fingers. A fiancé, you say? Which one of the many are you referring to? Her engagement status was rather fluid, having cycled through 3 suitors. Until the moment of official registration, only fate would determine with whom she would ultimately tread into the grave of matrimony. Huo Wan continued to sigh languidly, her tone laced with feigned reproach, yet her dark green eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. Had it not been for Mr. Caesar's intervention that dismantled the Ji family months ago, the event that should have taken place last night would not have been the elder's birthday celebration, but my wedding to the young master of the Ji family. Should I extend my apologies? The youth behind the curtain, utilizing a voice modulator, rendered his tone indiscernible, leaving Huo Wan unable to glean his emotions from mere inflection. His actions had utterly dismantled the Ji family, resulting in the dissolution of the alliance between the Hua and Ji families, thereby annulling Huo Wan's engagement to Ji Xin. Huo Wan nonchalantly nodded, absently toying with a card, lamenting, what a pity. There is indeed a tinge of regret, for the young master of the Ji family was once the epitome of aristocratic youth in the capital. Tender and considerate towards me. What reason could I possibly have to refuse such an outstanding fiancé? The atmosphere behind the curtain seemed to grow increasingly tense. For reasons unknown, the distorted electronic voice that emanated from behind the beaded curtain carried a chilling undertone. Since Miss Huo still harbors feelings for the second young master of the Ji family, why then seek a new suitor? Upon hearing this, Huo Wan narrowed her cat-like green eyes and smiled gently. Are you referring to my new fiancé? The young master of the Li family, whom my esteemed grandfather has personally nurtured. She anticipated a continuation of the conversation on this topic, yet unexpectedly, the tone shifted. The young man calmly turned to the side, lifting the elegant glass from the card table, the translucent liquid within swaying gently, creating ripples that danced gracefully. He maintained his composure, stating, Did Miss Huo not just declare her intention to become my wife? His magnetic voice lacked any hint of frivolity. It was a clear trap, one that could lead to irrevocable consequences if not navigated carefully. I believe no man would accept the presence of other men around his future wife, even if they are merely transient visitors. Huo Wan was well aware this was a jest. It seems that Mr. Caesar is genuinely invested in me. Her green cat-like eyes sparkled with amusement, possessing an enchanting allure. Yet, this smile could be both enticing and unsettling. Then you must act swiftly, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I shall be wed within the next month. If you fail to pursue me in that time, it will be too late. A light chuckle emanated from across the table. Is Miss Huo's eagerness to marry due to concerns for the health of old man Huo? The atmosphere shifted subtly with that remark. Huo Wan took another sip of red wine. I have yet to receive the old man's medical report, so there is no rush. Clearly, she did not wish to discuss her grandfather's health. In response, the young man behind the curtain remarked nonchalantly, since Miss Huo is unwilling to delve into these matters. The Ji family, Huo Wan interjected decisively. With merely a glance, her demeanor turned cold and piercing, exuding an air of authority. I am indeed curious. Your first major undertaking upon arriving in Huadu was to dismantle the Ji family.
Why?
Did Miss Huo not already surmise? It is merely the entangled loves and grievances of the previous generation, the right and wrong of it all. The deceased can no longer act. Thus those who remain must fulfill the unachieved aspirations of the past. With this explanation, Huo Wan comprehended fully, a cold smile forming in her eyes. So many years ago, the patriarchs of the Ji and Huo families conspired against your ancestors, and years later, you traveled from the capital to Huadu, first to ruin the Ji family, with the next target being ours. Yet, you are quite candid. Before plotting our downfall, you took the initiative to meet me. Surely, your lengthy detour tonight was not merely to declare war? The mysterious and proud figure behind the beaded curtain turned languidly, striding towards the main seat with grace. Was it not Miss Huo who first expressed curiosity about me, even enlisting the assistance of young Master Gu to facilitate our introduction? It was she who initially sought to know him, prompting Gu Heng to play matchmaker, leading to tonight's discussion. Moreover, time is on their side. They will undoubtedly meet again. It is merely a matter of when. As he spoke, the young man reclined against the velvet chair adorned with gold and jade. His long, elegant legs casually intertwined, exuding an innate and lofty nobility that emanated an invisible yet formidable sense of oppression. The corners of his thin lips curled into an enigmatic smile. However, conversing with Miss Huo has not been entirely fruitless. Before tonight, I believed that certain matters could only be laid to rest through the personal repentance of those involved. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan interrupted him directly, her tone imbued with a chilling sarcasm. In my family's esteemed lexicon, the word repentance does not exist. Instead, you will merely ensure that the entire capital knows your esteemed ancestor, that deceased figure, was but a defeated foe of my family's patriarch. Thus, I have altered my original plan, Miss Huo. With my esteemed grandfather, Huo Qingyin, nearing the end of his days, it appears I must act swiftly. Repentance is unnecessary. I shall ensure that before his demise, he witnesses the complete collapse of the commercial empire built upon countless corpses, reduced to mere bones. As for you, Miss Huo, he continued, you are indeed as remarkable a beauty as the rumors suggest, yet the capital is no imperial city. The space for you to showcase your talents and abilities is rather limited. Should you be willing to accompany me to the imperial city after this ordeal, your prospects will undoubtedly be brighter. This absurd proclamation elicited a series of cold laughs from Huo Wan. It was so preposterous that she found herself at a loss for words, laughter almost bringing her to tears. Accompany him to the imperial city? Was he mad? Did he truly desire her? With a slight exertion, she could easily unveil the mask upon his face. Her already striking features sharpened into a more ethereal and fierce visage, her icy gaze radiating a formidable aggression. Accompany you to the imperial city? Huo Wan restrained the surging anger within her, striving to maintain her composure as she casually pressed down on her lighter, expertly igniting a cigarette. Even so, the faint smile lingering at her lips was uncanny enough to send chills down one's spine. Has Mr. Caesar indulged too much in drink, rendering his mind unfit, to the point of forgetting that I, too, am of the Huo family? You wish to dismantle the Huo family and yet desire me. What gives you the audacity to dream such foolish dreams? In response, the figure behind the curtain remained remarkably composed, as if her sarcasm and disdain were of no consequence, akin to punches landing softly upon cotton. The youth's demeanor and appearance were impeccably regal and aloof. He spoke nonchalantly. Since entering this place tonight, I believe Miss Huo has perhaps discerned a semblance of my true identity. Indeed, Huo Wan could not deny that she had formed some conjectures regarding his real identity. According to Caesar himself, those who had laid eyes upon his true visage, apart from the imperial nobility, had all met untimely ends, their bodies transformed into mere skeletons, silenced forever. This implied that his status was at least that of a grand noble within the empire. Otherwise, how could he encounter the imperial royalty? Furthermore, he possessed the power to shroud the world in darkness, both concealed from the light and yet exuding an air of nobility. He must either be concealing something or evading it. Could he possibly belong to the imperial royalty? No, that cannot be the case. The bloodline of the imperial family of Vestalia has always been characterized by silver hair and golden eyes, yet Kaiser possesses dark hair. As for the color of his eyes, they remain shrouded beneath a black veil, leaving the nature of his gaze a mystery. Golden eyes are exceedingly rare, almost non-existent, with odds of 1 in a billion. Surely she could not have encountered such a phenomenon. With her suspicions ignited, she decided to take the initiative. Huo Wan discarded her cigarette and rose from her seat without hesitation. The sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed crisply as she advanced toward the beaded curtain that shimmered with hints of golden light. Approaching the curtain, she received no warnings or deterrence, which emboldened her further. She extended her arm, her slender fingers gliding through the cool strands of beaded chains before parting them aside. In that moment, the scene beyond the curtain was unveiled to her. Before her sat a youth adorned in a lavish chair, his eyes veiled by a black, gilded lace. The covering extended from his eyes to just above his nose. Lowering her gaze, she noted his delicate lips and the sharply defined contours of his jaw. His hair was styled with a side parting, a few strands left to cascade over his forehead, a favored style among the imperial elite. Huo Wan felt a firm conviction take root within her. This Mr. Kaiser must indeed hail from the nobility of the empire. Yet wait. She had always referred to him as Mr. Kaiser, but as she looked upon him, could he be too young? Though they had briefly crossed paths in the dim corridor of the sanatorium, the shadows had obscured his true visage. After exchanging words through the curtain, she had assumed the figure behind it resembled the more mature men like He Siming, Han Chung, or Gu Heng. To her astonishment, he appeared so youthful. As she contemplated drawing nearer, a fleeting chill brushed against her ankle, reminiscent of something cool and silky gliding past her. However, when she cast her gaze downward, nothing unusual was present. Could it be an illusion? The youth regarded Huo Wan as she approached, displaying no intent to halt her advance. As if he awaited her next move. Just as she was about to reach him, he gently lifted his chin, imparting a significant warning. Miss Huo, should you proceed further, your curiosity may lead you to peril. Huo Wan remained unfazed, continuing her approach. Did you not just express a desire for me to accompany you to the capital, Mr.
Kaiser?
I am rather particular about appearances. My previous suitors were all strikingly handsome. Therefore, I must at least glimpse your face before making a decision. Nevertheless, she paused, maintaining a distance of half an arm's length from him. If she wished, removing the veil from his face would not pose a challenge, however. The price to be paid was too steep. She was not yet confident enough to take the gamble. Unexpectedly, without any forewarning, the young man in the seat leaned slightly forward, his long arm reaching out to grasp her wrist firmly, compelling her into an embrace that felt unyieldingly rigid. Despite Huo Wan's quick reflexes, she found herself ensnared, her waist captured by the boy's legs. Sitting in his arms, the chill of her pale skin was abruptly marked by the intricate embellishments of his attire, leaving red imprints. A faint sting elicited a soft sound from her, and the boy holding her seemed to sense it, loosening his grip just enough for her to adjust her position. In her mind, Huo Wan was calculating her next move while maintaining a calm demeanor, casting her gaze upward. Now was not the time to act. She would not reveal her true abilities unless absolutely necessary. Yet, suddenly, a cold hand seized her wrist, guiding her slender fingers towards the black embroidered veil that obscured his eyes. Even through the sheer fabric, she could distinctly feel the intense and shadowy gaze emanating from beneath. At that moment, with a slight exertion, she could effortlessly pull away the veil that concealed his exquisite visage. However, her fingers halted. Though removing the veil from the boy's face was an uncomplicated task, she hesitated to proceed. In this instant, Huo Wan could acutely sense the probing gaze fixed upon her. She watched as the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile, ambiguous in its nature. Was it scorn or amusement? He was assured she would not easily unveil him. Simultaneously, an unusual sound arose from the ground, a rustling that sent a shiver down her spine. She glanced downward, her jade-green eyes widening momentarily. Without any mental preparation, her vision was suddenly invaded by a black-scaled golden-eyed python, its tongue flickering ominously. To make matters worse, the cold, silky tail of the serpent had already coiled around her ankle. Danger had arrived abruptly. Yet, observing the boy's composed demeanor, it was evident he had been aware of the snake's presence all along. More directly, this serpent might very well be his deliberate little pet. A wry smile crept into her thoughts. Although caught off guard, he would not assume that a mere snake could disconcert her. She turned her face, seemingly oblivious, and lifted her gaze once more. A beguiling smile danced upon her lips as she leaned closer, enveloped in a seductive fragrance that effortlessly stirred a sense of allure and evoked ambiguous thoughts. In a daze, her soft, almost boneless arms found their way around the boy's shoulders, encircling his neck. She gently leaned against his shoulder, exhaling softly. "Is this serpent your pet? Your taste is indeed unique. If I had truly removed your veil just now, would I have been silenced by your little companion before I could even step through this door? Since I find myself in such a precarious situation, I shall have to muster the courage to tame the tiger." The youth displayed little reaction to Huo Wan's audacious behavior, neither stopping her nor resisting her flirtation. However, just as the woman's crimson lips were about to brush against his jaw, he suddenly raised his hand and firmly grasped her wrist. Huo Wan was taken aback by his sudden intensity and swiftly freed herself from his grip. Well, she had merely grazed the voice modulator adorning his neck. If his appearance must remain concealed, was his voice also off-limits? Was he truly so enigmatic? Seizing the opportunity that had presented itself, she escaped from the youth's embrace and created a distance of half a step. Then, Huo Wan cast her gaze down at her wrist, where distinct red imprints marked the skin, remnants of his earlier hold. In that moment, a chill flickered in her emerald-green pupils. Yet, when she lifted her face once more, her tone remained languid and playful. Was that too forceful? I assure you, I have no intention of devouring you. Furthermore, I must add, I do not appreciate men who lack the sensitivity to cherish a woman. The youth, unperturbed, adjusted his collar with an icy demeanor. Does Miss Hua extend such overtures to everyone? Despite this, Huo Wan felt no offense. Rather, she discerned a crucial hint within his words. She smiled, leaning back against the card table, propping herself up, and regarded him with an amused glint in her eye. Mr. Caesar, do you harbor a bias against me? Or have you perhaps encountered me before and witnessed my interactions with other men, thus feeling a twinge of jealousy? Her tone was laced with playful intrigue and a confident innocence, a striking contradiction. Huo Wan was not naive enough to believe that someone like Caesar could fall for her at first sight. The man before her was genuinely unappealing to her. He was excessively mysterious. Though he appeared aloof and noble, his demeanor was laced with arrogance, and the information he deliberately concealed conveyed a dangerously ominous warning. Moments later, the youth's voice, cold as frost yet tinged with amusement, broke the silence. Does Miss Hua not realize how renowned she is in the capital? Even if we have never met, your deeds and reputation precede you. For instance, the number of your admirers is beyond count. He raised his chin slightly, gazing through the thin veil at the woman's enchanting visage. Though his expression and tone were as gentle as a breeze, they exuded an inexplicable pressure. Thus, it is not surprising that I would take an interest in you, Miss Hua. The distorted electronic sound masked his original voice, leaving no clues to his true emotions. Huo Wan couldn't help but inwardly scoff, followed by a soft sigh. Then it becomes all the more peculiar. Her slender fingers absent-mindedly tapped the card table, as patience slowly ebbed away. You have never seen me in person. You have merely heard tales of my exploits circulating outside. And yet you entertain the notion of abducting me to the Empire? The Empire is replete with beauties, and I dare say Mr. Caesar has long grown accustomed to such allure. I am acutely aware that I possess no charm to inspire instant infatuation. Compared to men who fail to appreciate the fragility of beauty, I find it far more distasteful to converse with those who speak in riddles and circularity, such as Horace Ming. With a black veil covering his face, one's gaze inevitably gravitated towards the young man's subtly tinted lips. Those lips, delicately curved, parted and closed, tracing an alluring arc. Does Miss Hua lack such confidence in herself? Not at all. Huo Wan smiled radiantly. Yet, in the mere blink of an eye, her smile vanished, and a deadly glint flickered in her eyes. Coldly and resolutely, she uttered a few words. I do not trust you. She then continued nonchalantly, aside from the melodramatic plots of television dramas and novels. Is there truly anyone who would willingly associate with a person whose veins run with the blood of a sworn enemy, knowing full well the implications? Even if one were to develop feelings, I would feel sorrow for their family. Miss Hua seemed to have misunderstood something, since you have, to some extent, deduced my identity. It should be clear. The arrogance concealed within the boy's words, coupled with the icy arrogance that surrounded him, sent shivers down Huo Wan's spine. A palpable danger. The woman who could genuinely stand by my side in the future must possess a lineage of unparalleled nobility. However, I must admit that I am quite intrigued by Miss Hua. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan felt the veins at her temples throb, the pulse of her murderous instincts subtly stirring within her. She certainly comprehended the implication of his words, although they both understood that they were merely jesting. The statement undeniably rekindled the violent thoughts she had buried deep within. In Huadu, there is a well-known truth. She, Huo Wan, is an illegitimate child. If I am not mistaken, does Mr. Caesar imply that my status is unworthy of you? Yet you desire me. Hence you are plotting to make me your clandestine lover? Chapter 056. Why does the young master refuse to release Miss Hua's hand? The atmosphere behind the beaded curtain grew subtly tense. The boy, peering through his black veil, regarded her with a playful glint, his languid posture exuding the air of a pampered aristocrat. It seemed Miss Hua had grasped my intentions. But the hand behind his back moved unexpectedly in the next moment. She deftly grasped the wine glass brimming with deep red liquid from the table, with no hesitation. She resolutely poured it over the young man's head.
Splash.
The fragrant, dark crimson liquid cascaded down, drenching him completely. The icy beverage splattered across his dark silken hair, staining his pale forehead like blood and dampening the black veil that cloaked his eyes. The striking crimson traced a path down his prominent nose, meandering to his jaw and neck, ultimately dripping onto the ground. The atmosphere hung heavy with silence, save for the solitary sound of droplets falling. Upon finishing her drink, Huo Wan, unbeknownst to herself, had crushed the stem of her wine glass. The transparent glass shattered, spiderweb-like cracks forming upon its surface before exploding in fragments within her palm. Slowly, she released her grip, shards of glass cascading like hailstones onto the floor, creating a crisp sound. The sharp edges sliced into her palm, mingling the red wine with her blood, staining her fingers in a crimson blur, indistinguishable as to whether it was blood or wine. Yet her green eyes appeared even more bewitching, pulsating, igniting with an eerie fire. Huo Wan smiled, her overwhelming presence pressing down like a landslide. Is this my response satisfactory? Indeed, the boy's face, seemingly perpetually composed, finally exhibited a ripple of emotion, his thin lips nearly pressed into a line, revealing his displeasure. Huo Wan remained steadfast, devoid of any evasion or fear, gazing at him as he rose from his seat, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The dense shadow cast from above enveloped her instantaneously. Yet she showed no sign of disdain or levity, her cold gaze fixed upon him. His chilling demeanor, suffocating in its threat and pressure, radiated anger, as if he wished to consume her whole. However, just as Huo Wan anticipated that he might either strike or utter harsh words, he instead extended his other hand, his expression steely as he pressed the call bell on the table. Huo Wan was taken aback. What was he doing? Was he summoning someone? Before she could comprehend the boy's intentions, a sudden prick in her palm made her furrow her brow. What was he up to? Wine continued to drip from his face, staining his exquisite shirt, yet he grasped her hand, gently wiping away the glass shards and blood with a tissue. An unfamiliar, frigid masculine presence enveloped her, confining her at the table. A mechanical voice from above, devoid of emotion, remarked, "So angry? Miss Huo should be cutting my neck, not your own hand." Just as Huo Wan prepared to respond, a commotion at the entrance interrupted her. Young master, the head of the family, Evan, summoned by the bell, stared in shock at the two figures behind the curtain. No, it couldn't be. How had Huo Wan ended up behind the curtain? Had she caught a glimpse of their family head's face? Evan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, sensing impending disaster, and hastened toward the curtain, only to find himself frozen in place. Setting aside the shards of glass on the floor, how could his young master be in such disarray? Not only were there stains of wine on her head, face, and clothing, but her attire was also disheveled. Furthermore, why did the young master insist on holding Miss Huo's hand without letting go? Caesar discerned Evan's fanciful musings and interrupted his idle thoughts with a low voice. Summon someone to tend to Miss Huo's wounds. Hearing the commotion from within, the raven swiftly darted behind the curtain. Second Miss, his gaze narrowed upon the liquid in Huo Wan's palm, uncertain whether it was blood or wine. And he instinctively prepared to act. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the raven, Huo Wan quickly freed her wrist from his grasp and raised her hand to block him, asserting, "I am unhurt." With that, she turned her face away, addressing the young man, who, despite his disheveled appearance, exuded an extraordinary air of nobility. "It seems our conversation cannot continue tonight, nor is there much need for it." Yet, he appeared reluctant to let her depart. "I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident that provoked Miss Huo's anger. It was not my intention. However, it is indeed inappropriate to continue our discussion here. We should find another place to attend to Miss Huo's wounds." But Miss Huo's curiosity remained unquenched, and she felt the evening was wasted without answers. "Do you not find it regrettable?" he pressed. "I hope Miss Huo will grant me the opportunity to express my apologies." Huo Wan remained silent for a moment, neither agreeing nor rejecting his proposition. A few minutes later, in another VIP room, separated by a gilded beaded curtain, Huo Wan sat on the sofa, tending to her wound. Behind the curtain, a tall figure was changing clothes. Chapter 057. Is Huo Wan truly of the Huo lineage? The young man behind the curtain had donned a new shirt, his slender fingers fastening the gilded buttons. Beneath the sheer silk, his chest and abs were subtly visible. Nearby, the cut on Huo Wan's palm was merely a superficial wound. Thus she paid it little mind. After disinfecting it with iodine, she closed the medical kit. Leaning back on the sofa, she idly pressed the switch of her silver vintage lighter repeatedly. Despite her composed demeanor, her cold tone betrayed her impatience. "I do not require any other expressions of apology. Mr. Caesar, I merely need you to inform me of the whereabouts of my adoptive parents." As her words fell, a gentle breeze seemed to pass, causing the curtain to sway and emit a crisp sound. Huo Wan fixated on the curtain, watching the tall, striking figure emerge. In addition to his new shirt, he had also replaced the black lace that adorned his face. He strolled towards the sofa and seated himself in the empty space directly across from her. Upon hearing her statement, Huo Wan smiled faintly, the depth of her gaze revealing profound emotion. Were it not for my adoptive parents, I might have long since become a corpse on the streets. Throughout the years of uncertainty following the rumors of their demise, I have never relinquished even the slightest hope that they still exist. A corpse on the streets? The few words captivated the attention of the youth across the table. He seemed to find these four characters quite intriguing, a smile spreading across his lips, and with a hint of profundity, he remarked, before being adopted by the Tornin couple. Miss Huo must have lived in an orphanage, am I right? I believe that even if the Tornin couple had not appeared, Miss Huo would have been adopted by someone else, or perhaps remained in the orphanage. She would never have met a tragic end in the streets. Upon hearing this, the warmth that lingered in Huo Wan's eyes suddenly cooled, as if dark currents were surging beneath. Unbeknownst to others, her slender fingers subtly curled. It seemed he had thoroughly investigated her circumstances. Thus, how much did he truly know about her? Indeed, although the Tornin couple had adopted many children from the orphanage where Miss Huo once resided, it was clear that she was their most cherished daughter. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted the entire mercenary group to her. Did old Master Huo know about this? Huo Wan remained unfazed, lazily raising her eyes to meet his gaze. Mr. Caesar, what exactly are you trying to convey? It was an ordinary afternoon when a group of unfamiliar faces from the east suddenly arrived, claiming I was their long-lost heiress. Doesn't that sound quite theatrical? Almost like a scene from a movie. Is that so? The distorted electronic voice was laced with sporadic amusement. However, what Miss Huo just articulated seems to diverge from what I have heard. Anticipating this turn of events, Huo Wan tilted her head and, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Then perhaps Mr. Caesar would enlighten me on what you have discovered about me? In the story I am aware of, the Tornin couple initially intended to adopt a different child, not Miss Huo. Later, for reasons unknown, the girl they originally wished to adopt suddenly contracted a plague, which led them to choose Miss Huo instead. Is that so? I had not heard of such a thing," Huo Wan expressed, feigning surprise as if this were her first encounter with the tale. Yet she soon exhaled a soft sigh of indifference. The youth seated on the sofa smiled silently, exuding an air of elegance and grace. After a few seconds, he mimicked her sighing demeanor, softly lamenting. "Miss Huo is indeed fortunate. As for the girl who was abandoned due to the sudden plague, I have heard she faced unfortunate circumstances and is no longer among the living." In response, Huo Wan merely shrugged her shoulders, expressing her resignation. Life is unpredictable. Some win the lottery and live a charmed existence, while others endure a lifetime of suffering. One can only say she was unfortunate, apart from feeling pity. There is little else I can do. The youth seized upon her words, continuing, "Indeed, that girl was truly unfortunate to encounter someone as fated with good fortune as Miss Huo. Yet, I cannot help but ponder, though this may be a ridiculous thought, and Miss Huo need not take it seriously." At this point, the mechanical distortion of his voice abruptly ceased. Caesar refrained from elaborating further, but his implication was unmistakable. "In essence," he suggested, "Huo Wan, or rather the current Huo Wan, is not truly of the Huo family." A chilling voice, laced with a light-hearted mockery, interrupted him. Huo Wan rubbed her eyes and pressed her fingers against her temples, laughing so heartily that tears streamed down her cheeks. "This is undoubtedly the most absurd and bizarre speculation I have encountered over the years. What are you even thinking? You should consider becoming a screenwriter. Surely you do not believe that my father has lived a half-life in vain? If she were genuinely of the Huo bloodline, then I would be the counterfeit. Even if she had spent her entire life in an orphanage, the Huo family would eventually seek her out, which has nothing to do with my adoption by my foster parents." Finally, Huo Wan slowly raised her strikingly exotic face, a blend of Eastern and Western features. She smiled, her dark green cat-like eyes swirling with a lethal and eerie intent. "I truly do not comprehend what benefit such nonsensical talk holds for you." Chapter 58. Brother. Were you waiting specifically for me? The temperature in the room plummeted, as if even the air itself had solidified into ice. Miss Huo seems to have misunderstood something. As he spoke, the young man, seated on the sofa, gracefully rose and approached her, circumventing the marble coffee table that lay between them. Huo Wan watched his figure intently, fixating on each step he took, her fingers resting on the sofa becoming increasingly tense. He arrived before her, leaning down, the thick shadows enveloping her gradually. His icy fingertips brushed against her cheek, sending a chill coursing through her. Speculation remains speculation because it can never come to fruition. As for Miss Huo's primary concern, the whereabouts of the Tornin couple, there are claims that they were last seen across the ocean in the Summer Islands, hidden beneath the black lace veil. His eyes bore into hers, as if she were being gazed upon by an abyss. He spoke each word with solemnity. "Miss Huo need only understand that I harbor no hostility towards you. On the contrary, I find you quite intriguing." At midnight, On the way back, just as before, Huo Wan was asked to cover her eyes. Evan drove her to the suburban location they had arranged over the phone. Upon arrival, the Raven first exited the vehicle and drove their original Bentley from a nearby gas station. Once Huo Wan entered the car, Evan felt at ease to depart. "Miss Huo, be careful on the road," he said. Huo Wan merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further, and then raised the car window, shutting out the outside world. Evan lingered, watching the black Bentley as it gradually disappeared, letting out a heavy sigh. The imperial family had arranged numerous eligible young ladies for their master, yet he had shown interest in none of them. With ample choices available, he had inexplicably become intrigued by the most elusive one. Although their master was also a rather difficult character, this second daughter of the Huo family certainly appeared to be exceptionally hard to pursue. Huo Wan lowered the car window and deftly lit a cigarette, casually addressing the driver in the front seat. The Raven inclined his head slightly towards the rearview mirror, refraining from asking any further questions. He could sense that ever since Huo Wan had exited that private room, her mood had markedly shifted. Amidst the swirling white smoke, the alluring woman in the back seat seemingly inquired, "Of course, my life was given by the second young lady, a debt I shall never forget." Huo Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly, her voice gentle. "That is not what I intended to remind you of." "Second young lady, has something occurred?" Huo Wan shook her head, slowly closing her eyes. "It's nothing, just a sudden recollection of the past." Upon hearing this, the young driver's long fingers subtly tightened around the steering wheel. Tentatively, he glanced towards the rear-view mirror, wondering if it was the same person from the private room that night. "I know what to do. Leave it to me," he declared. At this, the woman's butterfly-like long eyelashes fluttered open, revealing her fathomless green eyes. "Why do you say that?" "The second young lady only reminisces about the past when she is unhappy, and my sole purpose is to alleviate her troubles." Huo Wan fell silent, and after a moment, spoke in a calm tone. "If you provoke him, you will invite calamity upon yourself, without a doubt." The Raven chuckled. "Do you think I would fear that?" The cold, luminous moonlight illuminated his blood-tinted irises, casting a glow upon his devilishly handsome visage. Huo Wan raised her gaze and stared at the rear-view mirror for several seconds. Sighing softly, "It is indeed I who am afraid. If anything were to happen to you, I would stop at nothing to take that person's life. You may interpret it as me not wanting you to come to harm." The Raven was the only individual who had been by her side since her days in the welfare institution in F country. Apart from him, she trusted no one else and dared not. Even the Raven himself was momentarily taken aback. "I thought you would trust Brother Chung more." Those like them, who inhabited a peculiar environment, cherished their possessions all the more, yet could not afford to display such sentiments. Just like the old man with Huo Jiao, who, despite holding a deep affection for his granddaughter, maintained a facade of indifference to avoid bringing her trouble. The more ostentatious and peculiar one's situation, the more enigmatic it became, much like the old man's treatment of her. The Raven did not fully grasp Huo Wan's meaning, yet he accepted her words without question. "By the way, the second young lady previously asked me to investigate Brother Chung, and I have results. Brother Chung has been in M country for the past 6 months, assisting the old master with daily affairs. However, approximately 2 months ago, Brother Chung's younger brother Han Reng secretly visited Wu Town." Wu Town, intriguing. That is the current residence of Madame Huo, the mother of Huo Siming and Huo Jiao. Huo Wan inquired seemingly nonchalantly. Was it the old master who sent him, or Huo Siming or Huo Jiao? "I have yet to ascertain that." Huo Wan refrained from elaborating further. The old master and Madame Huo had little interaction, and Huo Siming and Huo Jiao only met Madame Huo a few times a year. Thus, even amidst their busyness, they would certainly make the effort to visit her in person. So, why did Han Reng venture to Wu Town? If it weren't for the old master or Huo Siming's instructions, it would indeed be rather peculiar. Could there be any other connection between the two brothers, Han Chung and Han Reng, and Madame Huo? Contemplating this, Huo Wan brought the slender cigarette to her lips and softly commanded, "Yes, 2nd Mississippi, her family mansion." The living room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Upon entering, Huo Wan immediately sensed the stirrings of the night, her gaze drawn to the tall figure shrouded in shadows. She refrained from activating the wall switch, moving with a steady gait, imbued with the scent of smoke and liquor, and approached the imposing, cold silhouette with a smile. "Brother, you wouldn't be waiting specifically for me, would you?" Chapter 059. Huo Siming. "Do you not find your recent behavior rather strange? What has come over Huo Siming, and who has riled him?" Seated on the sofa in the dimly lit living room like a specter, he neither rested nor turned on the lights. Naturally, Huo Wan was not overly concerned. It was merely a casual inquiry. After speaking, she intended to disregard him and ascend the stairs. Huo Wan. Just as she was about to step onto the spiral staircase, The unmoving figure on the sofa called out to her. Is there something you need? Behind his thin glasses, the man's amber eyes held a profound depth. Huo Wan paused, leaning against the stair railing, and playfully retorted, before I was dispatched by the old master to handle affairs in country. Huo and I were like fire and water. To summarize their usual interactions in a single phrase, they acted as if the other did not exist, occasionally creating little troubles for one another. At that moment, she had imagined Huo and Huo Jiaojiao celebrating at home with fireworks and champagne. To her astonishment, upon her return from feigning death, Huo not only exhibited no disappointment but seemed transformed, beginning to express concern for her well-being. It was truly unsettling. Perhaps accustomed to Huo Wan's manner of speaking, Huo stood silently, one hand in his pocket, his expression impassive. Do not forget to go to the hospital tomorrow. The report on the old master's examination will be available in the morning. Before he could finish, a soft scoff echoed from the staircase.
Ha!
She had thought Huo was waiting in the dark living room for some significant matter, yet it turned out to be this triviality. When had Huo become so leisurely? Huo Wan languidly rested against the railing, surveying him from her elevated position. For matters such as this, it would suffice for Han Qing to remind me, there is no need for my brother to personally oversee it. The atmosphere surrounding Huo grew heavier. He stood in the shadows, watching as the silvery moonlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the woman's alluring profile, half shrouded in shadow, half bathed in light. He spoke softly. You instructed Han Qing to intercept the old master's examination report and deliver it to you first, did you not? Out of concern that I might tamper with it and conceal the old master's true condition? Therefore, tomorrow morning we shall venture to the hospital together, allowing you to personally hear the doctor's analysis, thus alleviating any unfounded suspicions you may harbor. Although Huo consistently indifferent tone revealed no discernible fluctuations, Huo Wan sensed an acute sharpness in his demeanor. Leaning against the railing, her posture languid and casual, she remarked with an innocent inflection, in my view, it seems you, dear brother, are the one who is overly suspicious. When did I ever imply that I requested Han Qing to deliver grandfather's medical report to me promptly out of fear that you might tamper with it? Noticing the man remained silent, she continued to speak softly, her words imbued with a slight inebriation. Who does not know that you are renowned as a dutiful son, or rather, a devoted grandson? Among those who might wish for the old gentleman's passing, you are undoubtedly the least likely to entertain such thoughts. Yet he maintained his composure. In the presence of others, Huo was perpetually stoic, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, halfway through your words, Huo Wan. I could already sense a headache coming on. Finally, as he concluded, she helplessly pressed her temples. I ask you, Huo, do you not find your recent behavior rather peculiar? Huo Jiaojiao is your true sister, while I am not. Since we have never shared a closeness, I see no necessity for it in the future. However, she paused once more, for a more frigid footfall echoed from below. The man, clad in a black silk robe, ascended the staircase, his voice a low warning. Moreover, with your engagement to Zhuyu imminent, I do not wish for any rumors about you to arise during this period, lest they tarnish the reputation of the Huo group. Huo Wan rubbed her aching temples and pressed her ear, her face a portrait of disbelief. Am I to surmise I have drunk too much this evening and am now hallucinating? The man drew nearer, a barely perceptible cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Is that so? Because I perceive you to be quite lucid. She was still able to return his sarcasm, hardly resembling someone intoxicated. Huo Wan reclined against the staircase railing, seemingly unguarded, as she watched the ascetic yet refined man approach her step by step, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Tilting her head, her smile was beguiling, whether from the effects of alcohol or otherwise. Her slender fingers played with the long curls cascading down her waist, creating ripples in the air. Did you not wish for me to dissolve my engagement with young Master Li, thereby allowing Huo Jiaojiao to pursue her affections? What has caused this change of heart? The old gentleman has made his decision. Your marriage with Zhuyu is no longer a matter that can be easily altered by us. At these words, Huan let out a cold laugh. She stepped forward, deliberately reducing the distance between herself and Huo, her smile tinged with a hint of provocation. Very well. Let us set aside the matter of my engagement with young Master Li. If I heard correctly, did you just mention my rumored affairs? Let me take a guess. Are you referring to the canary I keep outside, or the man who spent the night with me last evening? Chapter 060. Is he jealous? Perhaps it was the dim lighting that cast an air of gloom. Under the hazy, cool moonlight, the man's amber eyes appeared unusually dark and brooding. His gaze upon her created an illusion of peril. Under the influence of alcohol, Huo Wan's mind was slow to react, while her body instinctively recoiled slightly, sensing the danger. The intoxicating scent of smoke and liquor surrounding her did not deter the man. An invisible pressure loomed, as if threatening to suffocate her. Fortunately, he ultimately halted just half a step away, intriguingly reiterating, "The canary you keep outside? The man who spent the night with you?" He then let out a low, disdainful laugh, his tone icy. "Your private life is quite fascinating." Huo Wan, without a second thought, laughed mockingly, buoyed by the alcohol. "What is this? Are you, the young master, feeling a tinge of jealousy?" Jealousy, such a thought-provoking word. Half-dried strands of hair fell across the man's forehead, casting a shadow over his gaze. Unbeknownst to onlookers, Huo Siming's long fingers, concealed within the sleeves of his robe, involuntarily curled. His heavily clouded eyes fixated on her alluring features as he coldly remarked, "You've had too much to drink. You're rambling." In response, Huo Wan, unfazed, leaned closer, placing her hand on his shoulder while gazing into his eyes with a playful smile. "Stop pretending, Huo Siming. It's just the two of us here. Honestly, do you truly not feel any jealousy towards me? The old man's expectations are equally stringent for both of us. Yet I managed to defy his authority time and again and emerge unscathed. And you? Would you dare? Believe it or not. Even if all the chaos of my private life were laid bare, I would still escape unscathed. But you, Huo Siming, if you make even the slightest misstep, you face the old man's wrath and punishment. Don't you find that utterly unfair?" Upon hearing this, the man's fingers, which had been subtly curling, slowly unfurled, and the shadows lurking in his eyes began to dissipate. It dawned on him that her notion of jealousy stemmed from this perspective. Without uttering a word, he gazed at Huo Wan's slightly intoxicated visage for a while, until the air was filled with his magnetic, teasing voice tinged with amusement. "How old are you?" Even Jiao Jiao no longer resorts to such childish provocations. At this, Huo Wan suddenly felt a wave of boredom, having expected a more entertaining response from Huo Siming. Coincidentally, her eyelids began to grow heavy. Whether it was the effects of the alcohol or something else, fatigue overwhelmed her, prompting her to express her thoughts. "Sigh, how dull. Why are you always so uninteresting?" With that, she waved her hand at him, turning to leave. "I shall rest now. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Moreover, my private life is of no concern to you. There is no need for your worry. If any issues truly arise, the elder will naturally come to me." How infuriating. She had indeed indulged too much, her linguistic faculties beginning to falter, yet fortunately, she could still articulate a coherent thought. She couldn't help but admire herself for managing to engage with her Siming for so long in such a state. However, what took Huo Wan completely by surprise was that after merely taking 2 steps, her wrist was unexpectedly seized from behind. "Huo Siming, are you out of your mind?" The silver bracelet glimmered under the cold, melancholic moonlight, while the translucent emerald dazzled her eyes. After carefully reapplying the bracelet to Huo Wan's wrist, Huo Siming finally released her hand. His demeanor was typically reserved, exuding a calm maturity and refined composure. Under the moonlight, he gazed at her silently, his expression seemingly focused, as if he were appreciating some exquisite object. Huo Wan, she had initially thought she was generous enough, only to discover that there was someone in this household even more magnanimous than herself. It seemed she had been too restrained in the past. Had she known Huo Siming was so affluent, she would have made it a point to take advantage of him henceforth. Due to the frankness of Huo Wan's gaze, which was almost affixed to Huo Siming's face, he subtly furrowed his brow. "Is there something on my face? Or do you intend to keep going?" "It's nothing. I merely think that, seen from this perspective, you don't seem quite so detestable. However, it's a pity. We are destined to be natural adversaries." This gentle sigh ultimately dissolved into the fading footsteps echoing down the staircase. In the darkness, the man who remained stationary felt a surge of tumultuous emotions within his eyes, as if he were restraining something, forcefully suppressing it from surfacing. He slowly tugged at the corners of his lips, a deep self-mockery evident. A little over 10 minutes later, in the master bedroom, within the bathroom shower stall, Huo Wan felt her mind was in disarray, the warm water cascading from the shower head washing over her chaotic memories. Those memories she had long intended to forget resurfaced in her mind. In truth, there was little to worry about, for she was quite certain she had handled everything without leaving a trace. Whether it was the burial site of her adoptive parents' remains or the orphanage that had been reduced to ashes, along with that girl of similar age who possessed a pair of green eyes. As long as she remained silent, no one in this world could uncover the truth. Yet her heart was tumultuous, the restless thoughts, the violent urge to see blood, the desire for carnage surged within her veins. As the sound of water in the bathroom began to subside, Huo Wan finished her simple rinse, grabbing a towel to wrap around herself. Subsequently, she exited the bathroom, picked up her phone from the coffee table, and stepped out of her bedroom. 2 minutes later, upstairs, at the door of a certain room, Knock, knock. A cream-colored door was rapped upon. This was Li Zhuiyu's bedroom. Chapter 061. He had tried his utmost to ignore it, yet she insistently drew near. No response? Huo Wan raised her hand and knocked twice on the door. Just as she was about to turn away, believing that no further sound would emerge from behind the door, a faint crackle halted her movements. The ivory-white door was opened from within, and Huo Wan's gaze followed the golden doorknob upward, gradually revealing a tall figure shrouded in darkness through the widening gap. Soon, a young man clad in a thin, deep blue bathrobe leaned out, half of his body appearing from behind the door. He seemed to carry a hint of moisture about him, enveloped in the unique, soothing aura reminiscent of a post-bath freshness. Upon realizing that the person at the door was Huo Wan, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his stunningly handsome face, though it was merely a momentary expression that quickly faded. However, as he took in Huo Wan's current appearance, his gaze sharpened slightly, and his brow furrowed imperceptibly. She was evidently just out of the bath, her long hair still dripping, cascading wetly down her back, while the corridor's light accentuated her skin to a porcelain-like sheen. A delicate layer of mist clinging to her fair shoulders and neck. Her unadorned visage, devoid of makeup, exuded a purity that softened her striking features, creating an intriguing contrast that was uniquely captivating. Yet, the sole fabric adorning her seemed to be merely a bath towel. Everywhere his eyes wandered, he encountered the alluringly pale skin of a woman, exposed to the air's embrace. Li Zhuiyu felt a subtle throb at his temples and, almost instinctively, reached out with a long arm to pull the woman standing at the doorway inside. Fortunately, at such a late hour, the corridor was devoid of any other souls. Otherwise, given her current appearance, should she be stumbled upon by the household servants, particularly the male attendants, it would have been a scandal. Huo Wan observed his initial surprise followed by a flicker of irritation. Once forcibly drawn into the room, she glanced down at her wrist firmly grasped by the young man, then lifted her gaze to cast a questioning look at him. At this, the figure before her seemed to take a deep breath, and after a few seconds, he released her wrist, then raised his hand to shut the door with a resounding slam. The echoing sound reverberated through the quiet night, shaking half the corridor. Huo Wan thought, what has gotten into Li Zhuiyu at this hour? She hadn't uttered a single word, yet he was already in such a foul mood. Nevertheless, with the pressure on her wrist dissipated, she found herself free once more. Stretching languidly, she yawned and ambled towards the sofa not far within the room. With an air of confidence and nonchalance, she seemed to embody the essence of the room's owner. Her smile was light, yet carried an undercurrent of meaning. Why else would he have just finished washing up at 1:30 in the morning? There seemed to be a hint of alcohol in the air. Had he been drinking? The young man's gaze flickered slightly, then he turned his face away, his voice cold and distant. Due to the disparity in their heights, from his vantage point, he could fully behold her fair skin and graceful curves, modestly concealed beneath a bath towel. As she drew nearer, a delicate fragrance enveloped him like gossamer threads, stirring his senses. He endeavored to ignore it, yet she insisted on closing the distance. Huo Wan, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere, leisurely crossed her arms over her chest, continuing to hum and smile. It appears that the young masteress' private life is far more vibrant than I had imagined. However, it is hardly unusual for youths like them to indulge in nightlife. Rather, it is quite commonplace. Thus, she did not dwell on it further, nor did she probe deeper. Just as Huo Wan intended to express her purpose, the shadow before her unexpectedly bypassed her and settled onto the sofa. It's rather late. Does the second miss have something to discuss? The youth, maintaining his composure, picked up a glass from the coffee table and poured himself a cup of cool water. He raised the glass to his lips, consuming the tasteless liquid as though it were wine, as if this act might soothe either his mind or body. Observing this, Huo Wan approached the sofa. It was late, and she wished to avoid any circumlocution, opting instead to address the matter directly. With an air of confidence, she stepped before Li Zhuiyu, her soft arm gently resting on his shoulder as she leaned closer. Have you forgotten, young master? Last night, due to certain circumstances, we had to interrupt our proceedings. As she spoke, she took the glass from Li Zhuiyu's hand and drained the remaining cool liquid in one swift motion. While drinking was meant to quench her thirst, it only intensified it. Had it not been for Lu Lin's phone call, which disrupted her mood and enthusiasm, a natural progression would have unfolded between her and Li Zhuiyu by now. As for tonight, following her meeting with Kaisa, she felt particularly unsettled. Memories, buried deep within the darkest corners of her mind, surged forth like vengeful spirits, impossible to dispel with mere cigarettes. She needed to engage in some activity to divert her attention and cast aside her turmoil, otherwise, she would find no peace this evening. However, in the darkness, the youth, almost blending into the sofa, remained unresponsive to her advances and provocations. Despite the pulsing nerves that pressed against his reason, A faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips, cold and mocking, his glassy silver eyes clouded with shadows threatening to spill over into darkness. His long, cool fingers, as smooth as jade, brushed against the woman's pale, soft cheek, gently tracing the contours around her eyes. Look, even in her striking green irises, there was no flicker of affection. Her brows bore an air of impatience. She merely sought to vent something through this interaction, to forget, rather than to desire him. Yet, despite this, he extended his arm and pulled the slender waist of the woman into his embrace. His grip so strong it felt as if he intended to meld her into his very bones. Chapter 062. If it were discovered that she was in his room. It seemed that Huo Wan sensed something amiss, yet she was disinclined to dwell on it. Her current desire was quite simple. She merely wished to divert her attention, casting aside the troubling and tumultuous matters that plague her mind. As for anything else, to be frank, she did not care. At that moment, a sudden faint pain coursed through her jaw. A few icy, elongated fingers grasped her chin, compelling her to lift her face, revealing the boy's boundless, dark silver eyes. It dawned on Huo Wan that she had perhaps never scrutinized Li Zhuiyu's eyes closely before. In her few memories spent in his company, whether due to shyness or something else, his eyelids often bore a faint blush, and his ears displayed an unusual pale pink hue. She had previously thought this was merely a normal physiological response. However, as she meticulously observed his eyes now, an odd sensation began to blossom within her. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that his silver gaze was indeed striking, unmatched in the entire city of Hua. Noticing Huo Wan's dazed demeanor, the boy seemed to sense something. His long lashes gently lowering, he leaned closer, his low whisper seeming to emerge from a profound abyss, yet devoid of any warmth. Is the second young lady not intending to continue? His voice was undoubtedly magnetic and melodious, yet his expression and tone were perfunctory and indifferent. Although the distance between them was now so minimal, the atmosphere surrounding them held no trace of intimacy. Rather, it felt like an awkward embrace born out of necessity to fulfill a task. If last night, they had been under the influence of substances that amplified their emotions to the extreme, sparking a flame between them, now it could be said that neither had invested any feelings, akin to mere contenders in a contest. What appeared to be intimacy soon dwindled to a hollow emptiness. Huo Wan felt an increasing sense of frustration. She pressed down on the large hand that had just ventured beneath the creamy white towel, her gaze and voice devoid of any murkiness. Clarity sometimes brought about a sense of helplessness. Honestly, if it's really not feasible, perhaps it's best to call it a night. Call it a night? These words rendered the already tense atmosphere even more delicate. The boy in the darkness seemed to tug at the corners of his lips, suppressing all his breath as if restraining something within. She needed him when it suited her. Yet when it did not, she acted as if he did not exist. What exactly did she regard him as? Huo Wan certainly sensed the dissonance in the atmosphere and detected a shift in Li Zhuiyu's mood. She raised her gaze once more to the flawless visage before her, weighing her words carefully and innocently began to explain herself. It is not that I intend to cease my efforts. Rather, despite my overt advances, you remain utterly unresponsive. Is it true that only under the influence of substances can you act? She paused, as if contemplating for several moments, her expression a blend of seriousness and sympathy as she probed. The intimacy shared between her and Li Zhuiyu on 2 occasions, the night 3 years ago and last night, was propelled by the effects of drugs. Now, devoid of such influence, even in their sober states, the atmosphere remains discordant, lacking the spark that would naturally lead to further connection. She couldn't help but question her own allure. However, more so, she found herself doubting Li Zhuiyu. Is he incapable? Li Zhuiyu, what on earth is she saying? It is both infuriating and amusing. In the darkness, the youth's seemingly tranquil yet shadowy silver eyes fixated on the woman's enchanting visage, his icy fingertips pressing heavily against her crimson lips. An invisible danger loomed, and the malevolent expression, starkly different from his usual demeanor, reemerged on his face, sending a chill of unfamiliarity through Huo Wan. What could have led the second miss to harbor such an illusion? If I were in her position, I would first question my ability to ignite his interest. Regaining her composure, Huo Wan offered a nonchalant smile, then feigned exasperation. Since you believe the fault lies with me, very well. I shall seek another to validate this and discern the true nature of the issue. Upon hearing this, the youth's gaze darkened instantly. Fully aware that she was intentionally provoking him with what appeared to be the clumsiest form of baiting, he nonetheless fell for her ploy, providing the reaction she sought. After a cold smirk, he leaned closer, pausing just before his lips were to meet hers. ISNT, the second miss eager to prove her point? His seductive voice carried an ambiguous suggestion, urging her to take the initiative. Huo Wan, undeterred, embraced his neck, pressing her icy lips against his. Such a fleeting kiss ended as swiftly as it began. Midway, she seemed to recall something, raising her hand to push him away gently. By the way, has Huo Siming informed you that the old gentleman's examination results will be revealed tomorrow morning? You, I, he, and Hu Jiaojiao must all go to the hospital. Clearly, Li Zhuiyu was aware of this matter, as evidenced by his expression. He appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the abrupt cessation of the kiss, though he did not overtly display it. His proximity oscillated between closeness and distance, a harbinger of encroachment. That would be a matter for the dawn. So, what relevance does it hold now? His hoarse voice, seemingly brimming with patience, belied the thick darkness that had infiltrated his silver gaze. In response, Huo Wan earnestly elucidated, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Han Chen will come to my room to wake me. If he discovers me absent, and instead in your room. As the conversation lingered, Huo Wan sensed the circularity of their dialogue and thus opted for a more direct approach. His intensity nearly suffocated her, leaving her with no choice but to endure passively. The stark contrast to his previous indifferent demeanor was palpable. What had transpired? Had he suddenly developed an interest? Chapter 063. If she did not rise soon, she would surely be discovered. The kiss meandered along the contours of her ear, resembling more of a bite than a tender caress, as if he sought to unveil some profound, unexpressed emotion buried deep within. A shiver coursed through her, causing her nerves to tremble. The pain oddly alleviated some of the restlessness within her heart. Her delicate, pale fingers clutched the collar of the boy's nightgown, as if by surrendering completely, the haunting memories that relentlessly pursued her would be obliterated. His voice, imbued with an enchanting magnetism, lured her into an abyss from which there was no return. Open your eyes and obey. Her thick, curled lashes slowly parted to reveal his silver eyes hovering above her. They were deep, yet flickered with an intense, shadowy flame. The cool pads of his fingers traced her lips, a gesture that felt both soothing and seductively coaxing. Do not worry, no one will hear us but me. He leaned in once more, his breath enveloping her. The night felt both fleeting and interminable. Huo Wan subconsciously remembered that she had only just fallen asleep, yet the dawn had already broken. She recalled reaching her limit, but the chaotic images continued to play in her mind like a relentless slideshow. It was she who sought to alleviate her emotions, yet it felt as though she had been the one released. Upon reflection, her frustration deepened. The exhaustion from her body's excessive exertion rendered her unable to open her eyes. She longed to bury herself in the sheets for the entire day, yet just then her alarm clock blared. She still did not open her eyes. Skillfully extending her arm towards the bedside table, her fingers landing accurately on her phone to silence the ringing. After a moment, the alarm sounded again. In her dreamlike state, Huo Wan furrowed her brow and reached once more for the bedside table, only to have her wrist captured by a firm grip. If the second young lady does not rise soon, she may soon be discovered. In an instant, Huo Wan's muddled mind snapped to clarity. It dawned on her that she was still in Li Zhuiyu's room, beside his pillow, on his bed. Her long lashes fluttered open, her jade-like pupils reflecting visible astonishment as she instinctively blurted out, "What time is it?" The young man beside her seemed amused by her flustered state, his magnetic voice tinged with an enigmatic laughter. "Isn't it the second young lady who set the alarm?" Had she truly set the alarm and yet remained oblivious to the current time? Huo Wan pressed her fingers to her temples as her mind gradually caught up. Was it already 8 in the morning? Wait. 8 o'clock. Is it not too late now? The servants in the main residence had already begun their duties by 7:30. And now it was 8 o'clock. Breakfast might have already been prepared and set on the dining table on the first floor. If she were to exit from Li Zhuiyu's room now, there would be at least a 70% chance of being discovered. A sudden wave of pain surged in Huo Wan's head. Time was indeed of the essence. She covered herself with a thin silk quilt and propped herself up, sitting upright in bed. Her long, black hair cascaded down like silk, while her exposed fair skin bore the marks of varying depths. Her features were undoubtedly enchanting and exquisite, and her green eyes, still clouded with remnants of sleep, reflected a hint of confusion, as if she had yet to fully awaken. The events of the previous night felt surreal. Fortunately, after a brief slumber, the lingering shadows could no longer affect her emotions. Transitioning from confusion to clarity, Huo Wan took merely half a minute. A sharp, vibrant aura enveloped her once more, rendering her alluring eyes animated. As if nothing had transpired, she lowered her gaze to unlock her phone screen, opened WeChat, and sent a message before contemplating getting out of bed. Throughout this process, her eyes did not linger for even a fraction of a second on the gloomy figure beside her. It was only when she realized she could not find a single article of clothing to cover herself that she casually turned her face towards him and smiled. "Could you kindly assist me in finding a piece of clothing, young master?" Huo Wan maintained a composed facade, yet inside, she was struggling. Just a few simple movements elicited a series of discomfort, soreness, weakness, and pain. Her body felt as though it had been disassembled and hastily reassembled, leaving her utterly unaccustomed. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, the temperature in the youth's glass-like silver eyes gradually cooled. It was as if, to him, she was merely a dispensable tool. Although Huo Wan lacked the ability to read minds, merely observing Li Zhuiyu's expression indicated that his mood was far from pleasant. She recognized that her own demeanor towards him had perhaps been overly aloof, prompting her to draw closer. Despite the ambiguity in the youth's expression, the moment Huo Wan approached, he instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist. With his other hand, he retrieved a clean shirt from the bedside table and draped it over her shoulders. However, Huo Wan did not hasten to put on the shirt. Instead, she extended her soft arms to wrap around his neck. Seeing such a pleasing visage first thing in the morning, even if her body felt as though it were falling apart, rendered her discomfort somewhat bearable. In such close proximity, Huo Wan sensed that as soon as she leaned in, Li Zhuiyu tensed up entirely. Yet, far from exhibiting any resistance, the arm encircling her waist tightened ever so slightly. The young man cast his gaze downwards at the woman nestled in his arms. From his vantage point, the striking contrast of her alabaster skin against the vivid crimson marks intertwining upon her body was almost overwhelming, causing his Adam's apple to subtly bob and his breath to grow heavy. Yet he maintained an air of indifference. Was the second young lady not concerned about being discovered? Upon hearing this, she buried her head deeper into his shoulder, mumbling indistinctly, "It's too late. If we're found out, so be it." With that, she lifted her face, her rosy lips brushing tantalizingly against his neck, while her cool fingers delicately traced the taut lines of his abdomen. With a languorous, husky laugh, she added, "After all, we are rightfully engaged. This is not an illicit affair, is it?" Chapter 064. Did Huo Ximing know that she had spent the night in his room? But in the next moment, Huo Wan's wrist was firmly grasped. She feigned innocence, having barely touched him at all. Was his reaction truly so severe? Just as she was about to tease him, a shadow loomed above her, descending without a hint of mercy or opportunity for resistance, pinning her against the soft mattress. There was no need for words between them. The unspoken understanding conveyed through their locked gazes was profound enough to reveal the intentions hidden within their eyes. The hand that had rested on her waist slowly began to ascend. The curtains remained drawn, enveloping the room in darkness. The sound of their breaths echoed eerily. Her silken hair cascaded onto the pristine, soft pillows, and just as her slender arm attempted to rest upon his chest, he firmly pressed it back against the sheets. 3 years prior, she had sensed the truth. The man above her and the one below the sheets were clearly two different beings. He was not as innocent as he appeared. At night, he could embody the ferocity of a relentless beast. Yet his exquisite beauty was undeniable, every contour of his features seemingly tailored to her aesthetic desires. It was hardly shameful to be captivated by his allure, especially considering her own power and influence. And he, so utterly alone, rendered their connection almost fated. The overwhelming aura of invasion made Huo Wan instinctively shrink back, unwittingly triggering a wave of discomfort and pain, a consequence of her indulgence from the previous night. Her rigid posture alerted the young man before her, causing all movement to cease. Li Zhuiyu observed her furrowed brow and the stiffness etched upon her face from the pain, gradually loosening his grip, his gaze reflecting a complex depth of emotion. Indeed, he had failed to exercise restraint last night, knowing full well he could have treated her gently. Yet, thoughts of her abrupt departure 3 years ago, her neglectful demeanor towards him, and her ambiguous entanglements with other men ignited a fire within him. Upon waking to her serene visage that morning, he struggled to deny the warmth that enveloped him. It was a sentiment he did not detest, but rather desired to explore further. If events were to unfold in this manner, an engagement leading to marriage, perhaps it was not such a dreadful prospect after all. Huo Wan observed Li Zhuiyu's momentary distraction and seized the opportunity to convey her refusal. "If you don't get up soon, it will truly be too late." Noticing his lack of response, she propped herself up on her weary, aching body, her cold fingers brushing against his cheek, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Are you hoping that Huo Ximing will catch us in bed together? If not, stop dawdling and lift me up." Although her feet had yet to touch the ground, the discomfort radiating from her body had already forewarned her of the effort it would take to walk later. Despite her inner grievances, she acknowledged that it had been her who sought him out the previous night, having successfully drawn him into her embrace. She felt fortunate enough not to complain about the quality of his service. Li Zhuiyu, perceptive to the subtle nuances of Huo Wan's demeanor, became more tender in his movements as he lifted her. He carried her to the bathroom countertop, intending to leave, but was halted by a surprisingly soft hand grasping his wrist from behind. A warm voice floated towards him, compelling him to pause. When we go to the hospital later, find a moment to slip away and fetch me some ointment from the pharmacy. Just a salve will suffice. I'll come to find you later when the coast is clear. Initially perplexed by Huo Wan's request, he turned to her and, upon seeing the expression on her face and the implications in her eyes, suddenly grasped her meaning, his ears flushing a deep crimson. Huo Wan's gaze lingered teasingly on the faintly blushing tips of his ears, her smile becoming all the more captivating. Are you really planning to make me apply the medicine myself? After all, you've left me quite injured, particularly my legs. Are you expecting me to tend to my own wounds? At that moment, a series of rhythmic knocks echoed from outside the door. As if anticipating this, Huo Wan remained composed, showing no signs of surprise at the interruption. She cupped the handsome face before her, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. Go answer the door. I had someone deliver some clothes. Please bring them in. Outside the door, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically in just one night. Huo Wan's demeanor towards him had transformed completely. Her closeness appearing entirely natural, her gaze reflecting a possessive affection as though he were her entire world. This sensation was peculiar, an indescribable wonder. Strangely, he found himself not disliking it at all. Outside, the tall, handsome man stood with a tote bag in hand, glancing down at the watch on his left wrist. As he prepared to knock again, the ivory-white door swung open. Although he noticed the young man in a robe, Han Cheng's gaze merely skimmed across his face before he politely extended the designer paper bag towards him. Young master, this is the clothing entrusted to you by the 2nd Mississippi. He then dutifully added, the eldest master and 3rd miss are already in the dining room. Please join them for a meal at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. As he softly expressed his gratitude, Li Zhuyu accepted the handbag that Han Cheng had offered, lifting his gaze to meet Han Cheng's face, only to find him avoiding eye contact. After completing the task assigned by Huo Wan, Han Cheng politely nodded to Li Zhuyu and was about to depart when he was called back. Han Cheng paused, turning around to behold the youthful, pure, and saintly visage of the boy before him. The morning light streamed through the glass window, illuminating his soft black hair and accentuating every exquisite contour of his face. A masterpiece that no brush could ever capture. His silver eyes sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of glass, and his smile possessed an enchanting power capable of dimming the very heavens, yet it also exuded an inexplicable sense of suffocating pressure. The matter of the second young lady spending the night in my room last evening, Brother Simon must still be unaware, I suppose? Chapter 065. If they were seen in their current state by Huo Jiaojiao. Han Cheng maintained an air of calm, his expression betraying no other emotions. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhuyu offered a faint smile, releasing a soft, feather-like sigh. Truly, he is someone who has been close to the old master. His words are precise, leaving no room for flaws or errors. Han Cheng chose not to delve further into Li Zhuyu's remark. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze deepened with seriousness, and he ultimately decided to voice his thoughts. Young master, there is something I know I should not say, and I am aware that I overstep my bounds, but although you and the second young lady have established an engagement, I trust you understand that the old master's most cherished is still the 3rd young lady. Should she suffer any harm due to you, or if anything were to happen, the old master. He left his words hanging, knowing that Li Zhuyu would grasp the implication. Even though the old master himself had arranged the union between Huo Wan and Li Zhuyu, his deepest affections lay with Huo Jiaojiao, the 3rd young lady of the Huo family. Huo Jiaojiao, spoiled and impulsive, appeared innocent, yet was prone to rashness. If she were to face any misfortune because of Huo Wan and Li Zhuyu's relationship, the old master would undoubtedly unleash his wrath.
Li Zhuyu,
Raised under the old master's wing, enjoyed the privileges of a young master of the Huo family, opulent clothing, abundant food, and a life free of worry. Yet, he had never been allowed to tread the corridors of power. The old master could extinguish his existence as effortlessly as one would crush an ant, often not even deigning to act personally. Hence, in such a scenario, it would be Huo Wan who would ultimately bear the consequences. In recent years, as the old master aged and grew increasingly eccentric, he would sometimes appear to favor Huo Wan, seemingly preparing to entrust her with significant responsibilities, only to later cast her into the depths of chaos and turmoil. When she held value, Huo Wan was the 2nd young lady of the Huo family. When she did not, she was merely a disregarded illegitimate daughter. After all the sacrifices Huo Wan had made for the Huo family over the years, she would never willingly relinquish everything. Thus, according to her nature, the only outcome would be a tragic confrontation with dire consequences. Due to such matters offending the venerable elder, it incited his wrath, which, in his eyes, was utterly unworthy. Observing the solemn countenance of Han Cheng, Li Zhuyu let out a light sigh, laden with unspoken meaning. Thank you for the reminder. At times, your meticulous care for the second young lady truly leads me to the illusion that you are aligned with her. This seemingly casual remark rendered the tall and distinguished man before her momentarily rigid. Although Han Qing masked his reaction well, the brief stiffness did not escape Li Zhuiyu's keen gaze. Han Qing remained silent, his eyes revealing a complex depth as he regarded Li Zhuiyu, his expression subtly shifting. Huo Wan had arrived at the Huo residence rather late, and over the years, the household staff had changed numerous times, leaving her unaware of certain matters. However, it was not the venerable elder but Madame Huo, the mother of Huo Siming and Huo Jiaojiao, who had once presided over the Huo Charity Foundation event and fortuitously encountered Han Qing and his brother, proposing to adopt them. Years have passed, and the elders of the Huo family have gradually retired, including the former steward, resulting in a scarcity of those privy to this information. Did Huo Wan possess knowledge of this? Beneath his sleeves, Han Qing's long fingers subtly curled, yet his expression remained unchanged. The young master jested. As someone close to the venerable elder, I shall not show favoritism or contend with anyone. My sole duty is to alleviate the elder's burdens. Han Qing's response appeared to align with Li Zhuiyu's expectations. He smiled at him, complimented by his angelic, youthful visage, which, while undeniably gentle, evoked a suffocating feeling as if one's heart was gripped in a vice. Well then, I must take my leave. You are aware of Wan's temper. Keeping her waiting will bring us both woes. With that, Li Zhuiyu stepped back, casting a shadow as he pulled the door, partially obscuring his divine countenance in the dim light. As for that earlier comment, I merely mentioned it in jest. It need not be taken seriously. His tone remained gentle and innocent, his aura gradually diminishing, as if the previous heavy suffocation had not originated from him at all. Han Qing stood by the door, witnessing the door being closed with a moderate force. As a man navigating the same sphere as another, he understood the underlying implications of Li Zhuiyu's words. A flicker of inscrutable malice passed through his gaze. Though subtle, Li Zhuiyu had indeed issued a warning, advising him to harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards Huo Wan. Yet, it is also the most absurd irony that throughout the years, while appearing close to her in the eyes of outsiders, he was merely Huo Wan's right-hand man. In the end, how many truly held her trust? Had he, in fact, earned her confidence? Even Lu Lin, that man whom Huo Wan meticulously guarded, was treated no more than a cherished pet. When she feels elated, she glances, but when discontented, she turns a cold shoulder, entirely dictated by her own whims. Thus, in this vast world, it appears that Huo Wan only trusts and loves herself. To offer one's heart to such a woman would ultimately result in it being trampled beneath her feet, bloodied and bruised. In the bedroom, before a spacious mirror in the bathroom, Huo Wan unabashedly donned a brand new gown. Just as her fingers were about to touch the zipper behind her, the young man behind her gently assisted by pulling it up. Observing the intimate figures reflected in the mirror, Huo Wan subtly shifted her gaze to the young man's face. What could possibly take so long fetching a piece of clothing? What have you and Han Qing been discussing? The delay in retrieving an article of clothing was unmistakable. Li Zhuiyu must have been chatting with Han Qing at the door. It's nothing, just a few reminders from him. For she knew Han Qing was not one to voice opinions or suggestions. More often than not, he preferred to remain a silent listener. It's nothing of particular significance. Huo Wan lazily turned to face him. The young master was nurtured by the old man himself, already the true heir of the Huo family. Even those close to the elder would dare not criticize him, would they? The young man's expression faltered. What if this matter involved the third young lady? Upon hearing the name Huo Jiaojiao, Huo Wan suddenly comprehended everything, a faintly cold smile gracing her exquisitely shaped lips. Han Qing was not merely reminding Li Zhuiyu. He was subtly hinting at her. Concealing all emotions within, she leaned forward, almost burying herself in the warmth of the young man's embrace. A fleeting look of surprise flickered in his silver eyes. The warmth enveloped him, and his heart involuntarily raced. He instinctively tightened his hold on Huo Wan, listening as she murmured into his neck, "What do you think Huo Jiaojiao's reaction would be if she were to see us like this?" Chapter 066. The second young lady must protect me. Though her teasing tone was filled with playful intrigue, it concealed a hint of testing.
Huo Wan smiled softly,
her delicate fingers resting against the young man's heart, attempting to sense the rhythm of his heartbeat, even amidst a moment of hesitation. In the next heartbeat, the arms encircling her waist suddenly tightened. Her chin was gently lifted by cool fingers, obscuring her view. A kiss, filled with an overwhelming intensity, descended upon her from above. Huo Wan was momentarily taken aback, for this kiss was far more fervent than usual. Her wrist was grasped first, followed by her entire being lifted and placed precariously atop the expansive vanity. The gown she had just adorned now threatened to slip downwards, an unexpected turn of events. As the situation spiraled out of control, Huo Wan swiftly pressed down on the large hand resting on her thigh. Her breath uneven, her gem-like green eyes clouded with emotion. Her voice trembling slightly, she uttered, "All right. I was merely jesting. Do you truly intend for Huo Jiao to witness a live performance of such nature?" Having clearly expressed his refusal, Li Juiyu naturally came to a halt. He grasped Huo Wan's wrist, his icy fingers slipping between hers, as his excessively husky, magnetic voice resonated in the air. "The third young lady has always been the true jewel of this family. Since I have chosen the second young lady, she must take good care of me." Huo Wan responded with a smile. Yet, there was something about his gaze that made her feel as though she had become his possession. On the first floor in the dining hall, upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Huo Jiao immediately set down her knife and fork. However, when she discerned that it was Han Cheng who had entered, a palpable sense of disappointment crossed her face. Hua Siming, seated at the head of the table, also lifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes briefly scanning Han Cheng's face. Observing this, Han Cheng took the initiative to report, "I have separately invited the second young lady and young masterly." At the mention of Huo Wan's name, Huo Jiao felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over her. Did she truly care about the health of the elder? With such a grand occasion, how much longer must we wait for her? Han Cheng remained silent, and Huo Siming had no intention of speaking, rendering the atmosphere at the dining table oddly delicate. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels striking the ground echoed from the entrance. "Pray tell, whose temper is so frayed this early in the morning?" Accompanied by a particularly languid smile, a woman clad in a refreshing mint green dress sauntered in. Huo Wan typically favored understated, muted tones, but today, her excessively fresh mint ensemble was indeed striking. Yet, with her striking mixed-race features, there was nothing she could not carry. The outfit softened her demeanor, adding an ethereal quality. Whose temper is so frayed this early in the morning? She was clearly feigning ignorance. Huo Jiao watched as Huo Wan leisurely took a seat directly opposite her, her fingers tightening into a fist. Huo Wan lifted her coffee cup, disregarding the irate gaze directed at her, and took a delicate sip. In truth, brother and the third young lady need not wait for me. After all, the Huo family has not yet fallen to the point of having but a single car.
Have they?
Glaring at Huo Wan's enchanting visage, Huo Jiao felt a surge of frustration. "Who is waiting for you?" "She is waiting for Li Juiyu."
Ah.
Huo Wan has already descended. Why has Li Juiyu not yet made an appearance? With a flicker of curiosity, Huo Jiao immediately turned to Han Cheng. "Brother Han Cheng, where is Juiyu? Is he unwell? Has he fallen ill?" Huo Wan, who was delicately sipping her coffee, couldn't help but smirk at Huo Jiao's inquiry. "Third young lady, young Master Li is quite well. He should arrive shortly." Indeed. No sooner had the words left her lips than the tall figure appeared at the door. Upon seeing Li Juiyu, Huo Jiao's eyes sparkled. Just as she was about to beckon him to sit beside her, Huo Siming interrupted from his seat of authority. "Juiyu, it is getting late. The driver will take you to the hospital shortly, and we shall proceed ahead. I apologize, I overslept." "It matters not. Recent events have been rather overwhelming. Do take care to rest, as our esteemed elder has been admitted to the hospital, and it is imperative that no further complications arise." With this, Huo Siming gracefully rose from his seat. Naturally, Huo Jiao, who typically adhered to his directives, prepared to depart as well. However, Huo Wan remained unmoved, savoring her coffee with delicate sips. Strangely enough, the man in the principal seat also remained still, his calm demeanor juxtaposed with the profound depth of his amber gaze, silently fixed upon her face, as though questioning her reluctance to leave. Finding his unspoken inquiry rather absurd, Huo Wan chuckled lightly. "Brother, are you truly waiting for me? I have only just descended the stairs. Do you expect me to forego breakfast altogether?" Huo Siming appeared to smile slightly, aside from coffee. "When have you ever indulged in breakfast this morning?" Huo Wan was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly understood her well. Strange, isn't it? Chapter 067. Those who seek her demise hail from the Huo family. Huo Wan then smirked, playfully exclaiming, "Was there no such thing before? I had no idea. And yet you observe me more closely than I do myself." Huo Jiao, unable to tolerate Huo Wan's feigned innocence, tugged at Huo Siming's sleeve. "Brother, since she has no desire to visit our elder in the hospital, shall we forcibly take her there?" After their communication bore no fruit, Huo Siming relinquished his insistence for Huo Wan to depart, directing his attention to Han Cheng instead, instructing, "Han Cheng, remain here. Do not allow the second young lady to be late." Although taken aback, Han Cheng promptly acquiesced. "Yes, young master." Huo Wan offered no opinion on Huo Siming's arrangement. She elegantly lifted her coffee cup, continuing to sip as if the bustling figures in the restaurant bore no relevance to her. Such indifference is, at times, more tormenting than direct confrontation. Huo Jiaojiao, seething at her sister's demeanor, disregarded Li Zhuyu, still present in the restaurant, and pulled Huo Siming towards the exit. Brother, why do you concern yourself with her? Let us leave. It was foolish to wait for her so long. Following Huo Jiaojiao's departure, the atmosphere in the restaurant returned to its former tranquility. Huo Wan leisurely set down her coffee cup, picked up the napkin to dab at the corners of her lips, and then rose with poise. Observing her intention to leave, the stern man who had been stationed by the table also began to move. No need to rush. Take your time. We shall meet at the entrance in 10 minutes. In the corridor, a soft click resonated as the cigarette nestled between the woman's fingers ignited, sending tendrils of smoke swirling around her. Are you saying that Lu Lin arrived in Huadu last night? This fellow is quite swift, faster than I had anticipated. Han Cheng respectfully replied, Indeed, young Master Lu arrived at the central airport on a flight that landed just past 11 last night. As soon as the plane touched down, he proceeded directly to Lanwan, and there have been no further developments as of yet. Huo Wan listened calmly, her gaze inscrutable. Had the old gentleman received any news? It seemed not yet. Han Cheng scrutinized Huo Wan's expression, nodding slightly to indicate, I will continue to monitor Master Lu's movements, ensuring you have immediate control over his whereabouts. Huo Wan remained silent, the eerie tranquility of the atmosphere sending a subtle chill through Han Cheng, as if some imminent danger lurked nearby. Perhaps he was the only one bold enough to speak candidly in her presence, even knowing her mood was not favorable. To speak frankly, Lu Lin's existence will inevitably bring trouble to the second miss. She should sever ties with him sooner rather than later. At that moment, Huo Wan interrupted him. Let us set aside the matter of Lu Lin for now. By the way, she said, her gaze having shifted from the aimless view beyond the window to his face. She calmly uttered a name, Yu. As the name escaped her lips, the tall figure before her seemed momentarily taken aback, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features. Huo Wan smiled faintly, capturing the subtle change in the man's expression in her memory. Tilting her head, she flicked the ash from her cigarette and casually inquired, I heard he did not die after all, that he escaped or was rescued. Have you received any news regarding this? Yu, Huo Wan's former right-hand man, though lesser in stature compared to Han Cheng and lacking the combat skills of Duya, possessed a remarkably agile mind and a silver tongue, making him a rare talent. It was he who, 3 months prior, had wielded a dagger against the unsuspecting Huo Wan, nearly ending her life. Upon hearing her inquiry, Han Cheng's eyes flickered with surprise and confusion.
How could that be?
Under the circumstances, the second miss had cast him into the pit of snakes, leaving no possibility of survival. At this remark, Huo Wan's delicate, pale fingers paused, and she fixed her gaze on him for several seconds, before bursting into an unrestrained laugh.
Huh?
Is that truly what you believe? This isn't like you, Han Cheng. I thought you had already anticipated it would turn out this way. Before Yu was cast into the snake pit, Duya had severed his tendons, torturing him for over 2 months, leaving him on the brink of death. Huo Wan had deliberately instructed Duya to spare Yu's life, throwing him into the pit not with the genuine hope he would be devoured by the giant python. On the contrary, she wished for his survival, hoping he would escape or be rescued. In doing so, she could trace the threads back to uncover the person behind this traitor, who had bribed him, seeking to harm her. Indeed, everything proceeded smoothly, unfolding just as Huo Wan had anticipated. On the 4th night after being thrown into the pit, Yu vanished. His rescuer, having altered their appearance, remained shrouded in mystery, leading him through several countries before finally settling in a small, obscure city. Just this morning, Huo Wan received news. Her people had uncovered the latest banking transactions from several highly secretive private accounts belonging to Yu. Just a few days into this month, Yu's private account received 4 separate transfers. While the amounts individually were not substantial, combined they exceeded 1 million. Given his severe injuries, a considerable sum was indeed necessary for his treatment. The sources of these funds were rather intriguing, originating from the Huo family. As her thoughts deepened, Huo Wan's gaze darkened, and she extinguished a still-burning cigarette in her palm, oblivious to the burn. In the entirety of the Huo family, including its collateral relatives, who could desire her demise with such audacity? Did they seek death, or was there an intention to obscure the truth? If it was indeed a ruse, how did they acquire access to the Huo family's remittance accounts? While pondering, Huo Wan brushed off the ash from her palm and calmly reassured, All right. No need to be so tense. I merely asked out of curiosity. You are the old master's close attendant, not mine. So there's no need to report to me so thoroughly. However, I do have a genuine query I'd like you to clarify, if it's not too inconvenient. Han Cheng keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere and maintained his composure amidst it all. Miss, you should know I have always been forthright with you. The air around Huo Wan was thick with a solemn calm. Hearing this, she chuckled softly and raised her gaze. Her dark serpent-like eyes shrouded in a mist of ominous intent. I heard that 2 months ago, Han Reng visited Wu Town to see Madame Hua. Whose orders did he follow? And for what purpose? This time, Han Cheng's reaction utterly surprised Huo Wan. After years of acquaintance, she could discern that his expression of bewilderment was genuine. He was sent to see the madam? Huo Wan narrowed her eyes and chuckled lightly. You were unaware of this matter? Han Cheng's countenance grew significantly graver, and he shook his head. Minutes later, shortly after concluding their conversation, a black Bentley exited the Huo family estate. In the back seat, Huo Wan instinctively leaned her head against the car window frame and closed her eyes. Yet, as if recalling something, her recently closed lashes fluttered open. She suddenly remembered that there was indeed another living person beside her. After gazing at the remarkably distinguished young man for a few seconds, she straightened herself, then tilted slightly toward him. Li Zhuoyu, though silent, instinctively extended his long arm to embrace her, demonstrating a remarkable mutual understanding. Chapter 068. Just as she rested her head upon Li Zhuoyu's shoulder, he became tense. After a brief moment of leaning against him, Huo Wan found herself uncomfortable against his rigid frame. Was it his bones that were so hard? Or was it merely a trait of all men? With a resentful glance at him, she lazily yawned and decided to lay down, resting her head on his lap. In that position, she could distinctly feel Li Zhuoyu's entire being tense up. Especially the lines beneath his abdomen seemed particularly rigid and taut. Were it not for the fact that the driver was Han Cheng, she would have surely teased him a bit. From the driver's seat, a man, who inadvertently witnessed this scene through the rearview mirror, slightly narrowed his eyes, his long fingers gripping the steering wheel gradually tightening. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite it having nothing to do with him, and fully aware that he ought not to look, his gaze was nonetheless unconsciously drawn to the reflection in the mirror. Han Cheng was making every effort to suppress any emotional disturbance. The relationship between him and Huo Wan was merely that of master and servant, perhaps barely qualifying as friends. Yet, his heart felt inexplicably heavy. It was as if a large hand had seized his heart, leaving him breathless. Even Lu Lin, who was specially protected by Huo Wan, had never evoked such a strange and oppressive feeling within him. Some matters are best left unexamined. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Lu Lin, he was struck by a peculiar illusion that Lu Lin and Li Zhuoyu bore an uncanny resemblance. Whether in age, temperament type, or appearance at first glance, they seemed to be cast from the same mold. Only upon a second glance would one notice the subtle distinctions and disparities between them. If memory served him correctly, Huo Wan had first met Li Zhuoyu before encountering Lu Lin. The connections between the two were not to be pondered too deeply. The journey from the Huo family's main residence to the hospital took merely 20 minutes. The car ride was enveloped in silence, with even the gentle rhythm of their breathing discernible. Huo Wan, in a state of drowsiness, had slipped into a light slumber. After a day fraught with turmoil, coupled with a night of near sleeplessness, she was utterly exhausted. It must be said, the vitality of youth is remarkable, despite having barely rested the entire night. Li Zhuoyu appeared remarkably spirited. In terms of stamina, she found herself unable to keep pace. A certain dark thought surged from the depths of her mind, a forbidden notion that could not be articulated. Last night, she had promised him, in her own words, that they would be together and that she would not abandon him. Although she would certainly be unwilling, perhaps secluding her for a time would yield improvement. At the hospital, in the underground parking lot on the first basement level, as Han Cheng parked the car, Huo Wan seemed to receive some unspoken signal and slowly opened her eyes. Coincidentally, her phone screen lit up at that moment, a message popping up. Meanwhile, in the VIP ward where old Master Huo resided, Huo Jiao sat elegantly on a chair beside the bed, carefully peeling an apple with a fruit knife while conversing with the elder. I can see that grandfather's complexion is noticeably better than yesterday. I trust you'll be discharged in a couple of days. Beside her, Huo Siming seized the opportunity to respond earnestly. Jiao is correct. Grandfather's condition has indeed improved significantly. After discussing with the doctor, if there are no further issues, I will arrange for your discharge as per your wishes. The elderly gentleman reclined against the headboard. Though his movements were somewhat sluggish, his spirit had noticeably improved since yesterday. His complexion was no longer as pale and frail, exhibiting a hint of color. With a labored smile, he remarked, "You two needn't comfort me. I am well aware of my own condition. At my age, how many more springs, summers, autumns, and winters can one expect? It matters little." Upon hearing this, Huo Jiao immediately set down the fruit knife, exclaiming,
What do you mean by that?
The elderly man merely shook his head at her, then turned his gaze towards Huo Siming, who stood by the bedside.
Siming.
Where is Huo Wan? Just as Huo Siming was about to respond, Hu Jiao interrupted him with a stern demeanor. Grandfather. Huo Wan has no desire to visit you at the hospital. She hesitated at the mere mention of coming here, and my brother and I waited nearly an hour for her this morning before she finally sauntered down. She clearly does not care about your health. From the profound look in the elderly man's eyes, Huo Siming understood his meaning. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, intending to step outside. Grandfather. Please remain calm. I will contact Huo Wan again. Just a moment. Meanwhile, at the hospital. Upstairs, in a specialist's consultation room. Dr. Lin. Are you suggesting that my grandfather has a tumor in his brain, which is the primary cause of his stroke? Never mind. Just tell me directly how much longer he has to live. Upon hearing this, despite already being acquainted with Huo Wan, the young doctor at the computer felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Noticing his troubled expression, Huo Wan rested her chin on her hand, languidly stating, Dr. Lin, it is just the two of us here. What do you have to hold back? You promised that what you say in this office would remain confidential. The assessment of the elderly gentleman's brain tumor still required further evaluation. If the conclusion were benign, a surgical removal could be performed. However, considering his advanced age, such an operation carries certain risks. Huo Wan first scoffed lightly, then nonchalantly inquired, and if it is malignant? The doctor's expression grew slightly grave. If it is a malignant tumor and has begun to spread, then, just then, an insistent ringing abruptly interrupted his analysis. Huo Wan smiled apologetically at the doctor, glancing at the incoming call on her phone. With a slight raising of her brow, she leisurely declined the call. What is the rush? Isn't she already at the hospital? After rejecting Huo Siming's call, Huo Wan gracefully rose from her seat, expressing her gratitude to the doctor. Thank you, Dr. Lin. I believe I have a clearer understanding now. Seeing this, the doctor also stood, offering to escort her out. Given the current state of the elderly gentleman, he is not fit for discharge and requires further observation. Rest assured, Miss Hua, I will contact you immediately once the latest report is available. You are too kind, it is only proper. A few minutes later, in the VIP ward, at long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, a knock resounded on the door of the ward. Han Qing approached and opened the door, revealing a striking mint green that captured the attention of everyone present. Huo Wan stepped over the threshold, the translucent green accentuating her already pale complexion, giving her an ethereal appearance. She bore a somewhat disheveled yet poised demeanor, her long, wavy hair tousled but not unkempt, enhancing her allure. With a smile gracing her lips, she seemed unfazed by the collective gaze of the occupants of the ward, walking in with an air of composure. Apologies for my tardiness, she remarked. Huo Jiao shot her an irritated glance, turning away in silence. I, too, am concerned about grandfather's health. Surely, he would not hold it against me? As she spoke, Huo Wan brandished the stack of examination reports she had just received from Dr. Lin, boldly displaying the document under the scrutinizing gazes surrounding her. On my way here, I received a call from Dr. Lin. Grandfather's examination results are in. Instantaneously, Hu Jiao's demeanor shifted a full 180 degrees. She nearly leaped from her seat and strode toward Huo Wan, snatching the report from her hands and frantically flipping through its pages. What did the doctor say? How is grandfather? Huo Wan made no attempt to stop her, knowing well that the report was filled with technical jargon that Hu Jiao would struggle to comprehend. In this charged atmosphere, Huo Siming furrowed his brow slightly. Jiao, the old gentleman is currently resting in his bed. Discussing his condition in his presence is rather inappropriate. If the examination results are all normal and he is unharmed, then it is of little concern. However, should there be any issues, given his advanced age and the recent mild stroke, he cannot endure further distress. If there are complications, the true state of his health must remain confidential. Huo Wan caught a glimpse of Huo Siming's ambiguous expression and instinctively understood his apprehensions. Can you interpret this? Grandfather is a blessed man. You needn't fret him into a frenzy. You. Huo Jiao paused, regaining her composure, and shot Huo Wan an indignant glare. This examination report did not linger long in Huo Wan's possession. She casually thrust it into Huo Siming's embrace. Huo Siming, like her, was undoubtedly curious about the old gentleman's condition, but alas, she had outpaced him. In the hospital bed, the old gentleman languidly closed his eyes, then slowly reopened them, feigning ignorance of the tension among his younger relatives. He raised a hand, signaling, Huo Wan, stay. The rest of you may leave. Huo Siming asked no further questions, nodding in agreement. Understood. Though Huo Jiao was reluctant, she followed Huo Siming out, not forgetting to take with her Li Zhuyu, who had stood silently in the corner like a doll since entering the room. The old gentleman observed the scene, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhuyu should also remain. Huo Jiao was taken aback, startled by the unexpected reprimand, and reluctantly released her hold on Li Zhuiyu's sleeve. The elder commanded the room to be cleared, leaving only Huo Wan, Li Zhuiyu, and the ailing elder Huo in the ward. The elder reached out, attempting to lift the cup from the bedside table. Yet this seemingly simple action proved somewhat arduous for him at that moment. Observing this, Li Zhuiyu promptly stepped forward, took the cup of tea, and placed it beside the elder. He then turned his piercing gaze toward Huo Wan and inquired, "Speak, how is my health truly faring?" In response, Huo Wan smiled gently, echoing the words she had just shared with Hu Jiaojiao. "Did I not say, the great-grandfather is blessed by heaven?" The elder scoffed derisively, his demeanor darkening, signaling a loss of patience. "Given my current condition, there is no need for pretense. Over the years, you have committed countless acts of defiance beneath my very eyes, and you are well aware of the clandestine dealings you have engaged in. Now, grant me the truth. How many days do I have left?"
Huo Wan sighed softly.
As if grappling with a heavy burden. "That depends on whether the tumor in your brain is malignant or benign." The moment these words left her lips, the atmosphere in the ward froze, the temperature plummeting below zero. Shock, resentment, anger, and resignation flitted across the elder's eyes, ultimately coalescing into silence. He was acutely aware of the risks associated with undergoing such surgery at his age. Should the diagnosis reveal malignancy, should it spread, it would signify cancer. Ultimately, the elder shattered the stillness of the room. He first looked at Li Zhuiyu, then cast a meaningful glance at Huo Wan. "In that case, you too should hasten your wedding preparations. Before I close my eyes for the last time, I wish to personally oversee the arrangements for your nuptials." Huo Wan appeared unsurprised, maintaining her composure, while Li Zhuiyu, though somewhat taken aback, exhibited no significant reaction. Seeing their unusual compliance, the elder continued, "This afternoon, I shall have a lawyer come by to draft a will in advance. Upon your successful marriage and the eventual birth of her family descendants, you shall receive your due share." Understanding the deeper implications of the elder's words, Huo Wan recognized that should she and Li Zhuiyu remain unwed and fail to bear her family heirs, they would receive nothing. Moreover, the elder's statement revealed another layer of information. Their marriage and the birth of her family offspring implied that Li Zhuiyu would be entering the her family. While this was not entirely unexpected, the elder had not explicitly stated during his birthday banquet that Li Zhuiyu would be joining the her family, merely announcing their engagement.
Now,
The elder had laid the matter bare, directly indicating Li Zhuiyu's impending entry into the her family. The venerable elder has navigated the commercial realm for many years. Adept at maneuvering through both light and shadow, his thoughts deeper than anyone else's. Yet, with this particular move, she found herself utterly perplexed, unable to discern any rationale. A marriage by proxy? Could Li Zhuiyu truly accept such a notion? Or rather, why must it be Li Zhuiyu? Huo Wan observed the young man by the bedside in silence. His demeanor was one of tacit acceptance, devoid of any spoken words. The elder, watching the two silent figures, whose minds were steeped in their own contemplations, regarded them with eyes as profound as the abyss, seemingly piercing through to their innermost thoughts. However, he uttered nothing, merely gesturing for them to leave. "All right, you two may go. Let Ximing come in." Yet, Huo Wan had no intention of moving. She regarded the tall figure before her and, with a measured tone, stated, "Young master, please step outside. I wish to converse with the elder alone." The elder remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to Huo Wan's request. With the elder's nod of approval, Li Zhuiyu turned away. Perhaps it was the light behind him that rendered his warm gaze unexpectedly chilling. As they were about to pass each other, his footsteps hesitated momentarily, and he softly remarked, "I will wait for you outside, 2nd Mississippian." Huo Wan's expression remained largely unchanged as she responded softly. After Li Zhuiyu departed, Huo Wan relinquished her pretense and sat directly upon the sofa. Upon learning of the elder's brain tumor, her mood could only be described as one of relief. The elder's time was limited, and she chose not to waste words, stating directly, "Elder, young Master Li has been raised under your care since childhood. You have nurtured him personally, and the bond between you is one of familial affection that I cannot rival. Therefore, I can understand your desire to witness him establish a family and a career." She deliberately elongated her tone, hoping to glean something from the elder's increasingly somber expression. Alas, her efforts yielded naught. "However, do you not think that, compared to young Master Li, my elder brother and Jiao Jiao deserve your concern even more?" She maintained her tact. In truth, what she truly wished to inquire was why the elder seemed so fixated on her alone. With his days numbered, it was perplexing that he chose to overlook Hu Ximing and Hu Jiao, instead entangling her in this chaotic affair. Was this not a blatant targeting of her? Did the elder fear that she might one day ascend to greater heights and, in turn, align with her future husband to turn against the Hu family? While such a possibility was not entirely unfounded, the elder's actions before his departure were undeniably disheartening. His vigilance against her had reached such extremes, seemingly aiming to thrust her into the murky dealings of the Huo family, positioning her as a pawn against the collateral branches of the Huo lineage, and a whetstone for the true heir of the Huo family, Huo Siming. The elder scrutinized her face for a long while before finally chuckling softly and sighing, "Indeed. You are not satisfied with this marriage arrangement." Huo Wan stifled the urge to light a cigarette, striving to quell the tumult within her blood. Her red lips parted and closed as she uttered a particularly frigid remark, "I merely find it unjust." All that she had done for the Huo family and everything she had sacrificed had nearly cost her life on several occasions, yet she received no just recompense. Instead, it was Huo Siming and Huo Jiaojiao, these sheltered blossoms, who reaped the benefits of the life-threatening endeavors she undertook for the family. In response to this accusation, the elder merely closed his eyes and replied indifferently, "You are a member of the Huo family. Your greed has been your own undoing over the years." Huo Wan smiled silently, no longer caring for pretense. She retrieved a cigarette from her case and lit it swiftly. Amidst the swirling smoke, her strikingly beautiful brows and eyes appeared even more enchanting as she casually delivered her scathing remarks. "When conducting business with those foreigners, facing real guns and playing Russian roulette with a gun to my head, did you ever consider that I am a member of the Huo family? When the collateral branches of the Huo family conspired against me, attempting to take my lifetime, and again, I never saw you advocate for my justice. Everything I possess now is earned at the cost of my own life. Had it been someone else, such as Huo Jiaojiao, she would have long been devoured by these ravenous wolves. For all these years, you merely wished for me to serve as Huo Siming's whetstone. Now that Huo Siming is sufficiently capable, he no longer requires my sharpening, and as you approach the end of your days, naturally, you will seek to eliminate me. The looming threat to Huo Siming and Huo Jiaojiao. Am I not correct? Although Huo Jiaojiao harbors feelings for young Master Li, it matters little, for regardless of his beauty, he remains merely a decorative vase. You, having always cherished Huo Jiaojiao, naturally wish to secure for her a marriage that is socially compatible and capable of protecting her for a lifetime. Thus, you have paired young Master Li with me, effectively extinguishing Huo Jiaojiao's affections and curtailing my potential to ascend to greater heights, thereby countering the Huo family's influence. You have anticipated every angle, as expected of you. However, regrettably, the elder has overlooked one crucial aspect. She is not Huo Wan. Chapter 071. Is the true Huo Wan no longer among the living? She is not the genuine Huo Wan. This secret loomed over her like a Damoclean sword, uncertain of when it might fall. Yet precisely because of this, she was not inclined to devote herself entirely to the Huo family. She naturally kept a hand in reserve, a means of retreat. Though time had blurred many memories, she vaguely recalled that her biological mother was a dancer, mingling in the nightlife of various establishments, while her father remained an enigma. Despite the harshness of their existence, the mother in her memories was always gentle, until one fateful day, when she fell gravely ill, suffering from a high fever that would not relent. Upon regaining consciousness from her stupor, she found herself in an orphanage in a small town. She had been abandoned, losing all contact with her mother. Within that orphanage, there were many children of her age, among whom one girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her. With the same black hair, green eyes, and youthful visage, everything seemed predestined. The Turan couple initially sought to adopt a girl who bore a striking resemblance to her, a girl who was indeed the genuine Huo Wan. The couple had been acquaintances of Huo Wan's biological mother, aware that her father was a prominent tycoon in Country Z. Upon learning of Huo Wan's whereabouts, they approached the orphanage with ulterior motives, inquiring about her and expressing their intention to adopt. However, fate had other plans, as a plague erupted in that war-torn region. The orphanage director, unwilling to forego the considerable sum offered by the Turan couple, orchestrated a deceitful scheme to swap identities. She exchanged the identity files of herself and Huo Wan. Thus, she became Huo Wan, while Huo Wan assumed her identity. She usurped Huo Wan's opportunity for adoption and became the ward of the Turan couple. The Turan couple, renowned international mercenaries with their own brigade, adopted numerous orphans each year, subjecting them to grueling training to transform them into competent executioners. Once the mercenary couple realized that the Huo family would no longer come to claim Huo Wan, her fate became painfully evident. Moreover, the Turan couple had spent several times the market value to extricate her from the orphanage, which masqueraded as a charitable institution while actually supplying slaves to the powerful. Years passed, and the Turan couple rejoiced, believing their extensive investment in her had finally borne fruit. Yet only the director and she were privy to the truth that she was not the true Huo Wan. When the Huo family arrived to collect their daughter, DNA verification was, of course, necessary. The The director could not disclose the truth to the Huo family, as they were far beyond his capacity to offend. If the Huo family learned that their precious heiress had been cast out years ago, left to wander the streets, she would likely have perished long ago. The director's carefully constructed facade of the orphanage, an exceedingly discreet tool for amassing wealth, would crumble entirely. In a state of urgency, the director contacted the Turan couple, revealing the truth of the identity swap. Enraged, the couple had no choice but to devise a plan to maintain the charade, for they could not allow their years of investment in this false heiress to dissipate. It must be said that fate seemed to favor her. The girl from years ago had not perished but lived on, residing merely a few blocks away in a slum. Consequently, the Turan couple dispatched agents to locate this girl, obtaining her hair for DNA testing to appease the Huo family. Without hesitation, they silenced her. Thus, the true Huo Wan, the second miss of the Huo family, met her untimely demise without ever having enjoyed a single day of peace. Following this, her narrative simplified. She formally adopted the name Huo Wan. Therefore, whenever outsiders remarked on her resemblance to the patriarch's lineage, she could only feel one sentiment: ridicule. What connection did she have to the old gentleman that deemed her the most similar grandchild? In the hospital bed, the elderly gentleman's wrinkled fingers clenched slightly before gradually unfurling, accompanied by a deep, ambiguous sigh. You still cannot contain your impatience. Huo Wan offered a nonchalant smile, exhaling a smoke ring, reflecting melancholically. Indeed, one cannot afford to fall ill. Sickness descends like a mountain, inevitably clouding the mind. The old man sensed something amiss, yet it was too late. Huo Wan seemed oblivious to the heavy gaze directed at her, lightly flicking the ash from her cigarette. Before meeting Caesar, I lacked the courage to risk everything.
But now,
I possess it. The Huo family faced a formidable adversary. What if she chose to vanish at this moment, or even turn against them? After all, having lived in the Huo family for so many years and relished their immense wealth, she couldn't entirely sever her emotional ties. So, grandfather, you must carefully consider the contents of the will this afternoon. Her words, delivered with a casual air, nevertheless carried an unmistakable undertone of threat. At the entrance of the hospital room, time slipped away unnoticed until Huo Wan finally emerged. The scent of smoke clung to her, momentarily stunning everyone present.
Yet,
She lazily raised her hand to gesture at Huo Siming. Grandfather wants you to come in. Before anyone could react, she boldly approached Li Juiyu, grasping his wrist and leading him away. Last night had been too rushed, and this morning too hurried. She had yet to procure contraceptives. Chapter 072. Have you acquired the ointment? Shall I assist you in applying it?
Huo Wan.
Huo Siming called out her name in a deep tone. However, the typically free-spirited woman paid no heed to his intent. She pulled Li Juiyu along, her high heels clattering against the floor as they swiftly vanished from his sight. Hua Jiaojiao wished to chase after them to voice her grievances. What right did Huo Wan have to take Li Juiyu away? Yet a long arm obstructed her path. Upon recognizing the tall figure before her, Hua Jiaojiao's eyes widened in surprise and indignation. Even you wish to stop me? Han Chun lowered his gaze, observing Hua Jiaojiao's expression, and replied softly, I apologize, third miss, but the second miss is in a foul mood. I suggest you avoid her for now. Hua Jiaojiao found it ludicrous. Scorn dripped from her words as they escaped her lips. In a foul mood? How dare she be angry? She struts around as if everything is owed to her. Who exactly owes her anything? Outside the hospital, at the entrance of a pharmacy, the clear chime of wind bells echoed as the transparent glass door swung open and shut. A striking pair, distinguished in both appearance and demeanor, stepped out of the pharmacy, immediately attracting countless glances. In the sunlight, the youth's excessively pale skin took on a cold, grayish-purple hue, as if his subcutaneous capillaries were vividly visible. His pure silver eyes shimmered with an ethereal sanctity, seemingly brimming with compassion, while his unblemished, divine visage appeared as though crafted by the hands of deities. As for the woman beside him, she exuded an air of arrogance and allure, her lazy demeanor accentuated by a pair of striking green cat-like eyes that narrowed slightly under the glaring sunlight. Upon exiting the pharmacy, Huo Wan came to a sudden halt, discreetly producing a conspicuous medicine box, which she effortlessly opened, seemingly unprepared for her to consume the pill right there. The young man at her side had not yet handed her the bottled water when she tossed the tablet into her mouth and swallowed it whole. This seamless action was executed without hesitation or delay. There was no time to intervene, let alone to prevent her. A fleeting glimmer of something imperceptible passed through the depths of the boy's warm gaze, his lips parting as if to speak, but then falling silent. With the pill swallowed, Huo Wan felt a measure of relief wash over her, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips as she meaningfully glanced at him. Aren't you able to drive? Please take me somewhere, just the two of us. The place she referred to was her private apartment, a sanctuary known only to a select few trusted confidants, as it was not registered in her name. The journey from the central hospital to this upscale residential area took merely a little over 10 minutes by car. Upon entering, Huo Wan shed her high heels, padding barefoot towards the leather sofa adorned with a cashmere rug. As she approached the seating area, she seemed to unwind as if the very springs of her being had been released, her entire form sinking into the spacious leather couch. With her eyes closed, she languidly remarked, "Make yourself at home." After this invitation, the tall figure lingering at the doorway stirred, gradually advancing towards the sofa. Moments later, accompanied by a melodious sigh, Huo Wan felt herself lifted from the seat, compelling her to open her eyes once more. Li Zhuayu enveloped her in his arms, the intoxicating scent of mint enveloping her senses. "Where is the bedroom? Don't tell me you don't have one," she inquired, her gaze trailing up from his robust chest. Regrettably, from her vantage point, she could only behold the flawless line of his jaw. Thus, she promptly closed her eyes again, her voice languorous and slightly dazed. "The first room on your left." As her body met the softness of the bed, she reopened her eyes, her misty green orbs gazing at him with an enticing depth. A mix of seduction and invitation. Her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, her long hair, as smooth as silk, cascaded onto the apricot-hued sheets, now tangled yet enchanting. "Aren't we going to share this moment? You barely slept last night, poor thing." Indeed, barely had her words left her lips when the boy's ears flushed a deep crimson. "I'll rest in the living room," he said, but Huo Wan grasped his wrist, preventing him from leaving. "What's the matter? You just bought some other items at the pharmacy, didn't you?" Noticing his embarrassment as he averted his gaze, she continued to tease him with a light laugh. "Having already made the purchase, do you not intend to utilize it? Apart from the contraceptive pills, under the enthusiastic recommendation of the overly zealous pharmacy attendant, Li Zhuayu seemed to have acquired several boxes of safety tea. Although he scarcely glanced at them, ignoring both the model and flavor, he quietly took several boxes with his eyes shut, yet she still noticed. In a daze, that excessively husky whisper echoed softly. "I've heard that taking medication can be quite harmful to one's health." As he spoke, the young man gently lowered his long eyelashes, casting a shadow, and then heavily uttered two words, "I'm sorry." Once those words left his lips, he turned his gaze back to the woman beneath him, tenderly assuring her, "It won't happen again, I promise." Huo Wan was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised to discover that Li Zhuayu possessed an unexpectedly sincere and innocent side. The refined and pure-hearted Li Zhuayu beneath the bed truly made her feel somewhat disconcerted. "By the way, I also bought that ointment. Would you like me to apply it for you now?" Huo Wan inquired. How did he manage to maintain such an innocent and pure expression while his ears were nearly flushed red, uttering such words to her? Chapter 073. If only she could indulge in his embrace like this every day. Huo Wan appeared to contemplate this earnestly for a moment, yet ultimately, with a hint of regret, she declined, "Never mind, let us discuss it later tonight." Li Zhuayu slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly genuinely concerned. "Are you truly all right with this?" "Do not worry," Huo Wan replied with a casual smile. Who knows what might transpire while applying ointment? Although she had rejected the suggestion, her arms encircled the young man's neck, gradually drawing him closer to her. The cool pads of her fingers caressed the nape of his neck, and an intimate atmosphere quietly enveloped them. Realizing the imminent risk of a spark igniting, she narrowed her gem-like green eyes, speaking softly with a smile. "Let us set aside the ointment for now. I only wish to be with you." Having grown accustomed to following her whims, she afforded Li Zhuayu no opportunity to respond, deliberately leaving an air of suspense before unexpectedly rising and pressing him beneath her. From her elevated position, she gazed down upon the remarkably handsome face of the young man and decisively uttered 4 words. "Rest well." Having spoken, Huo Wan seemed to lose her strength, letting out a sigh of relief as her head fell heavily against Li Zhuayu's chest. She quickly found the most comfortable resting position in his embrace, her disheveled black hair intertwining with his attire as she peacefully closed her eyes. "Is your mood low because your grandfather said something to you in the hospital?" As a low, husky murmur brushed past her ears, a cool hand tenderly rested atop her head. The young man's fingers glided down the inky strands of her hair, his long fingers curling around the ends, patiently toying with them. Huo Wan remained with her eyes shut, her voice laced with laughter. "I thought you wouldn't take the initiative to inquire about such matters." Li Zhuayu, raised under the care of his grandfather, had enjoyed a life of luxury. Yet he was still, after all, living under someone else's roof. Nature instinctively reads the expressions of others. It knows which questions are inappropriate and which matters are best left unexamined. To feign ignorance and observe from the sidelines can be a prudent means of self-preservation. Many in the outside world may perceive Li Juyu as a mere ornamental figure, an empty shell reliant on the grand tree of the Huo family. Yet, Huo Wan believes that it is simply a matter of survival, striving for a better existence. What fault lies in that? Li Juyu continued to toy with the ends of her hair, softly reassuring her. You are aware of the old man's temperament, given his current illness. It is only natural for his temperament to be a bit irritable. Do not take it to heart. Huo Wan, her eyes closed, felt her drowsiness dissipate at his words. A smile blooming upon her lips. All right, it is just the two of us here. There is no need for such grandiloquent speeches. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of the young man's sharply defined lips, and a mist began to gather in his pure, silver eyes. His voice remained calm, as if he were inquiring about something trivial. The old man has little time left. When does the second miss plan to take action? Take action? Huo Wan could no longer suppress her laughter. She shifted her position, resting her head on the young man's chest, her dark green eyes sparkling with an enigmatic mirth. Young master, you may speak so casually in my presence, but do not utter such words carelessly in public. Li Juyu fell silent for a few moments, then asked, Has the second miss truly given up? The seriousness in his tone was palpable. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Huo Wan found it amusing. She pinched his chin playfully and replied nonchalantly, Fear not. Even if I am cast out of the Huo family by Huo Siming, I will still be able to support you. His silver eyes locked onto her face, shadowed with an inscrutable depth. He continued, The second miss is currently in a position of great power. When she falls from grace, her decline will be equally profound. Have you given no thought to your own well-being? Countless individuals await Huo Wan's downfall. When that moment arrives, it will not be necessary for Huo Siming or the collateral branches of the Huo family to act. The very people who have long regarded you as a thorn in their side will come forth to devour you. In response, Huo Wan, seemingly unfazed, countered. Are you concerned for me? Or do you believe that as husband and wife, we are one? Are you worried that my misfortune will entangle you as well? Rest assured, should I encounter trouble, Huo Jiaojiao will safeguard you. With Huo Jiaojiao's unwavering devotion to Li Juyu, she would never allow him to be cast onto the streets. Naturally, Li Juyu did not take Huo Wan's playful remarks to heart. He silently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, the silver in his eyes dimming slightly as they reflected her alluring visage. Did not the second miss just mention that apart from the two of us, there is no one else here? Implicitly, he suggested that Huo Wan had not spoken the truth to him. Huo Wan gazed directly at his face for several seconds.
See?
She knew it. This fellow, Li Juyu, was fully aware and understood everything. He merely chose to feign ignorance. No, it was more accurate to say he remained an observer. With matters laid bare, she could only let out a soft sigh. Alas. Very well then. There was no alternative. She could only continue to smile cheerfully. I would indeed like to take action, but at present, Huo Siming and the collateral relatives of the Huo family are eagerly anticipating such an event. If I were to truly act, would I not be playing directly into their hands? As she spoke, she deftly brushed aside the arm that encircled her waist and propped herself up with one hand. Li Juyu followed suit, sitting up as well. The second young lady had not considered that even if she refrained from taking action, others would still act in her name. Despite having done nothing herself, she would ultimately be the one to bear the blame. At that moment, Huo Wan opened the drawer of the bedside table, expertly locating a box of cigarettes. And with an air of nonchalance, she lit one. Indeed, you have a point, she acknowledged. Her composed demeanor suggested that she had anticipated this all along. This left Li Juyu genuinely puzzled about Huo Wan's true thoughts. Then, a particularly languid sigh drifted into his ears. But what else can I do? Despite the tone of resignation in Huo Wan's voice, her enchanting smile revealed no trace of confusion or helplessness. She repeatedly pressed the lighter in her hand, the flickering flame illuminating the peculiar green of her iridescent eyes. You see, I just had an unpleasant parting with the old man this morning. And so many people in the corridor must have witnessed it. If something were to happen to him now, who do you think would be blamed? Should anything indeed transpire to the old man at this moment, the external suspicion would undoubtedly fall squarely upon her. It appeared that the second young lady had already devised a strategy. Pausing in her action of lighting the cigarette, Huo Wan innocently spread her hands. Not at all. If someone else were to take action on my behalf, why would I sully my own hands?
It is somewhat unfortunate, though.
Unfortunate? The young man's gaze held a shadowy depth, reflecting on the implications of her words. Huo Wan languidly shrugged. However, her wrist was suddenly grasped, and the freshly lit cigarette was snatched away. The fleeting spark in her hand extinguished in the cold depths of her serpent-like gaze. You are the first to dare extinguish my cigarette repeatedly. Once was tolerable, but he had the audacity to crush it again, especially at her most irritable moment.
Yet,
Li Zhuyu seemed oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, unaware of Huo Wan's displeasure. He continued the conversation along the previous thread, but his excessively magnetic voice seemed to carry an undercurrent of deeper meaning. What is so unfortunate? From Huo Wan's perspective, she could only see the young man's delicate lips tighten slightly before the corners curled into a mysteriously intriguing smile. His presence was like a gentle, elegant breeze, yet it felt like an impenetrable web descending from above, accompanied by a chilling kiss that captivated her senses. Such a light kiss seemed insufficient. A hand, seemingly emerging from nowhere, grasped her chin, deepening the kiss further. Previously, old Master Ho had publicly struck Huo Wan in the hospital room. It is indeed time to settle this score. If she could indulge in his embrace daily, even if her affections were more feigned than genuine, he could provide her with whatever she desired. Chapter 074. How dare she release her cherished canary under his very nose? It is uncertain how long the kiss endured or who succumbed first. Ultimately, Huo Wan opened her misty green eyes. The bow fashioned from chiffon fabric at her collar had been untied at some point, now drooping loosely, with a subtle rise and fall of white lace edging visible beneath. Her hand, which grasped the young man's wrist, gradually tightened, leaving behind imprints of varying depths from her nails. Having barely slept the previous night and endured a distressing morning at the hospital, she found herself devoid of the spirit for any further endeavors, longing only for restful slumber. Sensing the lady and his embrace's resistance, Li Zhuiyu's silver eyes, shrouded in dark clouds, reflected a hint of disappointment, yet he released Huo Wan. Nevertheless, he did not allow her to escape his hold. His cool fingertips gently turned her delicate chin, compelling her to meet his obscure gaze. After all that the old man has done, you only remember a single slap? Huo Wan replied lightly. But I, too, have borne many burdens for the old man. And considering the years of wealth and privilege, though it cannot be completely absolved, it at least offsets a considerable amount. Can such matters truly be offset? As drowsiness washed over her, the woman nestled in his arms lazily yawned, her body slumping like a rag doll, and she playfully retorted, otherwise. Do you expect me to storm into the old man's hospital room with a knife and stab him directly? Huo Wan waved her hand, wishing to divert the conversation.
All right.
I truly lack the energy. Let's discuss any matters later. Li Zhuiyu replied softly, unknowingly infused with a tenderness in his tone and gaze. A slight chill of wind swept into the room, fluttering the pristine curtains, and the atmosphere fell into a serene silence, save for their gentle breaths. Once assured that the woman in his embrace had drifted into a tranquil slumber, the figure at the bedside finally stirred. In the bathroom, before a spacious and gleaming mirror above the sink, icy droplets cascaded down the young man's dark hair, each drop splattering onto the intricately patterned marble surface. His body temperature had finally cooled. The slightly disordered breaths betrayed the recent events that had transpired in the bathroom. He had once believed his self-control was formidable enough. Little did he know, before her he was utterly defenseless. On that fateful night 3 years ago, it was the influence of substances that led to his loss of control. Now, 3 years later, she had merely lingered briefly in his embrace, yet her lingering fragrance ensnared him like an unbreakable red thread, drawing him into the abyss of desire. At that moment, the screen of the phone resting on the sink illuminated. Li Zhuiyu picked it up, his cold gaze briefly scanning the screen. His thin lips tinged with a hint of chill. With a stoic expression, he opened the chat box, typed a succinct message, and pressed send. After dispatching the message, he tossed the phone back onto the sink with a thud. The first gift presented to Lord Hua, the exquisite 8 horses painting, had already achieved the desired effect. Initially, the intention was to proceed gradually, akin to the proverbial frog in boiling water, for there is a certain thrill in such a method.
Yet now,
he found the game of feigning innocence and cunningly outsmarting others to be rather devoid of interest. His attention had shifted to a new target, a new plaything he desired. His mind was consumed with a singular thought, to swiftly conclude the tedious game with the Hua family. When that moment arrived, would she be confined in a gilded cage? Or perhaps something even more opulent? At that moment, the phone he had carelessly tossed before the mirror began to vibrate once more. The youth, his gaze dark and his mood quite dismal, picked up the device. With a mere glance, the atmosphere around him grew heavy, as if a storm was imminent, ready to erupt at any moment. The pressure he exerted was so intense that the phone screen appeared to bend under his grip. Excellent. Truly excellent. That canary, nurtured by Huo Wan in secrecy, finally had a lead. It seemed her name was Lu Lin. No, that detail was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Lu Lin was presently in Huadu. How dare she, just last night whispering his name from her bed, today place her cherished canary so close to him? On the other end of the line, Evan held the phone, waiting for further instructions. an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him. He had chosen his words with utmost caution and subtlety. If his master were to discover that this individual named Lu Lin was currently residing in a private property under Miss Huo's name, what calamity would ensue? Chapter 075. Lu Lin, the male fox spirit. Moreover, Evan dared not contemplate the implications further. What would transpire if his master were to gaze upon Lu Lin's visage? After all, at first glance, Lu Lin bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Zhuyu when she played the innocent flower, at least 70% alike. One could not deny that Miss Huo was quite the strategist. In a certain light, one might even consider this a form of loyalty, for she seemed to favor a particular type of man. Thus, did she regard Lu Lin as a mere substitute for their master, or had she, in fact, made their master a surrogate for Lu Lin? In a villa on the outskirts of the city, a gentle breeze fluttered the sheer curtains of the living room. Before a classical grand piano, ethereal notes flowed from the boy's fingertips, yet amidst the timeless melody lingered an imperceptible sorrow. The light streaming through the glass window caressed the youth's face, complemented by his gentle, tea-colored eyes, softening the hearts of those who beheld him. His playing was imbued with melancholy, the delicate strains coalescing into a meandering stream that flowed into the hearts of his audience. As the final note faded, a cold, sterile applause erupted. Perched upon the railing of the second-floor staircase, a young woman in white had listened intently to the entire piece. Initially, she scoffed with disdain, but then, surprisingly, she released her grip and gracefully leapt down, landing flawlessly upon the tiled floor below. Ah, truly. One cannot deny that you are the most gifted pianist of the new generation. It is said that the melodies you produce require careful savoring to truly appreciate their exquisite intricacies. Alas, I lack the patience for such indulgence. A smile graced her lips. Yet it was evident to any discerning ear that her tone dripped with sarcasm. As she spoke, she leisurely crossed her arms over her chest, advancing step by step towards the grand piano. She found herself questioning whether Lu Lin was perhaps a reincarnated male seducer. Beyond his aesthetically pleasing visage, his demeanor was so cold and reclusive that he resembled nothing more than a wooden figure. With so many illustrious suitors vying for Huo Wan's affection, why had she chosen him? Lu Lin appeared unfazed by the cold jibes of the girl in white, treating her as if she were merely a figment of air. His long fingers remained poised over the keys, and without lifting his gaze, he replied with an air of indifference, "Are you finished? You may leave now." The girl in white did not halt her approach. Instead, she leaned lightly against the exquisite antique piano, surveying the boy's icy countenance from a superior vantage. It seems some individuals have become so enamored with the game of cat and mouse that they have lost control. I dare say you never imagined that the second young lady is genuinely serious this time. I am quite curious to see how you intend to conclude this affair. Perhaps accustomed to Lu Lin's eccentric temperament, the girl remained unperturbed, continuing her subtle mockery. The second young lady has made it clear that if you comply this time, she will grant you your freedom. Had it not been for Huo Wan's influence, she would have long since skinned this ungrateful wretch alive. Lu Lin maintained his composure, coolly remarking, "The she in your statement undoubtedly refers to Huo Wan." At his words, the girl in white felt a surge of anger, her mind repeating a mantra of restraint. "Do not act, do not act." She then scoffed, "Do not delude yourself. Your thoughts are quite fanciful. The second young lady has no time for you now. She has found new affections and surely has forgotten you." The boy's expression remained unchanged, his hazel eyes betraying the faintest glimmer of something concealed.
He retorted, "And you?"
Understanding dawned upon Lu Lin as he lowered his gaze, a smirk curving his lips with a hint of irony. "So, you are here to monitor me." The girl raised an eyebrow, her expression dripping with disdain. "Do you think I desire such a role? If not for the Raven being dispatched elsewhere and Han Qing occupied at the hospital, would I be relegated to keeping an eye on this male seducer?" With an impassive expression, Lu Lin rose with calm poise. "I too would prefer not to see your face, as it disturbs my mood for playing the piano. It is quite distasteful." From the moment she approached him, he was struck by the overwhelming scent of blood, as if she had just emerged from a den of murder or a mass grave. If the Raven was Huo Wan's left arm, then this girl, clad in cold attire, was her right. Both were active mercenaries, ranked among the elite in the assassin's hierarchy, having been designated an SSS danger honor level as early as last year. Of course, cold attire was merely her alias. Her true name, widely recognized in the outside world, was blood attire. However, Lu Lin remained oblivious to these matters. In his eyes, both the Raven and Han Yi were merely two lunatics at the beck and call of Huo Wan. As Lu Lin contemplated his departure, Han Yi fixed her gaze upon his retreating figure, her ashen eyes taking on a peculiar, unfocused quality, as if she had locked onto a target. A sinister smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Do you enjoy playing the piano so much?" I may not comprehend the intricacies of your artistic pursuits, but I have heard that human bones, skins, and tendons can be fashioned into instruments. The day the second miss truly decides she no longer desires you, you ought to be cautious, lest I capture you and transform you into a piano. If Huo Wan cherished Lu Lin so dearly, wouldn't he crafting him into a piano allow her to be eternally by her side? Lu Lin paused for a moment, yet within half a second, he resumed his normal pace. Lunatics. Those in Huo Wan's company were invariably mad. But then, his spine stiffened, for unbeknownst to him, the girl's ghostly figure had materialized behind him, and with an overwhelming force, she ensnared his throat with her arm. Her voice, reminiscent of an abyss, seeped into his ears. Go hide in the basement, and do not ask me why. Otherwise, I shall break your neck right now. With that, Han Yi disdainfully released her grip, her sharp gaze sweeping outside. Damn it, she had been preoccupied with trading barbs with this male fox spirit. There were people outside. They had become targets. Meanwhile, in the city center, within an upscale apartment, the curtains were drawn, casting the room into a perfect darkness for a nap. It wasn't until nearly 4 in the afternoon that Huo Wan was roused by the buzzing vibration of her phone on the bedside table. If it were not an urgent matter, no one would dare to dial her private number. Indeed, something had transpired. Chapter 076. Then she shall personally see him to his grave. A grave matter had arisen. Clearly, the young man by her side had received this news ahead of time. Li Juyu grasped her hand, the warmth radiating from his palm lending a semblance of reality to her dazed mind. Huo Wan extinguished the phone screen and clasped his hand in return, momentarily enveloped in darkness, silent. She slowly closed her eyes, as if in contemplation or merely vacating her thoughts. The results of the examination had been released. The tumor in the old man's brain had been diagnosed as malignant and had already begun to show signs of metastasis. More crucially, news of the old man's grave condition had spread like wildfire. Within merely an afternoon, it had become the talk of the town. Setting aside who possessed the audacity to disseminate such information, it was evident that the stock price of the Huo family would plummet spectacularly the following day. Moreover, the business partners who had only dealt with the Huo family out of respect for the old man would now be tempted to turn against them, as the news of his illness implied that they could betray or even strike back at any moment. And the most critical point was that this signified the commencement of the inheritance battle between her and Huo Siming. Crack. The flame that leapt from the antiquated silver lighter flickered and vanished in an instant. A cigarette was ignited. Huo Wan rose from the bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Though it had been a splendid morning, with clear skies just hours before, rain now fell outside, casting a dreary, misty veil over the scene. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, enveloped by swirling white smoke, her delicate figure was accentuated by the somber atmosphere, rendering her even more ethereal and forlorn. The apartment, situated in the heart of Huadu's bustling metropolis, was a veritable gem of real estate. From her vantage point, she could gaze down upon the vibrant commercial district, bustling with activity. Yet, despite the lively world beneath her, not a glimmer of light penetrated her jade-like eyes, which seemed to lack focus. Although she had envisioned countless scenarios in her mind regarding what to do after the patriarch's passing, the reality of the moment still stirred her emotions. Regardless of the inequities she had endured, the old man undeniably transformed her life, imparting lessons that few could ever comprehend. The balance of gratitude and resentment was now a blur, leaving her unable to discern which weighed more heavily. Thus, she resolved to personally see him off on his final journey. In the corridor outside the VIP hospital room, the cold, white door swung open and shut. A tall, somber figure emerged from the room. Huo Siming wore a grave expression, his demeanor serious, when he was abruptly seized by the sleeve. Brother, this can't be true.
Can it?
The news outside is false. Grandfather is fine. Please tell me it's just the media sensationalizing. Huo Jiaojiao's eyes were red, as though she had been weeping for an eternity at home. Just as her emotions had begun to stabilize, the sight of Huo Siming emerging from the ward sent her tears and composure spiraling out of control. She never anticipated learning about her grandfather's cancer diagnosis through the media. Noticing Huo Siming's silence, as if he were at a loss for words, her heart plummeted into a dark abyss. Incredulity etched on her face, tears cascaded from her eyes as she fervently shook his arm. Let me see grandfather. Brother, I beg you, let me see him. He loves me dearly, and he must want to see me now, right? Huo Siming allowed her to tug at his arm, slowly raising his other hand to caress her hair. Jiao Jiao. He spoke, his voice hoarse, and as his hand brushed her forehead, her tears surged forth once more. Despite his reluctance, a flicker of emotion danced within his amber eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Ultimately, however, he averted his gaze and said in a low voice,
I'm sorry.
Grandfather has requested that he sees no one tonight except for Lawyer Chen. Lawyer Chen had been a long-time legal advisor to the old man and one of his closest friends from his youth. Although Hu Jiao may be somewhat slow-witted, she is acutely aware of the true purpose behind the old man's summons of Lawyer Chen. At this moment, it is evident that the old man is preparing to draft his will. Does this not signify that his time is indeed limited? Unable to accept this grim reality, Huo Jiao erupted in despair, shouting at Huo Siming, "Lawyer Chen? Why would grandfather, in good health, need to see a lawyer?" Huo Siming's demeanor grew even more oppressive than when he had just emerged from the hospital room. He cast a glance towards Han Rang, who stood nearby, conveying a silent message. Within half a second, Han Rang comprehended his intent and approached Huo Jiao's side. Naturally, Huo Jiao vehemently opposed this. She understood Huo Siming's motives and, in a mix of shock and fury, glared at his face, exclaiming, "I refuse to leave. No one can make me depart from the hospital." Madam? Huo Jiao was momentarily taken aback, forgetting even how to breathe. At this juncture, Han Rang turned his gaze towards Huo Siming, lowering his voice deliberately as he probed. Yet he was met with two exceptionally cold and even chilling words of refusal. Not happening. Huo Jiao could not fathom why the atmosphere had shifted so abruptly. But she promptly voiced her dissent. Just as Huo Siming was on the verge of adopting a more assertive stance, the sound of high heels echoed through the air. A particularly languid and carefree female voice floated in from the elevator. "The third Mrs. Filial Piety truly moves even the bystanders watching this drama. So, brother, let the third Miss remain. Since neither of you has the time, why not allow me to fetch Madam?" Madam?
Ha!
She has come to deliver herself right to the doorstep. It is time to settle the score regarding that wound on her back. Chapter 077. Why is Huo Siming surrounding her? Huo Jiao gazed at the flamboyant woman striding towards her. Her eyes filled with hesitation as she pressed her red lips together. "You would show such kindness?" He cast a sidelong glance at Han Rang, calmly instructing Han Rang, "Go to the airport to pick her up tonight. There must be no mistakes." Before Han Rang could respond, a soft arm gently draped over his left shoulder. Huo Wan approached, smiling rather than frowning, casually brushing aside her long, wavy hair, and sighed languidly, "I am genuinely curious. How malevolent do you think I am in the eyes of the third miss?" At that moment, a particularly cold male voice interjected, "There is no need for such trouble." His gaze fell upon a pair of alluring, dark green eyes, radiating an enchanting hue that seemed to beckon one into the depths of darkness. Huo Wan silently drew closer, the mysterious fragrance enveloping her wafting towards the man's nostrils. Her fingers deliberately rested on Han Rang's left shoulder as she smiled meaningfully, inquiring, "Madam's flight lands at dawn. Is that so late?" Han Rang, whose left hand she had once personally rendered useless, felt the tension in his shoulder tighten at her mere proximity. Though he maintained a composed exterior, he cast a glance at Huo Siming, silently seeking guidance. Unexpectedly, she encountered the somber darkness concealed behind the golden-rimmed glasses perched upon the man's nose. This unfamiliar gaze caused Han Rang to momentarily flinch, yet this rare shadow vanished from Huo Siming's amber pupils almost instantaneously. Indeed, it was late at night, and caution was warranted. Han Rang felt an inexplicable oddity in the air, though he could not articulate why. Perhaps it was the prolonged scrutiny from Huo Wan that stirred an unnatural feeling within him, prompting him to avert his gaze. Huo Wan smiled silently, her fingers in her pocket tightening around the lighter. 3 months prior, she had suffered betrayal from someone she trusted in Country M, receiving a knife in the back. That wound nearly claimed her life, with 3 notifications of critical condition delivered to her. She had, in fact, 1 foot already in the realm of the dead. Yet, she deliberately spared the traitor's life, granting him a chance and allowing him to flee, while pursuing the trail relentlessly. Ultimately, the investigation traced several secret accounts to which he had received funds, all of which were linked to the Huo family. Initially, it seemed that the trail had gone cold, but unexpectedly, the registration locations of those accounts pointed to Wu Town. Moreover, Han Rang had visited Wu Town 2 months prior on some directive. This implied that all evidence led to one person, Madame Hua. The situation had become intriguing. Well then, having concluded her inquiries, standing idly at the hospital door felt rather pointless. With the old man refusing visitors and no other tasks at hand, she decided to turn and leave. Yet, in less than half a second, she was halted. "Where are you going?" Huo Wan continued her stride, waving her hand dismissively to the group behind her. It was unclear whether it was her last 3 words or the initial 3 that caught Huo Siming's attention. Without much hesitation, he strode forward, following the slender silhouette ahead. Huo Wan paused, glancing at the time, her eyes narrowing in confusion and alertness. "At this hour? It's nearly 6. Despite the myriad speculations swirling in her mind, she ultimately halted, remaining in place to await Huo. As his footsteps drew closer, she forced a faint smile and declined. What merit do I possess to trouble the young master, the future heir of the Huo family, to act as my chauffeur? The scholarly man adorned with golden-rimmed glasses passed her by, his gaze seemingly resting upon her, yet also directed ahead. Just a coincidence. Huo Wan remained rooted, her expression complex as she scrutinized the man's solitary figure for a few moments before quickening her pace to catch up. The figure ahead seemed to sense her slowing steps, casually remarking, although the elder established a will this afternoon, no one knows what that document actually contains. Huo implied that the true heir of the Huo family remained uncertain. Only when the elder finally departed this world, and the will was revealed, would the truth be known. Moreover, as the elder lingered on the brink of death, he could amend the will at any moment. It was still too early to determine the outcome. Huo Wan listened, an involuntary smile creeping into her heart, though it did not manifest on her face. At the entrance of the VIP ward, Huo Jiao gazed at the two figures receding into the distance, her emotions a complex and heavy turmoil. She found herself increasingly unable to comprehend Huo. Upon entering the elevator, Huo pressed the button for the parking garage on the first floor. In that spacious and eerily quiet hospital elevator, it was just the two of them. Amidst the unspoken silence, the harsh fluorescent lights overhead were almost blinding. Huo Wan retrieved a pack of cigarettes, extracting one but refraining from lighting it immediately. In that fleeting moment of drawing out the cigarette, she distinctly noticed Huo brow furrow slightly before quickly relaxing. Ah, right, Huo disapproved of her smoking. Naturally, she would never indulge in those forbidden substances. Thus, she resorted to smoking to alleviate her emotions and divert her attention. It was rather peculiar that only Huo could discern that her smoking was an attempt to suppress the turmoil and violent impulses boiling within her veins. This is why she was not particularly fond of being alone with him. It often left her with a sense of being completely transparent to him. In silence, the elevator soon arrived at the basement level. Huo Wan exited the elevator, but had no intention of following Huo. The reflection of her blurred silhouette appeared on the windshield of a nearby luxury car. Are you sure you want to take me? Our circumstances are rather extraordinary. The old man could depart from this world at any moment. This means that if something were to happen while we share a vehicle. She held the unlit cigarette between her fingers, maintaining a light smile that belied a chilling possibility. Ultimately, the one to inherit the Huo family would only be that naive Huo Jiao. After enduring humiliation for so many years, you wouldn't intend to let her inherit the Huo family, would you? A low, husky scoff echoed in response. The curve of the man's thin lips suggested amusement. Yet under the cold fluorescent lights of the parking garage, he appeared particularly aloof. Jiao and I share the same mother, and her thoughts are quite innocent. Your attempts at sowing discord between us are futile. At this, Huo Wan doubled over in laughter, the cigarette trembling in her fingers.
Ha.
After a brief moment of mirth, she raised her gaze, her expression turning icy. Then why are you not watching over your dear sister, Huo Jiao? Why are you lingering around me? Chapter 078. Huo, will you not be moved? As these words left her lips, the vast underground parking garage fell into silence. Thunder rumbled ominously above the city, and a silver-purple lightning bolt split the sky, crashing down with a deafening roar that reverberated even in the basement. The atmosphere became frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill in an icy abyss. The tall figure standing quietly at the center of the space remained utterly still, his handsome features sharp and defined. Through the thin lenses of her glasses, Huo Wan could not decipher the intent behind Huo gaze fixed upon her. She only felt a chill spreading from beneath her feet, as if ensnared by an encirclement of thorns. Then, she witnessed the seemingly cultured and detached man tug at the corner of his lips, delivering a sarcastic and heavy laugh. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he exuded an air of exclusive elegance, his gaze upon her imbued with an unprecedented chill. In your heart, do you believe that the only resolution between us is a relentless deadlock? As he spoke, the ominous shadow ahead loomed closer, unfamiliar and cold, pressing down with an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. It was only when she exhaled a plume of white smoke that the sharp, vigilant thorns around her began to retract, and the fierce atmosphere gradually dissipated, as if the murderous intent that flickered in her serpentine eyes moments ago was merely an illusion. Huo Wan maintained her composure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Even if the young master enjoys jesting, there must be limits. You ought to know that I hold the two most clandestine lifelines of the Huo family. Contrary to public rumor, it was not a year ago, but rather 3 years prior, that the elder had entrusted her with the secrets of the Huo family's operations in the shadows. Huo was well aware of this, however. Bound by the elder's orders, he felt powerless. The atmosphere grew tense once more, with Huo Wan, cigarette in hand, deliberately advancing toward the man. The sound of her stiletto heels striking the ground resonated not merely against the surface, but within his very heart. Under the cold, white light of the underground parking garage, the woman appeared strikingly beautiful with her raven black hair, porcelain skin, and exquisitely chiseled features that blended Eastern and Western traits. Beneath the delicate chiffon neckline, faint traces of ambiguous red marks were discernible on her skin, and every gesture exuded an unparalleled allure. She lifted her alabaster arm, her slender fingers curling into a hook, pressing lightly yet decisively against his chest. It felt like sharp needles piercing through to the very marrow. Huo, I cannot believe that you remain unmoved. She held the Huo family's most secretive lifelines, objects whose names could not be carelessly uttered. Could Huo truly be indifferent? Not yearn for them? Not desire to seize them? Yet, at that moment, Huo Wan remained absorbed in her thoughts, even as she felt the vigorous heartbeat beneath her fingertips. Oblivious to the flickering uncertainty in his amber eyes, she leaned in closer and whispered, "If I refuse to relinquish them, holding tightly in my grasp, could you truly feel at ease by day and sleep soundly by night, even if you inherit the Huo family?" The veins on the back of his hand began to bulge ominously. However, in the next instant, he seized her wrist, which rested upon his heart. Casting it aside without hesitation, devoid of any emotion, his demeanor returned to its customary detachment. "Did you not once desire a stable life? If you were to surrender what you possess now, perhaps there would still be a chance for us to coexist under the same roof." If Huo Wan represented unrestrained arrogance, then Huo embodied a concealed haughtiness. He appeared polished and well-mannered, yet as a scion of privilege, he had always been acutely aware of his extraordinary lineage. His future limitless. Having sailed through life with ease, how could he genuinely empathize with the plight of ordinary individuals? Observe, she had scarcely provoked him. Yet he was already unable to contain himself. Huo Wan gave a dismissive smile, flicking away the ash from her cigarette. As the ash gently descended to the ground, her light, irreverent laughter echoed. "You are truly beyond redemption. Who would wish to share a roof with you, and Huo? From the very beginning, she had no intention of coexisting amicably with Huo and Huo. Upon realizing that the old man merely viewed her as a tool to sharpen Huo against the troublesome members of the Huo family, she had made her decision. She would never allow Huo and Huo to reap the benefits without consequence. Huo appeared remarkably calm, blending into the cold, pale light, rendering the emotions hidden behind his glasses imperceptible. After a few seconds, his indifferent, magnetic voice pierced the silence. "Huo Wan, whether it results in mutual destruction or a complete breakdown, in the end, only our uncles will benefit. You have always been an astute person, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. I suggest you reflect on my words." Huo Wan let out a faint, cold laugh, extinguishing her half-burnt cigarette in her palm. The searing pain coursed through her hand, yet she seemed wholly unperturbed. At that moment, a remarkably steady set of footsteps approached from behind. "of translucent silver eyes, shimmering with an otherworldly hue under the stark illumination. Chapter 079. The emotions of Li Joyur appeared to be quite nuanced. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Li Joyur, Huo's tone and demeanor softened slightly. "Aside from Lawyer Chen, the old master is not seeing anyone tonight, so you." Li Joyur revealed his purpose with a calm voice, seemingly gentle, yet subtly piercing as his gaze swept between them. Was the distance between Huo Wan and Huo not too close? Were they truly the kind of individuals who could engage in such intimate conversation? The man, who emanated a chilling aura that kept others at bay, momentarily froze. His eyes darkening, the sharp lines of his features becoming more pronounced. He had not anticipated that Li Joyur had come to retrieve Huo. When had Li Joyur and Huo Wan grown so close? Li Joyur keenly observed the slight tremor in Huo's tightly clenched fingers, a fleeting shadow passing through his tranquil silver gaze. Nonetheless, his aura remained gentle and untroubled as he approached them. To Huo's astonishment, he boldly grasped Huo's wrist, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze, concealing a dangerous undertone. "Who has offended the Arshao?" Huo Wan remained silent, her fingers gradually unfurling. Before her eyes lay her palm, reddened by the cigarette's burn. As the young man's tender touch graced her skin, scattered ashes drifted from between her fingers. Li Joyur lowered his gaze to observe her palm, his inky lashes casting a dense shadow, a rare somberness enveloping him. His movements were gentle and cautious, his icy fingertips brushed away the lingering embers from her palm, softly caressing the reddened lines of her hand. Within the vibrant smile gracing her face lay a hint of provocation. since my chauffeur has arrived. There is no need for you to drive me, dear brother. As she uttered these words, her gaze lingered on Huo Siming's face, as if observing him, yet also peering beyond him. Huo Siming remained unflinching, or rather, his expression revealed nothing of his emotions. The atmosphere around him grew colder and more solemn. His gaze shifted towards Li Zhuyu, a blend of inquiry and warning. Zhuyu, as your half-brother, I shall not pry into your personal feelings. However, you should be well aware of how Jiao Jiao has treated you over the years. I would not wish to see her make any foolish decisions because of you. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan narrowed her eyes and could not help but chuckle disdainfully. It was my suggestion to have young Masterly come for me. And it is the old man's wish for me to be engaged to young Masterly. Should the third miss become despondent as a result, I would advise that debts are owed to their rightful owners. It would be prudent for you to act while the old man is still around. Do you comprehend my meaning? If Huo Siming truly possessed the audacity to confront the old man, would he have waited until today? Yet this assertion was too absolute. Huo Siming was nurtured by the old man to be the heir of the Huo family. If his capabilities were limited to this, it would indeed be disappointing. Was he merely biding his time, awaiting the opportune moment to strike? Yet at this juncture, what exactly was he waiting for? His dark and inscrutable gaze fell upon Huo Wan's face, unyielding and chilling. You should have grasped what I just said. You still have time to contemplate. Though it will not last long. Huo Wan sensed an undercurrent in his words, silently committing them to memory. She then parted her luscious lips. Her voice laced with a cool, mocking tone. Huo Siming chose to disregard my taunt, shifting his gaze away and striding forward, intending to leave. Yet, as he brushed past Li Zhuyu, his cold footsteps momentarily faltered, leaving a chilling remark in his wake. Do not choose the wrong side. Li Zhuyu showed no reaction, his long, dark lashes fluttering gently, concealing the turbulent undercurrents swirling in his eyes. Soon, the reverberation of a luxury car engine echoed in the underground parking garage. A discreet black Maybach emerged from the garage. Observing the vehicle's retreating figure, Huo Wan leisurely opened the door of a black Bentley before gracefully settling into the passenger seat. She did not fasten her seatbelt immediately, but instead cast a meaningful glance toward the driver's seat. Now, it seems you have truly offended Huo Siming. Are you not concerned about facing his wrath in the future? The youth's exquisitely handsome profile seemed sculpted by divine hands, a beauty that no masterpiece could replicate. From Huo Wan's perspective, she could faintly discern the cold curve of his lips. The eldest son was not devoid of generosity, and moreover, he understood that my feelings for the third miss have always been purely fraternal, nothing more. Huo Huanduan found the situation rather dull, leaning back against the car door, propping her chin in a contemplative manner and teasingly remarked, knowing is one thing, but seeking to win over his sister's affections is quite another. Even if he understands that you harbor no romantic feelings for Huo Jiao Jiao, he tacitly associates you with her, does he not? Although Huo Jiao Jiao may be somewhat naive, her beauty is undeniably striking. After so many years of childhood companionship, have you truly never entertained any other thoughts? To her surprise, this was the first time she had received such a pointed question. Compared to myself, I find myself more curious about the second young lady. However, before we delve into that, I wish to take her somewhere. As the engine roared back to life, Huo Huanduan felt a flicker of interest, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Where to? He stared ahead, appearing focused, yet the rearview mirror reflected his silver eyes, seemingly adorned with a faint smile, yet harboring an abyss of depth. The scenery outside blurred past in rapid succession as he pressed the accelerator with increasing fervor. Huo Huanduan sensed a slight twitch in her right eyelid. A sudden premonition of something ominous began to take root within her. It dawned on her the subtle nuances of Li Zhuiyu's mood. It felt quite delicate. Nevertheless, he maintained a steady speed within the city's limits. Where exactly was he steering the vehicle, and where was he taking her? No, this road seemed oddly familiar, increasingly so. Huo Huanduan felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck, an inexplicable wave of guilt washing over her. This was the route leading to the suburbs. She had previously acquired a property in a villa district known as Silver Bay, located on the outskirts of Huadi City. Silver Bay, a well-known upscale residential area, was famous not merely for its luxury but for the notorious individuals who resided there, essentially, the clandestine canaries kept by the city's elite. And Lulin just so happened to reside in the lavish villa she had specially purchased for him within Silver Bay. Approaching the bifurcated intersection ahead, Huo Huanduan maintained a facade of calm, yet her pulse raced in tandem with her heart. Chapter 080. Young Master, should you dare to lay a hand on Lulin, do not expect her to be gentle. As they neared the forthcoming junction, the vehicle's speed inexplicably began to decrease. Huo Huanduan, keeping her gaze fixed ahead at the scenery beyond the windshield, sensed an almost imperceptible scrutiny directed at her from the side. The gaze, though seemingly insipid, felt like a sharp blade tracing her silhouette. His long fingers remained unmoving upon the steering wheel, and a slight, ambiguous smile curved his exquisite lips. It seems the second young lady is rather anxious? Huo Wan cast a sidelong glance at him, letting out a soft sigh. If you're not focusing on the road ahead and instead keep glancing at me, how can I not be nervous? In that instant, she truly began to doubt whether Li Zhuyu was indeed an undercover agent sent by Heartbreak to infiltrate Jiao's circle. As the elderly gentleman was on the verge of drafting his will, he drove her towards an unknown desolate wilderness, or perhaps fate would intervene with a catastrophic accident. At that moment, the siblings of the Heartbreak family would surely be laughing in delight. However, before her words could fully dissipate into the air, a thunderous screech of brakes shattered the silence, piercing through the heavens. The black sedan, under extreme duress, executed an abrupt halt. The friction of the tires against the asphalt sparked tiny, nearly imperceptible flames. The decorative items inside the vehicle lurched forward due to inertia, including Huo Wan herself. Had she not been secured by her seatbelt and braced against the door, her head might have collided with the windshield. Her cat-like green eyes darkened momentarily, a vigilant intent glimmering like shattered ice within their depths. Regaining her composure, Huo Wan casually pushed aside her long, wavy hair and smiled at the figure beside her. You cannot possibly be the undercover agent sent by Huo Xijing, can you? What has happened to Li Zhuyu? He seemed fine during the day, yet now. Who has provoked him? Then, she observed as the young man's slender fingers relinquished the steering wheel, his magnetic voice reverberating within the confined space. I apologize. It has been many years since I have visited this area. I presume the second miss is more acquainted with the forthcoming route than I. Though he expressed regret, his tone bore no trace of sincerity, laced instead with a palpable irony. A pang of unease struck Huo Wan's heart. It was evident that Li Zhuyu had uncovered something. Yet she maintained an air of calm, her expression reflecting a feigned bewilderment as she gazed into his eyes. The forthcoming route? I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. To her, both Li Zhuyu and Lu Lin should be indistinguishable, equally inconsequential. She was merely captivated by Li Zhuyu's striking appearance, his visage aligning perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. This was merely the elderly gentleman's enforced arrangement, a trivial distraction in her otherwise mundane existence, devoid of any emotional entanglement. Yet, in this moment, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. The vehicle fell silent, the engine extinguished, and the interior remained unlit. Amidst the gray, oppressive gloom, an eerie calm enveloped the atmosphere within the car. Huo Wan languidly adjusted her posture. Leaning towards the driver's seat, her soft voice slicing through the icy air, Are you intending to silence me by leaving the car here in this wilderness? Or are you seeking something more thrilling? Men, at times, require more coaxing than women, more inclined towards gentleness than force. She had yet to grow weary of Li Zhuyu and was reluctant to sour their relationship at this juncture. As she leaned closer, a beguiling fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping the young man's senses. Her arms, seemingly as supple as silk, ensnared him effortlessly. With a mere inclination forward, he could reach those delicate, crimson lips. She truly believed that with such an enchanting visage and her overtly affectionate gestures, he would overlook the presence of that young man she kept in Silver Bay. It seems the assets under the second Mrs. name are so numerous that she has lost count, forgetting just how many luxurious residences she possesses. Silver Bay, a property with exorbitant prices, villas worth over 10 million. Could the second Miss simply dismiss it? Or perhaps there lies something unspeakable within the property she acquired at Silver Bay? Upon hearing this, Huo Wan's expression gradually chilled, and she smiled nonchalantly before suddenly lifting her gaze. You are investigating me?
Indeed.
Li Zhuyu had already discovered the existence of Lu Lin, whom she sheltered in the villa at Silver Bay. How had he received the news so swiftly? The old man and Huo Ximing had yet to catch wind of it, yet Li Zhuyu's sources were evidently more astute than theirs. The icy fingers resting on her chin suddenly exerted pressure, effectively constraining her jaw, compelling her to raise her face and meet the enigmatic silver eyes of the youth. His voice remained as magnetic and penetrating as ever, yet a dangerous aura quietly enveloped the atmosphere. Does the second Miss not intend to explain the young man you are hiding in Silver Bay? This question rendered Huo Wan unusually silent for a protracted moment. For some inexplicable reason, a flicker of impulsive defiance ignited within her. A frustrating sensation surged uncontrollably, coalescing into a dense darkness. Moments later, she grasped the large hand that restrained her chin and effortlessly removed it, her demeanor as calm as the clouds. The entire city knows I keep a canary outside. You must have known about it long ago. The situation between her and Lu Lin was one that could not be clarified, nor could it be explained. Hence, she chose to offer no clarification. Huo Wan's candid acquiescence only deepened the boy's gaze. He turned his face aside, gazing at the hazy sky beyond the windshield. His tone, though gentle, carried a weight of significance. "I heard he plays the piano." Huo Wan immediately discerned the implications behind his words, furrowing her brow before responding with a cold, dismissive laugh. "What are you trying to do?" "I merely mentioned it, and the second miss becomes so agitated." Upon hearing this, Huo Wan laughed once more, resting one hand against the side of her seat, leaning toward the driver's position. "Regardless of what you know about me or Lu Lin, I'm unsure just how much you've discovered. Although your inexplicable jealousy is rather endearing, if you dare to lay a hand on him, young master, do not blame me for being unyielding." Chapter 081, Jealousy and Awkwardness. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the confined space of the car tightened like a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. Ultimately, the gaze that had lingered on her face, thick with a brooding intensity, abruptly shifted away. "Very well. For the sake of that young man you conceal in Silver Bay, you would dare to speak such words to me? It appears that she truly cherishes that wild man she keeps outside, as the rumors suggest. Yet, why does she still seek to provoke him? What exactly does she regard him as?" The youth scoffed silently, a mocking curve gracing his lips. "In that case, I believe I comprehend the intentions of the second miss." As the final resonant note faded, the sound of the driver's side door being pulled open echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, he exited the vehicle. Huo Wan observed the receding silhouette in the rearview mirror, neither attempting to stop him nor to retain him. She leaned heavily against the seat, a throbbing pain pulsing at her temples, rendered momentarily speechless. Time passed, and the sky grew dark, accompanied by a rhythmic patter. Rain began to fall outside the car window, with droplets striking the windshield, obscuring her view of the world beyond. Huo Wan endeavored to maintain her composure, yet ironically, she found herself the least composed of all. With a sharp click, a flickering flame ignited a cigarette. She gazed at the burning ember between her fingers, as if a fire within her heart was raging, her agitation palpable. Was it merely a few encounters that had led to such sentiments? Or was it simply a fleeting pang of compassion? No. Did she truly possess such compassion? Reflecting further, she considered that on a rainy night, leaving someone stranded in this desolate wilderness seemed rather harsh. They say a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. Thus, it seemed not entirely strange for her to develop some ethereal feelings for Li Juyu. With this thought, her inner turmoil inexplicably lessened. After a deep sigh, she extinguished another cigarette in her palm. Having resolved to seek him out, she could not afford to delay even a moment longer. Swiftly, she removed the car keys and opened the door. Before stepping out, she hesitated for half a second, gazing at the cascading rain, but ultimately stepped onto the asphalt. Though it was pitch dark, finding someone was not particularly challenging, as this remote suburb had only this one main road. If no one was visible at a glance, then truly there was no one around. The avenue bore no trace of vehicles, let alone any signs of life. However, there was a National Geological Park nearby, and perhaps she could find luck there. Had she not been experiencing this moment, Huo Wan would never have imagined that the cliché of searching for someone in the rain, a scene straight out of a melodramatic idol drama, would manifest in her own life. Was it possible that Li Juyu had secretly cast some spell upon her, compelling her to care for him so deeply? Otherwise, it was incomprehensible why she was so concerned about his thoughts. If it were someone else, say Lu Lin, would she be traipsing through the rain in high heels to placate him? Unless she had truly lost her mind, such a scene could only occur in dreams. Cold raindrops splattered against her, seeping through the thin chiffon fabric, the chill enveloping her, bringing a sense of calm. Huo Wan instinctively quickened her pace, hoping to reach the geological park just 100 meters away as swiftly as possible. However, this rainy day seemed somewhat familiar as memories, once blurred in the recesses of her mind, are vividly revived by the rain, revealing their true essence. Many years ago, it was also a day of rain. The downpour that afternoon was far wetter and colder than tonight's, piercing her flesh like countless needles, penetrating deep into her heart. Huo Wan, you must recognize your own identity. Second miss, for your own sake, you must endure. There was also that slender figure, hidden behind the pillars of the pavilion, stealthily observing her amidst the rain. She vaguely recalls the shadow she saw just before her final fainting, the eyes reflecting in her pupils were silver-hued orbs. Memory is indeed a curious thing. The more one wishes to forget, the clearer it becomes. The rain dampened her long lashes, which fluttered slowly, as the dense darkness hidden deep within Huo Wan's recollections seemed to unfurl. The distant rain reappeared, each word and phrase etched into her very bones, inflicting a sharp pain, resonating with vivid clarity. An unwanted wild seed. She takes after her dubious mother. Perhaps one day she could fetch a good price. Later, the rain transformed into blood, flowing in serpentine streams upon the ground, converging into a crimson brook. Gradually, unbeknownst to Huo Wan, her steps grew increasingly sluggish, as if laden with lead, ultimately halting amidst the cascading rain. At that moment, a black umbrella unfurled above her from behind. As the angle of the umbrella tilted upward, the pale visage of a youth, imbued with a sense of fragility, gradually came into view. His warm, silvery eyes gazed with both compassion and sanctity beneath a high nose. His thin lips held a faint blush. He approached through the misty rain, enveloped in ethereal vapor, rendering the warmth in his gaze elusive. It was precisely those eyes, reminiscent of the memories she held from years ago in that very rain. Li Juyu held the umbrella, his long fingers gripping the handle tightly. He appeared as an ethereal being, untouched by the dust of Jiangnan's misty rain, exuding a cool and detached demeanor. Observing the woman before him, lost in her thoughts, his gaze traversed her rain-soaked hair and dress, both exasperated and amused, tilting the umbrella further over her head. The atmosphere hung in silence, neither daring to disrupt the tranquility. Ultimately, Li Juyu could no longer contain himself and coldly uttered, "Isn't there an umbrella in the car?" Chapter 082. ISN T. A pity to walk away, without doing something? To this, Huo Wan spread her hands and nonchalantly replied with two airy words, "Forgot." Then, taking the initiative, she leaned closer, as if the soul that had just been lost in the rain was not hers at all. "And you? How old are you to leave at a whim? So capriciously." As Huo Wan drew near, an intangible fragrance wafted back. The thin fabric, drenched by the rain, clung to her delicate and smooth skin, subtly revealing the contours of her chest. A few damp strands of long hair cascaded down from the edges of her ears, disheveled and chaotic, embodying a forlorn beauty. As the distance between them shortened once more, the fingers of the youth gripping the umbrella handle stiffened. Despite his attempts to feign indifference, his gaze betrayed him, darting uncontrollably across her face, neck, and beyond. He then raised his hand to unfasten the golden buttons of his oversized black coat. Although he endeavored to appear calm and aloof, the hastening of his movements and the tension in his fingers disclosed the turmoil within. Huo Wan cast a glance at him, asserting, "I am not cold." In this desolate wilderness, with no one around, she would not be seen. Moreover, her garment was already soaked, and draping a coat over it would only exacerbate her discomfort. Nevertheless, Li Juyu draped the coat over her shoulders, taking the umbrella from her grasp. The rain intensified, and one umbrella scarcely sufficed for one person, let alone two. Leaning against the passenger seat, Huo Wan began to reflect quietly. She must have lost her mind to accompany Li Juyu in such folly. The car's air conditioning was activated, warm air slowly wafting from the vents. As time elapsed, the confined space returned to its earlier silence. Ultimately, it was the sound of the engine that shattered this peculiar and awkward stillness. Just as Li Juyu was about to turn the steering wheel, a cold, delicate hand suddenly grasped his wrist. At that moment, the car's engine fell silent once more. Huo Wan could distinctly sense Li Juyu's astonishment and the rigidity that enveloped him, as if he were at a loss the moment she drew near. She was cloaked in the chilling moisture of rain, and he was no different. Yet, when she reached for him, the icy touch ignited a faint current between them, as if a subtle flame flickered to life, making even their breaths heavy. She gazed at his stunning profile for a few moments before leaning her head against him, resting on his shoulder, and in that instant, she voiced her thoughts candidly. "What a pity to leave like this. Shall we not linger?" Her words were stark and unembellished, as if inquiring about the most mundane of matters. Li Juyu felt an inexplicable surge of stimulation race through his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. His throat constricted, battling against the rising tide of suppressed desires. The cold moisture mingled with an elusive fragrance enveloped him, accompanied by the warmth of her presence nestled against him. It was not merely his wrist she held captive, but his very nerves, taut within the confined space, threatening to unravel at any moment. His fingers curled tightly around the steering wheel, the veins beneath his pale skin visibly throbbing. Sensing the shift within him, Huo Wan let out a soft, low chuckle. This sound carried a hint of triumph, a touch of mockery, and an undertone of provocation, effortlessly severing the last thread of his fraying rationality. In the next moment, the young man's powerful arm unexpectedly encircled the woman beside him, pulling her firmly into his embrace. He lowered himself, grasping her chin, and kissed her directly. The transition from the driver's seat to the back was accomplished in a mere 2 minutes. Even in their heightened state of awareness, they vied for dominance. This time, however, It was Huo Wan who emerged victorious. In the rear seat, she held the upper hand, pressing down on the young man's shoulder, rendering him immobile. Observing the divine countenance beneath her, so pure yet now flawed by her influence, and seeing the haze of desire clouding his striking silver eyes, filled her with inexplicable delight. In contrast, Li Zhuiyu's expression was nuanced, foreboding, restrained, as if a tempest were about to erupt. She smiled and leaned closer, her seaweed-like curls cascading onto his chest. Why such a grim expression? Did he truly despise this position? It was not their first encounter of this nature. Hadn't the circumstances 3 years prior mirrored the present? Li Zhuiyu, back then, had been oblivious to the essence of tenderness, just as she was now. Thus, it was up to her to impart the lesson. Time passed, and eventually the rain outside ceased. Occasionally, speeding cars roared by on the road, yet they made no impact on their intimate bubble. The night sky was adorned with a silver crescent moon, casting an unusually cold glow. The rear door swung open, and the disheveled young man exited, casting a lingering glance at the woman who had succumbed to slumber in the back seat before gently closing the door. A click resonated as he ignited a lighter. Li Zhuiyu skillfully lit a cigarette, the shadowy tones enveloping his chiseled features and the murkiness in his silver irises painting him in stark contrast to his usual self, exuding an air of chilling indifference. The white smoke coiled around him, the darkness emanating from within causing every pore to constrict. That fellow, Lu Lin,
Was rumored to be a pianist.
Surely, those who played the piano cherished their hands above all else. Just then, a subtle sound from behind disrupted his reverie. The rear door opened, and the woman, radiating a languid aura, extended a pair of slender, fair legs. Huo Wan glanced at the time on her phone, her expression unchanging. Before turning off the screen, she leisurely tidied her slightly disheveled hair and, with a lazy push against the car door, rose to her feet. It was already 10:30, but fortunately, there was still time. Li Zhuiyu, of course, did not grasp the meaning behind Huo Wan's words. He reached out to embrace her, only to be met with her silent rejection, as a cold, boneless hand snatched the cigarette from his grasp. Huo Wan exhaled a plume of smoke. Her figure draped in moonlight appeared as if cloaked in gossamer, her already exquisite features taking on an enchanting allure. Some experiences, indeed, must be ventured into. Otherwise, how would one know? Being in the car proved to be surprisingly uncomfortable, not only constrained by her hair, but also hindered in every aspect. She finds herself without further opportunities. Chapter 083. Is the second miss planning to have it both ways? Enveloped in white smoke, the woman reveals her exquisite beauty in every smile and frown under the moonlight. Before Li Zhuiyu could reach her slender waist, the enchanting figure had already slipped beyond his grasp. Gazing at his empty palm, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Huan had already made her way to the passenger seat when she sensed an unsettling aura behind her and belatedly realized the situation. Her emerald green cat-like eyes, untouched by genuine emotion, seemed to possess an alluring charm. I am quite satisfied with you, both in appearance and stamina. Moreover, judging by your earlier reactions, I believe you do not despise me either. Thus, there remains a possibility for us to continue our amicable relationship. As for the canary I keep in Silver Bay, rest assured, it will not affect our bond in the slightest. Li Zhuiyu discerned the underlying implications of her words, and the remnants of his previously restored mood evaporated entirely. He smirked, his thin lips curling into a derisive arc. Is this the second Mrs. method of handling matters, intending to have it both ways? Huan fixed her gaze on Li Zhuiyu for a few seconds, a playful spirit igniting within her as she suddenly smiled. You are far more possessive than he is, and infinitely more entertaining. I know you are unwilling, burdened with countless grievances. Had I known this would be the case, I would have preferred to follow Hu Jiao. For at least she is unwavering in her devotion to you. Yet alas, young master, do you truly have a choice now? Her relationship with Lu Lin was far too intricate. It was not a matter of desire to let go, but rather an inability to do so.
Midnight, 12 o'clock.
At the hospital. Outside the VIP ward. In the corridor, after a long day at the hospital, Hu Jiao sat on a bench, nodding off. In a daze, she heard a particularly familiar, steady footstep approaching, and as she sleepily opened her eyes, a handsome man gradually came into view. His expression softening slightly as he gently stroked her hair, his touch tender and careful. Hu Jiao rubbed her eyes, hesitated for a long while, but ultimately succumbed to fatigue and nodded.
All right.
At this late hour, Han Rang had already gone to the airport to pick up Madame Huo. Remaining in the hospital, aside from the Huo family's bodyguards, was only Han Cheng, the old master's trusted confidant.
Han Sheng nodded slightly.
Yes, young master. At this moment, Hua Jiao tugged at Hua Siming's sleeve, looking up at him. By the way, brother, has mommy already arrived at the airport? Should I go pick her up? Hua Siming glanced at his watch, the curve of his lips rare and gentle. The plane will land in 10 minutes. Are you planning to have her wait for you at the airport? Upon hearing this, Hua Jiao pouted, releasing his sleeve with a dry response. Then, her brown eyes flickered as if she suddenly recalled something of great importance, her tone rising a few notches. Hua Jiao's words were not without reason, and the expressions of the two men beside her shifted in unison. In this household, Huo Wan occupies a unique position. The one person who most wishes to avoid her presence is undoubtedly Madame Hua. After all, who could tolerate the brazen appearance of their husband's illegitimate child right before their eyes, flaunting their existence so openly? At this moment, Hua Jiao murmured to herself. Although her words initially seemed inconsequential, upon deeper contemplation, they revealed a troubling significance. Particularly, Hua Siming and Han Cheng, both of whom are acutely perceptive, seem to have simultaneously drawn the same disturbing conclusion, sensing a shared peril. An unspoken alarm resonated in their minds. Hua Siming abruptly raised his gaze, appearing calm, yet internally disordered. What time is it? Hua Jiao questioned, puzzled. Didn't you just check your watch? Hua Siming had just informed her that their mother's flight would land in 10 minutes, so how could he have forgotten the time so quickly? Upon hearing her words, Hua Siming regained his composure promptly, his voice remaining cool and soothing as he instructed, Jiao, stay at the hospital for now. Do not wander around. Be obedient. Hua Jiao, bewildered by the sudden change in atmosphere, noticed the tension not only in Hua Siming but also in Han Cheng's expression. At this moment, she felt wide awake. Slowly rising from the bench, observing the two mature, composed men who seemed ready to depart. Brother, you just arrived. Are you and Chunga leaving now? Yes. Something urgent has come up. Just stay put at the hospital. We will contact you later if anything arises. As he turned to leave, Hua Siming's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming chillingly cold. All right, please be careful on the way. Hua Jiao attempted to offer some parting words, yet the two handsome, tall men had no inclination or time to heed her. They strode past her, heading purposefully towards the elevator. Huo Wan, this woman, had grown accustomed to brazenly flaunting her existence, and beneath the surface, she was undoubtedly unhinged. Chapter 084. Damn it, how could it be Huo Wan? Midnight. Beneath the inky, satin-like shroud of night, countless vehicles coalesced into a sea of lights as the busy thoroughfare remained teeming with traffic. The Huadu Central Airport sparkled under the night sky, its modern and futuristic design resembling a colossal, metallic mech stronghold. At the exit of the terminal, amidst a throng of weary, hurried travelers, a strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of cold composure, respectfully trailed behind an elegantly dressed woman, meticulously guiding her as she walked just a step ahead. As the affluent lady appeared poised to turn left, Han Rang softly advised, "Madam, this way." She smiled and sighed. Although the signs of age are evident on her face, with fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes, one can still glimpse the remarkable beauty she possessed in her youth through her complexion and bone structure. Receiving a glance from Madame Hua, Han Rang respectfully bowed and said, "Madame Hua, Shen Wanrong." Shen Wanrong is the original wife of Hua Yin, the eldest son of the Hua family. The union between Shen Wanrong and Hua Yin is a quintessential example of a business marriage orchestrated by the elder Hua himself. Although the Shen family does not rank among the elite families in Huadu, they are not to be underestimated. For the Hua family, the Shen family serves as a support, a tool, and poses little threat in the future. Moreover, the Shen family maintains an exceedingly strict family ethos, with both daughters recognized as refined socialites, earning the elder Hua's utmost satisfaction with Shen Wanrong as a daughter-in-law. As for Hua Yin, prior to marrying Shen Wanrong, he was notorious in Huadu for his extravagant lifestyle and numerous romantic entanglements. He found Shen Wanrong, a refined young lady raised under a stringent family code, rather dull. Consequently, even after their marriage, he did not amend his ways and fathered a number of illegitimate children. It was evident that the elder Hua could not condone such outrageous behavior, leading Hua Yin to sever all ties with the family in a fit of anger and elope for love, after which he disappeared without a trace. In this modern era of advanced communication, the absence of news for so many years has perplexed even the Hua family, prompting speculation in Huadu that Hua Yin may have perished in some distant paradise. Shen Wanrong resumed her steps, facing forward, and remarked, "Actually, a Rang, you need not have come to receive me. Currently, your and a Cheng's primary responsibility is to protect the elder, Si Ming, and Jiao. Aside from Han Rang, Shen Wanrong was accompanied by only one bodyguard, as the public safety in Huaryu has always been commendable, alleviating any concerns. This statement piqued Shen Wanrong's interest. Walking ahead, she casually inquired, "Is Siming still in the hospital?" "Yes, the young master has been keeping vigil at the hospital these past few nights," came the response. Hearing this, Shen Wanrong smiled, reflecting, Siming has always prioritized the elder above all else, even more than I, his mother. By the way, what about Jiao Jiao? At this hour, she should be resting. Speaking of Hui Jiao Jiao, Shen Wanrong felt a wave of pride, and her smile softened considerably. This child has finally begun to understand. Not in vain has the elder doted on her so much. Shen Wanrong's pace momentarily slowed, but she quickly regained her normal speed, casting her gaze downward with a gentle smile. Though I am far away in Wu Town, with you all here, I am naturally at ease. After walking a bit further and noticing a black Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside ahead, Han Reng appropriately alerted her, "Madam, that vehicle ahead is the one." Shen Wanrong nodded, and Han Reng quickened his pace, striding forward to open the back door for her. "Madam, please." However, just as Shen Wanrong bent down to enter the back seat, the woman shrouded in the shadows of the rear seat startled her. Noticing the unusual behavior of Shen Wanrong, Han Reng suddenly realized something was amiss. But it was too late. A shadow, ghostly in nature, had appeared behind him, and a cold, hollow gun barrel pressed against his back, rendering him immobile. The bodyguard who had accompanied Shen Wanrong from Wu Town had mysteriously vanished without a trace. The woman, languidly leaning against the back seat window, raised her eyes with a hint of seductive fatigue, exuding an unparalleled charm in her every gesture. Huo Wan captured the fleeting look of astonishment on Shen Wanrong's face and leisurely curved her lips into a radiant smile. Taking the initiative to greet her, "I understand that my brother is busy with official duties tonight and cannot come to pick up our mother. Jiao Jiao is worried about the old man and insists on staying at the hospital, so I must step in to fulfill their filial duty. Mother, please do not stand on ceremony with me." Shen Wanrong, having weathered numerous storms as a daughter of a prestigious family, calmly entered the back seat after a faint smile, elegantly closing the car door behind her. "You are quite thoughtful," she remarked. Huo Wan rested her chin on her hand, smiling without a word. On the roadside, a raven adeptly secured Han Reng's hands with metal handcuffs, casting him a particularly chilling warning glance before ushering him into the passenger seat. He then circled around the car to the rear, opened the trunk, and stuffed Shen Wanrong's suitcase inside. Soon, the sound of the engine roared to life. Throughout the journey, Huan kept her eyes closed, seemingly lost in a deep slumber, her languid posture radiating an intense weariness. Shen Wanrong gazed out at the ever-changing scenery, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. This road was definitely not leading to the city center. Meanwhile, at the city center hospital, the chime of the arriving elevator echoed. Groggy, Hu Jiao Jiao slowly opened her eyes, and as she rubbed them to focus on the figure of a man in black stepping out of the elevator, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within her. Instinctively, she turned her head to scan the surroundings for the bodyguard whom Hu Siming had stationed there, only to be alarmed to find the entire corridor eerily empty. As the man in black advanced toward her, her instinct urged her to flee. Chapter 085. Han Cheng and Han Reng, are they both under Mrs. Hu's command? On the journey, even Shen Wanrong sensed the peculiar road conditions, and Han Reng, seated in the passenger seat, had long since noticed. His hands, bound behind him, struggled against the constraints of the cuffs, but to no avail. Furrowing his brows, he questioned, "Is the second young lady planning to take the madam somewhere?" Huo Wan finally languidly opened her eyes, casting a glance out the window, her expression a blend of silence and a smile. Nevertheless, she steeled herself to issue a warning. "Second miss, tread carefully. Should you dare to lay a hand on the madam, the eldest master will not let such an affront go unpunished." Upon hearing this, Huo Wan seemed to smile slightly, the sound of a lighter following suit. She casually lit a cigarette, and soon the confined space was enveloped in swirling smoke. As the car window gradually descended, the cold moonlight spilled onto her profile, accentuating her already exquisite features with an almost bewitching allure. Huo Wan's gaze was icy, as if veiled by a thin layer of frost. Yet a playful smile danced on her lips as she leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. "Since when did my actions require the approval of Hu Siming? Besides, I have yet to act. Yet here you are, this watchdog barking first. Are you feeling guilty?" As the tension in the air reached a boiling point, the elegant lady sitting beside Huo Wan finally spoke. "It's quite late, Huo Wan. Your visit to pick me up must signify something of importance." Huo Wan then shifted her gaze, rarely softening her demeanor, and spoke gently, feigning innocence. "Even if you discern the underlying meaning of my words, Madame Hua, your demeanor remains gracious. We are all family, There is nothing that cannot be discussed. If there is something on your mind, feel free to speak candidly, she replied. Huo Wan, unperturbed and direct, smiled faintly and posed her question. First question, mother. After all these years, does father truly remain unaware that the Han brothers, Han Chung and Han Rang, are both under your influence? The moment these words slipped from her lips, Han Rang, seated in the front passenger seat, faltered, entirely forgetting his futile struggles. Despite a fleeting moment of surprise, Shen Wanrong maintained a composed exterior. Why would you think such a thing? Enough. Huo Wan interjected with a dismissive wave, her demeanor light and carefree. Over the years, I have encountered myriad individuals and heard countless tales. There is no need for you to continue this charade before me. Han Rang, unable to tolerate Huo Wan's disposition, replied with a heavy voice. Have you forgotten, second miss, that the madam is your elder? Regardless of your usual arrogance, you must not be so disrespectful. During this exchange, Shen Wanrong seemed to glance at Huo Wan's expression, and after Han Rang finished his admonition, she softly reprimanded, Rang, enough. Unexpectedly, Huo Wan laughed even more recklessly, tossing the cigarette butt out the car window.
Ha ha ha.
Both Han Rang and Shen Wanrong were enveloped in an eerie chill at her unpredictable behavior, and no one dared to speak further. When Huo Wan lifted her gaze once more, her striking green eyes were suffused with a crimson aura of murder. She produced a sharp dagger from seemingly nowhere, idly toying with it as she directed her gaze toward the passenger seat. You are merely a dog who caters to the whims of others. I have allowed you to bark for so many years. It appears that the loss of your hand all those years ago was hardly sufficient. As for the madam you speak of, what claim does she have as an elder? Did she give birth to me or raise me? As she spoke, Huo Wan turned her gaze with a smile towards the extraordinary noblewoman beside her, directly provoking the main subject. Don't you agree, dear mother? Shen Wanrong appeared unfazed, yet the tightening of her fingers hidden beneath her sleeves betrayed her true emotions. She was certain that Huo Wan would not dare to lay a hand on her, and the atmosphere around them grew subdued, neither cold nor warm, as she replied, Since you are unwilling to call me mother, I shall not press you. In response, Huo Wan leaned back against the cushions of her chair, unable to suppress a sincere round of applause. Truly, you are a paragon of virtue. Once the foremost socialite of Huadu, able to smile before your husband's illegitimate daughter while feigning maternal affection. I am truly in awe. As she clapped, the dazzling green bracelet on her left wrist caught Shen Wanrong's eye. How could this be? How could Huo Wan be wearing that bracelet? Shen Wanrong's focus was so consumed by the bracelet that she neglected to heed Huo Wan's words. What a time for Madame Huo to be distracted. Well, it is late, and the night is deep. I shall be brief. 3 months ago, it was you who incited and bribed you to betray me and take my life? Chapter 86. What a loyal dog. If she no longer desires her tongue, then I shall gladly accept it. From the passenger seat, Han rang out sharply. If you have something to say, direct it at me. Do not harm the madam. Huo Wan felt no inclination to engage with this fool. She wished she had simply gagged him. She lazily lifted her eyes to glance at the passenger seat and then at the poised and calm noblewoman beside her, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Shen Wanrong seemed not to take her words to heart, assured in her belief that Huo Wan would not dare to act against her. Very well. Thus, Huo Wan's grip on the dagger began to relax, the cold blade gradually withdrawing. She appeared to leisurely sheath the dagger, but in the next instant, a flash of cold light pierced through, accompanied by a deafening, shrill scream. In an instant of excruciating pain, the woman's pupils dilated to their utmost, blood vessels nearly bursting. Shen Wanrong could hardly fathom that Huo Wan would truly dare to strike her. The sharp dagger had now embedded itself into the back of her hand, blood gushing forth, flowing incessantly down her pale fingers. The piercing agony caused her entire body to convulse, her eyes reddening, lips trembling. Before Shen Wanrong could utter a word, a voice, akin to that of a specter from hell, echoed above her. My apologies, I initially only intended to frighten you, but it seems you have not taken my words to heart, mother. In that moment, Shen Wanrong felt a fear so real, it was almost palpable. Han Rang found himself bound, rendered immobile, as he bore witness to the gruesome scene unfolding in the back seat. The veins at his temples throbbed with tension.
Huo Wan.
His furious roar reverberated within the confines of the car. Huo Wan withdrew the dagger embedded in Shen Wanrong's palm, glancing towards the passenger seat with a delicate smile. Are you anxious? No need to rush, one at a time. Your turn will come soon enough. Unlike other powerful figures, she preferred to take matters into her own hands rather than delegating, never considering it beneath her dignity. Instead, it offered a profound sense of psychological satisfaction. Shen Wanrong clutched her bleeding hand, beads of sweat forming at her temples due to the pain. Her gaze darkened as it fell upon Huo Wan, revealing her inherent malice. Gritting her teeth subtly, she retorted, Huo Wan, what on earth do you intend to do? Do you truly dare to kill me here? Huo Wan, rather than responding with anger, smiled coldly, her fingers gliding over the blade, wiping away the blood with a casual stroke. Mother, have you grown so old that your ears have dulled? Did I not ask from the very beginning, is you one of yours? Shen Wanrong fell into a heavy silence, her bloodied palm offering no acknowledgement, neither affirmation nor denial. The excruciating pain only intensified her hatred for Huo Wan. In the stillness, punctuated solely by her labored breaths, Huo Wan toyed with the dagger, casually inquiring, your silence, does it imply consent? Shen Wanrong shut her eyes momentarily before reopening them, revealing her reddened irises. I truly do not understand what you are saying. Who is you? Oh, I see. Huo Wan elongated her tone, letting out a profound sigh before smiling faintly. It appears mother belongs to that category of individuals who do not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Shen Wanrong, stiffened by the remark, immediately cast a wary glance at Huo Wan, fearing a sudden outburst of violence. 3 months ago, you stabbed me in Country M. That wound nearly claimed my life. Even now, I bear a gaping hole in my back. Would you like to see it? Shen Wanrong swallowed hard, resolutely denying. I have said, I do not comprehend. What are you trying to convey? It's nothing much, Huo Wan shrugged innocently, her hands open. She seemed unfazed by the blood staining her skin, smiling with a nonchalant air. Her face bore an innocent and gentle smile, yet it chilled the atmosphere of the car. The green serpentine gaze glinting with lethal intent. So, mother, you must choose. Is it a hole opened in your back, as it is? Or shall your good son or virtuous daughter bear the burden in your stead? Perhaps concerned that Shen Wanrong would continue to feign ignorance, Huo Wan tossed the bloodied dagger into her lap. You, Huo Siming, or perhaps Huo Jiaojiao, choose one. Any of the three can take a stab, and this debt shall be considered settled. Han Rang could no longer endure it.
Huo Wan,
Do not go too far. What evidence do you possess to support your conjecture? Huo Wan could not recall how many times Han Rang had disrupted her mood. With a throbbing headache, she coldly raised her eyes, expressing her irritation. What a bore. Did your master not teach you that a guard dog should refrain from interrupting when its owner is speaking? Well, if you do not wish to keep your tongue, I shall gladly take it. With that, Huo Wan cast a meaningful glance at the rearview mirror, and Crow immediately understood, slamming on the brakes. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt in the desolate wilderness. Following this, Crow quickly unfastened his seatbelt and exited the car without hesitation. He rounded the front of the vehicle and pulled open the passenger door from the outside, seizing Han Rang by the collar and yanking him out. The commotion was considerable. The sounds of the door opening and closing echoed through the silent expanse, startling a flock of crows that had been perched on nearby branches. Shen Wanrong felt a numbing sensation wash over her, as if she were ensnared by countless thorny vines of death clutching at her ankles. The tremors of fear gradually climbed her spine, culminating at her temples. Outside the car, Crow wasted no time. Retrieving a sharp folding knife from the inner pocket of his trench coat, he then delivered a powerful kick to Han Rang's knee, causing the tall man to crash to the ground, kneeling amid the grass. Huo Wan leisurely lowered the window, ensuring that the scene was vividly captured in Shen Wanrong's line of sight. What a loyal dog you are. I truly envy my mother for having such a devoted companion. However, I find barking rather bothersome, and it surely must irritate my mother as well. Thus, I shall relieve her of your tongue. Shen Wanrong's pupils dilated, her eyes widening as she regarded Huo Wan as one might a madman. Gritting her teeth against the sharp pain, she silently grasped the bloodied dagger in her embrace, trembling as she aimed its tip stealthily at Huo Wan. Chapter 087. Han Chung, do you remember how many years you have followed me? Huo Wan was in high spirits, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, Shen Wanrong tightened her grip on the dagger, seizing the opportunity to thrust it fiercely towards Huo Wan. A clatter echoed as the dagger fell upon the soft mat below, producing a muffled thud. Shen Wanrong's hand, still dripping with blood, was suddenly seized by a slender, cold, white hand. The speed of the reaction was astonishing. Even as her fingers remained poised to grip the dagger, Huo Wan intercepted her from a distance. Shen Wanrong's complexion visibly paled, her eyes wide with shock. The swiftness of Huo Wan's response was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. At that moment, the enchanting woman held her wrist tightly, smiling faintly at her. Mother certainly enjoys a jest. Having witnessed Huo Wan's madness, Shen Wanrong instinctively trembled, yet she still sought to assert her dominance. Release Ah Rang. He is a person of the elder's side. Even if you are utterly disdainful, you should at least show the elder the respect he deserves. This statement momentarily took Huo Wan by surprise. After a few seconds of contemplation, As if she had heard an extraordinary joke, she released her grip on Shen Wanrong's wrist and laughed unabashedly. Shen Wanrong, momentarily at a loss for words, trembled with pain, her long lashes fluttering anxiously. Noticing Shen Wanrong's sudden silence, Huo Wan turned her head slightly, casting a glance out the window, and nonchalantly issued an order. Cut it off. What else was there to sever, if not Han Rang's tongue? The raven was known for its actions rather than its words. Upon receiving Huo Wan's command, he swiftly grasped Han Rang's mouth, unfurling a folding knife, poised to sever Han Rang's tongue. Shen Wanrong felt as though her mind had exploded. She urgently seized Huo Wan's hand, shaking it violently. Enough. I said enough. You merely wish for me to acknowledge that the assassination attempt you suffered 3 months ago was orchestrated by my orders. The words spilled forth, as if she were confessing under duress. Was it not you who acted without accountability? Shen Wanrong hesitated, her pallid face aging a decade in an instant, her temples and forehead slick with cold sweat, devoid of any trace of a noble lady. Deep down she understood. Even if she confessed at this moment, Huo Wan would never let her off the hook. If she chose not to confess, Huo Wan would still not relent. This woman was utterly deranged. With no other option, she could only grind her teeth and swallow her pride, feigning acceptance of Huo Wan as her illegitimate daughter. From the moment she first laid eyes on Huo Wan, she knew this girl would one day become a formidable adversary. Indeed, her greatest fears had come to fruition. Just then, at the far end of the endless highway, a black business car sped towards them at an alarming rate. Its velocity and power generated an ear-splitting roar from the engine. Observing the reflection in the rear-view mirror, Huo Wan did not even blink, as if everything were unfolding as anticipated, a silent smile gracing her lips. You found us so quickly? It seems you've been in contact with Huo Siming since the moment you got into the car. Shen Wanrong was drenched in cold sweat, watching the rapidly approaching silhouette of the black car in the rear-view mirror, a wave of relief washing over her. Indeed, she had sent a message to Huo Siming the moment she got in, continuously sharing her location with him. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. Behind them, the black sedan accelerated, overtaking the Rolls-Royce in which Huo Wan was traveling, and then, with a deft maneuver, it slid across their path in a near-daring blockade. Outside the car, the raven held the folding knife, its blade poised at Han Rang's throat, awaiting Huo Wan's command. Huo Wan smiled briefly, then unexpectedly opened the car door. Simultaneously, the door of the obstructing Maybach swung open. A stern-faced, scholarly man emerged first, the cool moonlight casting a silhouette over his tall frame, accentuating the darkness of his amber eyes, which were partially concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses. Huo Siming stepped out, followed closely by Han Cheng, who vacated the driver's seat. Upon encountering Han Jiang, who knelt amidst the overgrown wilderness by the roadside, Han Cheng's already austere features sharpened further. His gaze swept over Han Jiang before shifting to the languid figure reclining in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Huo Wan, only to inadvertently meet her playful, yet veiled green eyes. Although such expressions were not uncommon from her, this was the first time he beheld Huo Wan's unfamiliar gaze directed at him with such clarity. In that moment, whether it was an illusion or not, Han Cheng felt a sudden, intense flutter in his heart, an inexplicable unease unfurling within the darkness. He instinctively quickened his pace, his thin lips parting as if he wished to offer an explanation. Second Mississippi, Huo Wan did not exit the vehicle. She remained still, as did Shen Wanrong beside her, who dared not act impulsively. Huo Siming, too, recognized the venomous glare emanating from Shen Wanrong directed at Huo Wan. He aimed to momentarily soothe Huo Wan, yet the formidable aura radiating from her left him bereft of her attention. Huo Wan, please remain calm. Any misunderstandings can be resolved in due time. However, Huo Wan's gaze transcended Huo Siming, landing squarely on Han Cheng behind him. How many years have you been by my side? Do you even remember? Second miss, she continued, I cannot recall the precise number of seasons gone by. Only that each time I faced punishment from the old master, it was you who secretly brought me medicine. Chapter 088. In the future, perhaps Huo Wan would find no resting place in death. It was he who appeared after each ordeal, tending to her wounds, and teaching her how to navigate life within this household, even if all of it was laced with ulterior motives from the very beginning. Han Cheng was the first and only person in this family who did not regard her as a mere illegitimate child. In retrospection, whether before or after her 16th year, she had never again experienced such care and concern. This was the sole reason her sentiments towards Han Cheng were markedly distinct, even though she had never fully trusted him. I should have realized long ago that there is no such thing as unearned kindness in this world. Huo Wan's voice melded with the chill of the evening breeze. Under the moonlight, it seemed as if a delicate frost had settled upon her green eyes. Calm and aloof, These were never descriptors that suited Huo Wan. Yet at this moment, the emotion displayed on her striking, mixed heritage visage was one of profound silence, akin to a frigid abyss. Han Chung approached, with heavy steps, moving closer against the bitter moonlight, obscuring his expression, yet enveloped in an atmosphere of profound sorrow. He understood all too well why Huo Wan posed such questions. As he closed the distance, he glimpsed the scene within the back seat. Aside from the bloodstains on Huo Wan's hands, he saw Shen Wanrong's fingers, bleeding profusely. And for the first time, a flicker of emotion broke through Han Cheng's perpetually icy facade. His long, subtly curved fingers clenched tightly, poised to speak yet faltering. His lips drawn into a thin line. Second, Mississippi. He seemed to wish to articulate something, yet at that moment, all words appeared utterly inadequate. His vocal cords felt as if they were laden with lead, hoarse and heavy. Huo Wan remained in the car, observing the tall figure of the man approaching her. Her gaze imbued with a profound mockery. Then, she offered a gentle smile, yet it bore no trace of warmth, appearing stark and devoid of sincerity. Should I now feel fortunate that the ointment you once gave me was not poisoned? Han Cheng's steps faltered, visibly rigid, as if he were nailed to the spot. All strength drained from his body, rendering him incapable of advancing another step. His heart felt as though it had been crushed by a multitude of nails, a bloody mess, where even the faintest breath elicited a deeper, more hollow pain. He gazed at Huo Wan's stunningly beautiful and flamboyant visage, illuminated by the moonlight. The unfamiliar derision in her eyes left him breathless. Although he had often contemplated that one day Huo Wan would uncover the truth about him and Han Rang, he had never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly, so unexpectedly, leaving him utterly unprepared. After years of companionship, he understood Huo Wan's temperament and the fate that awaited a traitor. He could no longer approach her, no longer listen to her confide her innermost thoughts, nor maintain any relationship with her beyond that of a betrayer. Although they stood so close, it felt as though an entire galaxy lay between them. Instinctively, he yearned to defend himself, yet found no justification to do so. Huo Wan scrutinized his face, extracting the last cigarette from her pack, snapping it open and expertly igniting it. The flame danced brightly, her lips curling in unyielding mockery. In the past, I merely regarded you as the old master's attendant. How naive I was. Han Chung remained rooted in place, desiring to step forward but uncertain of what rationale he could possibly muster to draw near again. His body was uncontrollably rigid, his heart constricted, nearly bursting from within. His throat tightened, and with trembling eyes, he uttered 3 words. I am sorry. There were countless things he wished to say, a plethora of insincere justifications teetering on the edge of his lips, yet ultimately, only that apology escaped his mouth. Huo Wan would never accept such a futile apology. She brought the cigarette back to her lips, releasing a wisp of white smoke, gazing at him with calm indifference. I was too trusting of you.
Was I not?
The shock on Han Cheng's face morphed into a self-deprecating smirk, the fleeting curve of his lips mocking his own predicament. Both he and Huo Siming were acutely aware that Huo Wan was never one to easily bestow her heart, let alone grant complete trust to another. Had she truly placed her faith in him all these years? Unlikely. Perhaps 4 or 5 parts out of 10, or perhaps even more. Huo Wan observed the subtle shifts in his expression, realizing that perhaps just a moment ago, she had genuinely mourned the betrayal of their long-standing bond. In this fleeting moment, she had already reverted to her original demeanor of indifference and arrogance, breaking into a light, casual laugh, and uttering each word with a haunting resonance. However, your timing is rather unfortunate. The last time in the training hall of the Huo family, you watched as I personally severed your brother's tendons, and next, I shall remove his tongue, unless you are willing to take his place. Such a gaze was not unfamiliar to Huo Wan. In her memories, countless individuals had regarded her with that very same look, as if she were something unspeakably filthy and unworthy of sight. Yet, the most intriguing aspect was that amid their scrutinizing stares lay a barely perceptible tinge of fear. This instilled within Huo Wan a subtle, undeniable joy amidst her feelings of betrayal and anticipation. Fear. Only fear could shatter these seemingly resilient individuals. Huo Wan remained calm. Huo Siming take notes. On the desolate expanse, 2 voices resonated almost simultaneously. As her gaze met that of the man, Huo Wan leisurely descended from the car, resting against the door. The old master welcomed me into the Huo family, not only to serve as your sharpened edge, but also to clear all obstacles from your path. Unbeknownst to her, a silver handgun had appeared in her hand. With a seemingly nonchalant motion, the hollow barrel was directed at the solitary woman left in the back seat. This woman was not to be spared. Indeed, the woman she referenced was none other than Lady Huo, the biological mother of Huo Siming. Huo Siming fixated on her face. uncertain which words had struck a nerve within him. The bluish veins at his temples subtly bulged. Under the moonlight, Huo Wan appeared draped in a veil of icy translucence, as if she were born of darkness. Her light-hearted yet languid smile, mingled with the stains of tainted blood, crafted a breathtakingly alluring visage. Chapter 089. The grievances and injuries she endured, he would repay her doubly. When did you start to relish sowing discord, especially among those who are intimately connected by blood? As he spoke, Huo silently approached Huo Wan, attempting to seize the firearm from her grasp while she was momentarily distracted. Huo Wan discerned Huo intention but remained unresponsive, her stillness suspended in silence. It was not until he stood directly before her that she revealed a look of regret, as if genuinely saddened by the circumstances. My dear brother, I have nearly cleared all obstacles for you. Why are you so ungrateful? His voice was low and grave. It's too dangerous. Be careful not to accidentally harm yourself. Throughout this exchange, Huo Wan maintained an unwavering gaze upon his face, stifling a laugh. Very well. While I prefer scenes of familial strife over maternal affection, ultimately, this matter belongs to you and your mother to resolve. Her tone was soft, devoid of any aggression, a rare tranquility. Yet, just as Huo was about to release her wrist, a firm and swift grip seized his wrist in return. The woman's previously restrained hand suddenly flipped upward, firmly pressing the man's cold, long fingers down. An overwhelming force, akin to that of an abyss, yanked Huo violently, and a whisper filled with oppressive malice from the woman surged into his ears. The matters between you and your mother are of no concern to me. But the assassination attempt I endured in country M 3 months ago is inextricably linked to her. What do you intend to do? Huo stood tall, the tension in the air palpable, leaving everyone uncertain of what might transpire in the next moment. From his vantage point, he could clearly discern the deep curve of Huo Wan's lips. What to do? Naturally, the answer was. As Huo Wan's tone intensified, the grip on his wrist tightened correspondingly, almost as if she wished to crush the very bones of his hand, an intensity unnoticed by others. A grand ceremony, she declared. And upon uttering these words, aside from the pale-faced Shen Wanrong in the car, even Han Cheng, standing nearby, exhibited profound astonishment. A grand ceremony for what? Naturally, she referred to a funeral. Huo lowered his gaze upon the woman enveloped by a murderous aura. The temperature around her was chilling, her palms frightfully cold. Without prolonged hesitation, he lowered his eyelids and murmured, I shall compensate you manifold for the grievances and injuries you have endured. His deep voice resonated with clarity in the desolate wilderness. Upon hearing this, the fierce grip on his wrist seemed to loosen slightly. Huo Wan languidly lifted her eyes. There remains a bloody hole in my back. How do you intend to compensate for that? Through a layer of glass. She could not discern the depths of Huo amber eyes, only sensing a gaze that was both cold and tranquil. Soon, he steadied himself and calmly stated, What do you desire? As long as it lies within my power to grant. Huo Wan smiled as she released his wrist, then gracefully turned, pointing at the woman in the black Rolls-Royce. I want the Huo family, which you cannot provide. Other than that, I find little of particular need. At this moment, I simply wish to make a hole in her, and with that, we can consider the matter settled. What say you? Noticing the man had fallen into silence, Huo Wan seemed to have anticipated this outcome and generously took a step back. Very well, you or Huo Jiaojiao can decide. Whoever wishes to settle this debt may do so. Upon hearing this, Huo showed no hesitation. Very well, I shall take responsibility. His resolute stance, devoid of any uncertainty, prompted Huo Wan to regard him with renewed curiosity. Regrettably, she still felt no sympathy, merely gazing silently at Huo, awaiting further developments. You may proceed. She leisurely raised her eyes, a delicate smile gracing her lips, as if to suggest, perhaps you should handle it yourself. Or let Han Cheng or Han Reng do it for you. As for me, I fear I might genuinely pierce your heart with a single shot. In this perilous situation, in an unnoticed corner, Han Cheng and Han Reng exchanged knowing glances. In truth, given the current number of people present, Huo Wan was not in a position of advantage. Although Huo Wan hails from a lineage of martial artists, the inherent disparity in strength between the genders cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, their ignorance of the true identity of the Raven led them to hastily judge based on age, believing that dealing with this individual would pose no significant challenge. Thus, they thought that if Huo Wan exhibited even the slightest lapse in vigilance, they could seize the opportunity to turn the tide. Han Cheng had no intention of laying a hand on Huo Wan, nor could he ever consider such an act. His life was bestowed upon him by Madame Hua. Protecting her and Huo was the very essence of his existence. At this moment, he merely wished for Huo Wan to regain her composure, to discuss matters slowly and thoughtfully. Nearby, Huo Wan hesitated to accept the handgun offered by Huo. She exuded immense confidence, as if she were certain he would never suddenly turn it against her. This assurance stemmed not from an unwavering belief in Huo or in the intricacies of human nature, but rather from her own self-confidence and her faith in her ability to respond to the Raven's prowess. Enough. Ultimately, Shen Wanrong, who had been coiled in the back seat, could no longer bear this farce. She retrieved a dagger that had fallen beneath the seat, aimed it at her abdomen, and shed her previously gentle facade. Her hair disheveled, and her eyes filled with venomous resentment.
Huo Wan.
Why must you make things difficult for seeming? In the end, you merely seek my life. Very well. I shall grant you that. With that declaration, she turned to face Huo as if to deliberately showcase her resolve, raising the dagger defiantly, poised to plunge it into her own belly. In a moment of dire urgency, Han Chung, the closest to the Rolls-Royce, rushed forward instinctively to intervene. Madam.
Bang.
Unexpectedly, the gunshot rang out faster than any voice could utter. The sudden sound startled the birds. Huo Wan, her expression impassive, swiftly seized the firearm from Huo grasp and shot at Han Cheng's leg with precision and ferocity. Even as the recoil numbed half of her palm, she hesitated not for a heartbeat. This shot not only sent Han Cheng crashing to the ground but also caused Shen Wanrong to drop her dagger in panic, rendering her utterly still. Even Huo gaze flickered momentarily in disbelief. Kneeling on the ground, Han Cheng stared incredulously at the scene before him. Veins bulging in his neck, blood vessels in his eyes engorged, yearning to retaliate yet firmly restrained by the shadowy figure behind him. Huo Wan's disdainful smirk swept across the gathering crowd. What was the rush? The dagger had yet to pierce flesh. Had it truly done so, she might have regarded Shen Wanrong with a newfound respect. Yet, even if she lent Shen Wanrong 100-fold courage, it was unlikely that she would dare inflict harm upon herself. At this juncture, Huo began to comprehend that Huo Wan was determined to witness bloodshed tonight. Otherwise, she would not relent so easily. Huo Wan angled the firearm, tilting her head to observe Han Cheng's complexion gradually draining of color. Then, she addressed the woman in the black Rolls-Royce with an air of indifference. Hasten your movements. There may still be time to escort him to the hospital for treatment, unless you wish to witness his leg being irrevocably ruined. Shen Wanrong, clutching her blood-soaked palm, observed as the resentment in her gaze towards Huo Wan transformed into sheer panic. The Han brothers, Han Chung and Han Rang, were her carefully selected informants placed beside the old master. One had lost a hand to Huo Wan, while the other had suffered the loss of a leg. Though their lives were of little consequence, one must consider the master when punishing a dog. Huo Wan's actions were undeniably a slap in her face. At that moment, a dense, dark shadow obscured the cool silver moon hovering above Huo Wan. Despite the gravity of the situation, Huo remained composed and unflappable. Without hesitation, he extended his long arm, grasping Huo Wan's wrist and guiding the gun she held towards his abdomen. Huo Wan allowed the man to grip her hand. His icy fingers gently rested on her index finger, which lay idly on the trigger. The still warm metallic muzzle pressed against his stomach, poised to fire at any moment. His amber eyes, partially concealed behind lenses, appeared as if shrouded in ink, unfathomably deep, and his voice grew notably deeper. After the shot, the debt for your assassination attempt in M country will be entirely settled. Huo Wan gazed up at his handsome, indifferent face, not blinking as she let out a soft laugh. All right. With that, Huo surprisingly pressed her finger down on the trigger. Yet, the expected gunshot did not resonate. The anticipated recoil that would have jolted her entire hand was absent. Not only was Huo Wan taken aback, but even Huo himself was caught off guard. Had it misfired? Or was the bullet jammed? This 1 in 1,000 chance had indeed come to pass. Huo Wan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, then freed herself from the man's grasp and aimed at the boundless wilderness, pulling the trigger once more. Yet again, a shot failed to discharge due to a jammed bullet. At that moment, a distant roar of a speeding engine reached her ears, and a procession of black sedans surged forth. Additionally, the shrill sound of police sirens echoed from behind, the flashing red and blue lights revealing the identity of the approaching figures. Upon witnessing this, Huo Wan turned to face Huo, a scornful smile once more gracing her lips. What extraordinary fortune Huo possessed. Even the heavens seemed to be aiding him. At 3 a.m, in the Silver Bay Villa district, the moonlight cast a serene glow over the area, with the shimmering lake resembling a silver ribbon, truly embodying the essence of a silver water bay. In the stillness of the night, a black Rolls-Royce smoothly passed through the checkpoint and ventured deep into the heart of the community. Even after parking, The dark-clad youth in the driver's seat refrained from rousing the woman in the passenger seat, who was enveloped in profound fatigue. With the windows open to allow the wind to flow through, the scent of blood had significantly dissipated. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to the sanguine aroma. Or perhaps she was simply too weary. Huan had already succumbed to slumber, leaning against the passenger door. As Huan showed no signs of awakening, Raven silently raised the car window, activated the air conditioning, and reclined her seat. In the end, he retrieved a clean blanket from an unknown drawer and gently draped it over her. As the night temperature dropped, a gentle warm breeze flowed from the exhaust fan, lulling her into an even deeper slumber. Inside the car, the young man quietly observed the serene visage of Huo Wan, her long, dark eyelashes fluttering as if time itself had paused, too engrossed to even blink. A few seconds later, as if realizing something, he averted his gaze, as if that profound look had not originated from him at all. The last time he had shared such a confined space with Huo Wan was during their time in a mercenary group in Country F. However, in that mercenary group, consisting of a dozen individuals, regardless of gender, their sole focus was survival, leaving no room for embarrassment. At that moment, a fleeting white shadow outside the window caught Raven's keen eyes, his enigmatic gaze infused with the darkness of night. In stark contrast to Li Jueyu's elegance and Lu Lin's icy demeanor, his unique appearance and the aura of danger that enveloped him instilled an immediate sense of foreboding in anyone who dared to gaze upon him. He possessed a youthful, icy countenance, his skin exceptionally pale from years of nocturnal endeavors, and his mixed heritage evoked the imagery of the bloodlines from Western midnight legends. Noticing someone outside, Raven quietly opened the car door. Ensuring that Huo Wan in the passenger seat remained undisturbed, he stealthily exited the vehicle. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, a murderous wind surged toward him, and a freshly sharpened dagger was pressed against his back. In that very instant, without a moment's hesitation, he deftly grasped the sharp blade, turning around with almost miraculous speed to deliver a powerful punch with his other arm. With a clang, the blood-stained dagger was hurled beyond the white parking lines. The chilling moonlight reflected off the blade, slicing through the air and aiming directly at the boy's head. Just as the icy blade in the girl's hand was about to strike his crown, he thought to himself, "Seeking death, are we?" In the blink of an eye, he drew a black gold dagger from his sleeve, effortlessly blocking the strike. The clash produced a momentary spark, glimmering silver in the midst of the blade's dance. Meeting the boy's frosty gaze, Xue, undeterred, replied with a cold smile, "In my opinion, it is you who seeks death. Don't think I didn't see your earlier attempts to harm the second young lady in the car." Her words seemed to momentarily weaken the tension in his blade.
Oh.
Had she struck a nerve? At that moment, a cool figure emerged on the second-floor terrace, capturing both Raven and Xue's attention. They exchanged a disdainful glance, simultaneously relaxing their stances, stepping back half a pace, and coldly raising their eyes toward the second floor.
Lu Lin.
So late, and this fellow has yet to rest? Chapter 091. Lu Lin, he actually desires Huo Wan's affection. Though it is often said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In their mutual disdain for Lu Lin, Crow and Xue found an unusual camaraderie. Under the hazy moonlight, the youth standing on the second-floor terrace appeared as if cloaked in an enchanting silver sheen. Noticing the scrutinizing glares from Crow and Xue below, he barely cast them a glance before vanishing from sight. Xue could not suppress a derisive laugh. Every day, the same charade. If you wish to watch, just say so instead of putting on a facade. Crow remained silent, yet his expression unmistakably conveyed his tacit agreement with Xue's assessment. In the next moment, however, a chilling gust of wind sliced through the air as a dagger, glistening more brilliantly than the moonlight, swept dangerously close to Crow's jaw. Had he not reacted swiftly, retreating a half-step, his throat would have surely been laid bare. "And you," Xue warned, "do not think for a moment that I am oblivious. You would do well to conceal your unseemly affections for the second Mississippi." With that, she deftly sheathed her blade. Honestly, do these men possess no self-awareness? To covet the second miss, do they truly believe themselves worthy? The dagger that had just been sheathed now mysteriously found its way into Crow's grasp. Its presence silent, yet menacing as it pressed against Xue's throat with alarming speed and force. In an instant, Xue fell silent. Her delicate skin stretched taut over the veins beneath, making her wonder if even a simple swallow would result in the blade piercing her throat. Yet just then, Crow released his grip, discarding the dagger into the nearby underbrush, as though it were nothing more than refuse. No words were exchanged, yet the mockery was palpable. Xue's eyes widened in disbelief, her desire to confront him bubbling to the surface. Despite her ranking just a handful of spots below Crow on the mercenary leaderboard, The disparity felt as vast as that between a normal human and a mutant. Was this the prowess of one in the top three? Still, it did not alter the fact that Crow was undeniably formidable. Scoundrel, she thought, for that dagger was forged from dark iron, its worth immeasurable. Most crucially, it was a gift from Huo Wan. The faint sound of the door unlocking drew both Crow and Shui's attention. Their sharp gazes darted towards the corner where the noise originated. What was this fellow doing out at such an hour, shirking sleep? The youth approaching under the moonlight paid no heed to the two hostile stares directed at him from opposite sides. He strode past Crow and Shui without a moment's pause, undeterred by their lethal reputation, and walked with measured grace toward the sleek black Rolls-Royce.
Shui,
Fixated on Lu Lin, felt a sense of foreboding as he approached the vehicle where Huo Wan awaited, her expression darkening as his obliviousness became apparent. In the next moment, she drifted like a specter, her delicate, pale arm blocking his path. Great pianist, wandering out in the dead of night, are you deliberately seeking your demise? The youth's steps faltered, his indifferent gaze seemingly resting upon her before gliding past, as if she were of no consequence. She was typically fragile, having spent the entire night in the car, and come morning, she would undoubtedly complain of aches and pains. Snowy garments scrutinized him for a protracted silence, rendered speechless. Fragile? In Lu Lin's eyes, Huo Wan was indeed a delicate creature? Was he blind or merely deranged? Never mind the question of Huo Wan's fragility. Regardless, she and the raven dared not disturb her slumber. Lu Lin cast a glance her way before resuming his long strides. During this exchange, the raven seemed poised to intervene, but was halted by a raised hand from Snowy. Very well, let him be. To the second young lady, he remains an irreplaceable presence, one we cannot rival. As an observer, Snowy, with her keen perception and discerning eye, was acutely aware of Lu Lin's concealed intentions. He, emboldened by Huo Wan's affection, repeatedly indulged in her favor, professing reluctance yet never rejecting any kindness she bestowed upon him. That aside, what was most hidden, his most insatiable desire, was his longing for Huo Wan's love. But how could someone like Huo Wan harbor love within her heart? Let us not jest, Huo Wan only loves herself. She loves no one but herself, and is incapable of loving anyone else. Nearby, Lu Lin circled around the windshield to the passenger side, peering through the car window at the woman sleeping in the seat. After a moment, he slowly extended his hand to gently pull the door open. Inside the vehicle, Huo Wan had her eyes closed, her head resting against the neck pillow affixed to the seat. Her alluring, long curls concealed half of her exquisite visage, and her thick, curled lashes remained still, resembling a butterfly poised to take flight, lost in a profound slumber amidst the gentle warmth of the car. Under normal circumstances, Huo Wan would never be so defenseless and unalert. Alas, it was all Li Juyi's fault. He had lured her with intent. Otherwise, how could she have impulsively dragged her weary body into a car with him? Chapter 092. He was quite proactive this time. Outside the car, bathed in the cool, clear moonlight, the serene visage of the woman sleeping in the passenger seat came into sharp focus for Lu Lin. After silently observing for several seconds, he leaned down, extending his long arm towards the woman inside, intending to lift her from the passenger seat. However, just as his arm was about to touch Huo Wan's waist, unbeknownst to him, her butterfly-like lashes fluttered ever so slightly, unconsciously furrowing her brows as if sensing an intrusion from the outside world. Gradually, she lifted the misty veil of sleep from her eyes. Though she had just awakened, she could discern the indistinct outline of the man before her. Her previously muddled mind suddenly snapped into clarity. Lu Lin naturally sensed the unusual movement beneath him. "What are you doing?" Accompanied by a mocking yet melodious laugh, a cold, boneless hand pressed against his chest, halting his advance. Lu Lin momentarily froze, his fingers just half a centimeter away from the woman's delicate waist. His entire being momentarily paused. However, within half a second, he regained his usual composure and indifference, stepping back from the passenger seat to look down from a height at the alluring woman within, speaking calmly. "It's quite late. What brings the second young lady here?" To this inquiry, Huo Wan raised an eyebrow with mild disinterest, casually tossing aside the thin blanket draped over her, then propping herself against the car door, preparing to alight. "I came out tonight to attend to some matters, and since it's not far from here, I decided to stop by. Moreover, there was a little incident here during the day, so I thought it prudent to check in." As she spoke, Huo Wan languidly exited the vehicle, scarcely granting the young man beside her a second glance. It was not until she was about to turn toward the villa's entrance that she cast him a sidelong glance, a smile dancing on her lips. "In any case, I did not intend to disturb you, but I must say, you have been rather proactive this time." It was late, and her entire body ached with fatigue. All she desired was a place to rest soundly, regardless of her surroundings or company. After all, the raven would ensure her safety. Experiencing such disregard for the first time, the young man watched helplessly as the figure he could almost touch brushed past him without hesitation. His steps gradually slowed, his long, slender legs feeling as if weighed down by lead, ultimately coming to a halt. Nearby, a girl in a white dress emerged silently from some hidden corner. Appearing behind Huo Wan, second young lady. The girl possessed long, straight, chestnut hair and eyes that sparkled like clear spring water, enhancing the serene beauty of her naturally fair complexion. Then, this emblematic visage of pure innocence loomed larger before Huo Wan. Shui approached, her voice a mere whisper meant for 2 ears, innocently biting her lip. Huo Wan. Huo Wan felt a subtle twitch in her eyelid. With that tone and expression, she couldn't shake the feeling of having become a heartbreaker. She also understood that although Shui's pure and delicate beauty was exceedingly pleasant to behold, failing to placate her could lead to a swift transformation into something grotesque and twisted. Look, at this moment, the girl's seemingly innocent eyes and the slightly pouted corners of her mouth were on the verge of cracking, hinting at an impending malevolent distortion ready to surface. Nevertheless, Huo Wan knew how to soothe her. She reached out, gently brushing aside the soft strands of hair framing the girl's face, offering a warm smile. You know how important he is to me. Only by letting you watch over him can I feel at ease. Shui was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her gaze, her mind racing to process Huo Wan's words. Her pale, slender fingers twisted together, and a smile of joy gradually emerged on her face. So, that's how it is. Nearby, the raven observed silently. One can only say that among those on the current mercenary assassin rankings, very few possess any semblance of normalcy. Of course, he is an exception. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by Huo Wan, who insists on having a blade like Shui by his side, he would have long since dealt with this madwoman. Shui, known for her fondness for skinning and flaying, and for adorning herself with human bones, would make a splendid human-faced drum. The very thought brings him great satisfaction. When the day arrives that Huo Wan no longer requires Shui, he shall indeed fulfill this desire. During their conversation, Shui keenly sensed the penetrating gazes directed at her from 2 utterly contrasting directions, those profound stares threatening to sear through her forehead and the back of her head. Instead of feeling discomfort, a fervent exhilaration ignited within her. Given her current abilities, while overcoming the raven may pose a challenge, it is not altogether impossible. As for Lu Lin, he is as fragile as glass. Sooner or later, Huo Wan will no longer have use for Lu Lin. When that moment arrives, a violin fashioned from human bones will surely find its place in Huo Wan's collection. Huo Wan, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, chose to break the silence, making her way toward the entrance. I heard someone visited here during the day. What happened afterward? Prompted by Huo Wan's inquiry, Shui recalled the matter at hand, hastening to follow in Huo Wan's footsteps as she explained. It's nothing. Probably just some private detectives who lost their way, peeking through the window before departing. With me around, you needn't worry. 2nd Mississippi. The residents of the Silver Bay community are an open secret throughout Huadu. The prominent figures of Huadu often keep their prized canaries here, and Huo Wan is no exception. Lu Lin is a prime example. Thus, it is common for private detectives hired by original spouses to infiltrate this place, seeking to uncover the clandestine affairs of their husbands or wives. Consequently, both Shui and Lu Lin have grown accustomed to such occurrences. Huo Wan entered the password and unlocked the door, flashing a faint smile. The task of observing Lu Lin, which Shui had initially perceived as a tedious chore, suddenly invigorated her spirit. She almost patted her chest in assurance. Rest assured, 2nd Miss, I will handle this matter. I shall not disappoint you. Upon entering the living room, Huo Wan made her way directly to the spiral staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Just before ascending, as if struck by a sudden thought, she turned to face the girl behind her. It's quite late. I think I'll rest for a while. You should also take some time to rest. Had Huo Wan not taken the initiative to suggest this, Shui would likely have remained at her door all night long. Indeed, Shui appeared unusually spirited, her eyes sparkling as she grasped the railing and shyly remarked, It is time to rest, but shouldn't you take a bath first? I'll prepare some clean clothes for you and run hot water for the tub. Huo Wan lazily draped an arm over the railing, gazing at Shui's pure and delicate features for a moment before a knowing smile graced her lips. No need. You must know why I came here at such a late hour. Shui, initially reluctant to ponder further, found herself ensnared by Huo Wan's suggestive tone. For what purpose? Shui felt as though struck by lightning. Indeed, Huo Wan had come all this way at such a late hour. Was it not to see Lu Lin? No, it was for something else entirely. Huo Wan, having achieved her purpose, curved her lips into a faint smile, gracefully turned, and continued her ascent up the steps. The breeze carried her light, languorous, yet unyielding warning. Since you have grasped the situation, do not disturb me later, otherwise. You know my temper well. Shui immediately wilted, watching Huo Wan grow increasingly distant. Turning, she faced the cool youth who had just crossed the threshold. Upon encountering Lu Lin, her expression shifted instantly to one of cold severity. You, go upstairs, move quickly. This fellow was so slow, she must not keep Huo Wan waiting. Chapter 093. Not sleeping, does he wish for her to take some action? In Shui's eyes. If Lu Lin could not even fulfill the role of warming Huo Wan's bed, then he was rendered utterly worthless. With no value left, did that not mean she could act against him? As she pondered, the aloof boy, exuding an air that kept others at bay, had already passed her by, steadily climbing the steps. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Huo Wan had scarcely entered when the ivory door behind her stirred. Casually tossing her coat onto the bedside table, she languidly declared, laden with fatigue, "It's late, I need to rest. You can sleep on the sofa, just like before." With that, Huo Wan lazily sank into the soft embrace of the bed. The familiar, clean scent of chamomile filled the air, mingled with Lu Lin's essence, causing all her sharp, aggressive energy to dissipate. Of course, as she reclined in the soft gray bedding, she noted the fleeting furrow of the boy's brow. She had forgotten one thing. Lu Lin despised the scent of blood. Unfortunately, she still bore the remnants of that scent. No wonder he frowned. At that moment, Lu Lin stepped across the threshold, shutting the door behind him, and then the lights. The alluring woman who had taken over his pillow and blankets innocently stretched her hands towards him, as if to say, "I apologize for forgetting your aversion to the scent of blood, but I lack the energy to shower right now. I will have the housekeeper come tomorrow to thoroughly clean this room." In conclusion, Huo Wan added, "Rest assured, the sheets and blankets will be changed as well." The boy approached, his seemingly emotionless gaze sweeping over Huo Wan's face, lingering yet elusive, never once leaving her visage. Finally, he halted at the foot of the bed, towering over the woman who had buried herself within the dark bedding. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading upon her form. The languor only enhanced her extraordinarily beautiful mixed-race features, as if she were born to be so flamboyant, like a siren intruding upon another's world. He gazed at her without mentioning the source of the metallic scent, his tone neither warm nor cold, lacking any particular flavor. "Is the second young lady merely here for a brief rest at this late hour?" Huo Wan, with her eyes closed, appeared utterly fatigued, her voice reduced to indistinct murmurs. "What else could it be? Do you wish for me to engage in something with you?" Setting aside whether she harbored any such thoughts about Lu Lin, the mere presence of Li Zhuyu had already drained her energy. She had no intention of inviting further burdens upon herself. Moreover, Li Zhuyu was undeniably more pleasing to the eye than Lu Lin, with a disposition far more agreeable, aside from being somewhat fierce and difficult in bed, seemingly devoid of other flaws. Thus, she had no current inclination to seek out a different companion. Certainly, before Li Zhuyu's arrival, she had little interest in the other men around her. Even after 3 years with Lu Lin, she had only broached the subject once, and that was only in a state of inebriation. After all, having invested so much of her resources in him, it seemed a pity not to have experienced it at least once. However, that time, she had been turned down. Since then, she had never brought it up again. As for the reason for the rejection, it seemed to stem from her drunken state, during which she had misspoken. What exactly she had said to Lu Lin that night was a complete blank upon waking. Yet, Lu Lin appeared to remember it for years, refusing to divulge a single word. Even knowing Huo Wan was in a state of extreme fatigue, Lu Lin hesitated before finally inquiring, "The day after tomorrow, I shall visit my sister, second young lady." She suddenly opened her eyes, softly interrupting him. "Furthermore, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. Since you do not favor Shui, I shall arrange for others to accompany you. Rest assured, I will have him discreetly follow you, ensuring you are not disturbed." The room fell into an inexplicable silence, devoid of all sound. At the foot of the bed, the young man remained motionless for a prolonged moment, the slender fingers hidden beneath his sleeves gradually curling. He seemed disappointed, yet it was as if he had anticipated this outcome, a hint of sarcasm gracing his lips. Has the second young lady already forgotten, despite it being only the 3rd year? Huo Wan closed her eyes and let out a cold laugh. If this conversation continued, she would soon be rid of any semblance of fatigue. "No matter how you perceive it, in your heart, have I not always been regarded as a cold-blooded and unapproachable individual?" In the past, his presence had inexplicably instilled a sense of calm within her, often alleviating her restless spirit. Furthermore, when he remained silent, Even merely existing beside her, he bore an uncanny resemblance to that person.
Now.
He had yet to utter many words, yet she found him particularly bothersome. Chapter 94. In the dead of night, what else could Li Zhuyu be doing but hunting? Though Huo Wan did not open her eyes, she could still feel the profound gaze directed at her from the foot of the bed. She freed a hand to press against her aching temples. You do not intend to stand there watching me until dawn, do you? Lu Lin was momentarily taken aback. As if he had only just realized he had been gazing intently at Huo Wan for an extended period, swiftly diverting his complex gaze. Huo Wan turned over, her voice as languid as a feather, muffled beneath the blankets. Rest assured, the caregiver attending to your sister is quite experienced and will ensure her safety. However, do remember to maintain a distance from her. Indeed, she had promised Lu Lin that she would accompany him to the mountain sanatorium every 3 months to visit his sister.
Lu Yan.
In addition to these regular visits, she would also be there for Lu Yan on her birthday and during the New Year celebrations. Speaking of Lu Yan, fate had truly played a cruel joke on her. Lu Yan had once worked under Huo Wan as her personal assistant, but during a business trip abroad, she was kidnapped by Huo Wan's adversaries, enduring days of torment. When she was finally rescued, she was unrecognizable, having been driven to madness. The mere sight of an adult male or sharp objects would plunge her into sheer terror, often leading to uncontrollable screams and self-harm. Despite her mental breakdown, Lu Yan retained only a memory of Huo Wan, trusting no one else but her, permitting only Huo Wan to approach her. This was precisely why Lu Lin always hoped Huo Wan would accompany him during his visits to Lu Yan. Only in her presence could he draw closer to his sister. The tragic history of the Lu siblings is indeed heart-wrenching. Their parents divorced early, each remarrying and moving abroad, leaving no one to care for the two of them. Thus, Lu Lin was effectively raised by his sister Lu Yan, who he cherished dearly. When Lu Yan fell into her plight, Lu Lin had just reached adulthood. Still pursuing his studies in the arts, an expensive endeavor, it was Huo Wan who assumed responsibility for Lu Lin's tuition, nurturing him into what the world would come to recognize as a remarkably talented young pianist. After Lu Yan's incident, Huo Wan sought out the finest psychiatrists both domestically and internationally, admitting her to the most prestigious psychiatric hospital in Z country. Now 3 years have passed, and there are still no signs of improvement in Lu Yan's condition. Perhaps she would lead the remainder of her life in this state of delirium and confusion. Interestingly, Huo Wan had never inquired of Lu Lin whether he harbored resentment toward Lu Yan for her current state. It wasn't that she was indifferent. Rather, the answer seemed all too evident. A normal person would likely feel animosity. After all, Lu Yan's plight was undeniably linked to her own actions. Had she not taken Lu Yan with her on that fateful trip abroad? Had Lu Yan not substituted for her in negotiations with those foreign arms dealers? Would the outcome have been different? However, this foolish thought flickered through Huo Wan's mind only briefly before she resolutely dismissed it. No, the circumstances would have unfolded similarly. Lu Yan had been by her side since she first joined the Huo Corporation, privy to too many of her secrets and having participated in countless clandestine meetings. Those who possess excessive knowledge often meet unfortunate fates, though such conclusions may merely arrive sooner than anticipated. Fortunately, life still lingers, and as long as breath persists, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yet it is a harsh reality that some individuals can seize this opportunity while others cannot. In a state of drowsiness, the moonlight poured into the room, illuminating the weary figure of Huo Wan, who gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting into a profound slumber. As the room fell into a hush, save for the gentle rhythm of breathing, the young man seated on the sofa, resembling a stone statue, silently rose. He moved with delicate grace, approaching the bedside with measured steps. His tall silhouette cast a shadow over the bed, prompting the woman, whose brow was slightly furrowed in her sleep, to unconsciously relax her elegant features. Half of Huo Wan's face was buried in the pillow, her silky hair obscuring her profile. Lu Lin, backlit by the moon, rendered his handsome visage indistinct, yet one could sense his cautious breaths and the exquisite gentleness of his movements. He then leaned down slowly and picked up a light blanket from the corner, tenderly draping it over the figure that occupied the center of the bed. In her dreams, Huo Wan felt an unfamiliar softness envelop her, instinctively attempting to resist. As she turned once more, the loose collar of her garment slipped, revealing an array of varied red marks adorning her fair shoulders and neck, intruding into the young man's view without warning. The marks, illuminated by the moonlight, were particularly striking, extending downwards as well. Being an adult, Lu Lin understood well what these marks signified and the implications they carried. This shocking sight momentarily froze his actions, leaving his mind blank and his body rigid. In her slumber, Huo Wan seemed to sense something amiss, yanking the blanket away before turning completely away from the bedside. Sinking back into a peaceful sleep, In the deep of night, in the heart of Huadu City, within a hospital VIP ward corridor, Hu Jiao appeared pale and shaken. Just then, the door to the room swung open, revealing a tall man clad in black and masked, who had been pressing a gun against her back, now discreetly withdrew it. Seizing the moment before she could react, the man swiftly elbowed her at the back of the head, ensuring she was unconscious before he propped her onto a bench. Inside the VIP room, the incessant beeping of the heart rate monitor echoed, reflecting the fluctuations of old Master Huo's heartbeat. The alarming and irregular readings had already alerted the hospital's main desk, prompting medical personnel to rush towards the source of the sound, the hurried footsteps resonating down the corridor. In close proximity, the objective had been achieved. Two men in black exchanged knowing glances, swiftly executing their prearranged escape plan through a secure passage.
Under the moonlight,
A black Maybach sped away from the city center towards the outskirts. Despite the driver pressing the accelerator almost to the floor, the precious yet gloomy youth in the back seat maintained a cold demeanor. The car window reflected the sharp, flowing contours of his profile, while his silver eyes mirrored the oppressive darkness outside, enveloping him in an atmosphere of profound restraint. His voice was equally frigid. Drive faster. The blonde driver felt as though an array of nails had suddenly embedded themselves in his back, making him squirm with unease. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, mustering the courage to glance at the rearview mirror. My lord, if I may be so bold as to inquire, at this late hour, why do you wish to venture to such a remote location, and why have you summoned only me? In the dead of night, not only had their capricious duke commanded him to appear within 10 minutes, but he had also tossed him a set of car keys, instructing him to drive to a desolate area where even a murder could go unnoticed for quite some time. It was all exceedingly strange. Was there not an old saying in Country Z that new officials always burn 3 fires upon taking office? Could it be that their recently appointed duke was finally about to take action against him, an elder of the Gilsate family? Was it possible that Li Zhuyu had lured him to this wild outskirt under the pretense of cleansing the household? Li Zhuyu, already in a foul mood, caught the gaze reflected in the rearview mirror, and his thin lips twisted into a sinister smirk. I wouldn't mind if you fed the snakes I keep with those gray eyes of yours. What else could he do at such an hour? Naturally, he was here to catch someone in the act. Chapter 095. Catching someone was an underestimation of Huo Wan. He had underestimated her. He had actually believed such a flimsy lie. Had it not been for the fact that he had purchased the villa closest to where Huo Wan housed her beloved canary earlier that afternoon, stationed someone there to watch the comings and goings around the clock, he would never have known. She, at this late hour, around 3 in the morning, still had the energy to visit her wild man. He had indeed underestimated her vitality and capability. Was it not enough that they had engaged in 2 rounds of passionate entanglement earlier in the evening? At first, she had held the upper hand, attempting to tame him. Yet, only a few hours had passed, and she had the vigor to visit her pretty boy at Silver Beach. Li Zhuyu felt a fire ignite within him, his annoyance swiftly morphing into fury. Was it because she was a few years his senior, because her temperament was inherently unpredictable, or because his inexperience with the opposite sex allowed her to perceive him merely as a tool to be utilized and discarded? He cast a glance out the window. The simmering anger within him seemed to subside, but the dark, oppressive hue shadowing his brow remained unmasked. At Silver Beach, the white-clad girl pacing restlessly in the living room suddenly halted, as if sensing something. Hearing a noise from outside, Shui swiftly approached the window. Huo Wan instructed her not to disturb, thus she dared not ascend to the second floor, opting instead to spend the night in the living room. However, sleep eluded her, and she resolved to engage in some physical activity, hoping that exhaustion would eventually lull her into slumber. To her astonishment, in the dead of night, she unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. Perfectly, her newly sharpened blade had yet to taste blood. Shui sidled up to the window, concealed in shadows, and through the iron-barred gate, she beheld the door of a black Maybach being opened from within, under the orange glow of the streetlight. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, a youth of divine beauty stepped into her line of sight. The interplay of night and light merged, casting his tall, slender silhouette in stark relief against the dim illumination. For a fleeting moment, Shui found herself mesmerized, forgetting to blink.
To be candid,
she was not one to be swayed by appearances, nor did she harbor any particular interest in men. Yet, the youth approaching the entrance was breathtakingly handsome, rendering the blonde man trailing behind him utterly lackluster. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, she realized her vocabulary fell short of capturing the essence of her first impression of Li Zhuyu. He was strikingly beautiful, yet not effeminate. Every angle of his features was exquisitely chiseled, reminiscent of a splendid doll displayed in a shop window. However, the aura surrounding him was unsettling, tinged with an undercurrent of danger that evoked a sense of kinship within her. A moment later, as she continued to observe Li Juiyu, she absent-mindedly twirled the dagger in her hand, pondering why he seemed familiar. Was there a resemblance to Lu Lin? Yet, he was undeniably more attractive than Lu Lin. Enthralled by Li Juiyu's presence, she lost track of time, only to realize that the raven had silently materialized in the living room below. Reacting instinctively, she swiftly positioned herself at the doorway, proclaiming, "Let me handle this. I am in dire need of a beautiful bone, and he seems quite fitting." The raven, expressionless, seized her collar and unceremoniously tossed her aside, not sparing her a glance, and coolly cautioned, "If you wish to remain alive, abandon this foolish notion." On what grounds? If Shui truly sought death, he would not impede her. However, the individual outside was Li Juiyu. As someone of significance to Huo Wan, he would ensure no harm befell him. Thus, he succinctly explained, he is the second young lady's fiancé. Moments later, uncertain, she blinked and asked, "Are you referring to Jishin?" "That was the second young lady's former fiancé," Shui exclaimed, suddenly slapping her forehead. "Oh right. So, he is that someone from the Lin family? The second young lady's former fiancé before that." As the door gradually opened wider, the figures of two individuals standing at the threshold came into view. Their gazes met, and the raven initiated the greeting, "Young Masterly." Li Juiyu had little impression of Raven, yet it was evident that he was affiliated with Huo Wan and was acquainted with him. Observing the expression on Raven's face, which bore no surprise, the smile lingering at the corners of his lips took on a deeper significance. "It's quite late. Haven't tea rested yet? I am aware that the second young lady is here. She must be in the room upstairs, so I would appreciate your guidance." Chapter 096, Capturing the Adulterer. Raven, I was solely focused on preventing Shui from taking action against Li Juiyu, neglecting to remind Huo Wan of his arrival. "What's the matter? Is it inconvenient?" His gentle, soothing voice, accompanied by the angelic purity of his youthful visage, effortlessly disarmed all defenses, especially with those clear silver eyes that, when locked onto someone, easily ensnared their thoughts. The golden-haired man behind Li Juiyu was utterly captivated, bewildered by this contrasting side of their master. Who was this person that usually demanded they be fed to snakes? Who was the one that whimsically toyed with them whenever in a foul mood? Though Li Juiyu feigned inquiry into the inconvenience, he soon stepped forward, crossing the threshold with his long legs. "Raven, Shui, it does seem rather inconvenient at the moment. What exactly is happening now?" This was Shui's first encounter with Li Juiyu, just having learned that this doll-like youth was Huo Wan's new fiancé. How absurd it was for Huo Wan to forsake such a gentle and exquisite fiancé to seek out the unromantic iceberg, Lu Lin, at such an hour. What a waste of beauty. However, the pressing concern was that, by the timeline, Huo Wan should be upstairs entangled with that fellow, Lu Lin. Allowing Li Juiyu to ascend now would surely lead to a scandalous confrontation. Or was it that Li Juiyu's late-night visit was intended for such a purpose? If that were the case, it would be utterly thrilling. The second young lady has already retired, Shui thought, silently tightening her grip on the dagger concealed behind her back. Despite her intention to bar Li Juiyu's way, her body instinctively parted for him. Driven by an innate curiosity to witness the unfolding drama, she genuinely wished for Lu Lin to be swiftly cast aside and shunned by Huo Wan, thus liberating her from the duty of protection. Meanwhile, Li Juiyu smiled in her direction. Such a captivating smile. It was rare for her to encounter a male so exquisitely handsome, especially with the refreshing fragrance of mint that enveloped him, momentarily leaving her entranced. Yet, as he drew nearer, a peculiar sensation stirred within her, a disquieting contradiction that hinted at an unsettling presence, accompanied by a sense of disorientation. The more beautiful the exterior, the more perilous it seemed. This thought inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Then, that seemingly gentle yet profoundly dangerous aura swept past her. Li Juiyu had approached the staircase leading to the second floor, his fair, slender fingers resting on the banister. His voice, warm and delicate, cascaded downwards towards the rear. "I am well aware of Wan Yao's temperament. I would never intentionally cause you any distress. It suffices to inform me of her whereabouts, and I shall proceed on my own." With such words spoken, there was no alternative. The raven stepped forward to intercept him, gravely stating, "I apologize, young Masterly, but the second miss prefers to be undisturbed during her repose." Li Juiyu, however, displayed no sign of displeasure. Rather, he patiently elucidated, "Given the nature of my relationship with her, I believe entering each other's quarters should not pose a significant issue. Even if she were to blame you, I would bear the responsibility." His seemingly translucent silver eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed an eerie shadow. Was there something unspeakable within her chamber? Whether it was Li Zhuiyu's deliberate elongation of his words or the inherent charm of his magnetic voice, Xu found his insinuation rather pointed. Unspeakable matters? Surely, that must refer to Lu Lin. In truth, Li Zhuiyu had long been aware that Lu Lin was presently in Huo Wan's room. When did this man's heart become as elusive as a needle in the ocean? Upon hearing his remark, Xu nimble mind narrowed her eyes, and she smiled ambiguously. How could that be? Do you not trust the second miss? Li Zhuiyu merely curled the corner of his lips. Whether in amusement at her clumsy attempt at subterfuge or in mockery of this futile delay, when he raised his gaze once more, his inky lashes fluttered, revealing a pair of silver eyes swirling with tumultuous mist and shadow, a frigid chill suddenly manifesting, carrying an air of lethal intent. Yet his tone remained gentle, creating a stark contrast. In that case, you too should retire early. There is no need to follow me. Xu did not overlook the unfamiliar and terrifying glint in his eyes. Her arms, clasped behind her, subtly shifted, ready to respond at a moment's notice. She stealthily took a step forward, attempting to approach him without arousing his suspicion. I apologize, young Master Li. While you are the second Mrs. Fiancé, it is still improper to enter her room unannounced. Moreover, you are well aware of her temperament. I advise you to reconsider. This time, Li Zhuiyu could no longer maintain his smile. He disregarded Xue's warning, resolutely ascending the next step. Just as he turned to tread upon the staircase, a fierce gust of wind surged past him from behind. Xu appeared to follow slowly, yet she swiftly launched her attack. Of course, she wielded no weapon, but rather raised her hand, fingers together, striking with the force of thunder towards the nape of Li Zhuiyu's neck, aiming to incapacitate him. However, the anticipated strike did not connect. Instead, her wrist was caught firmly by a large hand in an utterly improbable manner. The grip was so powerful it felt as if it would crush her bones, yet it still allowed for a modicum of restraint, preventing her wrist from breaking. As she let out a melodious chuckle, the youth resolutely released her wrist. In that moment, she distinctly perceived the cold indifference lurking within his gaze, a look tainted with disdain. Even the raven was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Li Zhuiyu possessed such remarkable skill, able to counter Snow Yi's strike. The golden-haired man behind Li Zhuiyu was equally stunned. He instinctively sought to intervene, only to find that Li Zhuiyu was quicker. However, his shock stemmed from Snow Yi's reckless audacity. Was this woman courting death? Did she truly fear not being fed to snakes? Although this was Z country, in Huadu, where the rigid hierarchies of the imperial realm did not apply, the wealth and influence of the Gilsate family, along with their ties to the imperial royalty, were still coveted by countless aristocratic families in Huadu. Li Zhuiyu, or rather his true name, Caesar, was the newly appointed heir of the Gilsate family, having recently ascended to the hereditary title of Duke by the Emperor's decree. However, due to certain unavoidable circumstances, he had yet to publicly reveal himself, concealing his appearance, leaving very few acquainted with his true identity. Noticing that Snow Yi had ceased her attempts to obstruct him, Li Zhuiyu turned and continued to ascend the staircase with calm detachment. The raven, observing this, finally resolved to act, yet was halted by the previously unassuming golden-haired man. Pardon me for interjecting, but I believe the two accompanying Miss Huo are not ordinary individuals. If matters were to escalate, it might become quite unsightly, especially at this late hour. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from conflict. The golden-haired man, with a quintessentially Western visage, squinted and smiled, seemingly offering sage advice. Yet, like Snow Yi, he was prepared to strike at any moment. As for the matters between Miss Huo and our young master, let them resolve it amongst themselves. Wouldn't you agree? Though the man before them revealed no hints of his identity, his tone and the aura he exuded were enough to ascertain that he was not to be trifled with. His habit of squinting while speaking only added to his peculiar demeanor. Oh, my apologies. I neglected to introduce myself. You may call me Lorian. At this moment, I am merely an exceedingly ordinary individual, far from anything remarkable. As for how ordinary, he was simply an unremarkable butler, hardly worth mentioning. On the second floor, having already familiarized himself with the layout of the villas in Silver Bay, locating the master bedroom was not a challenge for Li Zhuiyu. He approached the door of the master bedroom but paused at the threshold. Whether it was the exceptional soundproofing of the door or the occupants within having concluded their business, no sound emanated from within. His thoughts abruptly halted. He could no longer delve deeper into contemplation. The anger he had carried upstairs had now entirely dissipated. Even he himself was uncertain. If he were to knock on this door and find a scene beyond his comprehension awaiting him, what would he do? Would he completely upend the chessboard of the Huo family and subsequently depart from Huadu, never to set foot here again? Or would he concede? No. In matters such as these, concession was not an option. Perhaps he would simply turn away without uttering a single question, severing all ties to anything related to Huo Wan. Yet prior to that, he would need to deal with the man inside the room. This seemed to be the most probable outcome. Surprisingly, just as Li Juyu raised his hand to knock, the door swung open of its own accord from within. Chapter 097. Caught in the act. He had apprehended the man. What of Huo Wan? A few minutes earlier, in the bedroom, the moonlight appeared particularly bright and piercing. Gazing at the woman sleeping soundly in the center of the bed, Lu Lin, seated at a distance on the sofa, found himself utterly devoid of drowsiness. Over the past 3 years, he had shared countless such nights with Huo Wan. Just like this, they occupied the same room. She lay in bed while he remained on the sofa. Of course, Huo Wan had suggested numerous times that he join her in bed, yet he had consistently declined. Thus, a habit formed over time. She would seek him out in the dead of night, typically during moments of profound distress or injury. They would do nothing but coexist in the same space. Even in silence, she would occasionally glance his way, as if she could see another person through him, until, ultimately, she would drift into a quiet sleep. The next morning, she would awaken transformed, returning to her decisive, unhesitant self, departing without a backward glance. It was precisely for this reason that, regardless of how cold or disdainful he appeared towards her, she insisted on keeping him close. But tonight, he had witnessed the marks left by another man upon Huo Wan. That scene, with its intense impact, rendered his mind blank for several seconds. It was as if something had shattered, or perhaps something had slipped away. A piece of his heart felt hollow, filled instead with a chilling breeze that stirred a pang of emptiness. He ought not to experience any emotional upheaval. He could develop feelings for anyone, but never for Huo Wan. Yet, as he watched her peacefully sleeping before him, like on any of the countless tranquil nights over the past 3 years, his heart could not remain composed. A torrent of emotions surged within him, and Lu Lin ultimately found himself unable to maintain his calm demeanor. He decided to rise from the sofa. A stroll outside, or perhaps a change of scenery. Might that alleviate his turmoil? With this thought, he quietly approached the door and grasped the doorknob.
Click.
The corridor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, enveloped in a profound stillness, illuminated only by the sporadic moonlight. The moment he opened the door, it felt as though all light had been devoured by the encroaching darkness. The tall figure standing at the threshold abruptly collided with Lu Lin's gaze. With a disconcerting, dangerous chuckle that seemed to freeze time itself, Li Juyu sarcastically curled his thin lips, his gaze barely skimming across Lu Lin's face. Observing that he was clad only in a robe, with veins prominently visible at his temples and an icy glint in his eyes, Li Juyu suppressed the urge to strike, stifling the surging anger within him as he chose to disregard Lu Lin as if he were mere air, stepping forward to cross the threshold. He had caught the man in the act, but where was Huo Wan? Until this moment, a flicker of hope lingered in Li Juyu's heart that Huo Wan was not in this room, nor in this house. Anywhere else would suffice. Though Lu Lin had never encountered Li Juyu before, the aura of overwhelming malice radiating from him offered an unspoken answer, causing his delicate lips to thin into a line. A long arm then interposed itself before Li Juyu. Lu Lin blocked his path, deliberately lowering his voice to ensure he did not awaken Huo Wan, who appeared more fatigued than usual and was already asleep. He should not be disturbed. Chapter 098. Had Huo Wan touched Lu Lin? How could she not have? At this, the tall, elegantly arrogant youth at the door broke into a smile of fury, his exquisite features rendering the sardonic expression all the more pronounced. Do you know who I am? Li Juyu was bewildered. How could this man, a kept boy of Huo Wan's, possess the audacity to speak to him in such a manner? Perhaps just half a minute ago, Lu Lin had been uncertain of Li Juyu's identity. But now he was sure. The man who had come knocking in the dead of night, exuding an oppressive aura while striving to contain his wrath, must be Huo Wan's new fiancé, the last scion of the once illustrious Li family, Li Juyu. In truth, this young master, adopted by the Huo family, was quite renowned in the upper echelons of Huadu, albeit his fame differed from that of the other 3 heirs of the Huo family, who garnered reputations in various fields. This young master of the Li family was celebrated for his striking looks. With such a handsome visage, even if he were to fail in becoming the Huo family's favored son-in-law, countless wealthy women would be eager to support him. However, mere conjecture could not substantiate anything. The news of Huo Wan's engagement to Li Juyu had surfaced in the gossip columns, boldly highlighted in red. The man depicted in the accompanying photographs bore an uncanny resemblance to the one standing before him, with the sole distinction that Li Juyu was even more conspicuous in person. It was hardly surprising that Huo Wan would be drawn to such a man. Yet, the rivalry among men has never rested solely on appearances. They would never concede that anyone could surpass them in looks, power, status, and wealth remain the most acknowledged measures of worth in the eyes of the world. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was how Huo Wan perceived the two of them. Before Li Zhuyu, Lu Lin appeared as composed and unperturbed as he would be in the presence of an ordinary person. His voice, low yet chillingly resonant, conveyed an unmistakable air of detachment. I know what you wish to inquire about, but this is not the appropriate venue for such discourse. With that, he stepped forward, casually shutting the door behind him, seemingly indifferent as he brushed past Li Zhuyu, aligning himself on the same plane. He then turned his gaze towards Li Zhuyu, his tea-colored eyes tranquil as still water, revealing not a hint of turbulence, silently beckoning him to follow. Li Zhuyu did not immediately take a step to accompany him. Instead, he remained rooted in place, one hand tucked into his pocket, scrutinizing Lu Lin's icy figure for a moment. He seemed to meld with the night, his presence more profound and perilous than the darkness itself, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. His glass-like silver eyes shimmered with an unsettling coldness. As he assessed Lu Lin, a sense of endless derision filled his thoughts. Was this truly the man who had been nurtured by Huo Wan for 3 years? Beyond his youthful appearance, he appeared rather unremarkable, lacking anything exceptional. In Li Zhuyu's perspective, he was, in fact, quite ordinary. Yet, what perplexed him was how a woman with Huo Wan's assertive disposition could endure such a character for 3 years. Or perhaps Lu Lin's aloofness was directed solely at others, while he treated Huo Wan differently. Or was there some other remarkable quality he possessed? For instance, in bed? The mere thought flickered briefly in his mind before Li Zhuyu furrowed his brow, forcing himself to close his eyes and empty his thoughts. Yet, in the next moment, his raven-like lashes trembled imperceptibly, a restless fury stirring within his veins. Whether during Huo Wan's overt seduction or while he held her close, she had never seemed inexperienced in such matters. Could it be that her prowess stemmed from the nights spent with this infuriating man? Had Huo Wan already shared intimacy with Lu Lin before him, on that fateful night 3 years ago? Even if she had not, how many such nights had they shared since then? Surely, the number must be unfathomable. The more he contemplated, the more the fire in his chest blazed fiercely, and a metallic taste filled his throat. After all, she was a canary kept for 3 years. Could one truly refrain from touching even a single feather? Who could achieve such restraint? At this juncture, he ought to have turned and walked away, commanding that Lu Lin be dealt with, severing his skilled hands that played the piano and sending them to Huo Wan, while the remains were discarded to feed the serpents. However, the cold and haughty demeanor he had perceived from Lu Lin, coupled with the indifference directed towards him, ignited an unprecedented desire within him to personally dismantle that arrogance and crush his pride. Thus, the youth stood motionless at the threshold, fixated on the receding figure down the corridor. The drifting clouds obscured the silver moon in the night sky, shrouding its light within the layers of darkness that enveloped him completely. When he lifted his gaze once more, a striking crimson hue flickered within the depths of his soul, evoking an unsettling chill. Ahead, Lu Lin had already reached the doorway at the end of the eastern corridor, leading into his study. He grasped the doorknob firmly and pulled it down to open the door. Though the room lacked documents and books, it was furnished adequately. Observing Lu Lin's intimate familiarity with the villa's layout, Li Zhuyu suppressed the tumultuous surge of murderous intent boiling within him, forcing the veins throbbing beneath his pale skin to quell. Once he had steadied his emotions, he finally stepped forward, striding towards the end of the corridor. In the study, 2 young men, whose appearances and demeanor seemed similar yet were fundamentally different, seated themselves on an opulent leather sofa with an air of tranquility and composure. While Lu Lin sat upright and composed, Li Zhuyu languidly reclined against the sofa, reversing the roles of host and guest. Yet, it was evident that Lu Lin paid little heed to such matters. He spoke calmly, as if preparing for the storm that was about to descend. There are no other servants in this villa, only a housekeeper who works during the day. As it is quite late, I do not wish to descend and prepare tea for our meeting. Therefore, Master Li, I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Li Zhuyu was not surprised that Lu Lin had discerned his identity. On the contrary, it was his inability to deduce further that rendered the encounter dull and disappointing. Moreover, despite his humble demeanor and gentle expressions, the latter portion of Lu Lin's statement struck an oddly discordant note. Lack of hospitality? How amusing. Did he truly consider himself the master? My fiancé supports you. Is it merely for you to engage in the mundane tasks of an ordinary servant? At this, a fleeting smile, as elusive as a wisp of smoke, appeared on Lu Lin's otherwise impassive countenance, which bore no signs of thawing. His voice, calm and cool, seemed indifferent, as if entirely detached from the matter, yet it only served to darken Li Zhuyu's expression further. I believe this question should be directed towards the second miss rather than myself. However, Li Zhuiyu's subsequent words, delivered with a seemingly casual yet resonant tone, concealed a profound significance that stirred a tempest within Lu Lin, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of imminent danger. Chapter 099. Does he deserve it? Is he worth so much? She is still resting. Since you are unwilling to converse, I suppose I should seek out someone who is eager to engage with me instead of wasting time here. As he uttered these words, a subtle smile graced Li Zhuiyu's lips, and the corners of his eyes lifted slightly. It was unclear whether it was the magnetic allure of his voice or the deliberate clarity with which he articulated each word that imbued them with deeper meaning. I believe the asylum on Yanming Mountain, which specializes in the care of psychiatric patients, may hold the answers I seek. Yanming Mountain, Psychiatric Hospital. The mere mention of these two phrases visibly altered Lu Lin's expression. In the outskirts of Huadu lies a modest hill, which, despite its designation as a mountain, is merely a low elevation compared to the industrially charged city center. The environment atop this hill can be described as elegant and refreshing. Naturally, developers would not overlook this lucrative opportunity. Seizing the moment, they eagerly submitted bids to construct a series of resort facilities on Yanming Mountain, including a sanatorium tailored for the elderly and patients in need of recuperation. Over time, Yanming Mountain garnered a reputation, transforming into a favored retreat for the affluent elite of Huadu. Currently, Lu Yan resides in a sanatorium atop Yanming Mountain, which specializes in treating individuals with severe mental illnesses. Intelligent individuals often require little effort in communication. Lu Lin readily comprehended the implications of Li Zhuiyu's words. Although Li Zhuiyu held no real power within the Huo family, merely a nominal title as a young master, his position within the family granted him the ability to easily crush insignificant figures like them. To Lu Lin's surprise, Li Zhuiyu had conducted prior investigations into him and had even uncovered information about Lu Yan. Noting the subtle fluctuations of unease and vigilance on Lu Lin's face, Li Zhuiyu realized his suspicions were correct. Lu Lin's Achilles heel was his elder sister, Lu Yan. When he commanded Evan to investigate Lu Lin, the information gathered amounted to less than 2 pages, consisting of mundane details, his past experiences, educational background, and a series of accolades in piano performance. Though an art student, Lu Lin excelled academically, having amassed numerous awards during his schooling. His pursuit of piano and the arts seemed to stem from their mother, who had once been a music teacher before abandoning them. After perusing the information repeatedly, it revealed little of interest. However, tracing familial connections led to Lu Yan, which proved far more intriguing. Lu Yan had once been associated with Huo Wan, working closely under her until she inexplicably succumbed to madness and was confined to a psychiatric hospital for 3 years. Even more chilling was the fact that Lu Yan had been one of Huo Wan's confidants, privy to many secrets. Those who know too much often meet unfortunate ends. Thus, the circumstances surrounding Lu Yan's descent into madness invite speculation. Was it the result of some traumatic event, or did she uncover truths that were never meant to be known? Based on Li Zhuiyu's understanding of Huo Wan, the latter scenario seemed far more probable. This perception only deepened his intrigue towards Huo Wan, whose ruthless nature aligned perfectly with his expectations. Amidst the prolonged silence, Li Zhuiyu turned his gaze towards Lu Lin, his long, fair fingers gently tapping against the armrest of the sofa. In his aloof demeanor lay an unmistakable air of opulence. You appear somewhat surprised. Do you believe I would fail to uncover this layer of information, or do you think that with Huo Wan's presence, she would surely protect you? While appearances can be altered through various means, one's innate aura is not something that can be easily imitated, particularly by someone of Lu Lin's background. In such a comparison, Lu Lin appears increasingly frail and dependent. Once, there seemed to be a resemblance between them. Now, they seem worlds apart, devoid of any semblance. The atmosphere in the air felt as though it had been silent for a century. Before Lu Lin finally spoke in a measured tone, as for the temperament of the second miss, I believe that Master Li has been well aware of it during his many years at the Huo family. My sister was once by the second Mrs. side, and her descent into madness stemmed from attending a business meeting in the second Mrs. stead. With that, Lu Lin left the rest unspoken, confident that Li Zhuiyu would grasp the implication. Lu Yan's current state was a direct consequence of Huo Wan, and he had pledged to bear all her expenses until her complete recovery, with the utmost priority being her safety. Li Zhuiyu's intentions towards Lu Yan would not be tolerated by Huo Wan. Unexpectedly, his declaration provoked a light, carefree laughter from across the room. Very well. Even if what you say is true, the annual treatment costs on Yanming Mountain amount to millions. And the resplendent path laid out for you by her generous spending, does that not suffice to repay this debt? What Li Zhuiyu truly wanted to inquire was, Lu Lin, are you truly worth so much? Indeed, he posed the question aloud. Are you worth this much? To his surprise, The response from across the table was even more audacious. I do not consider myself to possess such high value, but if the second miss is willing, is that not enough? The seemingly frivolous remark from Lu Lin ignited an invisible tension. Yet, there was no trace of anger on Li Zhuiyu's face. Rather, he remained unfazed. With a hint of turbulent undercurrents in his glassy silver eyes, his lips curving into an enigmatic smile. The tranquil atmosphere had barely lasted a few seconds when a buzzing sound interrupted. A subtle premonition flickered in Lu Lin's mind, causing his expression to shift slightly. He briefly met the gaze of the man opposite him before slowly retrieving his phone from the pocket of his robe. The device continued to vibrate, displaying an unfamiliar number. He slid the answer button and brought the receiver to his ear. Before he could speak, a woman's sobs echoed from the other end. However, the most captivating aspect was the transformation of his expression. Gone was the calm demeanor, replaced by a visage filled with rage and hatred, his pupils trembling. Lu Lin clenched the phone tightly, his breath changing, his voice heavy and quivering. She is merely a child with the mind of a few years. What do you intend to do? The voice on the other end was all too familiar to him. He could not mistake it. It was Lu Yan. Panicked, he cast his gaze downward, wanting to reassure the woman on the line, but was met only with a chilling sound of the call being abruptly disconnected. Simultaneously, a disdainful laugh, reminiscent of something from the abyss, emanated from the black leather sofa across the room. Li Zhuiyu remained silent, merely curling his lips in a faint smile, his gaze as murky as the depths of a chasm. To extinguish the lives of the two siblings from the Lu family was as effortless for him as crushing an ant, without a shred of concern or hesitation. In truth, his time was far too precious to squander on such individuals. Yet, an insatiable curiosity stirred within him, compelling him to discern the nature of this canary, cherished and nurtured by Huo Wan for 3 years, and to uncover what prowess could have driven Huo Wan to such irrationality. To his dismay, this encounter proved utterly disappointing. If Huo Wan had been bewitched by such a character for 3 years, it left him somewhat disillusioned. In the silent standoff, time trickled away.
Lu Lin,
initially convinced that Li Zhuiyu would not easily harm Lu Yan, gradually found his composure shaken by the cries emanating from his phone. Until tonight, he had never interacted with Li Zhuiyu, having only heard tales of the young master raised in the Hua household. It was said that this young master possessed a simple, even timid nature, yet after tonight's meeting, Lu Lin could only conclude that Li Zhuiyu was a far cry from the rumors. Lu Lin, typically steady and composed, had never revealed his true emotions, even when subjected to scorn in Huo Wan's presence. However, this situation, involving Lu Yan, his only kin in this world, had thrown him into disarray. Should he now lower his voice and exhibit even a hint of submission, it would be tantamount to delivering his vulnerabilities directly into Li Zhuiyu's hands. Yet, his very demeanor was enough to expose Lu Yan as his Achilles heel. Though Lu Lin appeared to regain his composure, the gradual curling of his pale, slender fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. He cast a cold glance at Li Zhuiyu, silently demanding, "What do you wish for me to do?" Li Zhuiyu's unnaturally tranquil silence only intensified Lu Lin's anxiety. No one could predict Li Zhuiyu's next move. Amidst the incessant ticking of the clock, the hands of an antique timepiece, now hours behind, finally converged. The boy, whose lips bore a chill of muted hues, gradually lost the faint curve of a smile, revealing the lethal intent concealed deep within his gaze. Lu Lin found himself uncertain of the emotions that surged within as he met Li Zhuiyu's eyes.
Leave.
Lu Lin departed. At 4:40 in the morning, nearing 5, before dawn had yet to break, 3 figures stood in tense silence in the living room. They were alerted by the sounds emanating from the staircase, instinctively raising their eyes. Upon seeing Lu Lin descend, Shui seized a dagger from nearby and strode purposefully toward him. Finally caught in a predicament, have we? It seems the rightful partner has discovered your indiscretions. Observing Lu Lin's sullen and restrained demeanor, it was evident that he had been cast aside by Huo Wan.
Alas,
it was a pity that she could not witness the moment this man was abandoned. That scene, merely conjured in the mind, evokes an exquisite sense of exhilaration. Just as Shui intended to utter a few mocking words, he brushed past her without affording even a fleeting glance. Observing Lu Lin's silent departure towards the door, crows also rose, yet merely fixated on his retreating figure without making any effort to intervene. Shui sensed an undercurrent of unease and turned to cast a complex gaze at crows. Crows, too, lingered on Lu Lin's silhouette for several moments, hesitating on whether to follow or remain behind until he vanished from sight. At that moment, the blond man slouched against the sofa, nearly overwhelmed by fatigue, let out a resigned sigh, and leveraged the armrest to rise. Judging by appearance, he stood at least 190 centimeters tall, with distinctly Western features. His sharp facial contours were strikingly profound, and his expressive gray eyes were particularly captivating. He tucked his hands into the pockets of his suit, poised to depart, when he sensed two dark, scrutinizing gazes directed at him from the side, causing him to halt abruptly. Lorian, with his back to Shui and Crows, revealed a coldness on his face that contradicted his languid demeanor. Yet, as he turned to face them, that somberness transformed into a warm, carefree smile. "Apologies, my friends, but I must attend to a personal matter and take my leave. Another late night of overtime awaits me," he remarked, though he was, ironically, the one who despised working late the most. Under the night sky of Silver Bay, beside the tranquil Silver Lake, serenity enveloped the surroundings. The following day, the sun rose as usual. By midday, Huo Wan began to stir from her stupor, yet she chose to keep her eyes closed, unwilling to fully awaken, even lazily turning onto her side. However, in the next moment, her arm unexpectedly brushed against a foreign body. An unfamiliar sensation, an alien chest. The thread of vigilance within her mind snapped instantly. Last night, only Lu Lin had been in her room. Could it be that the person lying beside her now was Lu Lin? The mere thought, fleeting as it was, banished her drowsiness in an instant, compelling her to open her eyes wide. Chapter 101. How could Li Juyu be at her bedside? Yet, upon clearly discerning the identity of the person beside her, disbelief caused her pupils to dilate slightly. The curtains in the room were drawn back, allowing the bright sunlight to pour in, capturing her astonished expression on her unadorned face. Was she dreaming, or was this reality? The decor of the room indeed confirmed it was Silver Bay, a place familiar to her memory. But how could Li Juyu be in her bed, at her pillow? After all, it was Lu Lin who had spent the night in this very room. This realization meant that Li Juyu had already encountered Lu Lin. An ominous premonition surged through her mind, rendering her momentarily speechless. As Huo Wan's mind languished in a void of uncertainty, grappling with the elusive events that transpired after she succumbed to slumber the previous night, the youth beside her seemed to sense her subtle awakening. His magnetically resonant voice, tinged with a hint of fatigue, resonated from above. Awake? Huo Wan herself was oblivious to the expression adorning her face, unsure of how to manifest her feelings. Should she exhibit a bewildered confusion, or allow herself to be taken aback by Li Jueyu's unexpected presence at her bedside? Perhaps she could simply feel a twinge of embarrassment. Rarely did she find herself in such disarray, yet her mind was undeniably blank, rendering her uncertain of her next course of action. A deeper examination revealed an inexplicable and unwarranted sense of panic lurking within her. Though nothing untoward had occurred with Lu Lin, the moment her gaze met the boy's glassy silver eyes, an emotion akin to guilt caused her heart to flutter involuntarily, albeit only twice. Naturally, she refrained from inquiring how Li Juyu had come to be on her bed, nor would she foolishly seek answers about Lu Lin's whereabouts. Then, under the weight of his penetrating, fervent gaze, she feigned composure and propped herself up, reaching for her phone on the bedside table. Her brow furrowed slightly as the anticipated outcome materialized. Her phone had succumbed to a depleted battery and shut down. Clothes. Any article would suffice. Even a mere scrap of fabric. Exhausted from the previous night, she had not changed, simply collapsing into bed upon entering her room. The lingering scent of blood on her was quite pronounced, having festered overnight. It was remarkable that he could remain so composed lying beside her. Observing Huo Wan's deliberate avoidance of mentioning Lu Lin, Li Juyu remained silent, fixating on her for several moments before a barely discernible smirk graced his lips. Subsequently, at Huo Wan's behest, he raised his hand to unbutton his collar, methodically peeling away his black shirt. Huo Wan's gaze fell upon his pale, slender fingers as he meticulously undid each gilded button, revealing his well-defined torso before her eyes. While undeniably alluring, her singular desire this early was to take a shower, her mind preoccupied with nothing else. She felt an internal impatience, perceiving that Li Jueyu's unbuttoning was progressing at a rather leisurely pace. Suppressing her impulse to intervene, her eyes flitted erratically, as if she were entirely oblivious to the situation at hand, and she mustered the courage to instruct, "I shall take a shower. Please ask Shui, the girl fond of white attire, to bring me a change of clothes." With that, she lowered her gaze, snatched the black shirt from Li Jueyu's hands, cast aside the covers, and without a moment's hesitation, strode directly toward the bathroom. In the bathroom, Huo Wan stood within the confines of the separated shower area. Water cascaded from the overhead showerhead, streaming down her forehead in a mingling of warmth and coolness. As her once blank mind began to piece together the fragmented memories of the previous night, time slipped away unnoticed as the sound of the hairdryer filled the bathroom, its buzzing noise blending with the daze that enveloped Huo Wan. She was oblivious to the moment when the bathroom door was gently opened from the outside. However, It mattered little. Even without turning to look, she knew who had arrived. The expansive, well-lit mirror reflected the silhouette of the young man behind her, followed by the placement of a bag containing fresh clothes upon the vanity. As Huo Wan was drying her hair, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the tall figure behind her, causing her hand gripping the hairdryer to falter slightly. Oh, how her mind had wandered. She had forgotten that she was adorned in Li Zhuiyu's shirt, leaving him bare-chested. Thus, he had sought out Shui in this state, requesting her to procure a clean set of women's clothing for him. Noticing Huo Wan's prolonged gaze at her reflection, Li Zhuiyu's expression remained largely unperturbed. He gently took the hairdryer from her grasp, momentarily pressing the off button. The world around them returned to a state of tranquility, albeit accompanied by an undercurrent of awkwardness. It seemed he had discerned her thoughts, as a low, husky chuckle resonated behind her ear. The clothes were delivered this morning and have been sitting by the door. You simply didn't take them. Yet, had Huo Wan lifted her gaze to the mirror or turned to face him, she would have perceived that the warmth of his smile did not quite reach the depths of his eyes. As he spoke, the young man's slender fingers intertwined with her half-dried hair. He lowered his gaze to the strands caught between his fingers before glancing back at the mirror, his expression inscrutable. Then, he pressed the button to restart the hairdryer. With someone assisting her, Huo Wan naturally did not decline and allowed him to continue. Thus, the bathroom was once again enveloped in the hum of the hairdryer. Her hair, long and cascading to her waist, demanded a considerable amount of time to dry completely. After her bath, a delicate scent of geranium lingered in her hair and on her skin. Clad only in a black shirt that modestly covered her thighs, she leaned against the vanity, her bare face unadorned, yet still touched by a hint of weariness. Moments later, the buzzing ceased abruptly. As she lifted her eyelids again, she was taken by surprise when her fingers, resting on the vanity, were seized from behind. A frosty male presence enveloped her, drawing closer as if testing her boundaries, pressing her against the countertop. Her body stiffened, every contour rigid, as if frozen in time. This tension stemmed from an inner turmoil, a vague sense of guilt she could not quite comprehend. Even Huo Wan herself was uncertain about what she felt guilty for. If Li Zhuiyu refrained from mentioning Lu Lin, she would not voluntarily offer any explanations, choosing to act nonchalantly to avoid unnecessary complications. At least, that was her current intention. Fresh from her shower, her old clothes discarded in the laundry basket, she found herself in a state of near vulnerability, clad only in that black shirt belonging to the man behind her. As her long hair was brushed aside, the boy's other arm encircled her waist. His cool palm traversed her skin inch by inch. Soon, the contours beneath her shirt emerged, gathering into enticing folds, stirring a heavy breath and inciting an uncontrollable shiver that even caused her eyelashes to flutter. However, Huo Wan raised her hand to press down on his, halting his next move, and turned her gaze towards the mirror. At that moment, the reflection in the mirror was nothing short of intoxicating. The dark head nestled against her shoulder lifted, revealing the boy's stunningly beautiful face, akin to a blossoming flower, which now came into her view. Li Zhuiyu followed Huo Wan's gaze to the mirror, then let out a soft chuckle. A warm breath brushed against her neck, and a restrained, husky whisper seemed to draw her into an abyss. Are you unwilling? Or have you been thinking of other men since the moment you opened your eyes and saw me? The inevitable had finally arrived. The knife hovering over her head had indeed fallen. Huo Wan felt a strange sensation creeping over her as she was scrutinized by the gaze reflected in the mirror. Her scalp tingling. She felt, after a long time, like a prey long targeted, and the other's eyes undeniably held a restrained depression, along with a probing stare. The person in the mirror continued to gaze at her with an intensely deep look, their cold, unfeeling eyes evoking a suffocating sensation akin to a tightening throat. If I hadn't come last night, the person lying beside you this morning would have been him? Taking a deep breath, Huo Wan turned to face him, ready for confrontation and explanation, lifting her chin to meet that piercing gaze, offering a faint smile. There are no ifs, for I never indulge in assumptions. Haven't you already driven him away? What a resolute stance, what a refusal to entertain hypotheticals. Li Zhuiyu lowered his gaze and silently scoffed. At that moment, her ice-cold fingers, still glistening with droplets, touched his cheek. Her emerald green eyes, resembling cat's eyes, were laced with a bright smile, betraying little sincerity and a hint of insincerity. You are unlike him, and cannot be compared. Knowing too much would only harm you, and you wouldn't wish to hear it. So, let us not indulge in futile pursuits. Unable to compare? Or rather, incapable of comparison? There exists a vast difference between the two. Ultimately, what does it mean to seek out futility? Noticing Li Zhuiyu's silence, Huo Wan wore a helpless smile, lazily tilting her head. Well, when you arrived last night, I must have already been asleep. Can't you tell whether I had any dealings with other men before I fell asleep? Yet, just as her fingers began to withdraw, they were once again ensnared by the boy's icy hand. Li Zhuyu was no longer an innocent youth. The traces on the bed and bedding would reveal whether anything had transpired between her and Lu Lin. Indeed, last night, there was no intimate encounter between Huo Wan and Lu Lin, as evidenced by the remnants within the room and her domineering sleeping posture, which claimed the entirety of the bed. However, Li Zhuyu, gripping her delicate wrist as if it were devoid of bones, held her firmly between his chest and the narrow space of the wash basin, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Was there truly nothing that transpired last night? Has he not been by your side for 3 years? 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights. Surely, Huo Wan and Lu Lin must have shared something before. Untainted and pure? A lone man and woman cohabiting in a room, engaging in nothing but innocent conversations every night? Who would believe that? Upon hearing his words, Huo Wan gazed at him for a few moments, a meaningful smile suddenly blossoming upon her lips. Are you quite concerned about this? After all, he is currently your fiancé. How many men could tolerate their fiancé supporting another man outside? His eyes, deep and contemplative, were laden with insinuation. I am rather curious. The second young lady has changed 3 fiancés already. Can he truly remain unaffected? The he in this statement undoubtedly referred to Lu Lin. Huo Wan had indeed cycled through 3 fiancés, and as Lu Lin remained her kept canary, could he genuinely suppress his feelings about it? From the moment she opened her eyes, Huo Wan sensed that Li Zhuyu was stifling his anger. Yet, considering that he bore such an exquisite visage while being possessively jealous for her sake, she found it more amusing than bothersome. However, she could not simply watch him sulk indefinitely. If he were to leave in a huff, she would need to invest time in soothing him. Unlike Lu Lin, who could be placated with a bit of money or resources, or by accompanying him to visit Lu Yan, Li Zhuyu was not lacking in wealth, and his demeanor in bed was anything but tender. Her wallet could endure hardship, but her body could not. This time, Huo Wan almost instinctively proclaimed, he has no right to be concerned. Soft arms encircled his neck as she tilted her face upwards, smiling with keen interest. I cannot ascertain whether he cares, but it is apparent that you do. Over the years, few men had captured her attention. Her father held her to stringent standards and had already chosen her fiancé, leaving no room for her to pursue love freely. Moreover, her heart was wholly devoted to her career. Romance was merely an inconsequential diversion for her, previously, presently, and undoubtedly in the future. Yet Li Zhuyu, despite his youth, seemed to have a poor memory. Had he genuinely forgotten what transpired that night 3 years ago? That evening, she was to board a flight to Country F for a crucial business meeting. However, because of him, she missed her flight and could not reschedule. Ultimately, before dawn, at around 4 or 5 in the morning, she dragged her weary body to the airport, catching the earliest flight the next day. That night marked a first for both of them. Chapter 103. Lu Lin was merely a diversion. She could marry Li Zhuyu at any time. However, in contrast to Li Zhuyu, Huo Wan seemed to harbor no lingering resentment regarding that night. Not only did she depart in the early hours, but she also managed to catch the earliest flight out of Country Z. Yet it is undeniable that 3 years prior, she held a slight affection for Li Zhuyu. Though it was neither profound nor overt, merely a simple appreciation for his aesthetic appeal. Bound by the fact that he belonged to Jiao, she had deliberately distanced herself from him. Had it not been for that night when he audaciously knocked on her door and the old man inadvertently arranged their engagement, it is likely that their lives would have remained entirely unentangled. Huo Wan still encircled the youth's neck, burying her face in his embrace, languidly murmuring, well, he is merely a diversion. You're different. If you so desire, we can register our marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau at any time. Diversion? Li Zhuyu echoed with significant emphasis, each syllable weighted as if he intended to etch those words into someone's heart. The companion of Huo Wan for 3 years, Lu Lin, was labeled as a mere diversion. What, then, did that make him in her eyes? Although she professed that they could readily visit the Civil Affairs Bureau, he was all too aware that her motivation stemmed solely from the old man's insistence in pursuit of a larger share of the family fortune. Where was the sincerity in that? Sensing the subtle shift in Li Zhuyu's emotions, Huo Wan drew him closer, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his lips, neither profound nor heartfelt. Merely a fleeting taste. Then, tilting her head back, she sighed softly, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a delicate butterfly. Your jealousy is so pronounced that it might lead one to believe you are genuinely invested in me. Anyone familiar with Huo Wan would recognize her conversational style and intentions. She was cautioning Li Zhuyu against developing any inappropriate feelings for her. Otherwise, he would be the one left wounded. She had no need for emotions that rendered one vulnerable. At that moment, her chin was lifted anew, and the youth's other arm instinctively wrapped around her waist.
And what of him?
Do you feel the same, harboring not a shred of affection? Upon hearing this, Huo Wan could not suppress a secret laugh. How much disdain did Li Juyu truly hold for Lu Lin?
He.
He could not even bring himself to utter Lu Lin's name, perhaps deeming it beneath him. She let out a light laugh. If not, how much affection do you wish for me to invest in him? Then, in a teasing tone, she continued. As for me, I merely wish for your nod of agreement, so we can obtain our marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After that, even if you indulge in your jealous rants, at least we would have a legitimate status, would we not? Judging by the expression on Li Juiyu's face, his mood seemed considerably improved since the moment she had first opened her eyes. Yet, Huo Wan inexplicably felt exhausted. It seemed that soothing a man was a rather convoluted endeavor, requiring considerable mental effort. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? If not, I shall change my clothes now. All that needed to be said has been spoken, and her hair has been dried. Now he could venture outside, allowing her to change her attire. Yet, the imposing figure before her showed no inclination to budge. Rather, the arm encircling her waist tightened its grip. In their silent exchange, their gazes intertwined, and she sensed a flicker of unease, yet maintained an air of calm composure. The cold, slender fingers glided over the contours of the youth's well-defined chest, her lips curving into a faint, indifferent smile. If she were not mistaken, it must be around noon by now. Are you truly intending to? Li Juyu lowered his head, the shadow enveloping her, his breath brushing against her ear, akin to a kiss. Isn't the second young lady eager to register for marriage? She chuckled lightly. Indeed, do you finally consent? Perhaps it was due to the shirt she wore, one that belonged to him, that he was overly adept, swiftly undoing all the buttons with ease. Then, she found herself lifted by the very arms that had restrained her, like a mere doll placed upon the washstand. Tilting her head, a hint of helplessness flickered across her face. You've forgotten again. I dislike being in the bathroom. The reason for her aversion was straightforward. 3 years prior, on that fateful night, Li Juyu had been under the influence and had knocked on her door. Initially, she had kindly filled a bathtub with cold water, intending to call a doctor friend to assist him. Yet, before she could dial the number, she was abruptly pulled into the icy depths. Moreover, gazing at the bathroom walls invoked a shadow of psychological trauma. For 3 years ago, both she and Li Juyu were novices. When novices encounter each other, especially one under the influence, it inevitably leads to some rather unpleasant memories. Later, in a car heading to the airport at 4 or 5 in the morning, she felt such pain that her face turned pale. On the plane, even the cabin crew inquired if she was unwell. Thus, upon landing, she had Lu Yen procure some ointment for her. She truly detested being in the bathroom. Chapter 104. Grant him another chance to transform the dreadful memories of 3 years ago into something beautiful. Upon hearing this, Huo Wan felt a flicker of intrigue, deliberately elongating her tone, half smiling. It seems that night was merely a dream. With dawn, the dream dissipated. Li Juyu could not ascertain whether Huo Wan referred to that night 3 years ago, yet he distinctly perceived a gleam of amusement in her eyes. Even her gem-like green irises sparkled more alluringly. Her heart fluttered like an unanchored cloud, something he had never grasped nor possessed. Thus, he found himself uncertain about Huo Wan's ambiguous statement. Initially confident, he now felt a tinge of doubt as he beheld her expression brimming with mischief. In truth, Li Juiyu's focus rested on the phrase, not so pleasant. Was it truly so unbearable for her? Yet, for him, it appeared to be quite the opposite. As the atmosphere shifted suddenly, Huo Wan felt the air around her thickening with ambiguous whispers. It was a probing inquiry, one that seemed knowingly rhetorical. Perceiving his thoughts, she leaned closer while perched on the vanity, her delicate fingertips brushing gently along the line of his jaw. After a soft smile, she cut to the chase. Do you believe that what transpired in my bathroom 3 years ago was beautiful? Even though she had arrived in F country the following day, she had only mustered the energy to conduct business after resting at the hotel until evening. She had certainly noticed the fleeting glimmer in his youthful eyes, prompting her to approach him with even greater confidence and ease. With a light laugh, the distance between their lips dwindled to mere inches. Yet, before her final words could softly dissipate, a kiss descended from above, silencing her voice, as if to seize her very breath. The black shirt, which had recently adorned her form, lay forgotten on the floor. At such a moment, no one would concern themselves with such trivialities. Huo Wan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Having just bathed, she would soon find herself needing another wash. Time passed in an indeterminate haze. When she was lifted from the bathroom and placed upon the bed, Huo Wan suddenly recalled something. In truth, she had been contemplating this matter while still in the bathroom. The owner of this bedroom was Lu Lin, and thus, she and Li Juyu found themselves here, in this very bed, engaging in such acts. Was it inappropriate? Yet, was it not rather late to ponder such matters now? The shadow before her paused, gazing down with a leisurely intensity. The disparity in their physical endurance, coupled with her inadequate rest the night prior, left Huo Wan devoid of extra energy. Moments earlier, Li Juyu had already sensed her distraction. Her misty green eyes had lost focus, and the long lashes, adorned with shimmering tears, fluttered with diminished frequency. His gaze deepened, and with his cold fingers brushing over her lips, he inquired, "You aren't losing focus, are you?" His low, magnetic laughter carried an undercurrent of palpable danger. Caught off guard, Huo Wan's unfocused eyes seemed to briefly ripple with emotion before regaining their brilliance. Not long ago, his fingers had. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the tranquility of Silver Bay, chaos reigned in the hospital. Unable to reach Huo Wan, Li Juyu had also vanished, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Last night, an intruder had infiltrated the hospital, fabricating instructions from Huo Siming to relocate the bodyguards assigned by the Huo family, subsequently abducting Huo Jiao and entering the room of the elderly Huo. What transpired during their encounter remained a mystery. The elderly gentleman, already suffering from a mild stroke, had deteriorated in response to their words, requiring a ventilator for oxygen, and had yet to regain consciousness. Certainly, it is not only the elderly gentleman who has been admitted to the hospital. Last night, Han Chen was shot in the leg by Huo Wan, while Shen Wanrong suffered a stab wound to her left hand. Both individuals have now taken up residence in the ward. Huo Jiao leaned over Shen Wanrong's bedside, her eyes swollen and red, as if she had been weeping for an eternity, her tears now exhausted. Yet, upon witnessing Shen Wanrong's hand, wrapped in layers of gauze and bandages, fresh tears began to cascade down her cheeks once more. How could Huo Wan dare to act with such audacity? The patriarch has not yet truly departed from this world. If Huo Wan can behave so recklessly now, what chaos will ensue once the elder has truly passed? At that moment, the door creaked open, its handle turning under someone's grasp. A man entered, exuding an air of aloof elegance, his demeanor both refined and distant. Huo Jiao and Shen Wanrong exchanged varying expressions yet simultaneously turned their gaze toward the entrance. Huo Jiao stifled her tears, her voice trembling as she called out, "Brother." Shen Wanrong's gaze towards Huo Siming was undeniably complex. She raised her uninjured hand to gently stroke Huo Jiao's hair. "All right, Jiao, you should go keep watch over the old master. I need to speak with Siming privately." Since last night, Huo Siming had scarcely closed his eyes. In addition to dealing with the mess Huo Wan left in the wilderness, he had to manage matters at the hospital, dispatching individuals to investigate which faction had infiltrated the hospital to target the elder. Nevertheless, he handled each issue with remarkable composure, undeterred by the chaos surrounding him. Understanding it was Madame Huo's wish, Huo Jiao complied and rose from the bedside. However, as she passed by Huo Siming, her sorrowful, red-rimmed eyes glared at him indignantly. "Brother, are you truly going to stand idly by while Huo Wan harms mother and Chinga?" Huo Siming lowered his gaze, his tone remaining placid. "It is my fault for not arriving in time to prevent it." Huo Jiao's lips curled into a sardonic smile, her slender fingers clenching into fists. In front of Shen Wanrong, she unleashed the pent-up dissatisfaction that had long been festering within her. "Given the circumstances, do you still wish to deny it? You are more lenient towards Huo Wan than you are towards your own sister. After she has committed such an act, you have yet to take her directly to the police. Instead, you contemplate shielding her?" Huo Siming's expression remained unchanged. His amber eyes concealed behind thin lenses shrouded in darkness, his long fingers subtly curling within the pocket of his trousers. He explained in a low voice, "If this situation escalates, it will only provide outsiders with the opportunity to mock the Huo family. Since the old master's hospitalization, the outside world has been watching us with hawkish eyes, eager for the spectacle of our downfall, while many await the chance to divide our family in its weakened state. If it becomes public knowledge that internal strife has begun within the Huo family, it will yield no benefit to anyone." Upon hearing this, the irony in Huo Jiao's smile deepened as she scrutinized Huo Siming's face, seemingly attempting to burn through him with her gaze. "Yes, I do not comprehend your calculations, nor do I know what you are hesitating over, but I am aware that taking a life demands retribution. Huo Wan has already dared to act without restraint against mother. What will happen next? Will it take my demise at her hands for you to feel regret?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wanrong, lying on the hospital bed, furrowed her brow and finally spoke up to intervene. "Jiao, Siming is your elder brother. How can you speak to him like that?" Huo Jiao felt as if the world had gone mad. Why was everyone shielding Huo Wan? She turned her head in disbelief to look at Shen Wanrong, who was defending Huo Siming. Mommy, Shen Wanrong shook her head at her. Enough, Jiao Jiao. Listen to me. Go out and let me talk to Siming alone. Huo Jiao Jiao bit her lip, her expression one of uncontrollable despair. She glared deeply at Huo Siming and then dashed out of the ward. The bodyguard at the door saw Huo Jiao Jiao run out of the ward in tears and quickly followed her. It was only then that Huo Siming closed the door again and faced Shen Wanrong on the hospital bed. As the door clicked shut, the warmth and kindness on Shen Wanrong's face gradually vanished, replaced by a coldness never before exhibited in public.
Now,
You may tell me why that bracelet appeared in the hands of that illegitimate child, Huo Wan? Chapter 105. Can Huo Siming retrieve Huo Wan's bracelet?
to this.
Huo Siming merely paused for half a second, then strode into the room towards the sofa. His voice was faint. It's just a bracelet. Shen Wanrong's expression hardened, as if the prior warmth and kindness had been merely an illusion. She scoffed. Just a bracelet? Does Huo Siming not comprehend what that bracelet signifies? He surely knows all too well, yet obstinately handed it to Huo Wan. It's madness. An illegitimate child is just that, much like her morally ambiguous mother. Skilled in the art of seduction. Huo Siming seemed to disregard the latter part of her statement, sitting down unperturbed on the sofa in front of the hospital bed. He picked up the cool kettle from the coffee table and poured himself a glass of warm water, exuding an air of calm elegance unmatched by ordinary folks. In public, Shen Wanrong and Huo Siming were a seemingly harmonious mother and son. However, in private, their interactions were evidently far more complex. They resembled acquaintances who had crossed paths a few times rather than a typical mother and son. Shen Wanrong detected the underlying reproach in his words. Although reproach may not have been the most accurate term, Huo Siming's remark undoubtedly implied that he held her partially accountable for the events of the previous night, where Huo Wan had pierced her palm. Shen Wanrong gazed at Huo Siming's face, feeling that her son was becoming increasingly unfamiliar, increasingly reminiscent of that person. After a long silence, she finally mustered the courage to ask. Huo Siming lifted the water cup, yet did not bring it immediately to his lips. Having not slept a wink all night, the shadows beneath his eyelids, whether cast by long lashes or the fatigue of sleeplessness, rendered him even more profound and indifferent. Shen Wanrong clenched her fingers tightly, remaining silent, uncertain whether the pain in her palm or the ache in her heart was more intense.
Ah.
You are indeed still blaming me. Blame her?
Huh.
Huo Siming took a slight sip from the glass of water, his tone remaining as placid as ever. You are my mother. In glory we share, in suffering we endure together. Even in the face of monumental challenges, I shall steadfastly stand by your side. Upon hearing these words, Shen Wanrong slowly closed her eyes. Just remember this, she said. If things continue as they are, I fear the old master may not have many days left. You must be prepared to take over the Huo family at any moment. As for Huo Wan, I shall assist you in dealing with her. What if the old master's condition improves? Huo Siming merely proposed a hypothesis, yet Shen Wanrong abruptly opened her eyes and, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, No, that possibility does not exist. The midday sun shone brilliantly, warm and blinding. Shen Wanrong's hospital room was the most luxurious on this floor, with the light filtering through the glass enveloping the man seated on the sofa. The warm hues accentuated his handsome features, etching his profile with even sharper lines. Huo Wan is not as simple as you imagine. If I had not arrived with my people last night, Shen Wanrong coldly interrupted him with a derisive laugh. So what? Last night, I was careless and did not take precautions. During my time in M country, I failed to take her life. Consider it her fortune. After all, she is merely a young girl. Can she truly be more formidable than the old master? For so many years, she has deceived him and the Huo family. In pursuit of her children, she has distanced herself to Wu Town, and now that her goals are almost within reach, there must not be any missteps at this crucial moment. Huo Siming sensed an underlying tension. You seem quite certain. Do you intend to target not only Huo Wan but also the old master? Shen Wanrong studied Huo Siming with a scrutinizing gaze, a hint of derision escaping her lips. You are quite concerned for the old master's health. After all these years, I have lived in Wu Town while he raised you.
Yet.
Are you not aware that you are not? Chapter 106. He has but one biological father, Huin. The statement hung in the air, abruptly cut short by the icy gaze that pierced through the thin veil of glass from the other end of the sofa, causing Shen Wanrong to realize she had overstepped. And she fell silent. This secret she would carry to her grave. The atmosphere grew eerily tense, each person hesitant to disrupt the oppressive silence. Shen Wanrong observed Huo Siming, enveloped in a somber aura, his uninjured hand gradually clenching the blanket. In a subdued tone, she said, Siming, whether you believe me or not, Everything I do is for your own good. Even if you see me as ruthless or malicious, all my actions are for you and Jiao Jiao. Huo Siming calmly set down his cup, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Xin Wanrong's pale, aggrieved face, a cold smile flickering within him. For his and Jiao Jiao's sake? No, it was for her position as Mrs. Hua, for the wealth of the Hua family. If her intentions were truly benevolent, how could she have committed such acts in the past? Faced with Huo Siming's unfamiliar and disdainful stare, Xin Wanrong felt as though her heart were being wrenched. What punishment could be more cruel than to be despised by one's own son? Xin Wanrong sought to defend herself. Siming, I am aware that you have harbored resentment towards me for all these years, but I had no alternative at that time. Siming. Before she could finish her statement, the man, elegantly seated upon the sofa, rose with a composed demeanor, executing his movements fluidly without the slightest pause, not casting a single glance towards the hospital bed. Clearly intent on departing. As Huo Siming made his way towards the exit, Xin Wanrong felt a surge of panic and hurriedly stood up. You and Jiao Jiao are my own flesh and blood. We are bound by blood. These 4 words seemed to particularly capture Huo Siming's attention. The golden-rimmed glasses glinted with a subtle, unnoticed darkness as he ponderously repeated, bloodline, bound together. It was precisely these words that caused Xin Wanrong's expression to shift once more, leaving her momentarily speechless. Bloodline. This might be the deepest secret Huo Siming had harbored within himself all these years, as well as the matter he held most dear. As Huo Siming took a step towards the door, Xin Wanrong attempted to intervene, but he anticipated her move. His voice, rich and cool, floated towards the bedside. There are matters at the company that require my attention. I cannot remain here with you any longer. Should you need anything, you may instruct the bodyguard outside, or call Jiao Jiao over. She has grown up, having been cherished by the old man for so many years. It is time she undergoes some proper training. Please refrain from indulging her further. Xin Wanrong's eyes widened, her demeanor as a once respected matron dissipating as she exclaimed, Wait, how you perceive me now is of no consequence. For one day, you will come to understand my heartfelt intentions. However, regarding Huo Wan, if you do not intend to swiftly eliminate her yourself, then this villain must be dealt with by me. Upon hearing this, Huo Siming seemed to smile slightly. From Xin Wanrong's perspective, she caught a glimpse of the cold curve at the corner of his lips, and she found this sun increasingly unfamiliar. A sense of inexplicable resentment began to brew within her, all stemming from Huo Wan. Surely, Huo Wan had influenced Huo Siming in unseen ways. How else could he possibly show compassion towards such a woman? Before Xin Wanrong could continue, the handsome, refined man, exuding an air of lofty and unapproachable elegance, directed a piercing glance towards her. This is Huadu, not Wuzhen. You have already injured one hand. Do you intend to sacrifice the other? Or, as before, even if you do not strike personally, there will be others who will leap to your aid. Huo Siming's words carried a veiled implication, although still enigmatic. Xin Wanrong understood precisely what he meant. She parted her lips, uncertain of how to respond or what explanations to offer. Entirely disregarding the pain from the wound on her hand, her heart lodged in her throat. You must have barely slept all night. Do take some rest. If time permits this evening, I shall visit you again. As for the person who accompanied you, or that individual far away in country M, you would do well to warn them not to appear before me, lest. His words trailed off, leaving the consequences to linger in the air. Xin Wanrong's eyes trembled as she stepped forward, clutching the hem of Huo Siming's garment, her voice a hoarse whisper. That is your flesh and blood. Suddenly, the last few words seemed to lodge in her throat, rendering her voiceless. Wanrong parted her lips, but under the oppressive gaze descending from above, she lost the ability to speak. Huo Siming's demeanor transformed entirely. While he usually exuded the refined humility of a gentleman from a prestigious family, the expression in his eyes as he regarded Xin Wanrong now bore a chilling glint of murderous intent. This gaze was so piercing that, even through the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose, it was vividly reflected in Xin Wanrong's eyes. Simultaneously, a haunting reminder, as if echoing from the depths of hell, whispered in her ear, Remember, I have but one biological father, and that man is Huyin. Beyond him, no one else holds any connection to me. Nor shall they ever. Following this, Huo Siming emotionlessly withdrew the last inch of fabric from his sleeve, tearing it from Xin Wanrong's grasp.